Georgy. Plekanov. Institute of Philosophy. Of the Academy of Sciences. Of the USSR. Georgy. Plekanov. Selected. Philosophical. Works. In 5 volumes. Volume I. Plekanov's role in the defense and substantiation of Marxist philosophy. Georgy Valentinovich Plekhanov, the first Russian Marxist, was one of the world's greatest thinkers and publicists. His activity in the Russian and the international arena in the 80s and 90s of the last century gave the world outstanding works on the theory and history of Marxism. In his works he defended, substantiated, and popularized the teachings of Marx and Engels, developed and gave concrete expression to questions of Marxist philosophy, particularly the theory of historical materialism, the role of the popular masses and of the individual in history, the interaction of the basis and the superstructure, the role of ideologies, etc. Plekhanov did much to substantiate and develop Marxist aesthetics. His best works on the history of philosophical, aesthetic, social, and political thought, especially on the history of materialism and of philosophy in Russia, are a valuable contribution to the development of scientific thought and progressive culture. Lenin ranked Plekhanov among the socialists having the greatest knowledge of Marxist philosophy. He described his philosophical works as the best in international Marxist literature. Plekhanov began his social, political, and literary work at the end of the 70s, when the revolutionary situation in Russia was maturing. The Russo-Turkish War of Daesh, which had just ended, inflicted many hardships on the Russian people. It brought to light the incurable ulcers of the autocratic and landlord system, tyranny, lawlessness, and widespread corruption, bad supply of the army and other vices in the military administrative machine. All this added to the indignation of the popular masses, who were cruelly oppressed by Tsarism, the landlords, and the capitalists. By this time capitalism had already come to dominate in Russia's economy. After the reform, feudal relations of production were gradually replaced by bourgeois relations. Capitalism asserted itself in industry and penetrated increasingly into the countryside, where it led to stratification of the peasantry. The expropriation of the peasants from their lands formed an army of unemployed wage workers for industry and for landlord and capitalist agriculture. The survivals of feudal relations in agricultural production, which were fostered by the system of autocracy and landlordship, and the elements of natural economy which still existed in separate areas of the country, held up the growth of the productive forces. Capitalism made its way slowly and with great difficulty in agriculture and left the landlords in their dominant position there for many decades. After the reform, small, low-productive, privately owned peasant economies predominated in the countryside, and Russia was still mainly agrarian. The development of capitalism combined with the all-powerfulness of the landlords exacerbated the growing antagonism between the working masses and the ruling classes. The bulk of the peasantry was doubly oppressed by feudalism and by capital, they suffered from land hunger, survivals of feudalism and capitalist exploitation, ruin and misery were their lot. As a result, the peasant movement against the landlords, which had subsided somewhat in the late 60s, started to grow again in the middle of the 70s. The working class, too, was in a condition of great hardship. Unbridled capitalist exploitation, low wages, the absence of legislation on labor protection, the ban on the institution of workers' organizations, arbitrary police rule, all this led to unrest and spontaneous outbreaks among the workers. The middle of the 70s saw the appearance of the first workers' organizations, the South Russian Workers' Union and the Northern Union of Russian Workers, which attempted to organize to some extent the spontaneous working class movement. At that time the working class movement in Russia was developing independently of the revolutionary Narodnik trend, which set up the Zemlya I Volya, land and freedom, organization, and was then dominant in the Russian emancipation movement. In the 70s, Narodism was influenced by the revolutionary democratic ideas of Belinsky, Herzen, Chernyshevsky and Dobrolyubov. Despite the limitations of their outlook, The revolutionary Narodniks played a great part in the country's emancipation movement. They fought selflessly for the emancipation of the peasants, for the abolition of the autocracy and the privileges of the nobility, and tried to rouse the peasants to revolt against the Tsarist government. The culminating point in the revolutionary Narodnik struggle against Tsarism and the landlords in the 70s and early 80s was the Narodnaya Volya, People's Will, movement. The heroism of the revolutionaries in this movement and their unstinting devotion to the people received high praise from Marx and Engels, who noted that a revolutionary crisis was growing in Russia and that the center of the revolutionary movement had begun to shift to Russia. They stressed in the preface to the Russian edition of the Manifesto of the Communist Party, which Plekanov translated, Russia forms the vanguard of revolutionary action in Europe. In the period following the reform, the Russian revolutionaries extended their contacts with the West European revolutionary movement. In the half-century, beginning about the middle of the 19th century, revolutionary Russia closely observed the development of progressive theoretical thought in the West and learned from the experience of the West European working people's struggle. Progressive Russians studied the works of Marx and Engels. The Manifesto of the Communist Party was published in Russian and the first volume of Marx's Capital in Russian Revolutionary Narodniks P. Lavrov, H. Lopatin, V. Sulich and many others kept up a lively correspondence with Marx and Engels on questions of economic and political development in Russia, the Russian emancipation movement and the ideas of socialism. In the first years of his public activity, G.V. Plekanov took part in revolutionary Narodnik organizations. Plekanov was born on December, in the village of Gudalovka, Lipetsk Uyezd, Tambov Gubernia. His father, Valentin Petrovich Plekanov, belonged to the gentry and had a small estate. His mother, Maria Fyodorovna, a relative of Belinsky, held progressive views and had a great influence on her son. On finishing the military school in Voronezh, Plekanov studied for a few months at the Konstantin Cadet School in Petersburg and entered the Mining Institute in. He joined the Narodnik Circle, the rebels, which later merged with Zemlya Volya. He was one of the organizers of the first political demonstration in Russia, which took place on the square in front of the Kazan Cathedral in Petersburg, with Petersburg workers taking part for the first time. At this demonstration Plekanov made a fiery speech indicting the autocracy and defending the ideas of Chernyshevsky, who was then in exile. From then on Plekanov led an underground life. The Petersburg Public Library, now Saltykov-Shchedrin State Public Library, became his alma mater where he took refuge to study. The young Plekanov was a passionate admirer of Chernyshevsky and Belinsky, whom he considered as his true masters and tutors. He was amazed at the ideological wealth of Belinsky's articles and was inspired to fight for the people by Chernyshevsky's noble works and revolutionary heroism. It was not fortuitous that Plekanov later devoted a number of his writings to the activity and works of those outstanding representatives of Russian revolutionary democracy, Belinsky, Chernyshevsky, Herzen and Dobrolyubov. In the early years of his activity Plekanov was one of the theoreticians of Narodism. He twice went among the people as a Narodnik agitator to prepare a rising, for he believed in the possibility of transition to socialism through a peasant revolution. At the same time, he took a great interest, as he put it, in the working class cause. He conducted study groups for working men, spoke at workers' meetings and helped to carry out strikes, published articles and correspondence in the journal Zemlya Volya, wrote leaflets on the major outbreaks and strikes among the workers and called on the working people to fight. Plekhanov's close association with the Russian workers proved extremely fruitful, for it prepared him to understand the historical role of the working class in the revolutionary movement. The thorough study he made of Marxism and of the experience of the working class movement in Western Europe enabled him in the early 80s to understand clearly this role of the working class and to go over to the standpoint of the revolutionary proletariat. In the early 80s, following the assassination of Alexander II by members of Narodnaya Volya led by Andrei Lyubov and Sofia Perovskaya, years of reaction set in with the reign of Alexander III. the wave of revolutionary Narodnik terror was crushed. In the 90s, Narodism degenerated to a liberal trend professing conciliation with the Tsarist government and renunciation of the revolutionary struggle. Plekanov was arrested twice in and for his revolutionary activity, and increasing persecution compelled him to emigrate in. But, he had become a convinced Marxist, and in the late 80s he established personal contact with Friedrich Engels. The first Russian Marxist organization, the Emancipation of Labor Group, was founded in Geneva by Plekanov, Zasulich, Deutsch, Axelrod, and Ignatov. Its aim was to spread scientific socialism by means of Russian translations of the works of Marx and Engels and criticism from the Marxist standpoint of the Narodnik teachings prevailing in Russia. The Emancipation of Labor Group laid the theoretical foundation of Russian social democracy and greatly promoted the growth of political consciousness among progressive workers in Russia. Lenin noted that the writings of the Emancipation of Labor Group, printed abroad and uncensored, were the first systematically to expound and draw all the practical conclusions from the ideas of Marxism. In April, Lenin went abroad to establish contact with the Emancipation of Labor Group in order to unite all the Russian Marxists' revolutionary work. His arrival was of great importance for the Russian working class movement. For the first time the Emancipation of Labor Group established regular contact with Russia. While in emigration, in France, Switzerland, and Italy, Plekanov, who had made the dissemination of Marx and Engels' revolutionary ideas the work of his life, was extremely active as a publicist. He also delivered lectures and wrote papers on various subjects. As early as he translated Marx and Engels' Manifesto of the Communist Party into Russian, he translated and published for the first time in Russian Engels' pamphlet Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of Classical German Philosophy with his own commentaries. He also translated the section Critical Battle Against French Materialism from the 6th chapter of The Holy Family by Marx and Engels. As early as the beginning of the 80s, Plekanov wrote his outstanding works on the theory of revolutionary Marxism, which provided study and educational material for Marxists in Russia. M. I. Kalinin, a pupil and colleague of Lenin, recorded Plekhanov's role in that period in the following vivid words. In the period of gloomy reaction, at a time when the rank-and-file worker was obliged to overcome great difficulties and make tremendous efforts to obtain even primary education, illegal publications written by Georgy Valentinovich were already circulating among the workers. These works opened up a new world for the working class. They called on it to fight for a better future and taught the fundamentals of Marxism in plain, simple form accessible to all. By unshakable faith in the final victory of the ideals of the working class, they bred the assurance that all obstacles and difficulties on the road to those ideals would be easily swept away by the organized proletariat. Plekhanov occupied a prominent place and received international recognition among the West European and American socialists in the late 80s and early 90s of the 19th century as a great theoretician of Marxism and an authoritative figure in the international working class movement. For a number of years he represented the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party in the International Socialist Bureau of the Second International, which he kept informed of the state of affairs in Russia. He also took an active part in the work of the German, Swiss, French, and Italian socialist parties and in the work of the Congresses and the Secretariat of the Second International. He wrote numerous articles on Russian and international themes, critical reviews which in their aggregate embraced a broad range of subjects on politics, economics, philosophy, history, literature, and art. These appeared mainly in illegal publications in Russia and in the socialist press in Germany, Bulgaria, France, Switzerland, Italy, Poland, and other countries. Plekhanov's criticism of anarchism and anarcho-syndicalism was of great importance in the ideological struggle for the revolutionary principles of the international working class movement. At the beginning of the 80s, when Bakunin's anarchist theories considerably influenced educated youth in Russia, Plekhanov came out against anarchism and its adventurous tactics. But in his criticism of anarchist views he failed to throw light on the question of the attitude of the proletarian revolution to the state or of the state in general, for which he was criticized by Lenin. Not a single West European Marxist raised the banner of the fight against Bernsteinianism, but Plekanov did. He also criticized the opportunism of Milrand, Visalati and other socialists. His struggle in Russia against the opportunist trend of economism and the bourgeois travesty of Marxism, legal Marxism, is well known. He did no little to unmask the socialist revolutionaries, too, particularly their individual terrorist tactics. During the struggle against anti-Marxist trends in the 80s and 90s, Plekanov gave great attention to the dissemination of the ideas of scientific socialism and Marx's economic teaching. He characterized scientific socialism by opposing it to the utopian socialist systems of Owen, Saint-Simon, Fourier, and the petty bourgeois socialism of Proudhon, the Narodniks, anarchists, and others. His Augustin theory and the materialist conception of history, on modem socialism, scientific socialism, and religion, Foreign Review, preface to 4 speeches by workers, Home Review, and other writings, not to speak of his widely known works against Narodism, anarchism, economism, Bemsteinianism, and Struvism, show how thoroughly he studied questions of scientific socialism. In the works which he wrote against the bourgeois opponents of Marxism, Plekanov analyzed the social substance of the views held by the classics of bourgeois political economy Adam Smith and David Ricardo and defended Marx's economic teaching, especially singling out his revolutionary teaching on surplus value and capital. Plekanov played a great role in the life of the older generation of Marxists. His authority was enormous in revolutionary circles in Russia. From the close of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century, capitalism entered a new period in its development, the period of imperialism, the period of revolutionary upheavals and battles which called for a reconsideration of old methods of work, a radical change in the activity of the social democratic parties, and an all-round creative development of the Marxist theory as applied to the new historical conditions. Although he remained an active figure in the international working class movement and defended and substantiated Marxism, Plekanov did not clearly grasp the character of the new historical epoch. He was unable to disclose its laws and specific features, to generalize the new experience acquired by the working class movement or to arm the working class with new theoretical conclusions and propositions. Lenin was the man who was destined to fulfill this historic task and to raise Marxism to a new and higher stage. After the Second Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, Plekanov became a Menshevik. His desertion to the Menshevik standpoint and his inconsistency in Marxist theory and practice at that time were determined in no small degree by the influence of reformism, which was widespread in the working class movement in Western Europe. Plekhanov supported Menshevik views, fought against Lenin and the Bolsheviks on paramount political questions of Marxism, the role of the proletariat in the revolution and its tactical line, the attitude to the peasantry, the appraisal of the revolution, the question of the state, etc. Plekhanov's serious theoretical mistakes in philosophy and his deviation from consistent Marxism on a number of questions were connected with his falling off to Menshevism in politics. But although Plekhanov held Menshevik views on basic questions of politics and the tactics of the working class, he nevertheless advocated the maintenance of the party, and from to he opposed liquidationism and stood for the underground organization of the party, supporting Lenin in his struggle for the party. Plekhanov opposed the conference of liquidators in August. Lenin stressed this and wrote that Plekhanov said outright that the conference was attended by non-party and anti-party elements. From when the Bolsheviks led by Lenin waged a resolute fight against Marxism, Plekhanov was the only theoretician of the Second International to write against Bogdanov and Lunacharsky and expose Shulyadikov, the vulgarizer of materialism, and others. It was at that time that he wrote his valuable work Fundamental Problems of Marxism. Plekhanov severely criticized Croce, Mach, Avenarius, Petzold, Windelband, Rickert, Bergson, Nietzsche, and many other bourgeois philosophers and sociologists, and defended the philosophical foundations of Marxism. During this period he defended the materialistic and emancipatory traditions of progressive Russian philosophical thought against the Vika people and religious seekers. But after he became a supporter of unity with the liquidators. Lenin wrote, "It is a pity that he is now nullifying his great services in the struggle against the liquidators during the period of disorganization, in the struggle against the Maoists at the height of Maoism, by preaching what he himself cannot explain, unity with whom, then? And on what terms?" During the First World War, Plekanov adopted a social chauvinist standpoint. After the bourgeois democratic revolution in February, he returned to Russia after years in emigration and went to Petrograd. Having been many years abroad, Plekanov was out of touch with the Russian revolutionary movement. On his return to Russia, he was a captive to the social reformist and social chauvinist theories of the Second International and was unable to understand the intricate concatenation and peculiarity of social development in Russia. We know how he attacked the course for a socialist revolution, steered by Lenin. In his appraisal of the future of the Russian Revolution, he proceeded from the Second International dogmas of the necessity of economic conditions for socialism, gradually to mature, of an alleged obligatory high level of culture for the transition to socialism, and so on. He held that the revolution in February, being a bourgeois revolution, was to be the beginning of a long period of capitalist development in Russia. That was why he had a negative attitude towards the Great October Socialist Revolution, seeing it as a violation of all the laws of history. But, although he continued to deny the necessity for an immediate socialist revolution in Russia, he did not fight against the victorious working class and Soviet power. He died on May, in the Pitkajarvi Sanatorium in Finland, and was buried in the Fokovo Cemetery in Petrograd, near the graves of Belinsky and Dobrolyubov. The spread of Marxism in the working class and among progressive intellectuals at the end of the 19th century was hindered by the penetration of bourgeois, anti-Marxist theories in the working class and revolutionary movement. In the West, the struggle against revolutionary Marxism was waged not only by bourgeois idealist and eclectic professors, example Brentano, Sombart, Schultz-Gavernitz, but by their followers, the theoreticians of the Second International, Bernstein, Kosky, Hochberg and others, too. In Russia, where the works of Marx and Engels were then little known in the original, attempts to criticize Marxism from the bourgeois standpoint, to debase and discredit it openly or covertly, came not only from the official ideologists of the landlord and monarchic state and liberal bourgeois professors, but also from the liberal Narodniks, and then from the legal Marxists and the economists. Great, in the circumstances, was the importance of Plekhanov's Marxist writings of the 80s and 90s, which were published in Russia as well as abroad, and in which the ideas of Marxism were defended and their lofty scientific and revolutionary content substantiated and brought to light. In his boundless faith in the victory of Marxist ideas, Plekhanov courageously and fearlessly opposed all kinds of critics and distorters of Marxism. He was the first in Russia to give a Marxist analysis of the erroneous views of the Narodniks, to oppose the Marxist outlook to the utopias of Narodism, and to show the historic role of the working class of Russia, thereby dealing a severe blow to Narodism. Plekhanov's work, Socialism and the Political Struggle, was highly appraised by Lenin, who called it the first profession de foi of Russian socialism. Besides a sharp criticism of idealist social theories, it gives a brilliant characterization of the scientific socialism of Marx and Engels, brings out the profound meaning of the well-known Marxist proposition every class struggle is a political struggle, and speaks of the necessity of combining the revolutionary struggle in Russia with correctly understood scientific socialism. This pamphlet of Plekhanov's was translated into Polish and Bulgarian in the 90s of the last century. Besides Socialism and the Political Struggle, his subsequent works, Our Differences and the Development of the Monist View of History, also cleared the way for the victory of Marxism in Russia and were the most important theoretical works of Russian Marxists in that period. In these writings, Plekhanov provided the first creative application of Marxism to the analysis of economic conditions in Russia after the reform, and showed the immediate needs of the Russian revolutionary movement and the political tasks of the Russian working class. He laid bare the reactionary essence of the so-called socialist views of the Narodniks, which had nothing in common with scientific socialism. In Our Differences, Plekanov continued the criticism of the theoretical doctrine of the Narodniks as a whole, and particularly of their economic theory and their erroneous views on the peasudget question in Russia. Lenin, in his What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats, called Plekhanov's Our Differences the first social democratic work of a Russian Marxist. Engels gave a high appraisal of it. The development of the monist view of history, one of Plekhanov's best Marxist works, was written in London, where he went after being deported from France in. Lenin wrote that it had helped to educate a whole generation of Russian Marxists. There are other books by Plekhanov akin to the development of the monist view of history by their theme. They are, Essays on the History of Materialism, which was written in and published in Stuttgart in German and had enormous success abroad, and his work for the 60th anniversary of Hegel's death, also first published in German and described as excellent by Engels, and other philosophical works of later years. The development of the monist view of history appeared legally in Russia under the pseudonym Beltov. Because of the censorship, Plekhanov gave the book, as he put it, the purposely clumsy name monist without indicating which conception of history the materialist or the idealist was meant. The book was translated into a number of foreign languages and soon became widely known. Engels wrote on January/George's book has been published at a most opportune time. On February, he wrote to Plekhanov, in any case, it is a great success that you were able to get it published inside the country. In this book Plekhanov dwelt mainly on questions of the materialist conception of history. In a polemic with the liberal Narodniks Mikhailovsky, Karayev and others, he set himself the task of exposing the idealism of subjective sociology. These works of Plekhanov and others of that period clearly reflect his great Marxist erudition and his profound knowledge of the history of philosophic and social thought. They reveal the historic preparation of Marxism on the basis of past progressive social thought, its sources and component parts, and shed light on major problems of dialectical and historical materialism, political economy, and scientific socialism. By his fight against various forms of idealism, particularly positivism and Kantianism, and also economic materialism, Plekhanov contributed much that was new and original to the argumentation of Marxist ideas, and gave concrete expression and development to propositions of Marxism. Plekhanov's best works of the 80s and the beginning of the 90s, the flourishing period in his theoretical work on Marxism before Lenin founded the League of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class, are included in the first volume of this edition of his selected philosophical works. ******* In fighting against idealism, metaphysics, and the reactionary utopias of Narodnik socialism, Plekhanov defended materialism in philosophy and history and disclosed the objective nature of the laws governing social development and the dialectics of the historical process. He considered it his main task first and foremost to explain the proposition that Marxism was applicable to the historical conditions in Russia. The main question in the Narodnik economic theory was that of the non-capitalist development of Russia, whether Russia must or must not go through the school of capitalism. The subjective Narodniks maintained that Russia was following a road of her own and that as capitalism was artificially transplanted into Russia, it was accidental and a decline, a retrogression, for the exceptional Russian economic system. It was therefore necessary to hold back, to stop the development of capitalism, to put an end to the breaking up by capitalism of the traditional foundations of Russian life. This Narodnik position was reactionary and aimed in essence at preserving survivals of feudal relations. Advocating the impossibility of capitalist development in Russia, the Narodniks attempted to distort the ideas of Marx and his followers in that country. Mikhailovsky, for example, stated that Marx had applied his historical scheme uncritically to Russia and that the Russian Marxists were just as uncritically copying those ready-made schemes of Marx and ignoring facts pointing to Russia's exceptional road, distinct from capitalism. Mikhailovsky, Vorontsov and others maintained that Marxism as a theory was applicable in a certain degree to the West European countries only, but completely inapplicable to Russia. In opposition to the Narodnik appraisal of Marxism, Plekanov convincingly proved that Marxism was fully applicable to the economic and political conditions in Russia. In order to bring out all the fallacy of the Narodnik economic theory, Plekanov compared the conditions of capitalism's rise and its historic role in the West with the conditions of its development in Russia, ascertained the general preconditions for the development of capitalism in various countries, and hence drew the conclusion that it was a mistake to oppose Russia to the West. He showed the untenability of the Narodnik's myth about the special character of Russian economic development. Plekanov gave a profound Marxist analysis of the economic relationships in Russia since the reform and of the capitalist road of development of town and country in his book Our Differences. This work is full of historical facts and statistics describing the various fields in the economic life of Russia. It shows very well the penetration of foreign capital into Russia, the ever-growing dependence of small handicraft industry on commercial capital, the process of proletarianization of the craftsman, and the transformation of small handicraft production into a domestic system of large-scale production. Capitalism is going its way, Plekanov wrote. It is ousting independent producers from their shaky positions and creating an army of workers in Russia by the same tested method as it has already practiced in the West. Asterisk. Plekanov was just as convincing when he revealed the penetration of capitalism in agriculture too, the disintegration of the foundations of the peasant mir, the village commune, Obshchina. The Narodniks, who were fighting capitalism from the petty bourgeois standpoint, saw the village commune as an indestructible stronghold, a universal remedy for all the evils of capitalism and the basis for the socialist transformation of Russia, allowing capitalism to be bypassed. Idealizing the pre-capitalist forms of life, they were completely mistaken in their appraisal of the actual situation, and they argued, Plekanov said, like metaphysicians, who do not understand the dialectic contradictions of life. They kept talking about a supposed popular production, free from inner contradictions, and regarded the people as a kind of rigid mass. They considered historical phenomena metaphysically, apart from their actual development and change. The Narodniks refused to notice the weakening and disintegration of the village communes. In Our Differences, Plekanov showed by facts that these communes displayed indubitable vitality as long as they remained within the conditions of natural economy. They began to disintegrate, not under the influence of circumstances outside and independent of them, but by virtue of inner causes, of the fact that the development of money economy and commodity production little by little undermines communal land tenure. Plekhanov was profoundly convinced that Russia was developing along the road of capitalism, not, as the subjectivists thought, because of the existence of any external force of mysterious law driving her onto that road, but because there was no actual internal force that could divert her from that road. Capitalism is favored by the whole dynamics of our social life, he wrote. The principal conclusion to be drawn from the analysis of Russian reality was that large-scale private capitalist production in Russia was expanding and developing unceasingly, while the Narodnik illusion of a supposed popular production and the other utopian outlooks were being shattered by life itself. In his works, Plekanov proved that by the inherent character of its organization, the rural commune tends first and foremost to give place to bourgeois, not communist, forms of social life. The commune's role will be not active, but passive. It is not in a position to advance Russia on the road to communism. Plekhanov's greatest historic merit was that besides investigating the paths of Russia's economic development, he provided a Marxist solution to the question of the class forces and the character of the class struggle in Russia. It was typical of the Narodniks to idealize the people. They considered the peasantry as the main revolutionary force and ignored the role of the proletariat. Plekhanov was the first in Russia to oppose to their utopia the doctrine of the historic role of the Russian working class in the emancipation struggle. The Narodniks' position was based on the erroneous idea that industry was hardly developing in Russia and that consequently the inconsiderable worker stratum was not increasing. Plekhanov showed by convincing arguments why the revolutionaries should rely precisely on the proletariat, the growing force in society, connected with the most progressive form of production, big factory production, and not on the peasantry, who, although they were more numerous, must inevitably divide, as commodity production developed, into two hostile camps: the exploiting minority and the toiling majority. Asterisk. Plekhanov was the first in Russia to prove that the working class was to play the chief role in the impending Russian Revolution. The initiative in the communist movement can be assumed only by the working class in our industrial centers, the class whose emancipation can be achieved only by its own conscious efforts. This conviction that Plekhanov had of the historic future of the working class of Russia was clearly illustrated in his speech at the International Working Men's Socialist Congress in Paris. He then proclaimed, "The revolutionary movement in Russia can triumph only as the revolutionary movement of the workers. There is not and cannot be any other way out for us." To the vulgar economists, who attached to the political organization of society an utterly negligible significance, he opposed the Marxist proposition that wherever society is split into classes, the antagonism between the interests of those classes necessarily leads them to struggle for political domination. It is, therefore, a mistake to recommend that the workers should fight only in the economic field and to ignore the political tasks of the working class. That, Plekhanov argued, is nothing but the line of renouncing revolutionary class struggle, revolution, and socialism. The political struggle against Tsarism and the bourgeoisie is the only way to fulfill the task of the historical emancipation of the working class. This struggle culminates in revolution, the most powerful manifestation of the class struggle and the means of achieving the social and economic transformation of society. Plekhanov contested the Narodnik utopian conception that Russia was on the very eve of a socialist revolution. The Narodniks proceeded from the view that there was no bourgeoisie in Russia and that, therefore, the bourgeois revolution would pass her by, but that the Russian peasantry showed a propensity to communism and that, therefore, conditions were favorable for a popular socialist revolution. In Plekhanov's opinion, socialism was impossible without the economic preconditions. The impending revolution in Russia could only be a bourgeois one. In his early works, Plekhanov gave serious attention to the peasant question and thought it indispensable for the workers, who were eventually to win political freedom, to carry on revolutionary work and spread the ideas of scientific socialism among the people. As he maintained that the peasantry as a class was breaking up, Plekhanov failed to take into account the fact that one of the primary tasks of the bourgeois democratic revolution in Russia was to fight for the abolition of landed proprietorship and that the peasantry was destined to play an enormous progressive role in that fight. In his very first works, Plekhanov speaks a number of times of the passivity, the political apathy and conservatism of the peasantry. This error showed that he underestimated the revolutionary potential of the peasantry, and as a result he subsequently fell into the erroneous Menshevik interpretation of the peasant question and of the Social Democrats' attitude to the peasants. At the beginning of the 80s, when the revolutionary proletarian movement in Russia was still in its embryonic stage, Plekhanov was a brilliant champion of Marxism. For its time, the program of revolutionary activity which he set forth in Our Differences was a considerable step forward in the fight for the spreading of Marxism in Russia. The members of Blagoyev's, Trotsky's and Brusnia's social democratic circles, who were then doing practical work in Russia and maintained contact with the Emancipation of Labor group, highly appraised Plekhanov's works and drew attention to their significance in spreading revolutionary theory during the period of disorder and vacillation. They requested that the pamphlets, Our Differences and Socialism and the Political Struggle, be sent in as large quantities and as soon as possible. The vital requirement of that time was the elaboration of a program for the Russian Social Democrats. Plekhanov wrote 2 draft programs, in and. The first contained a number of erroneous propositions: the recognition of individual terror, the cult of heroes and other Narodnik survivals. The Marxist circles, of Blagoyev and others, in Russia pronounced it unsatisfactory. The second draft was more correct. It said that the aim of the Russian Social Democrats was the complete emancipation of labor from the oppression of capital by the transfer of all means and objects of production to social ownership, which would be possible only as a result of a communist revolution. In his article A Draft Program of Our Party, Lenin expressed the opinion that there were elements in Plekhanov's draft which were absolutely indispensable for the program of a social democratic labor party. Asterisk. Plekhanov's socialism and the political struggle and our differences fulfilled a great historic task. It was under their influence that the first Russian Marxists turned their eyes and their hopes towards the working class, tried to develop its class self-consciousness, to create its revolutionary organization the party, and aimed their work at helping the working class to rise to the fight against the bourgeois and landlord regime. Plekhanov pointed out the task of the Russian revolutionaries, the foundation of a revolutionary working class party. But not until the middle of the 90s did the formation of a revolutionary Marxist party become possible. In the last 10 years of the 19th century a new period in the history of Russian Marxism opened, when the merger of two great forces, the working class movement and scientific socialism, took place. This new period in the development of Marxism in Russia is inseparable from the name of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin and from the work of the League of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class, which he founded and which was the embryo of the Marxist Party of the Working Class in Russia. The significance of Plekhanov's activity as an outstanding Marxist philosopher in the field of theory is not limited to his masterly application of a number of basic propositions of Marxist theory to the historical conditions of Russia, or to his defense and substantiation of Marxism in the fight against its enemies. In his philosophical works, Plekhanov endeavored to defend, substantiate, and popularize all Marx and Engels' new contributions to philosophy. The greatness of dialectical and historical materialism, Plekhanov stressed, consists in its having overcome the limitations of metaphysical materialism and idealism and explained all aspects of human life. Plekhanov proclaimed that the appearance of Marx's materialist philosophy was a genuine revolution, the greatest revolution known in the history of human thought. He considered Marx's materialist philosophy as the inevitable and natural result of the development of the whole history of social thought. As a higher stage in the development of philosophy, he saw Marx's revolutionary outlook as the reflection of the class interests of the proletariat. Plekhanov mainly directed his attention to the propaganda of historical materialism and disclosed its real content. This was a vital necessity of the time, for the bourgeois opponents of Marxism both in the West and in Russia tried to debase historical materialism to the level of vulgar economic materialism and replace it by all sorts of non-scientific theories: racism, Malthusianism, the theory of factors, the geographical theory and others, or else they passed over in complete silence the materialist conception of history formulated by Marx. In his development of the monist view of history, Plekhanov polemized against Mikhailovsky, who had not noticed Marx's historical theory and, moreover, tried to hush up Marx's masterly ideas for the benefit of subjectivism. Plekhanov showed that many experts on history, economics, the history of political relations and the history of culture knew nothing of Marx's historical materialism, and yet the results that they had achieved obviously testified in favor of Marx's theory. Plekhanov was convinced that there would be many discoveries confirming that theory. As to Mr. Mikhailovsky, on the other hand, we are convinced of the contrary. Not a single discovery will justify the subjective point of view, either in 5 years or in 5,000. Plekhanov repeatedly wrote that the materialist conception of history formulated by Marx was one of the greatest achievements of theoretical thought in the 19th century and an epoch-making service rendered by Marx. Nobody before Marx had been able to give a correct, strictly scientific explanation of the history of social life. Marx was the first to extend materialism to the development of society, and he created the science of society. At the same time, Plekhanov stressed that the materialist conception of history, while being one of the paramount achievements of Marxism, is only a part of the materialist outlook of Marx and Engels. It is a mistake to see the most important element of Marxism in historical materialism alone. The materialist explanation of history presupposes the materialist conception of nature. Plekhanov clearly and convincingly demonstrated the organic unity of Marx's philosophical, sociological, and economic theories, the close interconnection of the basic propositions of Marxism, and described Marxism as the integral, coherent revolutionary world outlook of the proletariat. The striving to single out the most important in the phenomena of social life, their material basis, is in striking evidence all through Plekanov's exposition of Marx's materialist views of human society and its history. It is from this standpoint that he analyzes the philosophical views of materialists before Marx, the utopian socialists, the 19th-century French sociologists and historians, the views of Comte, Spencer, Hegel, the Bauer brothers, Fichte, Weisengrun, and others, and underlines that Marx's masterly discovery, the materialist conception of history, corrects the radical error of the philosophers and sociologists before him, who proceeded from idealist premises in their analysis of society. Plekanov shows that Marx's materialist scientific explanation of the social historical process derives from one single premise, the objective basis of social life, the economic structure of society. Plekanov thoroughly substantiates the Marxist conception of the laws governing society. He is interested in the way the question of the laws of social development is posed in the teachings of Marx's historical predecessors, the 18th-century French materialists and the 19th-century utopian socialists. He stresses that, despite certain isolated materialist guesses, they remained idealists in their conception of history and were unable to grasp social development's objective necessity and conformity to law, and hence to reveal the roots of the ideas motivating human activity. Plekanov showed that it was Marxism that first made a scientific investigation of the historical process. Marxism revealed the objective nature of the laws of history, which work with the force of natural laws and with unrelenting necessity. He showed that changes in social relations, often unforeseen by man but necessarily resulting from his activity, take place in accordance with definite laws of social life. People's activity, their ideas and views do not depend on chance, they are subordinate to the laws of historical development, and in order to discover those laws, Plekanov wrote, the facts of humanity's past life must be studied with the help of Marx's dialectical and materialist method. Only he who understands the past, who sees the succession and connection between historical events, their conditionality, and not a chaos of fortuities, can foresee the future. Plekanov assessed very highly the role of dialectics in the life of society. The dialectical method, applied to social phenomena, he pointed out, has worked a complete revolution. We can say without exaggeration that we are indebted to it for the understanding of human history as a law-governed process. Asterisk. Just as little on the will and consciousness of man as those of the geographical environment, Plekanov said. He emphasized Marx's thought that it is incorrect to look for the laws of society in nature. Plekanov, it should be noted, did not leave uncriticized the even now widespread pseudo-scientific bourgeois theories which apply biological laws to society and thereby reduce social progress to biological evolution. He derided the positivists, the social Darwinists, all those who dreamed of reforming social science by means of natural science, by the study of physiological laws. He called them utopians. People who consider society from this standpoint, he wrote, find themselves in a blind alley, for physiology, biology, medicine and zoology are unable to explain the specific sphere of social development. Plekanov showed and emphasized the distinction between Marxism and Darwinism. Darwin succeeded in solving the question of the origin of vegetable and animal species, whereas Marx solved the question of how the various forms of social organization arise. If Darwin was inclined to apply his biological theory to the explanation of social phenomena, Plekanov wrote, that was a mistake. Therefore, when Plekanov himself wrote in his Development of the Monist View of History that Marxism is Darwinism applied to social sciences, he was obviously using an unfortunate expression which by no means reflected his actual opinion of the relation between Marxism and Darwinism. The objective laws of material production, the laws of the class struggle, these are the key to the understanding of the inner logic of the social process, and of the whole wealth and variety of social relations. It is here that the causes of social phenomena must be sought. Plekanov explains that other phenomena of social life, ideology, for instance, are also governed by their specific laws. For the materialist, the history of human thought is a law-governed and necessary process. The train of human thought is also subject to its own particular laws. Nobody will identify, say, the laws of logic and those of commodity circulation. But Marxists do not consider, as the idealists did, that we can seek the ultimate cause, the basic motive force behind the intellectual development of mankind, in the laws of thought. The laws of thought cannot answer the question, what determines the afflux and character of new impressions? These questions can be elucidated only by analyzing social life and its reflection in man's consciousness. Plekhanov's defense of Marxist determinism against voluntarism is important in principle. Marx considered the history of human society as a necessary law-governed process and at the same time as the product of human activity. The objective and subjective sides of social life are interdependent. Historical necessity does not preclude freedom of action in man. In studying the objective conditions of the material existence of mankind, Marxists thereby study the relations between people, and also their thoughts, ideals, and strivings. The subjective voluntarists' assertion that man's will and activity are entirely free and independent of social conditions is untenable. In practice, the will is only apparently free. The idea of complete freedom of will is an illusion. Freedom of will does not exist of itself, it is a result of the knowledge of historical necessity, knowledge of the laws of progress. The freedom of the individual, Plekanov holds, consists not only in knowing the laws of nature and history and being able to submit to those laws, but also in being able to combine them in the most advantageous manner. It is just as erroneous, Plekanov said, to seek the motive force of historical development outside the practical activity of human beings. Bourgeois historians and sociologists attempted to ascribe to Marxism an absolute metaphysical determinism, maintaining that, according to Marx, historical necessity works of itself, without any human participation, for inasmuch as the working of objective necessity is recognized, no room is left, they say, for free human activity. Plekhanov completely exposed that falsification of Marxist views and refuted the standpoint according to which historical necessity works automatically. He proved that it is human activity which makes history. He skillfully refuted the assertions that people are subject to an iron law of necessity, that all their actions are predetermined, and so on. No, once we have discovered that iron law, it depends on us to overthrow its yoke. It depends on us to make necessity the obedient slave of reason. Plekhanov writes, quoting Marx. Not only does dialectical materialism teach that it is absurd to revolt against economic necessity, it shows how that necessity must be made use of practically. It thus rejects the fatalist point of view and proclaims the great and insuperable force of human activity, of human reason, which, once it has come to know the inner laws of necessity, strives to transform reality and make it more rational. People made and had to make their history unconsciously as long as the motive forces of historical development worked behind their backs, independently of then consciousness. Once those forces have been discovered, once the laws by which they work have been studied, people will be able to take them in their own hands and submit them to their own reason. The service rendered by Marx consists in having discovered those forces and made a rigorous scientific study of their working. Plekhanov made it clear that historical materialism's task consists in explaining the sum total of social life. However, in order to explain the whole historical process consistently, one must remain true to the Marxist principle of first finding out the very foundation of social life. According to the theory of Marx and Engels, that basis is the development of the productive forces, the production of material wealth. But in order to produce, people must establish between themselves certain mutual relations which Marx called relations of production. The sum total of these relations constitutes the economic structure of society, out of which all other social relations between people develop. From the standpoint of Marxism, the historical progress is determined, in the final analysis, not by man's will, but by the development of the material productive forces. Their development leads to changes in the economic relations. That is why the study of history must begin with the study of the state of the productive forces in the country concerned, its economy, out of which social psychology and the various ideologies develop. In the fight against idealism, Plekanov refuted the assertions made by Mikhailovsky and Karayev that the efforts of reason play the decisive role in the development of the productive forces, the means of production, in the process of creating and applying the instruments of labor. He showed that the very ability to produce tools is developed in the process of action on nature, in the process of winning the means of subsistence. By acting on nature, man changes his own nature. He develops all his capacities, among them also the capacity of tool making. But at any given time the measure of that capacity is determined by the measure of the development of productive forces already achieved. The indissolubility, the unity of the interrelations between the productive forces and the relations of production which Marx established, is called by Plekanov the basic cause of social progress. He clearly sees the dialectics of their development in the fact that relations of production are the consequence, and the productive forces the cause. But the consequence in turn becomes a cause, the relations of production become a new source, a form of development of the productive forces. Plekanov also elucidates, although he not infrequently overestimates, the influence of nature and natural, and, as he puts it, most important precondition of human history on the development of society. Thus, in his early works, particularly in the development of the monist view of history, he noted that social relations have an infinitely greater influence on the process of history than natural conditions. In Essays on the History of Materialism, mother of his earlier works, he wrote that the mutual influence of the productive forces and the relations of production is the cause of social development, which has its own logic and its own laws, independent of the natural environment, and that this inner logic may even enter into contradiction with the demands of the environment. He speaks in the same spirit of the indirect influence of climate, of the fact that the historical destiny of peoples does not depend exclusively of the geographical environment, for geography is far from explaining everything in history. The relative stability of the geographical environment compared with the variability of the historical destinies of peoples, Plekanov writes, confirms this conclusion. This means, he goes on, that man's dependence on his geographical environment is a variable magnitude which changes with every new step in historical development. He was also correct in asserting that the geographical environment promotes or hinders the development of the productive forces. And yet even in these early works Plekanov slips into formulations which show that he exaggerates the role of the natural, geographical environment. He explains the condition of the productive forces by the features of the geographical environment. This was a concession to the so-called geographical trend in sociology. In his development of the monist view of history, he treats population as an integral element in social progress, whose growth, however, is not the basic cause of that progress. He quotes Marx's proposition that abstract laws of reproduction exist only for animals and plants, whereas the increase, or decrease, of population in human society is determined by its economic structure. In his works of the 80s and 90s, Plekanov gives a Marxist solution to the question of the role of the popular masses and of the individual in history in connection with the elucidation and substantiation of the historic role of the proletariat in the revolutionary class struggle. He devoted a special work to the subject. But even in his earlier works he criticized the anti-scientific theories of Lavrov, Tikashev, Mikhailovsky and other narodniks on the role of heroes in history. Following the Bauer brothers, they professed subjectivism in the conception of history, ignored the role of the popular masses and of the classes in history, and considered the intelligentsia as an independent social force supposedly playing a primary role in the development of society. In their view, the masses are incapable of conscious and organized activity, they can only subordinate themselves to and blindly follow the heroes. The Narodnik ideologists held that historical progress is accomplished exclusively by critically thinking individuals, as a particular and higher variety of the human race. The critically thinking individual was a hero, the one who carries along the crowd, as contrasted to the hero. The crowd, as the Narodniks see it, is a mass alien to every creative element, something in the nature of a vast quantity of ciphers, which acquire some positive significance only in the event of a kind, critically thinking entity condescendingly taking its place at their head. Elsewhere, Plekanov noted that the Narodniks give the name crowd to millions of producers out of whom the hero will mold whatever he considers necessary. This was the extremely harmful cult of the individual, of the hero, who stands above the masses. In one of the variants of essays on the history of materialism, Plekanov gave a remarkable explanation of the harm done by the cult of historical personalities. The actions of these people are not infrequently considered as the cause of great historical movements. It is in this way that the roles of Moses, Abraham, Lycurgus, and others assume the incredible proportions which amaze us in the philosophy of history of Holbach and all the last century enlighteners. The history of the peoples is turned into a series of lives of illustrious men. That is why religion, morals, customs, and the entire character of the people are represented as having been formed by one man acting according to a preconsidered plan. Thus there remains no trace, Plekanov says, of any idea of social science, of the laws on which man depends in historical development. This point of view, he noted, has nothing in common with science. Since the Narodnik ideologists as a rule did not trust the masses and recognized only the single combat of isolated individuals with the autocracy, they went over, as Plekanov pointed out, to the pernicious tactics of individual terror, which retarded the development of the revolutionary initiative and activity of the working class and the peasantry. The unsuccessful attempts to wage the struggle against Tsarism by the efforts of individual heroes alone, divorcement from the popular masses, led the Narodniks to still more serious errors and made them evolve towards liberalism. Clearly realizing the harmfulness of the cult of the individual, of heroes, for the development of a mass revolutionary movement, Plekanov was not content with criticizing the political and theoretical bankruptcy of the Narodnik ideologists' views on this question and deriding their immense conceit. He at the same time set examples of profound understanding of the Marxist teaching on the laws of social development and the role of the masses and of individuals in history. Mikhailovsky, the Achilles of the subjective school, Plekanov wrote, imagines that Marxists must only talk about the self-development of the forms of production and exchange. If you imagine, Plekanov said to the Narodniks, that, in the opinion of Marx, the forms of production can develop of themselves, you are cruelly mistaken. What are the social relations of production? They are relations between men. How can they develop, then, without men? It is the working masses, Plekanov maintains, who advance the development of production. While, in the view of the subjectivists, Plekanov wrote, the hero operates and the producer cooperates, the Marxist view is that the producers do not cooperate, but operate. The development of society is achieved only by the operations of the producers themselves. He proved by examples from social life that history is made by the masses, the millions of producers, not by heroes according to their caprice or fantasy. It is not the utopian plans of various reformers, but the laws of production and exchange, which determine the now continually growing working class movement. The subjectivists attribute to outstanding individuals deeds which only the masses can accomplish, not individuals, but the popular masses, the classes, play the decisive role in historical development, in Russia's social reorganization. The subjectivists and the voluntarists, Plekanov wrote, cannot rise from the acts of individuals to the acts of the masses, to the acts of whole social classes. The Narodniks, like the bourgeois sociologists, are inclined to see in the political activity of great people the chief and almost only mainspring of historical development. They give too much attention to the genealogy of kings and leave no room for the independent activity of the popular masses. The attention of historians, Plekanov wrote, must be centered on the life of the popular masses. The people must be the hero of history, he emphasized. The real history of a country is the history of the people, the history of the citizens. No great step can be made in the historical progress of mankind, not only without the participation of people, but even without the participation of the great majority of the people, i.e., of the masses. Plekanov noted that, So long as there exist heroes who imagine that it is sufficient for them to enlighten their own heads to be able to lead the crowd wherever they please, and to mold it, like clay, into anything that comes into their heads, the kingdom of reason remains a pretty phrase or a noble dream. It begins to approach us with 7 league strides only when the crowd itself becomes the hero of historical action, and when in that colorless crowd, there develops the appropriate consciousness of self. Asterisk. The greatness of Marx's philosophy, Plekanov wrote, consists in that, unlike many other philosophical trends, which have doomed man to inactivity and passive acceptance of reality, it appeals to his power of creation. Marx called to activity the proletariat, the class which has a great historical role to play in modern society. It is to it, the proletariat, the revolutionary class in the full sense of the word, that the Marxists appeal. The proletariat uses Marx's philosophical theory as a reliable guide in its struggle for emancipation. This theory infuses into the proletariat an energy hitherto unequaled. The whole practical philosophy of Marxism amounts to action. Plekanov called dialectical materialism the philosophy of action. But in attributing decisive significance in historical development to the action of the masses, Marxism is nevertheless far from denying the role of the individual in history, from reducing it to nil. An outstanding individual, in indissoluble contact with the masses and expressing their interests and aspirations, may in definite historical circumstances play a great role in society by arousing heroic self-consciousness in the masses. By his progressive activity he accelerates the advance of society. Hence the development of knowledge, the development of human consciousness, is the greatest and most noble task of the thinking personality. Licht, mehr Licht. That is what is most of all needed. One should not leave the torch in the narrow study of the intellectual. Develop human consciousness. Develop the self-consciousness of the producers. The significance of an outstanding individual's social activity, Plekanov stressed, depends on how correctly that individual understands the conditions of development of society, and is determined by his nearness to the people, to the progressive class. But no great man can impose on society relations which no longer conform to the condition of the productive forces. Thus Plekanov brilliantly criticized the idealist cult of the individual in the middle of the 90s and explained the Marxist teaching on the role of the people and of the individual in history. Plekhanov's Marxist works still help in the fight to eliminate the remaining survivals of the cult of the individual. Substantiating the paramount role of the people in history, Plekhanov sought to prove that only the revolutionary movement of the people, of the working class, could overthrow a political monster such as Russian autocracy and lead to the dictatorship of the proletariat, to the triumph of socialism. This was of great importance to the Russian emancipation movement, in which Blanquist and anarchist ideas were being spread in the 80s. Plekhanov defended the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat in Socialism and the Political Struggle, R. Differenz and other works. He pointed out that the dictatorship of the proletariat is the first act, the sign of the social revolution. The task of the dictatorship of the proletariat is not only to destroy the political domination of the bourgeoisie, it is also to organize social and political life. Always and everywhere, he noted, political power has been the lever by which a class, having achieved domination, has carried out the social upheaval necessary for its welfare. Asterisk. When he later adopted Menshevik views, Plekhanov, while not openly renouncing the Marxist principle of the dictatorship of the proletariat, let himself be influenced by reformist constitutional illusions and evaded the answer to concrete practical questions in the struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Among the highly important questions of historical materialism which Plekhanov worked out, a prominent place is given to the question of the rise and development of ideology, the origin of forms of social consciousness and their interaction, the question of the relation between the political and ideological superstructures and the economic basis, and so on. Just as there is nothing rigid, eternal, and invariable in nature, so, in the history of social life, changes in the mode of production are accompanied by changes in ideas, theories, political institutions and the like, i.e., in the entire superstructure. All this is the historical product of the practical activity of people. In his works, Plekanov devoted his main attention to defining how the development of the forms of social consciousness depends on material production. He criticized in great detail the idealist theory of self-development of ideologies, and the notion that the general condition of intellects and morals creates not only the various forms of art, literature, and philosophy but also the industry of a given period, the social environment. Plekanov convincingly explains that only the materialist conception of history can find the real cause of a given condition of both intellects and morals in the production of material values. In the interaction of society and nature, people produce material values and create the economic basis on which arise the political system, psychology, and ideology. The very direction of intellectual work in society is determined in the final analysis by people's relations in production. This materialist thesis does not reject cases of other countries' ideological and political influence on the policy and ideology of the country in question. Plekanov supplements the study of the interrelations between economy and ideology within a country, the elucidation of the dependence of political and ideological development on the economic structure of society, with the study of foreign influences on the cultural development of one people or another. The French philosophers were filled with admiration for the philosophy of Locke, but they went much further than their teacher. This was because the class which they represented had gone in France, fighting against the old regime, much further than the class of English society whose aspirations were expressed in the philosophical works of Locke. This means that foreign influences cannot do away with the main thing, the fact that the features and peculiarities of the social ideas in a given country are explained in the final analysis by the fundamental inner cause of its development, the degree of development of its own economic relations. No less convincing is Plekhanov's argument in favor of the Marxist proposition on the reverse influence of the forms of superstructure on the economy. The dependence of politics on economics does not preclude their interaction, the influence of political institutions on economic life. The political system either promotes the development of the productive forces or hinders it. The reason why a given political system is created is to promote the further development of the productive forces. If the political system becomes an obstacle to their development, it must be abolished. In societies based on exploitation, the ruling and the subject classes are opposed to one another in the production process. The relations between classes, Plekanov explains, are first and foremost relations into which people enter in the social process of production. The relations between the classes are reflected in the political organization of society and the political struggle. This struggle is the source from which the various political theories and the ideological superstructure arise and develop. Only by taking into account and studying the struggle between the classes can one come to understand the spiritual history of society, and draw a correct conclusion that in societies divided into classes there is always a dominant ideology, which is the ideology of the dominant class. Plekhanov's indisputable services include his brilliant refutation of the untenable idea, nevertheless obstinately ascribed to Marxism, that economic conditions determine spiritual life wholly and entirely, and not merely in the final resort, and that any theory can be deduced directly from a given economic condition. This vulgar fiction, which describes Marx's historical materialism as economic materialism, was spread at the end of the 19th century by Mikhailovsky and other subjective narodniks and bourgeois sociologists in the West. Mikhailovsky is wrong, Plekhanov wrote, to think that Marxism knows only what belongs to economics, that it breathes only with the string. Marx never considered the economic development of a given country separate from the social forces which, arising from it, themselves influence its further direction. As regards the development of ideologies, the best experts on economic development will at times find themselves helpless if they have not a certain artistic sense which enables them to understand, for example, the complicated process of the development of social psychology and its significance in the life of society, its adaptation to economics, its connections with ideology. The great writers Balzac and Ibsen, Plekhanov noted, did much to explain the psychology of the various classes in modern society. Let us hope that in time there will appear many such artists, who will understand on the one hand the iron laws of movement of the string, and on the other will be able to understand and to show how, on the string and precisely thanks to its movement, there grows up the garment of life of ideology. Asterisk. Marx, Plekanov argued, never denied the very great importance of politics and ideology, moral, philosophical, religious, and aesthetic concepts, in people's life. But he first of all determined their genesis, and found it in the economic relations of society. Then he investigated how the economic skeleton is covered with the living flesh of social and political forms, and finally, and this is the most interesting, the most fascinating aspect, how human ideas, feelings, aspirations, and ideals arise and develop. Plekanov showed the relative independence of ideological development, thus refuting the illusion of the absolute independence of ideology, an illusion so characteristic of bourgeois ideologists and revisionists. The process by which the ideological superstructure arises out of the economic basis goes on unnoticed by man. That is why the link between ideological and economic relations, the dependence of the former upon the latter, is not seldom lost sight of. The former are considered self-sufficient, and ideology is erroneously regarded as something which is independent by its very essence. The relative independence of ideological development is explained, Plekanov emphasizes, first of all by continuity in the development of each ideological form. This relative independence is shown by the fact that the ideologists of any class adopt an active attitude to the legacy of ideas from the preceding age and use the achievements of previous generations. The ideologies of every particular age are always most closely connected, whether positively or negatively, with the ideologies of the preceding age. Asterisk. The moment material and spiritual labor part, and opposition arises between them, special branches of the division of labor in spiritual production appear. The ideologies become, as it were, segregated in relatively independent fields with the inner tendencies peculiar to their own development. The existence of these phenomena proves that the relative independence of ideologies is a reality, a historical fact. It is an error, Plekanov writes, to attribute to Marxism the thought that the content of all of a given society's ideas can be explained directly by its economic condition. Ideas which arise in one and the same society often play completely different roles. Plekhanov's profound thoughts on the role and significance of ideas in the development of society are of enormous interest to this day. In the 80s and 90s of the last century, the Narodniks, whose utopian ideals were completely out of touch with real life, greatly harmed the revolutionary struggle of the masses by asserting that ideas and theories are independent of economic, social life. Exposing the subjectivism of Mikhailovsky and others, Plekhanov gave an independent and original development of the Marxist teaching on the role of ideas and theories. Ideals may be lofty or base, correct or erroneous. From Marx's point of view, Plekhanov noted, ideals are always the reflection of the material conditions of people's existence. The only correct ideal is that which corresponds to the aspect of economic reality which tends towards progress. The metaphysician thinks that if a public personality must base himself upon reality, it means that he should reconcile himself with it. But the materialist and dialectician points out that life in a class society is antagonistic. The reactionaries base themselves on a reality which is already obsolete, and yet in it is being born a new life, the future reality, to serve which means to contribute to the victory of the new. Marxists attribute great importance to ideals, although this is challenged by the Narodnik sociologists. Ideas become a great power, but on the indispensable condition that they are able to embrace and reflect reality, the course of history, the relations between the classes. Only in that case are they invincible and do they promote progress. In the opposite case they act as brakes to social development. A class and its political party may be called revolutionary only if they express the most progressive trends of society, are vehicles of the most advanced ideas of their time, if they determine the tasks of the social struggle. Plekhanov called revolutionary ideas dynamite which no other explosive in the world can replace. Asterisk. Plekanov, being a Marxist, never tired of calling for the fulfillment of the great ideals of scientific socialism. He stressed the exceptional role of revolutionary theory in the proletariat's class struggle. For without revolutionary theory, he wrote, there is no revolutionary movement in the true sense of the word. He called for the dissemination among the masses of the progressive ideas advanced by the most progressive social forces, and this he saw as a very great factor of progress. However, Plekanov did not apply these views consistently in practice. Later, when he became a Menshevik, he underestimated the subjective side of the revolutionary movement, minimized the role of the Revolutionary Party and belittled the reverse influence of social consciousness on economics, the role of ideas in the development of society. At the end of the 19th century and later, when the bourgeoisie were conducting a campaign against Marxism and its philosophy, the materialist Plekanov's resolute defense of the philosophical principles of Marxism, Marxist materialism and dialectics was of immense importance. He showed that the ideological bourgeois reaction was fighting under the flag of philosophical idealism and eclecticism. In the final analysis, he saw the social basis of that campaign against materialism in the bourgeoisie's fear of the revolutionary proletariat entering the historical arena. In defending the just cause in philosophy, Plekanov exposed idealism in its various forms: Berkeleyanism, Humism, Fichteism, Kantianism, Schellingism, Hegelianism, and the subjective sociology of the Narodniks, and proved that idealism is akin to religion. His resolute attacks on the landlord bourgeois reaction, which slandered dialectical materialism and strove to exclude it from the general course of philosophy's progressive development, were particularly valuable. Plekhanov showed the conditions in which dialectical materialism arose and disclosed the continuity in the development of materialist philosophy. The main thing in Plekhanov's historical and philosophical conception was to fight idealism and to bring out the materialist tradition in philosophy. However, his works contain no clear formulation of dialectical materialism's conception of the object of philosophy. Plekhanov defends dialectics, traces its development in the history of philosophy, and studies and investigates the numerous systems and schools of the various philosophical trends. At the same time, he shows how the bourgeois historians of philosophy give an idealist twist to the views of the materialists, falsify the history of materialism and try to pass over materialism in silence. He draws attention to the unscientific way in which bourgeois scholars expound the history of philosophy in the spirit of vulgar filiation of ideas, that is, simple consecutiveness of philosophical systems, ignoring the connection between the history of ideas and the history of society. At the same time, he demands that continuity in the development of ideas be taken into account, that the connection between the different philosophical systems and schools and the philosophical theories of the past be borne in mind. From the standpoint of dialectical materialism, Plekhanov endeavored to trace the continuity of the materialist ideas and also what distinguishes dialectical materialism from pre-Marxian materialism and from Hegel's philosophy. This was of great value, for in the 80s and 90s socialist literature often failed to give a clear idea of the difference between dialectical materialism and the preceding materialist systems. More than that, Marx's views were often confused with those of Holbach and of Helvetius. The weak sides of metaphysical materialism were attributed to dialectical materialism. On the other hand, dialectical materialism was professed to be a fragment of left Hegelianism. V. Plekhanov saw the continuity and the connection between the dialectical and the pre-Marxian materialists mainly in the defense of materialism. He traces the genesis of materialism from Heraclitus, Democritus, Spinoza, French materialists, and Feuerbach. However, he committed an inaccuracy in calling Marx's materialism a kind of Spinozism. But it would be incorrect to think that Plekhanov was thus identifying dialectical materialism with Spinoza's philosophy. He was merely underlining the materialist basis of the link between the philosophical teachings of Democritus, Spinoza, Feuerbach, and Marx. This link, he thought, was expressed in the fact that these thinkers resolved the basic question of philosophy materialistically and proved the primacy of the material over the ideal. The point of departure of Plekhanov's development of the monist view of history is the clearly expressed view that the way the basic question in philosophy is resolved serves as the dividing line between materialism and idealism. Plekhanov spread the basic proposition of materialism that being determines consciousness. He tirelessly opposed every sort of synthesis of materialism and idealism, i.e., dualism. Being, nature, such is the primary basis, the original element which determines all aspects of life. All most important trends of philosophic thought, Plekhanov says, can be classified under materialism and idealism. Although besides them there were nearly always some dualist systems, which considered spirit and matter as separate independent substances, dualism was never able to give a satisfactory answer to the inevitable question of how these two separate substances having nothing in common can influence each other. Any kind of synthesis of the materialist and idealist points of view, Plekanov shows, leads to eclecticism. It is impossible to understand the nature of historical phenomena from the standpoint of dualism, for dualism is always eclectic. To explain this thought, Plekanov says, of course, the eclectic can unite everything in his mind. With the help of eclectic thinking one can unite Marx not only with Kant, but even with the realists of the Middle Ages. But for people who think consistently, the illegal cohabitation of Marx with the philosophy of Kant must appear as something monstrous in the fullest sense of the word. Plekhanov attributes a particularly great role in the history of materialism to the 18th century French materialists. To idealism he opposes the French materialists' conception of consciousness as a natural phenomenon, a quality of matter, and shows their resolute fight against the idealists, who explained consciousness by supernatural forces, etc. Plekhanov analyzes the ethics of the French materialists, shows how progressive it was for its time, and defends these materialists against accusations of immorality by the vulgar bourgeois historians of philosophy. Highly assessing the French materialists' fight against the church and religion, he shows at the same time how limited, bourgeois, their views were. However, it is mainly the historical views of the pre-Marxian materialists that capture Plekhanov's attention. He dwells in great detail on the French materialists' attempts to explain by the conditions of social life why definite ideas and morals prevailed in society. At the same time he emphasizes that, being entangled in unsolvable contradictions, the French materialists did not overcome the idealist view of history. In a polemic with bourgeois historians of philosophy, Plekhanov defended Feuerbach's consistent materialism in his conception of nature and disclosed the resemblance between Feuerbach's philosophical views and those of the French materialists, saw the limitations of Feuerbach's philosophy resulting from his underestimation of dialectics and also from his lack of a materialist view of history. However, in appraising the philosophy of Feuerbach, Spinoza, and the 18th century French materialists, he did not sufficiently underline their typical limitations, their mechanistic, contemplative outlook, and so forth. Plekhanov wrote that the Marxist philosophy, dialectical materialism, the most outstanding philosophical system, is monistic. Materialism alone correctly explains the phenomena of nature and of human society. Even in the field of psychology, the science which studies mainly mental phenomena, we work with greater success when we accept nature as the primary element and consider mental phenomena as necessary consequences of the motion of matter. Marxist materialist philosophy is consistent in the way it deals with the basic question of philosophy. While holding that the outside world is primary, it at the same time considers it as developing and changing. In his notes to Engels, Ludwig Feuerbach and the end of classical German philosophy, Plekhanov explains highly important propositions of dialectical materialism: the eternity of matter, the basic forms of existence, motion, space, and time. He refutes the Kantian subjective idealist conception of space, time, and causality. Motion is an inalienable quality of matter. Matter needs no supernatural prime mover to set it in motion, to produce what we call sensation, thought. Modern materialism, i.e., dialectical materialism, is the only consistent and the most progressive system of philosophy. it agrees with the data of natural science and is alien to mysticism. Plekanov gave a Marxist explanation of questions of knowledge. The point of departure of knowledge is the outside world. Our notions and conceptions of objects and phenomena of the outside world have an objective content. The material is the basis of the psychic, the ideal. Thought does not exist outside man, it is a function of the brain, the result of nervous and psychic processes. In his notes to Engels' Ludwig Feuerbach and in his own The Development of the Monist View of History, Plekanov criticizes the agnostics Hume, Kant, and others who denied or doubted the knowability of the outside world. The existence of the outside world, Plekanov wrote, is beyond doubt. My impressions are the result of the action of outside objects on me and, therefore, they correspond and cannot but correspond to the mutual relations of the things outside us. Hence the knowledge of an object is always knowledge through the intermediary of the impressions which the object makes on us. Sensation, perception of objects outside us, is the basis of knowledge. Plekanov said, in complete agreement with Engels, that the Kantian and Humist teachings of the unknowability of the outside world are best refuted by experience and industry. Every experiment and every productive activity of man represents an active relation on his part to the external world. Science proves that a large number of phenomena can be foreseen and brought about. This means that it is also possible to foresee the effects that will be produced on us by things in themselves. But if we can foresee some of the effects that can be produced on us by things in themselves, Plekanov convincingly wrote, that means that at least some of their properties are known to us. And if some properties of things are known to us, we are not entitled to call those things unknowable. In a number of works, mainly in the development of the monist view of history, Plekanov gave a brilliant exposition of the Marxist teaching of objective truth. He clearly linked the acknowledgement that the outside world is knowable with the acknowledgement that man's knowledge can provide objective truth. Answering Mikhailovsky, Karayev, and other subjectivists who categorically denied the existence of objective truth and asserted that all that satisfies our demand for knowledge is true, i.e., that truth is subjective, Plekanov said, truth is found, not in the sphere of subjectivity, but as a result of all-round consideration of the objective relations of reality. Objective truth, he says, summing up his argument, is the correct reflection of reality. Outside us there exist objects and phenomena, their properties and relations. The only true views are those which correctly reflect the aspects of reality and these relations, views which distort them are erroneous. The denial of the objectivity of truth by the subjectivists on the grounds that life develops through contradictions is untenable, Plekanov wrote. The presence of contradictions in life does not disprove objective truth but only leads to it. However, the road to knowledge is not a straight one. The contradictions of life force us to consider reality in a more profound and all-round manner, as a result of which our knowledge of the world becomes more correct. They provide objective, absolute truth which no further development of knowledge, no further contradictions can do away with. This emphasis on the possibility of knowing absolute truth expressed confidence in the unlimitedness of human knowledge, the assurance that human thought would not stop halfway in its striving to know the world, that new discoveries would supplement and confirm Marx's brilliant theory as new discoveries in astronomy supplemented and confirmed Copernicus' discovery. At the same time one must draw attention to a certain confusion of which Plekanov is sometimes guilty in questions concerning the theory of knowledge. An example is his agreement with Hume's words that man must have belief in the existence of the outer world. Lenin called this remark absurd and said the word belief, taken from Hume, although put in quotation marks, discloses a confusion of terms on Plekhanov's part. Asterisk. Asterisk V. I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume P. Star. A more serious error in the field of the theory of knowledge was the proposition that our sensations are hieroglyphs, which Plekanov formulated in his notes to the first edition of the translation of Engels' Ludwig Feuerbach. This meant that the sensations produced in us by the action of various forms of matter in motion do not give an exact reflection of the objective processes which give rise to them, are not images of the outside world. Only conventionally do they pass on to us the links between phenomena of the objective world. Our sensations are in their way hieroglyphs which inform us of what is taking place in reality. The hieroglyphs do not resemble the events conveyed by them. This error on Plekanov's part showed to a certain extent the influence of Helmholtz. v. Later, Plekanov represented things as though he had made only a mistake in terminology, in words, and understood all the awkwardness of that inexactness. However, Lenin considered it necessary to point out that mistake as a departure from Engels' materialistic formulation, a concession to agnosticism. Notwithstanding individual serious errors made by Plekanov in the field of philosophy, the history of Marxist philosophy is greatly indebted to him. He unmasked unscientific and reactionary idealist outlooks, disclosed the untenability of the views of the vulgarisers who distorted Marxist philosophy, criticized the confusion of the eclectics and positivists and defended the correctness of dialectical materialism. Plekhanov was an ardent defender of materialist dialectics, which he skillfully applied to social life, correctly considering it as an achievement of Marxist philosophic thought. He saw in it the great and the new which, combined with the masterly discovery of the materialist conception of history, distinguishes Marx's materialism from the teachings of materialists before him. Plekhanov brings out the various aspects of materialist dialectics and brilliantly expounds the theory of development, the correlation between evolution and revolution, leaps, etc. In this connection he shows the opposition between Marx's dialectical method and Hegel's, and considers the role of Hegel's idealist philosophy as one of the theoretical sources of Marxism. Plekhanov elucidated questions of materialist dialectics in the 80s and 90s of the last century in a number of works, A New Champion of Autocracy, or Mr. L. Tikhomirov's Grief, his first detailed defense of materialist dialectics, for the 60th anniversary of Hegel's death, The Development of the Monist View of History, Essays on the History of Materialism, works on Belinsky and Chernyshevsky, articles against Bernstein, Struve and other revisionists. Plekhanov called Hegel a titan of idealist philosophical thought. He considered the restoration of the dialectical method a great service on his part. Hegel's speculative philosophy, for which reality is the product of the development of the absolute idea or the world spirit, was superior to metaphysical materialism by the fact that it worked out the dialectical method. Hegelian philosophy, Plekhanov noted, exalted the dialectical method. Hegel explained phenomena of reality from the point of view of their coming into being, development and destruction. All that is finite, Plekhanov said, quoting Hegel, is doomed to self-destruction. Many of Hegel's opponents did not notice the progressive innovatory kernel of his dialectical method, his teaching on development, because of the reactionary shell of his philosophic system. Hegel had a fruitful influence on scientific thought of his time. Plekhanov explained this very well. He showed that Hegel's dialectics was a progressive step compared with metaphysics, in spite of the appeal to the absolute idea, and that Hegel rendered great services to human thought. At the same time, Plekhanov gave a popular exposition of Marx and Engels' proposition on the contradiction between method and system in Hegel, and disclosed the idealism and mysticism with which Hegel's philosophy was permeated. He wrote about the conservatism of Hegel's system, which contradicts the idea of development, the dialectical method. While Hegel's dialectical method demanded development, his reactionary system, Plekhanov wrote, aimed at justifying the German reactionary state at that time. It tried to prove the perfection and eternity of the social system then existing in Germany. Plekhanov saw as one of the limitations of Hegel's dialectics the fact that it was turned towards the past only. Philosophy always comes too late, Hegel writes, and only takes cognizance of what has already been accomplished. Of course, Plekhanov notes ironically, philosophy cannot vivify a decrepit, obsolete social system. But must this process of the rise of the new really remain forever hidden to philosophy? Only dialectical materialism, Plekhanov emphasizes, overcomes this extreme. Hegel's idealistic dialectics is incompatible with and alien to materialism. In Marx's philosophy it has been changed into its direct and complete opposite. Karl Marx said quite rightly of himself, Plekanov wrote in his For the 60th Anniversary of Hegel's Death, that his method is the complete opposite of Hegel's method, inasmuch as Marx, being a materialist, did not understand dialectics in the same way as Hegel, who was an idealist. Unlike Hegel's idealist dialectics, which maintained the spontaneous motion of pure thought and denied in substance the development of nature, the development of matter, Marxism turns dialectics right side up, basically transforms it and frees it from the idealistic hazy cover in which it was enveloped in Hegel. We sometimes meet in Plekanov expressions which indicate that he was not critical enough towards Hegel's philosophy, but this must not be exaggerated. His merit lies in his brilliant and convincing opposition of the Marxist dialectical method to Hegel's idealistic method. Plekanov emphasized that the dialectical method and materialism are indissolubly united in Marx and Engels' philosophy. That v. is why the most distinctive feature of modern materialism is its dialectical method. Therein lies its substantial distinction from the old, metaphysical materialism of the 18th century. In materialism, the modern doctrine of development finds its firm basis. Plekanov called Marx's method the most revolutionary of all methods ever applied. Marxist dialectics is an indispensable instrument of knowledge by means of which the contradictory tendencies in the development of nature and society are disclosed. In this connection, a large place in Plekanov's works is devoted to bringing out the radical difference between dialectics and metaphysics, two different methods of studying and approaching reality. Marx's dialectics, unlike metaphysics, studies phenomena in their contradictory development, in their immediate connection and interdependence, in continual and eternal motion. In accordance with the dialectical method, the only scientific one, Plekanov considered metaphysics historically, in connection with the development of knowledge. He brought out the scientific untenability and reactionary nature of the metaphysical standpoint, which denies contradictions, leaps and upheavals, and recognizes only quantitative changes. Metaphysicians are exponents of the vulgar theory of evolution and introduce into their teaching a considerable admixture of conservatism, distorting the very theory of development. The point about the metaphysical view of the world, Plekanov says, is that it recognizes only quantitative changes in things and phenomena. For the metaphysician, development assumes the form of a gradual decrease in the dimensions of the object studied. Similarly, by destruction he understands only the gradual decrease of a phenomenon until it becomes quite imperceptible. But gradual increase and change cannot account for the appearance or disappearance of objects. It was Marx who first explained and showed the substance of the dialectical method. Plekanov elucidates the dialectics of the transition of quantitative changes into qualitative ones by a break in the gradual process, by leaps and revolutionary upheavals, and concentrates the fire of his criticism on the limitations of the evolution conception. Answering the renegade L. Tikhomarov, a former Narodnik who denied dialectical development and forcible upheavals, leaps in nature and society, and maintained that in the scientific sense one may speak only of a slow change in the type of a given phenomenon, Plekanov proved that dialectics does not overlook the indisputable fact that one and the same uninterrupted process goes on at all moments of the change, but in that process there emerge a number of conditions under which the gradual change must necessarily lead to a leap. For socialists armed with the dialectical method, Plekanov wrote, revolutions are just as necessary elements in the process of historical development as evolutions. Thus, substantiating the dialectical doctrine of leaps, Plekanov shows that nature refutes the views of the metaphysicians at every step by displaying contradiction in phenomena and breaks in dual development, or leaps. All the more do transitions from quantity to quality, leaps, take place in society. Plekanov analyses with great skill the dialectical process of the transition of quantity into quality, the process of motion by leaps, making use of many facts of human history. Every leap is prepared by the preceding development. It cannot take place without a sufficient cause which lies in the previous course of social life. In his articles, particularly those against Tikhomarov, and in the first decade of this century those against Struve. Plekanov gives a correct general theoretical interpretation of the working of the law governing the transition of quantity into quality and inversely. Plekanov explains in a way accessible to all the law of the unity and struggle of opposites. Every development is caused by internal contradictions, is the result of the interaction of opposite sides. The contradictoriness of every phenomenon means that it develops of itself and out of itself the elements which sooner or later will put an end to its existence, will turn it into the opposite of itself, for everything develops through contradictions, through the struggle of opposite forces. That is the great eternal and universal law of the contradiction between the old and the new, the law of the overthrow of the form rising from a given content as a result of the further growth of that content itself. This law governs the development of nature and of society. The study of development as the dialectical contradiction in processes and phenomena of reality did not, however, lead Plekanov to understand the law of the unity and struggle of opposites as the basic law in dialectics. Although he recognized that law, Plekanov did not consider it as the essence of dialectics. He held that the distinctive feature and the axis of dialectics was development in the form of leaps. That was why Lenin, who highly assessed Plekhanov's defense of Marx's dialectical method, repeatedly noted that he did not pay enough attention to the law of the unity and struggle of opposites, the most important law of the objective world and of knowledge. Lenin also noted that in expounding the laws of dialectics, Plekhanov, in his wish to popularize them, reduced them to an aggregate of examples and did not devote due attention to dialectics as the theory of knowledge in Marxism. Plekhanov's work at the end of the 80s for a correct understanding of the law of the negation is of considerable value. He attacked those who distorted that law because they saw in it only the manifestation of Hegel's notorious triad. He opposed Mikhailovsky, for instance, who, clinging to Marx's mode of expression, reduced Marxist dialectics to Hegel's triad. It was in the universal law of the negation that Plekhanov saw the principle, the specific feature of dialectics which shows the interdependence between what is coming into existence and what is disappearing. He resolutely defended Marx against accusations of formalism, of following Hegel's triad and so forth. He showed how unfounded were assertions that Marx's brilliant foresight of the outcome of capitalist development was based on the triad. The triad never played the role of proof in Marxism. Marx's dialectics brings out the contradictory tendencies existing in development not a priori, but on the basis of the factual study of reality. The strength of historical materialism consists not in references to the triad, but in all-round scientific investigation of the historical process. Only thus can one obtain a living understanding of all the real qualities of an object, Plekhanov said, emphasizing the hostility of Marxist dialectics towards abstract schemes. Plekhanov's works in defense of dialectical and historical materialism are brilliant in style, full of polemic ardor and profound in their content. They are a treasure of Marxist literature. They expound in an original form many basic problems and propositions of Marxist materialism and dialectical method, of the materialist conception of history and of Marxist philosophy as a whole. Plekhanov's Marxist works were directed against philosophical reaction and obscurantism and aimed at the political and social reorganization of Russia and the emancipation of the people of Russia and other countries from social slavery and oppression. They served the dissemination of proletarian internationalism and the establishment of close ties between the revolutionary movement in Russia and in Western Europe. That is why they still maintain their significance in modern times. That is why Lenin pointed to the necessity of studying Plekhanov's philosophical works and insisted on their being republished and included in the series of compulsory manuals of communism. Selected Philosophical Works. Volume I. Socialism and the Political Struggle. Preface. The present pamphlet may be an occasion for much misunderstanding and even dissatisfaction. People who sympathize with the trend of Zemlya I Volya and Kerny Paredal, publications in the editing of which I used to take part, may reproach me with having diverged from the theory of what is called narodism. The supporters of other factions of our revolutionary party may be displeased with my criticism of outlooks which are dear to them. That is why I consider a short preliminary explanation necessary. The desire to work among the people and for the people, the certitude that the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves, this practical tendency of our narodism is just as dear to me as it used to be. But its theoretical propositions seem to me, indeed, erroneous in many respects. Years of life abroad and attentive study of the social question have convinced me that the triumph of a spontaneous popular movement similar to Stepan Razin's revolt or the peasant wars in Germany cannot satisfy the social and political needs of modern Russia, that the old forms of our national life carried within them many germs of their disintegration, and that they cannot develop into a higher communist form except under the immediate influence of a strong and well-organized workers' socialist party. For that reason I think that besides fighting absolutism, the Russian revolutionaries must strive at least to work out the elements for the establishment of such a party in the future. In this creative work they will necessarily have to pass on to the basis of modern socialism, for the ideals of Zemlya I Volya do not correspond to the condition of the industrial workers. And that will be very opportune now that the theory of Russian exceptionalism is becoming synonymous with stagnation and reaction, and that the progressive elements of Russian society are grouping under the banner of judicious Occidentalism. I go on to another point of my explanation. Here I will first of all say in my defense that I have been concerned not with persons but with opinions, and that my personal differences with this or that socialist group do not in the least diminish my respect for all who sincerely fight for the emancipation of the people. Moreover, the so-called terrorist movement has opened a new epoch in the development of our revolutionary party, the epoch of conscious political struggle against the government. This change in the direction of our revolutionaries' work makes it necessary for them to reconsider all views that they inherited from the preceding period. Life demands that we attentively reconsider all our intellectual stock in trade when we step onto new ground, and I consider my pamphlet as a contribution which I can make to this matter of criticism which started long ago in our revolutionary literature. The reader has probably not yet forgotten the biography of Andrei Ivanovich Chlyabov, which contained a severe and frequently very correct critical appraisal of the program and activity of the Zemlya I Volya group. It is quite possible that my attempts at criticism will be less successful, but it would hardly be fair to consider them less timely. G.P. Geneva. October. Every class struggle is a political struggle. Karl Marx. Since the Russian revolutionary movement finally took the path of open struggle against absolutism, the question of the socialists' political tasks has become the most vital and most burning question for our party. Because of it people have drifted apart who had been attached to each other by many years of joint practical work, because of it whole groups and organizations have fallen to pieces. It can even be said that all Russian socialists have temporarily been split into two camps supporting diametrically opposite views on politics. Extremes were unavoidable in this matter, as always in such cases. Some considered the political struggle as almost tantamount to betrayal of the people's cause, as a manifestation of bourgeois instincts among our revolutionary intelligentsia and a defilement of socialist program purity. Others not only recognized that struggle as necessary, they were even ready, for the sake of its imaginary interests, to compromise with the liberally minded oppositional elements of our society. Some even went to the extent of considering any manifestation of class antagonism in Russia as harmful for the present. Such views were held, for instance, by Chlyabov, who, as his biographer says, imagined the Russian Revolution not exclusively as the emancipation of the peasant or even the workers' estate, but as the political regeneration of the whole Russian people generally. In other words, the revolutionary movement against the absolute monarchy merged in his imagination with the working class's social revolutionary movement for its economic emancipation. The particular, specially Russian task of the present hid from view the general task of the working class in all civilized countries. The difference could not go any farther, a break became inevitable. See the pamphlet Andrei Ivanovich Chlyabov, p. Time, however, smoothed out extremes and resolved a considerable number of the disputed questions to the satisfaction of both sides. Little by little all or nearly all recognized that the political struggle which had been taken up must be pursued until a broad emancipation movement in the people and society destroyed the edifice of absolutism as an earthquake destroys a poultry house, if Marx's forceful expression can be used here. But to very many of our socialists the struggle still appears as some kind of forced compromise, some temporary triumph of practice over theory, a mockery by life of the impotence of thought. Even the politicians, justifying themselves against the reproaches showered on them, avoided all appeal to the basic propositions of socialism, and referred only to the incontestable demands of reality. At the bottom of their hearts they themselves apparently also believed that political tendencies were by no means suited to them, but they consoled themselves with the consideration that only in a free state could they let the dead bury the dead and, renouncing all political considerations, devote themselves wholly to the cause of socialism. This vague conviction sometimes led to misunderstandings that were not without their curious side. Analyzing the speech of the Russian guest at the Czech Congress and attempting to justify itself against the allegation that it dabbled in politics, Narodnaya Volya noted, among other things, that its supporters were neither socialists nor political radicals, but simply narodovoltsi. The terrorist organ presumed that in the West the attention of the radicals was absorbed exclusively by political questions while the socialists would not have anything to do with politics. Anybody who knows the programmers of the West European socialists understands, of course, how erroneous such an idea is as far as the enormous majority of them are concerned. It is well known that social democracy in Europe and America never maintained the principle of political abstention. Its supporters do not ignore politics. Only they do not consider the task of the socialist revolution to be the regeneration of the whole people generally. They try to organize the workers into a separate party in order thus to segregate the exploited from the exploiters and give political expression to the economic antagonism. Where in our country did they get the certitude that socialism calls for political indifference, a certitude which is in glaring contradiction with reality? Schiller's Wallenstein tells Max Piccolomini that human reason is broad, whereas the Wohlert is narrow, so that thoughts can live at ease together in the former while there are harsh clashes between things in the latter. Must we say that in our brain, on the contrary, concepts of things which in practice not only get on very well together, but are utterly unthinkable without their mutual connection, cannot live side by side? To answer that question we must first of all make clear the conceptions of socialism which our revolutionaries had during the epoch when political tendencies arose among them. Once convinced that these conceptions were erroneous or backward, we shall consider what place is given to the political struggle by the doctrine which even its bourgeois opponents do not refuse to call scientific socialism. All that we shall have to do then will be to make in our general conclusions the corrections which are inevitable when we consider the various p.e. the first page of a draft of the manuscript of Socialism and the Political Struggle. Peculiarities of the contemporary state of affairs in Russia and our subject will be exhausted. The political struggle of the working class against its enemies belonging to one historical formation or another will finally reveal to us its connection with the general tasks of socialism. Socialist propaganda has enormously influenced the whole course of intellectual development in the civilized countries. There is hardly a single branch of sociology that has not felt its impact in one sense or another. It has in part destroyed old scientific prejudices and in part transformed them from a naive delusion into a sophism. It is understandable that the influence of socialist propaganda must have affected the supporters of the new teaching still more powerfully. All the traditions of previous political revolutionaries have been ruthlessly criticized, all methods of social activity have been analyzed from the standpoint of the new gospel. But as the scientific substantiation of socialism was complete only with the appearance of capital, it is easy to understand that the results of this criticism have by no means always been satisfactory. And as, on the other hand, there were several schools in utopian socialism which had almost equal influence, little by little a kind of medium socialism, as it were, has been worked out, and this has been adhered to by people who did not claim to found a new school and were not among the particularly zealous supporters of previously existing schools. This eclectic socialism, as Frederick Engels says, is a mishmash of such critical statements, economic theories, pictures of future society by the founders of different sects, as excite a minimum of opposition, a mishmash which is the more easily brewed the more the definite sharp edges of the individual constituents are rubbed down in the stream of debate, like rounded pebbles in a brook. This medium socialism, the same author notes, still reigns in the heads of most of the worker socialists in England and in France. We Russians could add that exactly the same mishmash reigned in the first half of the 70s in the minds of our socialists and represented the general background against which two extreme trends stood out, the so-called V-period group and the Bakuninists. The former showed a tendency towards German social democracy, the latter were a Russian version of the anarchist faction of the International, differing very greatly from each other in almost all respects. The two trends were at once strange as that is in their negative attitude to politics. And it must be confessed that the anarchists were more consistent in this respect than the Russian social democrats of the time. From the anarchist point of view, the political question is the touchstone of any working class program. The anarchists not only deny any deal with the modern state, they go so far as to exclude from their notions of future society anything that recalls the idea of state in one way or another. Autonomy of the individual in an autonomous community, such has been the motto of all consistent supporters of this trend. We know that its founder Proudhon in his publication La Voix du Peuple set himself the not quite modest task to do as regards the government, which he confused with the state, what Kant did as regards religion *, and carried his anti-state zeal so far as to declare that Aristotle himself was a sceptic in matters of state. The accomplishment of the task he had set himself was very simple and followed, if you like, quite logically from the economic doctrines of the French Kant. Proudhon was never able to imagine the economic system of the future otherwise than in the form of commodity production, corrected and supplemented by a new, just form of exchange on the basis of constituted value. For all its justice, this new form of exchange does not, of course, preclude the purchase, sale, or promissory notes which go with commodity production and circulation. All these transactions naturally presuppose various contracts, and it is these that determine the mutual relations between the transacting sides. But in modern society, contracts are based on common legal standards compulsory for all citizens and safeguarded by the state. In the future society, everything would supposedly proceed somewhat differently. Revolution, according to Proudhon, was to abolish laws, leaving only contracts. There is no need for laws voted by a majority or unanimously, he says in his Idée générale de la Révolution au XIXe siècle. Every citizen, every commune and corporation will establish their own particular laws, p. With such a see Confessions d'un Révolutionnaire. Preface, p. To what extent Aristotle was a sceptic in matters of state is obvious from the first chapter of the first volume of his Politics, in which he says that the state is the most accomplished form of community, that its purpose is the supreme good, and that it is therefore a phenomenon natural in the highest sense of the word, and man is an animal predestined by his very nature to the state form of community. Book I, Chap. I-11 of the German Sus Emil edition of. The author of Politics is just as much a sceptic in questions of state as Proudhon in questions of commodity production. The former could not imagine any other, higher form of community, the latter did not suspect that products could be distributed among the members of society without taking the form of commodities. View of the matter, the political program of the proletariat was simplified to the extreme. The state, which recognizes only general laws compulsory for all citizens, could not even be a means for attaining socialist ideals. Making use of it for their aims, the socialists only consolidate the evil by the rooting out of which social liquidation should begin. The state must decline, thus affording every citizen, every commune and corporation full freedom to decree their own particular laws and to conclude the contracts which they require. And if the anarchists do not waste time during the period preceding the liquidation, These contracts will be concluded in the spirit of the system of economic contradictions, and the triumph of the revolution will be assured. The task of the Russian anarchists was simplified still more. The destruction of the state, which little by little replaced in the anarchist program its decline recommended by Proudhon, was to clear the way for the development of the ideals of the Russian people. And as communal land tenure and organization of crafts into artels occupy a very prominent place in these ideals, it was presumed that the autonomous Russians of democratic origin would conclude their contracts not in the spirit of Proudhon's reciprocity but rather of agrarian communism. As a born socialist, the Russian people would not be long in understanding that mere communal land tenure and communal ownership of the instruments of production do not guarantee the desired equality, and would be forced to set about organizing autonomous communes on completely communist foundations. The Russian anarchists, however, at least those of the so-called rebel shade, bothered little about the economic consequences of the popular revolution they preached. They considered it their duty to remove those social conditions which, in their opinion, hindered the normal development of national life, but they did not ask themselves which road that development would take once it was freed from external hindrances. That this peculiar refashioning of the famous motto of the Manchester School, laissez-faire, laissez-passer, to make it look revolutionary, precluded all possibility of seriously appraising the contemporary condition of our social and economic life, and did away with every criterion for determining even the concept of the normal course of its development. This did not occur either to rebels or to the Narodniks who appeared later. At the same time, it would be utterly hopeless to attempt such an appraisal as long as Proudhon's teachings remain the point of departure of our revolutionaries' considerations. The weakest point of those teachings, the point in which they offend logic, is the concept of commodity and of exchange value, i.e., those very premises on which alone the correct conclusions about the mutual relations of the producers in the future economic organization can be based. From the standpoint of Proudhon's theories, no special importance attaches to the circumstance that contemporary Russian communal land tenure by no means precludes commodity production. The Proudhonist has no inkling of the inner, inevitable dialectics, which transforms commodity production at a definite stage of its development into capitalist production. And that is why it did not occur to his Russian cousin to ask himself whether the divided efforts of autonomous persons, communes, and corporations would suffice for the struggle against this tendency of commodity production which threatens one fine day to supply a certain proportion of the born communists with honorably acquired capitals and to turn them into exploiters of the remaining masses of the population. The anarchist denies the creative role of the state in the socialist revolution for the very reason that he does not understand the tasks and the conditions of that revolution. We cannot enter here into a detailed analysis of anarchism in general or of Bakuninism in particular. We wish merely to point out to readers that both Proudhon and the Russian anarchists were completely right from their point of view when they raised political non-interference to the position of main dogma in their practical program. The social and political composition of Russian life in particular, it seemed, justified the negation of politics which is compulsory for all anarchists. Before entering the field of political agitation, the inhabitant of Russia has to become a citizen, i.e., to win for himself at least some political rights, and first of all, of course, the right to think as he pleases and to say what he thinks. Such a task amounts in practice to a political revolution, and the experience of Western Europe has clearly shown all anarchists that such revolutions have not brought, do not and cannot bring any benefit to the people. As for the consideration that the people must be educated politically by taking part in their country's public life, that could not be put into practice, if only for the reason that the anarchists consider, as we have already seen, that such participation is not education, but perversion of the popular masses. It develops in them belief in the state and therefore the tendency to statehood, or as the late M.A. Bakunin would have said, infects them with its official and social venom, and, in any case, distracts them at least for a short time from what is now the only useful and salutary matter, from revolt. And at the same time, according to the philosophy of history of our rebels, it appeared that the Russian people had shown its anti-state tendency by a whole series of large and small movements and could therefore be considered mature enough politically. So down with all dabbling in politics. Let us help the people in its anti-state struggle. Let us unite its dispersed efforts in one revolutionary stream, and then the awkward edifice of the state will crash, opening by its fall a new era of social freedom and economic equality. These few words express the whole program of our rebels. In this sketchy review of the programs of the different groups of Russian revolutionaries, we must not forget that the views according to which all constitutions were only more or less unprofitable contracts with the devil, as old F. H. Jacobi put it, such views, we say, were typical not only of the Narodniks and anarchists. If the reader knows about Frederick Engels' polemic with P. Tikashev, he will probably remember that the editor of Nobit, who disagreed with the Bakuninists on the question of practical struggle, was in perfect agreement with them on their ASIC views about the social and political condition of our country. He looked at it through the same prism of Russian exceptionalism and the inborn communist tendencies of the Russian PEOPLE. Like a genuine Blanquist, he did not deny politics, of course, but he understood it exclusively as a plot whose purpose is to seize state power. This purpose, it seems, occupied the whole field of vision of our Blanquists of that time and led them to manv contradictions. To remain consistent, they had to admit that TIR activity could be useful to the cause of progress only in the except JCNAL case that the blow they dealt would not deviate a hair's breadth from its target. If their planned seizure of power is a failure, if their plot is discovered or the revolutionary government is overthrown by the Liberal Party, the Russian people, far from winning anything, will risk losing much. The last of the supposed cases is particularly disastrous. The liberals will establish a strong government which will be far more difficult to fight than modern absolutely absurd and absurdly absolute monarchy, while the fire of economic progress will destroy the radical basis of the people's life. Under its influence, exchange will develop, capitalism will consolidate itself, the very principle of the village commune will be destroyed. In a word, the river of time will wash away the stone from which the communist heaven is within hand's reach. In cases of failure, the Russian Blanquists would be bound to do terrible damage to the cause of popular emancipation and thus fall into the tragic position of William Tell, who had to risk the life of his own son. And as they have hardly distinguished themselves by the skill of the mythic Swiss seditionary, the Russian people would not shout to them, "Shoot!" I fear not. If it adopted their view on the radical basis of its life and had been invited to give its opinion about their program. Such a narrow and hopeless philosophy of Russian history was bound to lead logically to the amazing conclusion that Russia's economic backwardness was a most reliable ally of the revolution, and that stagnation was to be blazoned as the first and only paragraph of our minimum program. Every day brings us new enemies, creates new social factors hostile to us, we read in the first, November, issue of Nobit 4. Fire is creeping up to our state forms, too. Now these are dead, lifeless. Economic progress will stir life in them, will breathe into them a new spirit, will give them the strength and the fortitude which they have so far lacked, and so forth. But if Joshua succeeded, as the Bible relates, in stopping the sun for 10 degrees, the time of miracles has passed, and there is not a single party which could shout, "Stop, productive forces! Do not move, capitalism!" History pays as little attention to the fears of revolutionaries as to the Jeremiads of reaction. Economic progress does its work without waiting for the anarchists or the Blanquists to put their intentions into practice. Every factory founded in Petersburg, every new wage worker employed by a Yaroslavl handicraftsman strengthens the flame of progress, which is supposed to be fatal to the revolution, and consequently decreases the probability of popular victory. Can such a view of the mutual relations of the various social forces in Russia be called revolutionary? We do not think so. In order to make themselves revolutionary in substance and not in name alone, the Russian anarchists, Narodniks, and Blanquists should first of all have revolutionized their own heads, and to do so they should have learned to understand the course of historical development. meant and been able to lead it instead of asking old mother history to mark time while they laid new, straighter, and better beaten roads for her. The V-period group understood the immaturity and erroneousness of the outlooks just expounded, and there was a time when it could have obtained dominating intellectual influence among our revolutionaries. That was the time when practical experience had shaken the foundations of the old anarchist Narodism, and all its supporters felt that their program needed to be seriously reconsidered. Then a consistent criticism of all its theoretical and practical principles could have made the impending turn in the movement still more decisive and irrevocable. The V-period group could most conveniently have undertaken that criticism, maintaining almost entirely the standpoint of the Social Democrats. They were completely free from all Narodnik traditions. But in order to be successful, their criticism should not have condemned, but elucidated and generalized the vital requirements of Russian life, which were more and more driving our revolutionaries onto the road of political struggle. And yet the V-period group rejected politics just as resolutely as the anarchists. I admit that they did not think socialism to be incompatible with interference in the political life of the bourgeois state, and they fully approved of the program of West European social democracy. But they presumed that in the modern state founded on law, the possibility of openly organizing the working class into a political party of its own is bought at too high a price by the final victory of the bourgeoisie and the deterioration of the workers' condition corresponding to the epoch of capitalism. They forgot that in appraising this situation one must take into account not only the distribution of the national income, but also the whole organization of production and exchange, not only the average quantity of products consumed by the workers, but also the form which those products take *, not only the degree of exploitation, but also, in particular, its form, not only the fact of the enslavement of the working masses, but also the ideas and concepts which emerge or may emerge in the head of the worker under the influence of this fact. They would hardly have agreed that the factory worker was bound to be more receptive to socialism than the temporarily bound peasant, still less would they have admitted that the transition, for instance, from natural economy to money economy increases the possibility of a conscious movement of the working masses for their own economic emancipation. The philosophical and historical parts of Marx's teaching remained for them an unread chapter in their favorite book. They believed too much in the omnipotent influence of their propaganda to seek support for it in the objective conditions of social life. And like the socialists of the utopian period, they held that the whole future of their country, including the social revolution, could be achieved by that propaganda. Posing the question in this way, they could have said with the anarchists, parodying Proudhon's well-known saying, "La révolution est audacieux de la politique." But that was just the reason why they could not get our movement out of the state of inertia it had got into at the end of the 70s, owing to the rejection of all political struggle, on the one hand, and the impossibility, on the other, of creating a working class party of any strength under contemporary political conditions. The honor of giving new scope to our movement belongs beyond dispute to Narodnaya Volya. Everybody still recalls the attacks that the Narodnaya Volya trend drew upon itself. The writer of these lines himself belonged to the resolute opponents of this trend, and although he perfectly admits now that the struggle for political freedom has become a burning issue for modern Russia, he is still far from sharing all the views expressed in Narodnaya Volya publications. That does not prevent him, however, from acknowledging that in the disputes which took place in the Zemlya Volya organization about the time of its split, the Narodnaya Volya members were perfectly right as long as they did not go beyond our practical experience. That experience was already then leading to amazing and completely unexpected conclusions, although we did not dare to draw them precisely because of their unexpectedness. Attempts at the practical struggle against the state should already then have led fundamentally to the thought that the Russian rebel was compelled by the insuperable force of circumstances to direct his agitation not against the state generally, but only against the absolute state, to fight not the idea of state, but the idea of bureaucracy, not for the full economic emancipation of the people, but for the removal of the burdens imposed on the people by the Tsarist autocracy. Of course, the agrarian question lay at the root of all or nearly all manifestations of popular dissatisfaction. It could not be otherwise among an agricultural population, where the power of the land is felt in absolutely the whole makeup and needs of private and social life. This agrarian question kept crying out for a solution, but it did not rouse political discontent. The peasants waited calm and confident for this question to be solved from above. They rebelled not for a redistribution of the land, but against oppression by the administration, against the excessive burdens of the taxation system, against the Asiatic way in which arrears were collected, and so on and so forth. The formula which applied to a large number of the cases of active protest was the legal state, not land and freedom, Zemlya I Volya, as it seemed to everybody at the time. But if that was so, and if revolutionaries considered themselves obliged to take part in the scattered and ill-considered struggle of isolated communes against the absolute monarchy, was it not time they understood the meaning of their own efforts and directed them with greater purposefulness? Was it not time for them to call all the progressive virile forces of Russia to the struggle and, having found a more general expression for it, to attack absolutism in the very center of its organization? In answering these questions in the affirmative, the members of Narodnaya Volya were only summing up the revolutionary experience of previous years. In raising the banner of political struggle, they only showed that they were not afraid of the conclusions and consciously continued to follow the road which we had taken, although we had an erroneous idea of where it led to. Terrorism grew quite logically out of our rebelliousness. But with the appearance of Narodnaya Volya, the logical development of our revolutionary movement was already entering a phase in which it could no longer be satisfied with the Narodnik theories of the good old time, i.e., a time innocent of political interests. Examples of theory being outgrown by practice are not rare in the history of human thought in general and of revolutionary thought in particular. When revolutionaries introduce some change or other into their tactics or recast their program one way or another, often they do not even suspect what a serious test they are giving the teachings generally acknowledged among them. Many of them indeed perish in prison or on the gallows, fully confident that they have worked in the spirit of those teachings, whereas in substance they represent new tendencies which took root in the old theories but have already outgrown them and are ready to find new theories to express them. So it has been with us since the Narodnaya Volya trend consolidated. From the standpoint of the old Narodnik theories, this trend could not stand criticism. Narodism had a sharply negative attitude to any idea of the state. Narodnaya Volya counted on putting its social reform plans into practice with the help of the state machine. Narodism refused to have anything to do with politics. Narodnaya Volya saw in democratic political revolution the most reliable means of social reform. Narodism based its program on the so-called ideals and demands of the peasant population. Narodnaya Volya had to address itself mainly to the urban and industrial population, and consequently to give an incomparably larger place in its program to the interests of that population. Briefly, in reality, the Narodnaya Volya trend was the complete and all-round denial of Narodism, and as long as the disputing parties appealed to the fundamental propositions of the latter, the innovators were completely in the wrong. Their practical work was in irreconcilable contradiction with their theoretical views. It was necessary completely to reconsider these views, so as to give Narodnaya Volya's program singleness of purpose and consistency. The practical revolutionary activity of its supporters had to be at least accompanied by a theoretical revolution in the minds of our socialists. In blowing up the Winter Palace we had at the same time to blow up our old anarchic and Narodnik traditions. But here, too, the course of ideas lagged behind the course of things, and it is still difficult to foresee when it will catch up at last. Unable to make up their minds to break with Narodism, the new group was obliged to have recourse to fictions which brought with them at least a semblance of a solution of the contradictions inherent in their program. The idea of Russian exceptionalism received a new elaboration, and whereas previously it had led to the complete rejection of politics, it now turned out that the exceptionalism of Russian social development consisted precisely in economic questions being and having to be solved in our country by means of state interference. The extremely widespread ignorance here in Russia of the economic history of the West provided the reason why nobody was amazed at theories of this kind. The period of capitalist accumulation in Russia was contrasted with the period of capitalist production in the West, and the inevitable dissimilarity between these two phases of economic development was cited as a most convincing proof of, first, our exceptionalism and, second, the appropriateness of the Narodnaya Volya program determined by that exceptionalism. Need it be added that our revolutionary writers, like the major ity of Russian writers generally, considered the West from the standpoint of the Jewish boy in Weinberg's well-known story. To this poor schoolboy the whole world seemed as though it were divided into two equal parts, Russia and abroad, notable points of distinction existing for him only between these two halves of the globe, but abroad seemed to him a completely homogeneous whole. Russian writers, propagandists of exceptionalism, introduced only one new thing into that clever geographical classification. They divided abroad into East and West, and, not stopping long to think, began to compare the latter with our glorious state, which was ascribed the role of a kind of middle empire. The historical development of Italy was thus identified with that of France, and no distinction was seen between England's economic policy and Prussia's. Colbert's activity was lumped together with Richard Cobden's, and the peculiarly patriotic physiognomy of Friedrich List was lost in the crowd of West European political economists who followed Turgot's advice and tried to forget that in the world there are states separated by frontiers and organized in different ways. Just as all cats appear gray and resemble one another perfectly in the dark, so the social relations of the various states in the West lost all distinction in the reflected light of our exceptionalism. One thing was evident: the Franks had already gone bourgeois long ago, whereas the brave Russians had preserved the primitive innocence and were advancing to their salvation as a chosen people along the road of exceptionalism. To reach the promised land they only had to keep unswervingly to that path of exceptionalism and not be surprised that the Russian socialists' programs contradicted the scientific principles of West European socialism and sometimes their own premises. A typical sample of the fictions quickly thought out to conform Narodnaya Volya's practical program with Narodnik theories was the famous prophecy that if only we managed to achieve universal suffrage, % of the deputies in the future Russian Constituent Assembly would be supporters of the social revolution. Here the theory of our exceptionalism reached the limit beyond which it was threatened with ruin by plain common sense. The Narodniks of the old faith firmly held to their dogma of exceptionalism, but all the same admitted that this exceptionalism still needed some finishing touches. Some found that the Russian people still had a too embryonic feeling of bravery and independence. Others strove to put the exceptionalist sentiment of the Russian people into practice in the form of a no less original revolutionary organization. But they all equally acknowledged the necessity for preliminary work among the people. Narodnaya Volya went further. In the leading articles of the very first issues of its journal it began to develop the thought that such work is, first, fruitless, wasting our energy beating about the people like a fish on the ice, and, secondly, superfluous, because % of the deputies sympathizing with the social revolution are more than enough to carry out the aspirations of the Russian Narodniks. Narodnaya Volya's program could not have given itself a Narodnik character otherwise than by carrying to absurd extremes all the typical features of the Narodnik world outlook. This is what constitutes the negative service of the fictions of Narodnaya Volya. They aroused the critical thought of the Russian revolutionaries by presenting to them in an exaggerated form the exceptional features of their Narodnik program. But one can hardly say anything about the positive service of these fictions. They temporarily strengthened the energy of the fighters, who needed a theoretical foundation for their practical work, but, being strung hastily together, they did not stand the slightest impact of serious criticism, and by their fall they compromised the cause of the struggle waged under their banner. Having dealt the death blow to all the traditions of Orthodox Narodism by its practical activity and having done so much for the development of the revolutionary movement in Russia, Narodnaya Volya cannot find a justification for itself, nor should it seek one outside modern scientific socialism. But to adopt this new standpoint it must make a thorough review of its program, for the theoretical errors and gaps in that program could not but give it a definite one-sidedness in practice. Before saying in which sense this review must be undertaken, let us endeavor, according to our plan, to elucidate scientific socialism's attitude to the political movements of the working class. 2. But what is scientific socialism? Under that name we understand the communist teaching which began to take shape at the beginning of the 40s out of utopian socialism under the strong influence of Hegelian philosophy on the one side, and of classical economics on the other, the teaching which first really explained the whole course of human cultural development, pitilessly shattered the bourgeois theoreticians' sophisms and, armed with all the knowledge of its age, came out in defense of the proletariat. This teaching not only showed with complete clarity how unsound scientifically are the opponents of socialism, but pointing out the errors, it at the same time explained them historically and thus, as Heim once said of Hegel's philosophy, tied to its triumphal chariot every opinion it had defeated. As Darwin enriched biology with his amazingly simple and yet strictly scientific theory of the origin of species, so also the founders of scientific socialism showed us in the development of the productive forces and their struggle against backward social conditions of production the great principle of the variation of species of social organization. We hardly need to say whom we consider as the founders of this socialism. This merit belongs indisputably to Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, whose doctrine stands in exactly the same relation to the modern revolutionary movement in civilized humanity as, in the words of one of them, advanced German philosophy stood in its time to the emancipation movement in Germany. It is its head, and the proletariat is its heart. But it goes without saying that the development of scientific socialism is not complete and can no more stop at the works of Engels and Marx than the theory of the origin of species could be considered as finally elaborated with the publication of the principal works of the English biologist. The establishment of the basic propositions of the new teaching must be followed by the detailed elaboration of questions pertaining to it, an elaboration which will supplement and complete the revolution carried out in science by the authors of the Manifesto of the Communist Party. There is not a single branch of sociology which would not acquire a new and extraordinarily vast field of vision by adopting their philosophical and historical views. The beneficial influence of those views is already beginning to be felt in the fields of history, law, and so-called primitive culture. But this philosophical and historical aspect of modern socialism is still too little known in Russia, and therefore we do not consider it superfluous to quote a few excerpts here, in order to acquaint our readers with it in Marx's own words. Incidentally, although scientific socialism traces its genealogy from Kant and Hegel, it is nevertheless the most deadly and resolute opponent of idealism. It drives it out of its last refuge, sociology, in which it was received with such delight by the positivists. Scientific socialism presupposes the materialist conception of history, i.e., it explains the spiritual history of humanity by the development of social relations, among other things under the influence of surrounding nature. From this point of view, as also from that of Vico, the course of ideas corresponds to the course of things, and not inversely. The principal cause of this or that make-up of social relations, this or that direction in their development, is the condition of the productive forces and the economic structure of society corresponding to them. In the social production of their life, says Marx, men enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will, relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of their material productive forces. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. Legal relations as well as forms of state are to be grasped neither from themselves nor from the so-called general development of the human mind, but rather have their roots in the material conditions of life, the sum total of which Hegel, following the example of the Englishmen and Frenchmen of the 18th century, combines under the name of civil society. That, however, the anatomy of civil society is to be sought in political economy. At a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a legal expression for the same thing with the property relations within which they have been at work hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. No social order ever perishes before all the productive forces for which there is room in it have developed, and new, higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society itself. Therefore mankind always sets itself only such tasks as it can solve, since, looking at the matter more closely, it will always be found that the task itself arises only when the material conditions for its solution already exist or are at least in the process of formation. It is now understandable why Marx and Engels reacted with such scornful derision to the true socialists in Germany at the end of the 40s, who adopted a negative attitude to the German bourgeoisie's struggle against absolutism, preaching to the masses that they had nothing to gain, and everything to lose, by this bourgeois movement. The historical teaching of Marx and Engels is the genuine algebra of the revolution, as Herzen once called Hegel's philosophy. That is why Marx and Engels sympathized with every revolutionary movement against the existing social and political order of things, and for the same reason they warmly sympathized with the Russian movement, which made Russia, as they said, the vanguard of the revolution in Europe. But despite all their clarity and unambiguousness, Marx's views gave occasion for many misunderstandings in the field of revolutionary theory and practice. Thus, it is often said in our country that the theories of scientific socialism are inapplicable to Russia because they have their root in West European economic relations. To Marx's teaching is attributed the absurd conclusion that Russia must go through exactly the same phases of historical and economic development as the West. Influenced by the conviction that this conclusion is inevitable, more than one Russian philosopher, familiar neither with Marx nor with the history of Western Europe, entered the lists against the author of Capital and accused him of narrow and stereotyped views. This, of course, was tilting at windmills. Our Don Quixotes did not understand that the history of West European relations was used by Marx only as the basis of the history of capitalist production, which emerged and developed precisely in that part of the world. Marx's general philosophical and historical views stand in exactly the same relation to modern Western Europe as to Greece and Rome, India and Egypt. They embrace the entire cultural history of humanity and can be inapplicable to Russia only if they are generally untenable. It goes without saying that neither the author of Capital nor his famous friend and colleague lost sight of the economic peculiarities of any particular country. Only in those peculiarities do they seek the explanation of all a country's social, political, and intellectual movements. That they do not ignore the significance of our village commune is revealed by the fact that as recently as January they did not consider it possible to make any decisive forecast concerning its destiny. In the preface to our translation of the Manifesto of the Communist Party, Geneva, they even say explicitly that under certain conditions the Russian village commune may pass directly to the higher form of communist common ownership. These circumstances are, in their opinion, closely connected with the course of the revolutionary movement in the west of Europe and in Russia. If the Russian Revolution, they say, becomes the signal for a proletarian revolution in the west, so that both complement each other, the present Russian common ownership of land may serve as the starting point for a communist development. Manifesto of the Communist Party, 8. It will hardly occur to a single Narodnik to deny that the solution of the village commune question depends on such a condition. Hardly anybody will assert that the oppression by the modern state is favorable to the development or even to the mere maintenance of the commune. And in exactly the same way hardly anyone who understands the significance of international relations in the economic life of modern civilized societies can deny that the development of the Russian village commune into a higher form of communist common ownership is closely linked with the destiny of the working class movement in the West. It thus turns out that nothing in Marx's views on Russia contradicts the most obvious reality, and the absurd prejudices concerning his extreme Occidentalism have not the slightest trace of reasonable foundation. Note there is another misunderstanding which directly concerns a question interesting us: the significance of political struggle in the reorganization of social relations, and takes root in an erroneous understanding of Marx's view of the role of the economic factor in the human cultural development. This view has often been interpreted by many in the sense that the author of Capital attributes only the slightest importance to the political structure of society, considering it as a secondary detail not worth attention, and which, far from being the aim, cannot even be a means of fruitful activity. Even now, one not infrequently meets Marxists who ignore the political tasks of socialism on these very grounds. Economic relations, they say, are the basis of all social organization. Changes in these relations are the cause of all political reorganization. In order to free itself from capitalist oppression, the working class must bear in mind not the effect, but the cause, not the political, but the economic organization of society. Political organization will not bring the workers nearer to their goal, since political enslavement will continue as long as their economic dependence on the propertied classes is not removed. The means of struggle which the workers use must be brought into line with the aim of the struggle. An economic revolution can be achieved only by struggle on economic ground. With a certain amount of consistency, Marxism understood in that way should have changed the socialists' views of the aims and the means of the social revolution and brought them back to Proudhon's famous formula: political revolution is the aim, economic revolution, the means. In exactly the same way it should have brought the socialist revolutionaries considerably nearer, at least in theory, to the followers of conservative socialism, which so resolutely opposes independent political action on the part of the working class. Rodbertus, the last honest and intelligent representative of this socialism, was unable to agree with Lassalle precisely because that celebrated agitator endeavored to advance the German workers along the path of independent political activity. Not Marx, but Rodbertus, not revolutionary, but conservative, monarchist socialism denies the significance of political admixtures to the economic aims of the working class. And the conservatives know full well why they do so, but those who wish to conciliate the revolutionary movement of the working class with the rejection of politics, those who attribute to Marx the practical tendencies of Proudhon or even of Rodbertus, show clearly that they do not understand the author of Capital, or that they deliberately distort his teaching. We speak of deliberate distortion because a certain book by the Moscow professor Ivan Yukov is nothing but such a deliberate distortion of the consequences following from the basic propositions of scientific socialism. This book shows that our Russian police socialists are not averse to exploiting for their reactionary aims even a theory under whose banner the most revolutionary movement of our age is proceeding. This alone could make a detailed elucidation of modern socialism's political program indispensable. We will now begin that elucidation, without, however, entering into a controversy with Messrs. Ivan Yukov, for it is sufficient to bring out the true sense of a given theory in order to refute deliberate distortions of it. And besides, we are far more interested here in those revolutionaries who, for all the sincerity of their aspirations, are still permeated, although perhaps unconsciously, with anarchist teachings, and are therefore prepared to see in Marx's works thoughts which are in place only in the general idea of the revolution in the 19th century. The criticism of the conclusions they draw from Marx's philosophical and historical views will logically take us on to the question of the so-called seizure of power, and will show us how far they are right who see in that act a crime against the idea of human liberty, and also those who, on the contrary, see it as the alpha and the omega of the whole social revolutionary movement. Let us first consider what the concepts of cause and effect signify when applied to social relations. If we push a billiard ball with the hand or a cue, it is set in motion. If we strike steel against a flint, a spark appears. In each of these cases it is very easy to determine which phenomenon acts as the cause and which is the effect. But the task is easy only because it is extremely simple. If instead of two isolated phenomena we take a process in which several phenomena or even several series of phenomena are observed simultaneously, the matter is more complicated. Thus, the burning of a candle is, relatively speaking, a fairly complicated process as a result of which light and heat are produced. Hence it would seem that we run no risk of error if we call the heat given off by the flame one of the effects of this chemical process. That is, indeed, the case to a certain extent. But if we contrived in some way to deprive the flame of the heat which it gives off, the combustion would immediately cease, for the process we are considering cannot take place at the ordinary temperature. Therefore, it would also be right to a certain extent to say that heat is the cause of combustion. In order not to deviate from the truth in one direction or the other, we should say that heat, while it is the effect of combustion at a particular moment, is its cause the moment following. This means that when we speak of a combustion process lasting a certain time, we must say that heat is both its effect and its cause, or, in other words, neither eject nor cause, but simply one of the phenomena arising from that process and constituting, in turn, a necessary condition for it. Let us take another example. Everybody, even if he has not been trained in a seminary, knows that what are called the vegetative processes of the human organism exert great influence on psychic phenomena. One mental disposition or other proves to be the effect of a particular physical condition of the organism. But once a certain mental disposition exists, the same vegetative processes are often influenced by it, and it thus becomes the cause of the particular changes in the physical condition of the organism. In order not to go wrong here in one direction or the other, we should say that the psychic phenomena and the vegetative life of the organism constitute two series of coexisting processes, each of which is influenced by the other. If a doctor were to ignore psychic influences on the grounds that man's mental disposition is the effect of the physical condition of his organism, we would infer that schoolboy logic had made him unfit for rational medical practice. Social life is distinguished by still greater intricacy than the life of the individual organism. That is why the relativity of the concepts of cause and effect is more noticeable here. According to the teaching of classical economics, the size of wages is determined, on the average, by the level of the worker's primary requirements. This means that a given size of wages is the effect of a given condition of the worker's requirements. But these requirements, in turn, can grow only if there is a rise in wages, because otherwise there would not be sufficient cause to change their level. Consequently, a given size of wages is the cause of a given condition of the worker's requirements. One cannot get out of this logical circle by means of the schoolboy categories of cause and effect. We shall fall into it at every step in our sociological considerations if we forget that cause and effect are conceptions which only hold good in their application to individual cases, but as soon as we consider the individual cases in their general connection with the universe as a whole, they run into each other, and they become confounded when we contemplate that universal action and recession in which causes and effects are eternally changing places, so that what is effect here and now will be cause there and then, and vice versa. Friedrich Engels. Asterisk. Asterisk see Herrnhugen during S. Umwelts, der Wissenschaft, S. Having made this reservation, let us endeavor to determine in what sense the causal connection between the economic relations and the political structure of a given society must be understood. What does history teach us in this respect? It shows that whenever and wherever the process of economic development gave rise to a splitting of society into classes, the contradictions between the interests of those classes invariably led them to struggle for political domination. This struggle arose not only between the various strata of the dominating classes, but also between those classes, on the one hand, and the people, on the other, provided the latter was given conditions at all favorable to intellectual development. In the states of the ancient Orient we see the struggle between the soldiers and the priests. All the drama in the history of the ancient world is in the struggle between the aristocracy and the demos, the patricians and the plebeians. The Middle Ages bring forth the burghers, who strive to conquer political mastery within the bounds of their communes. Finally, the Arizente working class wages a political struggle against the bourgeoisie, which has achieved complete domination in the modern state. Always and everywhere, political power has been the lever by which a class, having achieved domination, has carried out the social upheaval necessary for its welfare and development. So as not to go too far afield, let us consider the history of the Third Estate, the class that can look with pride at its past, full of brilliant achievements in all branches of life and thought. It will hardly occur to anybody to reproach the bourgeoisie with lack of tact or ability to attain its aims by the most appropriate means. Nor will anybody deny that its strivings have always had a quite definite economic character. But that did not prevent it from following the path of political struggle and political gains. Now by arms, now by peace treaties, sometimes for the republican independence of its towns, sometimes for the strengthening of royal power, the rising bourgeoisie waged a hard, uninterrupted struggle against feudalism for whole centuries, and long before the French Revolution it could proudly draw its enemies' attention to its successes. The chances were different and the success varying in the great struggle of the burghers against the feudal lords, the historian says, and not only was the sum of privileges wrested from them by force or obtained by agreement not the same everywhere, but even when the political forms were the same there were different degrees of liberty and independence for the towns. Nevertheless, the sense of the movement was identical everywhere. It meant the beginning of the social emancipation of the Third Estate and the decline of the aristocracy, secular and ecclesiastical. In general this movement brought the burghers municipal independence, the right to elect all the local authorities, the exact fixing of duties, guaranteed the rights of the individual inside the town communes, gave the bourgeoisie a more elevated position in the estate-based states of the Ancien Regime, and finally, by a series of continuous gains, brought it to complete domination in modern society. Setting itself social and economic aims which were perfectly defined although they changed with time, and drawing means to continue the struggle from the advantages of the economic position which it had already attained, the bourgeoisie did not miss an opportunity of giving legal expression to the stages in economic progress which it had reached. On the contrary, it made just as skillful a use of each political gain for new conquests in the economic field. No further back than in the middle 40s of this century the English Anti-Corn Law League, following Richard Cobden's clever plan, aimed at increasing its political influence in the shires in order to secure the abolition of the monopoly it hated and which, apparently, was exclusively economic. History is the greatest of dialecticians. If in the course of its progress, reason, as Mephistopheles says, is changed into irrationality and blessings become a plague, not less often in the historical process does an effect become a cause and a cause prove to be an effect. Arising from the economic relations of its time, the political might of the bourgeoisie in its turn served, and still serves, as an indispensable factor for the further development of those relations. Now that the bourgeoisie is nearing the end of its historical role and that the proletariat is becoming the only representative of progressive strivings in society, we can observe a phenomenon similar to the one referred to above, but taking place in changed conditions. In all the advanced states of the civilized world, in Europe as well as America, the working class is entering the arena of political struggle, and the more it is conscious of its economic tasks, the more resolutely it separates into a political party of its own. As the existing political parties have always acted only in the interests of property owners for the preservation of their economic privileges, we read in the program of the North American Socialist Workers' Party, the working class must organize into a big workers' party to achieve political power in the state and gain economic independence, for the emancipation of the working class can be effected only by the workers themselves. The French Workers' Party expresses itself in the same spirit and in complete agreement with the program of German Social Democracy, acknowledging that the proletariat must aspire to an economic revolution by all means in its power, including universal franchise, thus transformed from a weapon of deceit, which it has been up to now, into a weapon of emancipation. The Spanish Workers' Party also strives to conquer political power in order to remove the obstacles in the way of the emancipation of the working class. In England, where, with the ending of the Chartist movement, the struggle of the proletariat has been concentrated exclusively on the economic field, the political aspirations of the workers have begun to revive of late. Only a few years ago, the German economist Lucio Brentano noted with triumph in his book Das Arbeitsverhältnis, etc. the complete disappearance of the social democratic trends in England, and philosophized profoundly and with true bourgeois self-satisfaction on the subject that at present England again constitutes a single nation, that the English workers of our time again form part of the great Liberal Party and do not strive to seize state power in order, by means of it, to reorganize society in their own interests. P. The recently published manifesto of the British Democratic Federation shows that the bourgeois economist's joy was somewhat premature. The Democratic Federation aims at causing the exploited to break away politically from the exploiters and calls on the first of these nations precisely to seize state power for the purpose of reconstructing society in the interests of the workers. The time has come, says the manifesto, when the mass of the people must necessarily take the management of matters which concern it in its own hands. At present, political and social power is the monopoly of people who live by the labor of their fellow citizens. The landowners and capitalists who have control of the upper house and have filled the lower house aspire only to safeguard their own interests. Take your fate in your own hands, remove the rich parasites of these two groups and rely only on yourselves. The manifesto demands full franchise for all adult men and women in the United Kingdom, and other political reforms which would only show that the men and women of this country have become the masters at home. Then comes a list representing the immediate demands of the British Democratic Federation of measures necessary for the development of a healthy, independent and soundly educated generation, ready to organize the labor of each for the good of all and to take control, ultimately, of the entire social and political machine of the state, in which class differences and privileges will then cease to exist. Thus, the British proletariat, too, is again entering on the path which the workers of other civilized states entered upon long ago. But, as the bourgeoisie not only fought the aristocracy on the basis of already existing political relations, but aspired to reshape those relations in its own interests, so also the proletariat does not restrict its political program to the seizure of the modern state machine. The conviction is more and more spreading among its members that every order of things which determines the relations of citizens to one another and governs their labor and property relations corresponds to a particular form of government which is at the same time the means of implementing and preserving that order. While the representative, monarchic or republican, system was the progeny of the bourgeoisie, the proletariat demands direct popular legislation as the only political form under which its social aspirations can be put into effect. This demand of the working class is among the first in the program of social democracy in all countries and is very closely related to all the other points in its program. In spite of Proudhon, the proletariat continues to see in the political revolution the most powerful means of achieving an economic revolution. This testimony of history alone should incline us to think that the political tendencies of the various social classes are based on a correct practical instinct, and not on an erroneous theory. If, despite the complete dissimilarity in all other respects, all classes which wage a conscious struggle against their opponents begin at a definite stage in their development to strive to ensure for themselves political influence and later domination, it is clear that the political structure of society is a far from indifferent condition for their development. If, moreover, we see that not a single class which has achieved political domination has had cause to regret its interest in politics, but on the contrary, that each one of them attained the highest, the culminating point of its development only after it had acquired political domination, then we must admit that the political struggle is an instrument of social reconstruction whose effectiveness is proved by history. Every teaching which runs counter to this historical induction loses a considerable part of its power of conviction, and if modern socialism were in fact to condemn the political striving of the working class as inexpedient, that would be sufficient reason not to call it scientific. Let us now check our induction by the deductive method, tacking Marx's philosophical and historical views as the premises for our conclusions. Imagine a society in which a particular class is completely dominant. It secured this domination thanks to the advantages of its economic position which, according to our premises, opened before it the path to all other successes in social life. In its capacity as the ruling class, it naturally reshapes social organization to provide the most favorable conditions for its own existence and carefully removes from it all that can in any way weaken its influence. Those in power, the mighty, in every Riad, Schaffel correctly notes, are also the ones who create law and morality. They only apply the urge of self-preservation inherent in all when they exploit the consequences of their victory, install themselves as rulers at the top and endeavor to maintain domination hereditary as long as possible, as the means to a privileged situation and the exploitation and subjection of those who are not free. There is hardly another section of positive law for which the dominating estates in every period have such great respect and for which they vindicate so much the character of eternal institutions or even sacred foundations of society as that which has consolidated and safeguards the right of their estate and the domination of their class. And as long as the dominating class is the vehicle of the most progressive social ideals, the system it has set up will satisfy all the demands of social development. But as soon as the economic history of a particular society brings forward new elements of a progressive movement, as soon as the productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a legal expression for the same thing with the property relations within which they have been at work hitherto, the progressive role of the ruling class in question will be over. From a representative of progress it will become its sworn enemy and, of course, it will make use of the state machine for self-defense. In its hands political power will become the most powerful weapon of reaction. To free the road for the development of the productive forces of society it is necessary to remove the property relations which hinder that development, i.e., as Marx says, to carry out a social revolution. But that is impossible as long as legislative power is in the hands of the old order, in other words, as long as it safeguards the interests of the ruling class. It is therefore not astonishing that innovators, i.e., representatives of the oppressed class or classes, will strive to wrest this terrible weapon out of the hands of their opponents and turn it against them. The very logic of things will bring them out onto the road of political struggle and seizure of state power, although they set themselves the task of an economic revolution. Lassalle uttered a profound truth when he said in the preface to his System of Acquired Rights, where juridical right as private right seems to become entirely detached from the political element, it is far more political than the political element, for there it is the social element. In practical life, of course, things are far from going as fast as one might suppose, judging a priori. Only gradually does the oppressed class become clear about the connection between its economic position and its political role in the state. For a long time it does not understand even its economic task to the full. The individuals composing it wage a hard struggle for their daily subsistence without even thinking which aspects of the social organization they owe their wretched condition to. They try to avoid the blows aimed at them without asking where they come from or by whom, in the final analysis, they are aimed. As yet they have no class consciousness and there is no guiding idea in their struggle against individual oppressors. The oppressed class does not yet exist for itself, in time it will be the advanced class in society, but it is not yet becoming such. Facing the consciously organized power of the ruling class are separate individual strivings of isolated individuals or isolated groups of individuals. Even now, for example, we frequently enough meet a worker who hates the particularly intensive exploiter but does not yet suspect that the whole class of exploiters must be fought and the very possibility of exploitation of man by man removed. Little by little, however, the process of generalization takes effect, and the oppressed begin to be conscious of themselves as a class. But their understanding of the specific features of their class position still remains too one-sided. The springs and motive forces of the social mechanism as a whole are still hidden from their mind's eye. The class of exploiters appears to them as the simple sum of individual employers, not connected by the threads of political organization. At this stage of development it is not yet clear in the minds of the oppressed any more than in Professor Lawrence von Stein's what connection exists between society and state. State power is presumed to stand above the antagonisms of the classes. Its representatives appear to be the natural judges and conciliators of the hostile sides. The oppressed class has complete trust in them and is extremely surprised when its requests for help remain unanswered by them. Without dwelling on particular examples, we will merely note that such confusion of concepts was displayed even recently by the British workers, who waged quite an energetic struggle in the economic field and yet considered it possible to belong to one of the bourgeois political parties. Only in the next and last stage of development does the oppressed class come to a thorough realization of its position. It now realizes the connection between society and state, and it does not appeal for the curbing of its exploiters to those who constitute the political organ of that exploitation. It knows that the state is a fortress serving as the bulwark and defense of its oppressors, a fortress which the oppressed can and must capture and reorganize for their own defense and which they cannot bypass, counting on its neutrality. Relying only on themselves, the oppressed begin to understand that political self-help, as Lang says, is the most important of all forms of social self-help. They then fight for political domination in order to help themselves by changing the existing social relations and adapting the social system to the conditions of their own development and welfare. Neither do they, of course, achieve domination immediately. They only gradually become a formidable power precluding all thought of resistance by their opponents. For a long time they fight only for concessions, demand only such reforms as would give them not domination, but merely the possibility to develop and mature for future domination, reforms which would satisfy the most urgent and immediate of their demands and extend, if only slightly, the sphere of their influence over the country's social life. Only by going through the hard school of the struggle for separate little pieces of enemy territory does the oppressed class acquire the persistence, the daring, and the development necessary for the decisive battle. But once it has acquired those qualities it can look at its opponents as at a class finally condemned by history. It need have no doubt about its victory. What is called the revolution is only the last act in the long drama of revolutionary class struggle which becomes conscious only insofar as it becomes a political struggle. The question is now, would it be expedient for the socialists to hold the workers back from politics on the grounds that the political structure of society is determined by its economic relations? Of course not. They would be depriving the workers of a fulcrum in their struggle. They would be depriving them of the possibility of concentrating their efforts and aiming their blows at the social organization set up by the exploiters. Instead, the workers would have to wage guerrilla warfare against individual exploiters, or at most separate groups of those exploiters, who would always have on their side the organized power of the state. This was the kind of mistake the Russian socialists from among the so-called intelligentsia made when they censured the Northern Union of Russian Workers, in no of Zemlya I Volya, for having included certain political demands in its program. The same mistake was repeated by Zerno when it recommended that the workers should wage the struggle on economic ground, fight for a shorter working day, higher wages, etc., that they should kill spies and particularly hated foremen and employers, but did not say a word about the political tasks of the Russian workers. This lack of synthesis in our socialists' revolutionary views and programs could not fail to have the most damaging effect on the results of their work. By preserving the political indifference of the workers as a most important sign of the radical nature of then economic demands, we gave indirect support to modern absolutism. Moreover, by cutting short our programs at the very point where we should have summed up politically the social demands of the working class, we were diminishing the practical significance of those programs in the eyes of the workers, who understood better than we did the utter futility of the divided struggle against individual exploiters. Fortunately, our working class movement very soon outgrew this first phase of its development. The answer given by the Northern Union of Russian Workers to the editors of Zemlya I Volya, see no of that publication, showed that at least the members of the Union had understood earlier than our intelligentsia how inappropriate was this political non-interference of the working class. All that is very well, some readers may say, but your arguments are not to the point. We do not deny, they may argue, that it would be useful for the working class to gain political influence and take state power in its own hands. We only maintain that at present that is impossible for many reasons. Your reference to the history of the bourgeoisie proves nothing, for the position of the proletariat in bourgeois society is nothing like that of the third estate in the states of the Ancien regime. Even Marx admits the difference and formulates it as follows in the manifesto of the Communist Party. The serf, in the period of serfdom, raised himself to membership in the commune, just as the petty bourgeois, under the yoke of feudal absolutism, managed to develop into a bourgeois. The modern laborer, on the contrary, instead of rising with the progress of industry, sinks deeper and deeper below the conditions of existence of his own class. He becomes a pauper, and pauperism develops more rapidly than population and wealth in bourgeois countries. There is nothing surprising in the fact that every progressive step made by the bourgeoisie in the domain of production and exchange was accompanied by the corresponding political conquests. Everybody knows that improvement in the material welfare of any particular class is accompanied by the growth of its political influence. But the very fact that the political gains of the bourgeoisie presupposed an increase in its wealth makes us abandon any hopes in the political movements of the working class. Falling deeper and deeper into pauperism, the workers apparently must lose even the little influence which they won in the struggle for the interests of the bourgeoisie, fighting the enemies of their enemies, the remnants of absolute monarchy, the landowners, the non-industrial bourgeois, and so on. The political struggle of the working class is purposeless because it is doomed to failure by virtue of the economic position of the workers. For all its inner untenability, this objection seems at first glance so decisive as not to be passed over in silence. It is the last argument of those supporters of the theory of political non-interference who consider themselves followers of Marx. Therefore, if it is disposed of, the theory of non-interference falls away altogether and the political tasks of modern socialism stand out in their true light. The working class's share in the national product is constantly diminishing, there is not a shade of doubt about that. The working class is becoming poorer not only relatively, but absolutely too. Its income, far from increasing in the same progression as those of other classes in society, is falling. The real wages of the modern proletarian, the quantity of consumer goods falling to his share, are less than the worker's pay was 500 years ago. This has been proved by the studies of Rogers, Du Châtelet, and others. But it by no means follows from this that the economic conditions are at present less favorable to the political movement of the working class than they were in the 14th century. We have already said that in thus appraising the economic conditions in a particular country one must take into account not only the distribution of the national income, but mainly the organization of production and the mode of exchange of products. The strength of the rising bourgeoisie lay not so much in its wealth as in the social and economic progress of which it was once the vehicle. It was not the increase in its income that impelled it to take the path of revolutionary struggle and guaranteed the growth of its political influence. It was the contradiction between the productive forces it brought into existence and the conditions under which the production and exchange of products took place in feudal society. Having once become the representative of progressive demands in that society, the bourgeoisie rallied all the dissatisfied elements under its banner and led them to fight against a regime which the overwhelming majority of the people hated. Not money, but the immaturity of the working class gave the bourgeoisie the leading role in that emancipation movement. Its wealth and its already fairly high social position were naturally indispensable for the fulfillment of this role, but what was that indispensability determined by? First of all by the fact that the bourgeoisie could not destroy the old order without assistance from the lower strata of the population. In this its wealth helped it by giving it influence over the masses which were to fight for its domination. Had the bourgeoisie not been rich it would have had no influence, and without influence over the people it would not have defeated the aristocracy, for the bourgeoisie was strong not of itself, but by virtue of the power which it had already mastered and which it commanded thanks to its capital. The question now arises, is it possible for the proletariat to have such influence over another class of the population, and does it need such influence to be victorious? It is enough to ask the question and we hear a resolute no from everybody who understands the present position of the working class. It is impossible for the proletariat to influence lower classes in the way the bourgeoisie once influenced it, for the simple reason that there are no classes below it, the proletariat itself is the very lowest economic group in modern society. Nor is there any need for it to aim at such influence, because it is at the same time the most numerous section in society, because precisely the proletariat, with other sections of the working population, has always been the agent whose intervention has decided political issues. We say the most numerous class because all the other classes decay and finally disappear in the face of modern industry. The proletariat is its special and essential product. The lower middle class, the small manufacturer, the shopkeeper, the artisan, the peasant, all these fight against the bourgeoisie, to save from extinction their existence as fractions of the middle class. They are therefore conservative. Nay more, they are reactionary, for they try to roll back the wheel of history. If by chance they are revolutionary, they are so only in view of their impending transfer into the proletariat. They thus defend not their present, but their future interests. They desert their own standpoint to place themselves at that of the proletariat. Formerly the working class was victorious under the command of the bourgeoisie, and it only naively wondered at the strange fact that nearly all the difficulties in the struggle fell to its lot while nearly all the advantages and honors of victory went to its ally. Now it is not satisfied with this auxiliary role and it turns against the bourgeoisie the very strength which once secured the latter's victory. But that strength is now much greater. It has grown and is continuing to grow in the same measure as the concentration of capital and the spread of large-scale production. Besides, it has grown in the same measure as the political experience of the working class, which the bourgeoisie itself brought into the social arena. Can there be any doubt that the proletariat, which, when led by the bourgeoisie, was once strong enough to destroy feudal absolutism, will in time be strong enough to smash the political domination of the bourgeoisie on its own initiative? The bourgeoisie was able to defeat feudalism only thanks to its wealth. The proletariat will defeat the bourgeoisie for the very reason that its lot pauperism is becoming the lot of an ever-increasing portion of modern society. But in the history of its development the bourgeoisie received from its wealth another and indeed extremely productive service, as its economists would say. It received knowledge and became the most advanced and educated section of society at that time. Can the proletariat acquire that knowledge? Can it be at the same time the poorest and the most advanced of all classes in society? Without this condition political domination is out of the question for the proletariat, for without knowledge there is no strength. We have already said that the bourgeoisie itself began the political education of the proletariat. It took care of the education of the proletariat as much as this was necessary for the struggle against its own enemies. It shattered the proletariat's religious beliefs whenever this was required to weaken the political significance of the clergy. It broadened the proletariat's legal outlook wherever it needed to oppose natural law to the written law of a state-based state. Now the economic question is on the agenda and political economy now plays as a very clever German asterisk. Set just as important a role as natural law played in the 18th century. Will the bourgeoisie agree to be the working class's leader in the investigation of the relations between labor and capital, that question of questions of the whole of social economy? It is reluctant to take upon itself even that role, advantageous as it is to itself, because merely to raise that question means to threaten the bourgeoisie's domination. But can it fulfill that role, if only in the way it once did in regard to religion and law? No, it cannot. Blinded by their class interests, its representatives in science lost long ago all ability to investigate social questions objectively, scientifically. Therein lies the whole secret of the present decay of bourgeois economics. Ricardo was the last economist who, though still a bourgeois in heart and soul, was intelligent enough to understand the diametrical opposition of interests between labor and capital. Sismondi was the last bourgeois economist who had enough feeling to deplore that antagonism sincerely. After them, the general theoretical studies of bourgeois economists in the main lost all scientific significance. To convince oneself of this it is sufficient to recall the history of political economy since Ricardo and to look through the works of Bastiat, Carey, Leroy Beaulieu or the modern Catheter Socialisten. From peaceful and objective thinkers, the bourgeois economists have become militant guardians and watchdogs of capital who devote all their efforts to reconstructing the very edifice of science for the purpose of war. But in spite of these warlike exertions, they continually retreat and leave in their enemies' hands the scientific territory over which they once had uncontrolled sway. Nowadays, people who display no demagogic strivings whatever try to assure us that the workers are better able than any Smith or Faucher to master the most abstract concepts in the science of economics. Such was the opinion, for instance, of a man who has the highest authority among German economists but who, for his part, had the deepest scorn for them. "We look upon the workers as children," this man added, "whereas they are already head and shoulders above us." But is there no exaggeration in what he says? Can the working class understand abstract questions of social economics and socialism at least as well as, if not better than, people who have spent years and years on their education? What are the principles of modern scientific socialism founded on? Are they the concoctions of some leisurely benefactor of humanity, or are they the summing up of those very phenomena which we all come up against, one way or another, in our daily life, the explanation of the very laws which determine our participation in the production, the exchange, or simply the distribution of products? Whoever answers this question will agree that the working class has many chances of understanding correctly the most abstract laws of social economics and of mastering the most abstract principles of scientific socialism. The difficulty in understanding the laws of some particular science is caused by incomplete knowledge of the data underlying those laws. Wherever it is only a question of everyday phenomena in which the scientific law only generalizes facts that everybody knows, people in the practical field not only understand perfectly the theoretical principles, they can sometimes even teach the theoreticians themselves. Ask the farmer about the influence that the distance to the market has on the price of his products or the effect the fertility of the soil has on the size of the land rent. Ask the manufacturer how the expansion of the market influences the cheapening of production. Or ask the worker where the employer gets his profits from. You will see that all these people know Ricardo, although they have never even seen the cover of his works. Yet these questions are reputed to be very intricate and abstract. Whole seas of ink have been used upon them and such a tremendous number of volumes have been written about them that they are enough to terrify you when you begin to study economics. The same in each and every part of social economics. Take the theory of exchange value. You can explain to the worker in a couple of words what it is determined by and how, but many of Messrs. The bourgeois economists are still unwilling or unable to understand this perfectly simple theory, and in their disputes about it they fall into gross errors of logic for which no teacher of arithmetic would hesitate to give an elementary school pupil a bad mark. That is why we think that the writer we quoted was correct and that the only understanding audience today on urgent social problems is one of proletarians or of people who have adopted the proletarian standpoint. Once the fundamental principles of social economics are mastered, the understanding of scientific socialism no longer presents any difficulty. Here too the worker will only follow the directions of his practical experience. This aspect of the question was magnificently explained by Marx. By heralding the dissolution of the hitherto existing world order, we read in a contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of law, the proletariat merely proclaims the secret of its own existence, for it is the factual dissolution of that world order. By demanding the negation of private property, the proletariat merely raises to the rank of a principle of society what society has raised to the rank of its principle, what is already embodied in it as the negative result of society without its own participation. *** See Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher. Und. Lieferung, s. Dash. So we see that the proletariat needs no material wealth to attain to an understanding of the conditions of its emancipation. Its pauperism, determined not by the poverty of the barbarism of society, but by defects in the social organization, this pauperism, far from making the understanding of these conditions more difficult, makes it easier. The laws governing the distribution of products in capitalist society are extremely unfavorable to the working class. But the organization of production and the form of exchange characteristic of capitalism provide for the first time both the objective and the subjective possibility for the emancipation of the working people. Capitalism broadens the worker's outlook and removes all the prejudices he inherited from the old society. It impels him to fight and at the same time ensures his victory by increasing his numbers and putting at his disposal the economic possibility of organizing the kingdom of labor. Technical progress increases man's power over nature and raises labor productivity to such a degree that the necessity of labor cannot become a hindrance, but, on the contrary, will be an indispensable condition for the all-round development of the members of socialist society. At the same time, the socialization of production characteristic of capitalism paves the way for the conversion of its instruments and products into common property. The joint stock company, the highest form of organization for industrial enterprises at the present time, excludes the capitalists from any active role in the economic life of society and turns them into drones whose disappearance cannot cause the slightest disorganization in the course of that life. If the energetic race of majordomos once succeeded without difficulty in deposing a royal dynasty which had grown indolent, the conservative Rodbertus says, why should a living and energetic organization of workers, the staff of companies is composed of qualified workers, why should not such an organization in time remove owners who have become mere rentiers? And yet capital cannot turn off this road. Having outlived its period of prosperity, capital is becoming its own grave digger. Why, we ask, in our turn, should not the same organization of workers which will be in a position to remove owners who have become mere rentiers, why should not such an organization be in a position to seize state power and thus achieve political domination? For the former presumes the latter, only such an organization can remove the owners as can overcome their political resistance. But that is not all. There are other social phenomena which also increase the probability of the proletariat's political victory. Entire sections of the ruling classes are, by the advance of industry, precipitated into the proletariat, or are at least threat. And in their conditions of existence. These also supply the proletariat with fresh elements of enlightenment and progress. Finally, in times when the class struggle nears the decisive hour, the process of dissolution going on within the ruling class, in fact within the whole range of old society, assumes such a violent, glaring character, that a small section of the ruling class cuts itself adrift, and joins the revolutionary class, the class that holds the future in its hands. Just as, therefore, at an earlier period, a section of the nobility went over to the bourgeoisie, so now a portion of the bourgeoisie goes over to the proletariat, and in particular, a portion of the bourgeois ideologists, who have raised themselves to the level of comprehending theoretically the historical movement as a whole. There is a very remarkable legend among the Negroes of North Guinea. One day, it says, God summoned the two sons of the first human couple. One of them was white, the other dark-skinned. Placing before them a heap of gold and a book, God ordered the dark-skinned brother, as being the elder, to choose one of the two. He chose the gold, so the younger brother received the book. An unknown force immediately transported the younger one with the book to a cold, distant country. But thanks to his book he became learned, terrifying, and strong. As for the elder brother, he remained in his native country and lived long enough to see how superior science is to wealth. The bourgeoisie once had both knowledge and wealth. Unlike the dark-skinned brother in the Negro legend, it obtained possession of both gold and book, because history, the god of human societies, does not recognize the right of classes which are under age, and commits them to the guardianship of their elder brothers. But the time came when the working class, slighted by history, grew out of childhood, and the bourgeoisie had to share with it. The bourgeoisie kept the gold, while the younger brother received the book, thanks to which, despite the darkness and cold of his cellars, he has now become strong and terrifying. Little by little, scientific socialism is ousting the bourgeois theories from the pages of this magic book, and soon the proletariat will read in the book how they can gain material sufficiency. Then they will throw off the shameful yoke of capitalism and show the bourgeoisie how superior science is to wealth. Ill. In the first chapter we endeavored to explain historically the engine of the conviction that socialism is incompatible with any politics. We saw that this conviction was based on Proudhon's and Bakunin's teaching on the state, on the one hand, and on a certain inconsistency in our social democrats of the 70s, on the other. Moreover, it was supported by the general tone of the background against which both the tendencies mentioned above stood out. That background consisted, as we said quoting Engels, in a mishmash of manifold theories of the founders of different socialist sects. The utopian socialists, we know, had an entirely negative attitude to the political movements of the working class, seeing in them nothing but blind unbelief in the new gospel. So this negative view of politics came to us with the teachings of the utopians. Long before revolutionary movement of any strength began in Russia, our socialists, like the true socialists in Germany at the end of the 40s, see the manifesto of the Communist Party, p. were ready to hurl the traditional anathemas against liberalism, against representative government, against bourgeois competition, bourgeois freedom of the press, bourgeois legislation, bourgeois liberty and equality, forgetting entirely that all these attacks presupposed the existence of a modern bourgeois society, with its corresponding economic conditions of existence, and the political constitution adapted thereto, i.e., the very conditions that it should still have been a question of assuring in our country. Asterisk. As a result of all these influences there arose such a firm conviction of the inexpediency of any political struggle except the revolutionary struggle in the narrow and vulgar sense of the word, that we began to regard with prejudice the socialist parties in Western Europe which saw electoral campaigns, for instance, as a powerful means of educating and organizing the working masses. All the political and economic gains those campaigns brought seemed to us unpardonable opportunism, a ruinous deal with the demon of the bourgeois state, tantamount to renouncing bliss in future socialist life. We ourselves did not even notice that our theories were involving us in a vicious circle of insoluble contradictions. We regarded the village commune as the point of departure of Russia's social and economic development and, at the same time, renouncing political struggle, we voluntarily deprived ourselves of all possibility of safeguarding that commune against the present destructive influences by state interference. We were thus forced to remain indifferent spectators of a process which was destroying the very foundation on which we wished to erect the edifice of the future. We saw, however, that the logic of events had led the Russian movement onto another road and forced the Russian Revolution. Ares, as represented by the Narodnaya Volya Party, to fight for political influence and even dominance as one of the most powerful factors of economic revolution. We also saw that having entered upon that road our movement was growing to such an extent that the social and political theories of different varieties of Proudhonism were too narrow and cramping for it. The course of events peculiar to Russian social life clashed with the course of the ideas dominating among our revolutionaries and thus provoked a new trend of thought. This trend, we said further, will not rid itself of its characteristic contradictions until it merges with the incomparably deeper and wider current of modern socialism. The Russian revolutionaries must adopt the standpoint of Western social democracy and break with rebel theories just as a few years ago they renounced rebel practice, introducing a new, political element into their program. This will not be difficult for them to do if they endeavour to adopt the correct view of the political side of Marx's teaching and are willing to reconsider the methods and immediate aims of their struggle by applying this new criterion to them. We saw as early as in the second chapter what false conclusions were prompted by the philosophical and historical premises of modern socialism. Narodnaya Volya itself apparently did not notice the erroneousness of those conclusions and was inclined even to defend Dühring's sociological standpoint on the predominant influence of the political and legal element in the social structure over the economic, as P. L. Lavrov put it in describing the most recent tendencies in the Russian revolutionary movement. And it is only by this inclination that we can explain the polemic contained in the home review of Narodnaya Volya No against some kind of immediate interpreters of Marx's historical theory, who, according to the author, based their views mainly on Hegel's famous triad, not having any other inductive material for their conclusions and explaining Hegel's law in the sense that evil, merely in its extreme development, will lead to good. It is sufficient to acquaint oneself with the program of the German Social Democrats or the French collectivists to see how Marx's historical theory is understood by his West European followers and, if you like, by his immediate interpreters. We, for our part, can assure our Russian comrades that these interpreters understand Hegel's law by no means in the sense that evil, merely in its extreme development, will lead to good, and, besides, that they use it as inductive material only when they study the history of German philosophy, in which this law has a very prominent place and which, in any case, it cannot be left out of, just as, according to the popular saying, you cannot leave words out of a song. The passage we quoted is an almost word-for-word repetition of the reproach addressed by Dühring to Marx that in his historical scheme the Hegelian negation of negation plays, for want of better and clearer means, the role of a midwife with whose help the future emerges from the womb of the present. But this trick has already received the punishment it deserved from Engels, who showed the utter scientific worthlessness of the former Berlin Doesn't works. Why, then, repeat other PEOPLES errors and adopt, on such shifting grounds, a negative attitude towards the greatest and most revolutionary social theory of the 19th century? For without revolutionary theory there is no revolutionary movement in the true sense of the word. Any class which strives for its emancipation, any political party which aims at dominance, is revolutionary only insofar as it represents the most progressive social trends and consequently is a vehicle of the most progressive ideas of its time. An idea which is inherently revolutionary is a kind of dynamite which no other explosive in the world can replace. And as long as our movement is under the banner of backward or erroneous theories it will have revolutionary significance only by some, but by no means all of its aspects. At the same time, without its members knowing it, it will bear in itself the germs of reaction which will deprive it even of that little significance in the more or less near future, because, as Heine said, new time needs a new garment. For the new job it's got to do. And indeed that really new time will come at last for our country too. Incorrect understanding of some principles of modern socialism is not, however, the main obstacle preventing our revolutionary movement from taking the road paved by the working class in the West. A closer acquaintance with the literature of Marxism will show our socialists what a powerful weapon they have deprived themselves of by refusing to understand and master the theory of the great teacher of the workers of all countries. They will then see that our revolutionary movement, far from losing anything, will gain a lot if the Russian Narodniks and the Russian Narodnaya Volya at last become Russian Marxists and a new, higher standpoint reconciles all the groups existing among us, which are all right each in its own way, because despite their one-sidedness each of them expresses a definite vital need of Russian social life. Another obstacle prevents our movement from developing in the direction just indicated. It consists in our lacking sense of proportion in politics. Since the very beginning of our movement this has prevented our revolutionaries from bringing their immediate tasks into line with their strength and it is due to nothing else than lack of political experience on the part of Russian public figures. Whether we went among the people to disseminate socialist publications, settled in the villages to organize the protesting elements of our peasantry or joined directly in the fight against the representatives of absolutism, we repeated one and the same mistake everywhere. We always overestimated our strength and never fully took account of the resistance that would be offered by the social environment. We hastened to raise a method of action temporarily favored by circumstances into a universal principle precluding all other ways and means. As a result, all our programs were in a state of absolutely unstable equilibrium which could be upset by the most insignificant change in the surrounding atmosphere. We changed those programs almost every couple of years and could not keep to anything lasting because we always kept to something narrow and one-sided. Just as, according to Belinsky's words, Russian society had experience of all literary trends even before it had any literature, so the Russian socialist movement managed to try out all possible shades of West European socialism despite the fact that it had not yet become a movement of our working class. The struggle against absolutism that Narodnaya Volya has undertaken will undoubtedly help greatly to eliminate the one-sidedness of the study groups by bringing our revolutionaries out onto a broader path and compelling them to strive to set up a real party. But in order to put a stop to the continual changing of programs, to rid themselves of these habits of political nomads and to acquire intellectual stability at last, the Russian revolutionaries must complete the criticism which began with the rise of conscious political trends among them. They must adopt a critical attitude to the very program which has made necessary the criticism of all previous programs and theories. The Narodnaya Volya Party is the child of a time of transition. Its program is the last produced in the conditions which made our one-sidedness inevitable and therefore legitimate. Although it broadens the political horizon of the Russian socialists, this program in itself is not yet free from one-sidedness. The lack of sense of proportion in politics, of the ability to line up the immediate aims of the party with its actual or potential strength is also still conspicuous in it. The Narodnaya Volya Party reminds one of a man who is going along a real road but has no idea of distances and therefore feels sure that he can leave miles and leagues behind 20,000 leagues, ere night, covered in a single flight. Practice will, of course, shatter his illusion, but that shattering may cost him a great deal. It would be better for him to ask himself whether 7-league strides do not belong to the realm of fantasy. By 7-league strides we mean the element of fantasy whose existence in the program referred to we have already pointed out and which was manifested in the second issue of Narodnaya Volya by assurances concerning the social revolutionary, we do not say socialist, majority in the future Russian Constituent Assembly, and in no. By considerations on the seizure of power by the Provisional Revolutionary Government. We are profoundly convinced that this element of fantasy is highly dangerous for the Narodnaya Volya Party itself. Dangerous to it as a socialist party because it diverts attention of the working class from the immediate tasks in Russia, dangerous to it as a party which has assumed the initiative of our emancipation movement because it will alienate from the party great resources and forces which, in other circumstances, would accrue to it out of the so-called society. Let us explain this in greater detail. To whom does Narodnaya Volya appeal, to whom can it and should it appeal in fighting absolutism? The enlistment in the organization Narodnaya Volya of individuals from the peasantry capable of joining it, we read in Calendar Narodnoy Voly, has naturally always been acknowledged as very desirably. But as for a mass peasant organization at present, that was considered completely fantastic when our program was drawn up, and, if we are not mistaken, subsequent practice was unable to change the opinion of our socialists on this subject. Perhaps the Narodnaya Volya Party intends to rely on the more progressive section of our laboring population, i.e., on the town workers. It does actually attach great importance to propaganda and organization among them. It considers that the urban working population must be the object of the party's serious attention. But the very reason on which it bases this necessity shows that in the party's conception the town workers must be only one of the elements in our revolutionary movement. They are of particular significance for the revolution, both by their position and by their relatively greater maturity. The same document explains, the success of the first attack depends entirely on the conduct of the workers and the troops. So the impending revolution will not be a working-class revolution in the full sense of the term, but the workers must take part in it because they are of particular significance for it. Which other elements, then, will be included in this movement? We have already seen that one of these elements will be the troops, but in the army in present conditions propaganda among the men is so difficult that great hope can hardly be placed upon it. Action on the officer corps is far more convenient. Being more educated and having greater liberty they are more susceptible to influence. That is quite correct, of course, but we will not stop at that for the moment, we will go further. Besides the workers and the officer corps, the Narodnaya Volya Party has in mind the liberals and Europe, in relation to which the policy of the party must strive to ensure the sympathy of the peoples for the Russian Revolution, to rouse sympathy for the revolution among the European public. To attain this aim, the party must make known to Europe all the disastrous significance of Russian absolutism for European civilization itself, and also the party's true aims and the significance of our revolutionary movement as the expression of the protest of the whole nation. As far as the liberals are concerned, we must point out, without concealing our radicalism, that given the present setting of our party tasks, our interests and theirs compel us to act jointly against the government. Thus we see that the Narodnaya Volya party relies not only, nor even mainly, on the working and peasant classes. It also has in mind society and the officer corps, which, in substance, is the very flesh and bone of that society. It wants to convince the liberal part of that society that given the present setting of our party tasks, the interests of Russian liberalism coincide with those of the Russian Social Revolutionary Party. What, then, does it do to impress that conviction upon the Russian liberals? First of all, it publishes the program of the Executive Committee, which says that the people's will would be sufficiently well expressed and implemented by a constituent assembly freely elected by universal suffrage and receiving instructions from the electors. In its famous letter to Alexander III, the Executive Committee also demanded the convocation of representatives of the whole Russian people to reconsider the existing forms of statehood and public life and to refashion them according to the desires of the people. That program does indeed coincide with the interests of the Russian liberals, and in order to carry it out they would probably be reconciled even to universal suffrage, which the Executive Committee cannot fail to demand. In all this, the program of the said committee displays far greater maturity than all those which preceded it. But, not to mention such a huge blunder as to demand freedom of assembly, of speech, of the press and of electoral programs only as a temporary measure, let us recall other statements of the Narodnaya Volya party. The party organ hastened to warn its readers that the majority of the deputies to the Constituent Assembly would be supporters of radical economic revolution. We have already said above that this assurance was no more than a fiction invented to conciliate incompatible elements in the Narodnaya Volya program. Let us now consider the printed expression of that assurance from the standpoint of tactics. The question is, does an economic revolution suit the interests of Russian liberalism? Does our liberal society sympathize with the agrarian revolution which Narodnaya Volya says the peasant deputies will aim at? West European history tells us most convincingly that whenever the Red Spectre took at all threatening forms, the liberals were ready to seek protection in the embraces of the most unceremonious military dictatorship. Did the terrorist organ think that our Russian liberals would be an exception to this general rule? If so, on what did it base its conviction? Did it also think that contemporary public opinion in Europe was so imbued with socialist ideas that it would sympathize with the convocation of a social revolutionary constituent assembly? Or did it think that although the European bourgeoisie trembled at the Red Spectre in their own countries, they would cheer its appearance in Russia? It goes without saying that it thought nothing of the sort and forgot nothing of the sort. But why, in that case, make such a risky statement? Or was the Narodnaya Volya party organ so convinced of the inevitable realization of its prophecy that it considered it necessary to rouse the members of the organization to take steps corresponding to the importance of the anticipated event? Bearing in mind the fact that the same organ declared work among the people useless, we think the statement was intended rather to calm than to rouse. A social revolutionary majority in the Constituent Assembly was expected, despite the fact that the work referred to now recalls the Danaids filling bottomless barrels. In itself the statement could have been regarded as unimportant, especially as Narodnaya Volya itself had apparently given up its exaggeratedly optimistic hopes about the future composition of the Russian constituent. We think so, because the leading article in No. speaks of the economic revolution which, in the absence of social revolutionary initiative among the people themselves, must be accomplished by the provisional revolutionary government before the convocation of the Constituent Assembly. The author of the article quite rightly sees such a revolution as the only guarantee that the Zemsky Sobor, which is convoked, will be attended by true representatives of the people. Thus, Narodnaya Volya's former illusion has been shattered completely. But, unfortunately, it has only disappeared to give place to a new one, still more harmful for the cause of the Narodnaya Volya Party. The element of fantasy in the program has not been removed but has only assumed a new form, being now called that very seizure of power by the Provisional Revolutionary Government, which is supposed to give the party the possibility to carry out the economic revolution referred to. It is obvious that the new setting of the party tasks can on no account impress upon either Russian liberalism or bourgeois Europe the idea that they have common interests with the Russian revolutionary movement. However downtrodden and crushed Russian society may be, it is by no means deprived of the instinct of self-preservation, and in no case will it voluntarily meet the red spectre halfway. To point out to it such a formulation of the party tasks means to deprive oneself of its support and to rely only on one's own strength. But is that strength great enough to warrant the risk of alienating such an ally? Can our revolutionaries really seize power and retain it, if only for a short time? Or is all talk of this nothing else than cutting the skin of a bear that has not been killed and which, by force of circumstances, is not even going to be killed? That is a question which has recently become an urgent one for revolutionary Russia. Let us hasten to make a reservation. The previous pages must already have convinced the reader that we do not belong to the opponents in principle of such an act as the seizure of power by a revolutionary party. In our opinion, that is the last, and what is more, the absolutely inevitable conclusion to be drawn from the political struggle which every class striving for emancipation must undertake at a definite stage in social development. Having gained political domination, a revolutionary class will retain that domination and be relatively secure against the blows of reaction only when it uses against reaction the mighty weapon of state power. Den Teufel halt, wer in halt, says Faust. But there is no more difference between heaven and earth than between the dictatorship of a class and that of a group of revolutionary raznikintsi. This applies in particular to the dictatorship of the working class, whose present task is not only to overthrow the political domination of the unproductive classes in society, but also to do away with the anarchy now existing in production and consciously to organize all functions of social and economic life. The mere understanding of this task calls for an advanced working class with political experience and education, a working class free from bourgeois prejudices and able to discuss its situation by itself. In addition to this, its solution presupposes that socialist ideas are spread among the proletariat and that the proletariat is conscious of its own strength and confident in victory. But such a proletariat will not allow even the sincerest of its well-wishers to seize power. It will not allow it for the simple reason that it has been to the school of political education with the firm intention of finishing it at some time and coming forward as an independent figure in the arena of historical life, instead of passing eternally from one guardianship to another. It will not allow it because such a guardianship would be unnecessary, as the proletariat could then solve the problem of the socialist revolution itself, and finally it will not allow it because such a guardianship would be harmful, for the conscious participation of the producers in organizing production cannot be replaced by any conspiratorial skill, any daring or self-sacrifice on the part of the conspirators. The mere thought that the social problem can be solved in practice by anybody but the workers themselves shows complete misunderstanding of this problem, irrespective of whether the idea is held by an iron chancellor or a revolutionary organization. Once the proletariat has understood the conditions of its emancipation and is mature to emancipate itself, it will take state power in its own hands in order to finish off its enemies and build up social life, not, of course, on the basis of anarchy, which would bring new disasters, but of panarchy, which will give all adult members of society the possibility to take part in the discussion and settlement of social matters. And until the working class is sufficiently developed to be able to fulfill its great historical task, the duty of its supporters is to accelerate the process of its development, to remove the obstacles preventing its strength and its consciousness from growing, and not to invent social experiments and vivisection, the outcome of which is always more than doubtful. That is how we understand the seizure of power in the socialist revolution. Applying this point of view to Russian reality, we must admit that we by no means believe in the early possibility of a socialist government in Russia. Narodnaya Volya considers the contemporary relation of political and economic factors on Russian soil particularly advantageous to the socialists. We agree that it is more advantageous for them in Russia than in India, Persia, or Egypt, but it cannot be compared, of course, with the social relations in Western Europe. And if Narodnaya Volya arrives at its convictions by comparing our system not with the Egyptian or the Persian, but with the French or the English system, then it has made a very big mistake. The contemporary relation of social factors on Russian soil is the cause of the ignorance and indifference of the popular masses. When were such qualities advantageous for their emancipation? Narodnaya Volya apparently presumes that this indifference has already begun to disappear because among the people there is growing hatred of the privileged ruling estates and persistent striving for a radical change in economic relations. But what comes of that striving? Hatred of the privileged estates proves nothing at all. It is often not accompanied by a single ray of political consciousness. Furthermore, at the present time we must clearly distinguish between estate consciousness and class consciousness, for the old division into estates no longer corresponds to the economic relations in Russia and is preparing to give place to formal equality of citizens in a legal state. If Narodnaya Volya considers the contemporary outlook of our peasantry from the standpoint of the development of their class and political consciousness, it will hardly persist in saying that the relation between our social factors is advantageous to the cause of the social revolution. For it certainly cannot consider advantageous to that cause the rumors, for instance, circulating among the peasantry about their own struggle against the government. No matter how strongly hatred of the ruling classes is shown in these rumors, the fact that the revolutionary movement itself is attributed by the peasants to scheming by the serfdom-minded nobility and the officials is evidence that the provisional revolutionary government will be in great danger when the people begins winning economic equality from those who have been exploiting and oppressing it for centuries. Then the relation between the factors now interesting us will perhaps display rather disadvantageous qualities for the temporarily victorious conspirators. And then, what is meant by winning economic equality? Is it enough for that to expropriate the big landowners, capitalists, and businessmen? Does it not require production itself to be organized in a definite manner? If so, are Russia's present economic relations favorable to such organization? In other words, does the economic factor offer us much chance of success? We do not think so, and for the following reason. Any organization presupposes in what is to be organized certain qualities determined by the purpose and character of the organization. The socialist organization of production implies such a character of the economic relations as will make that organization the logical conclusion of the entire previous development of the country and is therefore distinguished by an extremely significant definiteness. In other words, socialist organization, like any other, requires the appropriate basis. But that basis does not exist in Russia. The old foundations of national life are too narrow, heterogeneous, and one-sided, and moreover too shaky, and new ones are as yet only being formed. The objective social conditions of production necessities for socialist organization have not yet matured, and that is why the producers themselves have not yet either the striving or the ability for such organization. Our peasantry can yet neither understand nor fulfill this task. Therefore, the provisional government will have not to sanction, but to carry out the economic revolution, granted that it is not swept away by a wave of the popular movement, granted that the producers are obedient enough. You cannot create by decrees conditions which are alien to the very character of the existing economic relations. The provisional government will have to reconcile itself to what exists, to take as the basis of its reforming activity what it is given by present Russian reality. And on that narrow and shaky foundation the edifice of socialist organization will be built by a government which will include, first, town workers, as yet little prepared for such a difficult task, second, representatives of our revolutionary youth, who have always kept aloof from practical life, third, the officer corps, whose knowledge of economics is certainly subject to doubt. We do not want to make the quite probable supposition that, besides all these elements, liberals will also find their way into the provisional government, and they will not sympathize with, but hinder the social revolutionary setting of the party tasks. We suggest that the reader merely weigh up the circumstances we have just enumerated and then ask himself, has an economic revolution which begins in such circumstances much chance of success? Is it true that the present relation of political and economic factors on Russian soil is favorable to the cause of the socialist revolution? Is not the confidence that this relation is advantageous one of the fictions borrowed from the old anarchist and rebel outlook and carried to impossible extremes in the program of the new political party? Yet it is this fiction that determines the most immediate tasks of the party and underlies the desire for the immediate seizure of power, a striving that terrifies our society and makes the entire activity of our revolutionaries one-sided. Perhaps it will be objected that Narodnaya Volya does not even think of undertaking the socialist organization of society immediately after seizing power, that the economic revolution it plans is intended only to educate the people for a future socialist revolution. Let us see whether this supposition is possible, and if so, what conclusions follow from it. The leading article of Narodnaya Volya speaks of the economic equality which will be won by the people itself, or, if the people lacks initiative, created by the provisional government. We have already said that so-called economic equality is possible only with a socialist organization of production. But let us assume that Narodnaya Volya considers it possible under other circumstances too, that economic equality, in its opinion, will be sufficiently guaranteed by the transfer of the land and the instruments of production to the ownership of the working people. Such an opinion would be nothing but a return to the old Narodnik ideals of Zemlya I Volya, and from the economic standpoint it would show the same weaknesses that characterized those ideals. The mutual relations of individual village communes, the conversion of the product of the commune members' labor into commodities and the capitalist accumulation connected with it would threaten to make that equality extremely precarious. With the independence of the Mir as an economic and administrative unit, with broad territorial self-government guaranteed by the electivity of all offices, and the ownership of the land by the people which the Executive Committee's program demands, the central government would not be able to take steps to consolidate that equality, even if we assume that it would devise measures to abrogate not only the written laws of the Russian Empire, but the laws of commodity production itself. And anyhow, it would be reluctant to take such measures, for it would consist of representatives of the economically and politically emancipated people whose ideals would be expressed, at the best, by the words land and freedom and would leave no room for any organization of national, let alone international, production. Let us suppose that in view of this danger Narodnaya Volya's provisional government will not hand over the power it has seized to the representatives of the people but will become a permanent government. Then it will be faced with the following alternative: either it will have to remain an indifferent spectator of the slow decay of the economic equality it has established, or it will be obliged to organize national production. It will have to fulfill this difficult task either in the spirit of modern socialism, in which it will be hindered by its own unpracticality as well as by the present stage of development of national labor and the workers' own habits, or it will have to seek salvation in the ideals of patriarchal and authoritarian communism, only modifying those ideals so that national production is managed not by the Peruvian Sons of the Sun and their officials but by a socialist caste. But even now the Russian people is too far developed for anybody to flatter himself with the hope that such experiments on it could be successful. Moreover, there is no doubt that under such a guardianship the people, far from being educated for socialism, would even degree SES capacity for further progress or would retain that capacity only thanks to the appearance of the very economic inequality underscored it would be the revolutionary government's immediate aim degree abolish. Not to mention the influence of international relations. Or the impossibility of Peruvian communism even in Eastern Europe in the 19th or the 20th century. Anyhow, why speak so much of the results of the seizure of power by our revolutionaries? Is that seizure itself probable or even possible? In our opinion the probability is very small, so small that the seizure of power may be considered as absolutely impossible. Our thinking proletariat has already done much for the emancipation of its motherland. It has shaken absolutism, aroused political interest among society, sown the seed of socialist propaganda among our working class. It is intermediary between the higher classes of society and the lower, having the education of the former and the democratic instincts of the latter. This position has eased for it the diversified work of propaganda and agitation. But this same position gives it very little hope of success in a conspiracy to seize power. For such a conspiracy talent, energy, and education are not enough. The conspirators need connections, wealth, and an influential position in society. And that is what our revolutionary intelligentsia lacks. It can make good these deficiencies only by allying itself with other dissatisfied elements of Russian society. Let us suppose that its plans actually meet with the sympathy of those elements, that rich landowners, capitalists, officials, staff, and senior officers join in the conspiracy. There will then be more probability of the conspiracy being a success, although that probability will still be very small. Just remember the outcome of most of the famous conspiracies in history. But the main danger to the socialist conspiracy will come not from the existing government, but from the members of the conspiracy itself. The influential and high-placed personages who have joined it may be sincere socialists only by a fortunate coincidence. But as regards the majority of them, there can be no guarantee that they will not wish to use the power they have seized for purposes having nothing in common with the interests of the working class. And once the conspirators deviate from the socialist aim of the conspiracy, it can be considered not only useless but even harmful for the social development of the country, for hatred of absolutism does not warrant sympathy for the successes of the most modern Zians, as Stepniak puts it in his well-known book, who would wish to use the conspiracy in their own interests. Thus, the more sympathy a conspiracy of the socialist intelligentsia to seize power in the immediate future meets among influential spheres, i.e., the greater the probability of its outward success, the more open to doubt its results will be. Contrariwise, the more such a conspiracy is confined to our socialist intelligentsia, i.e., the less the probability of its success, the less doubt there will be about its results, as far as the conspirators' intentions are concerned. Everything leads us to think that at present a Russian socialist conspiracy would be threatened with a failure of the SE condominium kind rather than of the first. Considering all that has been said, we think that only one aim of the Russian socialists would not be fantastic now: to achieve free political institutions, on the one hand, and to create elements for the setting up of the future Workers' Socialist Party of Russia, on the other. They must put forward the demand for a democratic constitution which shall guarantee the workers the rights of citizen as well as the rights of man, and give them, by universal suffrage, the possibility to take an active part in the political life of the country. Without trying to scare anybody with the yet remote red specter, such a political program would arouse sympathy for our revolutionary party among all those who are not systematic enemies of democracy. It could be subscribed to by very many representatives of our liberalism as well as by the socialists. And whereas the seizure of power by some secret revolutionary organization will always be the work only of that organization and of those who are initiated in its plans, agitation for the program mentioned would be a matter for the whole of Russian society, in which it would intensify the conscious striving for political emancipation. Then the interests of the liberals would indeed force them to act jointly with the socialists against the government, because they would cease to meet in revolutionary publications the assurance that the overthrow of absolutism would be the signal for a social revolution in Russia. At the same time, another, less timid and more sober section of liberal society would no longer see revolutionaries as unpractical youths who set themselves unrealizable and fantastic plans. This view, which is disadvantageous for revolutionaries, would give place to the respect of society not only for their heroism but also for their political maturity. This sympathy would gradually grow into active support, or more probably into an independent social movement, and then the hour of absolutism's fall would strike at last. The Socialist Party would play an extremely honorable and beneficial role in this emancipation movement. Its glorious past, its selflessness and energy would give weight to its demands, and it would at least stand chances of thus winning for the people the possibility of political development and education, and for itself the right to address its propaganda openly to the people and to organize them openly into a separate party. But that is not enough. Or more exactly, it is unachievable without simultaneous action of another kind and in another sphere. Without might there is no right. Every constitution according to Lassalle's splendid expression corresponds or strives to correspond to the real, factual relation of forces in the country. That is why our socialist intelligentsia must concern itself with changing the factual relations of Russian social forces in favor of the working class even in the pre-constitutional period. Otherwise the fall of absolutism will by no means justify the hopes placed in it by the Russian socialists or even Democrats. Even in a constitutional Russia, the demands of the people may be left completely unattended to or satisfied only as far as is necessary to allow them to pay more taxes, which they are now almost unable to do as a result of the rapacity of the state economic management. The Socialist Party itself, having won for the liberal bourgeoisie freedom of speech and action, may find itself in an exceptional position similar to that of German social democracy today. In politics, only he may count on the gratitude of his allies of yesterday, now his enemies, who has nothing more serious to count on. Fortunately, the Russian socialists can base their hopes on a firmer foundation. They can and must place their hopes first and foremost in the working class. The strength of the working class as of any other class depends, among other things, on the clarity of its political consciousness, its cohesion, and its degree of organization. It is these elements of its strength that must be influenced by our socialist intelligentsia. The latter must become the leader of the working class in the impending emancipation movement, explain to it its political and economic interests and also the interdependence of those interests, and must prepare it to play an independent role in the social life of Russia. They must exert all their energy so that in the very opening period of the constitutional life of Russia our working class will be able to come forward as a separate party with a definite social and political program. The detailed elaboration of that program must, of course, be left to the workers themselves, but the intelligentsia must elucidate for them its principal points, for instance, a radical review of the present agrarian relations, the taxation system and factory legislation, state help for producers' associations, and so forth. All this can be done by intensive work among at least the most advanced sections of the working class, by oral and print propaganda and the organization of workers' socialist study groups. It is true that these tasks have always held a more or less prominent place in the programs of our socialists, and Calendar Narodnoy Voly can convince us that they were not forgotten even in the heat of the bitterest fight against the government. See preparatory work of the party in section C, Urban Workers. But we suggest that everybody who is acquainted with our revolutionary movement should recall and compare how much energy and money was wasted on destructive work and how much was devoted to training elements for the future Workers' Socialist Party. We are not accusing anybody, but we think that the distribution of our revolutionary forces was too one-sided. Yet it would be vain for us to try to explain this by the quality of the revolutionary forces themselves or of the elements of the working class which, according to their own program, they should have influenced. The appearance and success of such publications as Zerno and Rabochaya Gazeta show that our revolutionaries have not lost their inclination for propaganda, and our working people are not indifferent to it. Of course these publications made mistakes, at times serious ones, but only he who does nothing makes no mistakes. The main trouble is that in their publications one does not see any of the energy with which printed propaganda is conducted among intellectual sections of society, that when a print shop is closed by the police a new one is not opened in its stead, that when it is impossible to publish them in Russia they are not transferred abroad, and so forth. Of all the journals from abroad, and we had a fair number of them, Rabonik alone wrote for the people, and that was the great merit of its publishers. But Rabonik has already been closed for a long time, and we have heard nothing of new attempts of this kind, with, say, a new program, better suited to the changed views of the Russian socialists. What has been published here, in Russia, for the workers besides Zerno and Rabochaya Gazeta? Absolutely nothing. Not a single booklet, Not a single pamphlet asterisk, and that at a time when the revolutionary movement has centered universal attention upon itself, and the people, grasping avidly at the rumors and opinions, have been wondering anxiously, what do these people want? Can one be astonished, after this, at the absurd answers to this question with which, for lack of better ones, they are sometimes satisfied? We repeat, we are not accusing anybody, we advise everybody to pay attention. Note to the addition. From this we see that the idea of a popular publication is by no means a novelty in our literature. But this did not adorn seeming a dangerous novelty to many comrades no further act than on the eve of our second Congress, when I was almost its only supporter on the staff of Iskra. This idea has now been practically greater or lesser success. Better late than never. But if you old hear, reader, what amazing arguments were brought out against this EAM the not far off time just mentioned, you would exclaim, like Faust, we were. To this aspect of the matter so as to make up for the omission in time. Asterisk. Thus, the struggle for political freedom, on the one hand, and the preparation of the working class for its future independent and offensive role, on the other, such, in our opinion, is the only possible setting of party tasks at present. To bind together in one two so fundamentally different matters as the overthrow of absolutism and the socialist revolution, to wage revolutionary struggle in the belief that these elements of social development will coincide in the history of our country, means to put off the advent of both. But it depends on us to bring these two elements closer together. We must follow the splendid example of the German communists who, as the manifesto says, fight with the bourgeoisie never it acts in a revolutionary way, against the absolute monarchy, and yet never cease, for a single instant, to instill into the working class the clearest possible recognition of the hostile antagonism between bourgeoisie and proletariat. Acting thus, the communists wanted the bourgeois revolution in Germany to be but the prelude to an immediately following proletarian revolution. The present position of bourgeois societies and the influence of international relations on the social development of each civilized country entitle us to hope that the social emancipation of the Russian working class will follow very quickly upon the fall of absolutism. If the German bourgeoisie came too late, the Russian has come still later, and its domination cannot be a long one. Only the Russian revolutionaries should not, in their turn, begin too late the preparation of the working class, a matter which has now become of absolute urgency. Let us make a reservation to avoid misunderstandings. We do not hold the view, which as we have seen was ascribed to Marx's school rather than it existed in reality, and which alleges that the socialist movement cannot obtain support from our peasantry until the peasant has been turned into a landless proletarian and the village commune has disintegrated under the influence of capitalism. We think that on the whole the Russian peasantry would show great sympathy for any measure aiming at the so-called nationalization of the land. Given the possibility of any at all free agitation among the peasants, they would also sympathize with the socialists, who naturally would not be slow in introducing into their program the demand for a measure of that kind. But we do not exaggerate the strength of our socialists or ignore the obstacles, the opposition which they will inevitably encounter from that quarter in their work. For that reason, and for that reason only, we think that for the beginning they should concentrate their main attention on the industrial centers. The rural population of today, living in backward social conditions, is not only less capable of conscious political initiative than the industrial workers, it is also less responsive to the movement which our revolutionary intelligentsia has begun. It has greater difficulty in mastering the socialist teachings, because its living conditions are too much unlike the conditions which gave birth to those teachings. And besides, the peasantry is now going through a difficult, critical period. The previous ancestral foundations of its economy are crumbling, the ill-fated village commune itself is being discredited in its eyes, as is admitted even by such ancestral organs of Narodism as Nedelia, see no. The article by Mr. NZ in Our Native Parts, and the new forms of labor and life are only in the process of formation, and this creative process is more intensive in the industrial centers. Like water which washes away the soil in one place and forms new sediments and deposits in others. The process of Russian social development is creating new social formations by destroying the age-old forms of the peasants' relation to the land and to one another. These new social formations contain the embryo of a new social movement which alone can end the exploitation of Russia's working population. The industrial workers, who are more developed and have higher requirements and a broader outlook than the peasantry, will join our revolutionary intelligentsia in its struggle against absolutism, and when they have won political freedom they will organize into a workers' socialist party whose task will be to begin systematic propaganda of socialism among the peasantry. We say systematic propaganda because isolated opportunities of propaganda must not be missed even at present. It is hardly necessary to add that our socialists would have to change the distribution of their forces among the people if a strong independent movement made itself felt among the peasantry. That is the program which life itself suggests to the Russian Revolutionary Socialist Party. Will the party be able to carry out this program? Will it be prepared to give up its fantastic plans and notions, which, it must be admitted, have a great appeal to sentiment and imagination? It is as yet difficult to answer that question with certitude. The announcement of the publication of Vestnik Narodnoy Voly speaks of the political tasks of the Revolutionary Party only in the most general terms. Vestnik's editorial board describes those aims as absolutely definite and apparently does not consider it necessary to define them again in ours announcement. That is why there is ground for fear that it will en degree consider it necessary either to ask itself whether the absolutely definite conditions of present Russian actuality correspond to the absolutely definite aims of the Narodnaya Volya Party. In that case the new publication will leave unsatisfied the most urgent need of our revolutionary literature, the need for a critical reconsideration of obsolete programs and traditional methods of action. But we hope that the future will dissipate our fears. We wish to hope that the new publication will take a sober view of our revolutionary party's tasks, on whose fulfillment the party's future depends. Social life will be just as pitiless to the party's present illusions as it was to those of our rebels and propagandists. It is better to follow its directions now than to pay for its stern lessons later by splits and new disappointments. Letter to P. L. Lavrov, in lieu of preface. Dear Peter Lavrovich, you are dissatisfied with the emancipation of labor group. In No of Vestnik Narodnoy Voly you devoted a whole article to its publications, and although the article was not a very long one, its 2.5 pages were enough to express your disagreement with the group's program and your dissatisfaction over its attitude to the Narodnaya Volya Party. Having been long accustomed to respect your opinions and knowing, moreover, how attentively our revolutionary youth of all shades and trends listen to them, I take the liberty of saying a few words in defense of the group, towards which, it seems, you are not quite fair. I consider myself all the more entitled to do so as in your article you speak mainly of my pamphlet Socialism and the Political Struggle. As it was that pamphlet which caused your reproaches, it is most fitting that its author should answer them. You find that the pamphlet can be divided into two parts, to each of which, in your opinion, you must adopt a different attitude. One part, namely, the second chapter, deserves the same attention as any serious work on socialism. The other, which constitutes a considerable portion of the pamphlet, you say, is devoted to a controversy on the past and present activity of the Narodnaya Volya Party, whose organ abroad your journal intends to be. Not only do you disagree with the opinions which I express in that part, but the very fact of a controversy with Narodnaya Volya seems to you to deserve severe censure. You think it would not be particularly difficult to prove to Mr. Plekanov that his attacks can be countered with quite weighty objections, all the more as, perhaps due to haste, his quotations are not exact. You are convinced that my own program of action contains perhaps more serious shortcomings and unpractical things than I accuse the Narodnaya Volya Party of. But to my immense regret you cannot spare the time to point out these shortcomings and unpractical things. The organ of the Narodnaya Volya Party, you say, is devoted to the struggle against the political and social enemies of the Russian people. That struggle is so complicated that it takes up your time, all your work. You have neither the leisure nor the desire to devote a part of your publication to a controversy with groups of Russian revolutionary socialism which consider a controversy with Narodnaya Volya more timely for them than the struggle against the Russian government and the other exploiters of the Russian people. Hoping that time itself will settle the questions at issue in your favor, you do not consider it useful to stress your not particularly serious disagreement with the emancipators of labor, as you choose to call us, by direct blows at a group the majority of whose members may any day now be in the ranks of Narodnaya Volya. This transformation of emancipators of labor into members of Narodnaya Volya appears all the more probable to you as, to quote your own words, Mr. Plekanov himself, as he said in the preface to his pamphlet, has already undergone a sufficiently great evolution in his political and social convictions, and you have reason to hope for new steps on my part in the same direction. Reaching that point in my evolution, a point which apparently seems to you the apogee of possible development of Russian socialism at present, you hope I may acknowledge still another aspect of the practical task of every group in the social army fighting the common enemy, namely, that to disrupt the organization of that army, even if one sees or assumes certain shortcomings in it, is permissible only either to the enemies of that army's cause, among whom you do not include me, or to a group which by its own activity, its own strength and organization, is capable of becoming a social army at a particular historical minute. But such a role, in your opinion, is a matter of a remote and perhaps somewhat doubtful future for the emancipators of labor as such, i.e., for people who have not yet completed the cycle of their transformations and are now something like Narodnaya Volya larvae or pupae. Such, dear Peter Lavrovic, is the almost word-for-word content of all that you said about my pamphlet. Perhaps I have wearied you with my abundance of quotations from your own article, but, on the one hand, I was afraid I would again receive the reproach that my quotations are not exact, and, besides, I did not consider it superfluous to recall your words in full to the reader, so as to make it easier for him to pronounce the final verdict in our case. You know that the reading public is the chief and supreme judge in all disputes which arise in the free republic of speech. It is, therefore, not surprising that each of the parties must take all steps to make the true character of the question under dispute clear to the public. After setting forth your remarks on my pamphlet and your considerations on the tactics adopted by the Emancipation of Labor Group towards the Narodnaya Volya Party, I now go on, dear Peter Lavrovic, to explanations without which it is impossible to understand correctly the motives which prompted my comrades and me to act precisely in this way and no other. Actually, I could say that all talk of such motives is completely unnecessary, and the reader may find it of very little interest. How so? Is not the question of the immediate tasks, the tactics, and the scientific substantiation of all our revolutionaries' activity the most important and most vital question in Russian life for us? Can it be regarded as already settled finally and without appeal? Is not every revolutionary writer obliged to promote its clarification by all means at his disposal and with all the attention he is capable of? Or can this clarification be considered useful only if it results in the conviction that although the Russian revolutionaries have not the Pope's infallibility, they have not made a single mistake in their practical work or a single error in their theoretical arguments, that all is well in both these respects? Or must those who do not share that pleasant confidence be condemned to silence, and may the purity of their intentions be suspected every time they take up their pen to call the revolutionaries' attention to the way the revolutionary cause is being conducted, and how, as far as they can judge, it should be conducted? If Spinoza said as early as in the 17th century that in a free state everybody must be granted the right to think as he pleases and say what he thinks, may that right be placed in doubt at the end of the 19th century by members of a socialist party, if even of the most backward state in Europe? If the Russian socialists recognize in principle the right of free speech and include the demand for it in their programs, they cannot restrict its enjoyment to the group or party which claims hegemony in a particular period of the revolutionary movement. I think that now, when our legal literature is persecuted most ruthlessly, when in our fatherland all that is living and honest is mown down in the field of thought as in all others, I think that at such a time a revolutionary writer should rather be asked the reason for his silence than for the fact of the publication of one or other of his works. If you agree with this, and you can hardly fail to, you will also agree that one cannot condemn to hypocrisy a revolutionary writer who, as Herzen splendidly puts it, must sacrifice very, very much to the human dignity of free speech. And if that also is true, can he be censured if he says in plain terms and without any reservation what he thinks of any of the programs of revolutionary activity? I am sure, dear Peter Lavrovic, that you will answer that question in the negative. For that I have one guarantee, among others, in your having signed the announcement of the publication of Vestnik Narodnoy Vali, page 8 of which tells us, socialism, like every other vital historical idea, gives rise to numerous, though not particularly substantial, differences among its supporters, and many questions in it, both theoretical and practical, remain disputable. Owing to the greater intricacy, the greater difficulties and the greater recency of the development of Russian socialism, there is perhaps a still larger number of more or less considerable differences in the views of Russian socialists. But, we repeat, this just goes to show that the Russian Socialist Party is a living one which stimulates energetic thought and firm convictions among its supporters, a party which has not contented itself with dogmatic belief in formulae learned by rote. I do not understand how an editor who signed that announcement can be dissatisfied at the writings of a group whose differences with Narodnaya Volya he considers not particularly substantial. Vestnik Narodnoy Vali No. Section 2, page, line from bottom. I cannot imagine that the journal which published that announcement can be hostile to people who have not contented themselves with dogmatic belief in formulae learned by rote. For one cannot entertain the thought that the lines I have quoted were written merely to explain to the reader why the program put forward by Vestnik Narodnoy Vali embraces views which are to a certain extent not identical with one another. Announcement of the publication of Vestnik Narodnoy Volt, p. 7. Nor can one presume that after setting itself such a definite program Vestnik will see a vital significance in the more or less considerable differences between the Russian socialists only if they do not go beyond the limits of that program, which embraces views which are to a certain extent not identical with one another. That would mean being tolerant only to members of one's own church, admitting with Shchedrin's characters that opposition is harmless only if it does no harm. Such liberalism, such tolerance, would not be of great comfort to Russian nonconformist socialists, of whom there are apparently no few now, since you speak yourself in your article of groups which consider a controversy with Narodnaya Volya more timely, etc. From these words it is obvious that there are at least two such groups, and that Vestnik, which intends to be the organ of unification of all the Russian socialist revolutionaries, is still far from having attained its aim. I think that such a failure should have widened, not narrowed the limits of the inherent tolerance of its editorial board. You advise me not to disrupt the organization of our revolutionary army. But allow me first of all to inquire what social army you are talking about. If by that metaphor you mean the organization of the Narodnaya Volya party, I never thought my pamphlet would have such destructive influence on it, and I am convinced that the first member of Narodnaya Volya that you ask will put you at ease on that score. But if by disrupting the organization of the social army you mean winning to our group people who for some reason or other are outside the Narodnaya Volya party, the organization of the social army only stands to gain by that, for in it there will appear a new group, composed, so to speak, of new recruits. Besides, since when has discussion of the path followed by this or that army and the expression of the assurance that there is another path which will lead more surely and quickly to victory been considered as disruption of the organization of that army? I think such a confusion of concepts is possible only among the barbarous hordes of the Asiatic despotic states, but certainly not among the armies of modern civilized states. For who is not aware that criticism of the tactics adopted by this or that army can harm only the military reputation of that army's generals, who are perhaps not disinclined to lay the finger of silence on indiscreet mouths? But what has that to do with the organization of the army, and who, indeed, are its leaders. You know that such leaders can be either elected by the rank and file or appointed from above. Let us agree for a minute that the executive committee plays the role of leader to our revolutionary army. The question is, are even those who did not take part in its election obliged to submit to it, or, if it was appointed from above, who had the power, and what power, to appoint it? You include the emancipation of labor group among the groups of Russian revolutionary socialism which consider a controversy with Narodnaya Volya more timely for them than the struggle against the Russian government and the other exploiters of the Russian people. Allow me to ask you whether you think that the peculiarities of the Russian people and the present historical moment also include the circumstance that the struggle against its exploiters can be waged without the dissemination of the ideas which express the meaning and the tendency of that struggle. Is it for me, a former rebel, to prove to you, a former editor of the journal V. that the growth of the revolutionary movement is inconceivable without the dissemination of the most progressive, the soundest, in a word, the most revolutionary ideas and concepts among the appropriate section of society? Are you one whose attention must be drawn to the circumstance that socialism as expressed in the works of Marx and Engels is the most powerful spiritual weapon in the struggle against all possible exploiters of the people? The dissemination of what the writers just named taught is precisely the purpose of my comrades, as is clearly stated in the announcement of the publication of the Library of Modern Socialism. There can be no doubt that the socialism of Marx's school differs in many respects from Russian socialism as expressed in our revolutionary movement as a whole and in the Narodnaya Volya party in particular, for Russian socialism still wears a long Bakuninist pigtail down its back. It is also quite natural and understandable that Russian Marxists are therefore not infrequently obliged to adopt a negative attitude towards certain formulae learned by rote, but it by no means follows from this that they prefer the struggle against the revolutionaries to the struggle against the government. In Vestnik Narodnoy Voly a certain Mr. Tarasov exerts himself to refute one of the fundamental propositions of Marx's historical theory. His article is given the first place, the foremost corner, so to speak, in No of Vestnik. Does this mean that Mr. Tarasov regards a controversy with Marx as more timely than the struggle against the Russian government and the other exploiters of the Russian people? Or does a controversy which is appropriate and timely coming from the pen of Duringists, Bakuninists, and Blanquists become an insult to the grandeur of the Russian Revolution as soon as Marxists raise their voice? Is such an attitude on the part of an author who has so often declared his agreement with Marx's theories fair, nay more, is it explainable? I am well aware that it is by no means easy to settle the question of our revolutionary party's tasks from the point of view of Marx's theories. The fundamental principles of these theories are, in fact, only the major term in the syllogism, so that people who equally recognize the correctness and the great scientific significance of this first term may either agree or disagree as to the conclusion, according to the way in which they understand the minor term, which is this or that assessment of the present Russian situation. That is why I am not at all surprised at your disagreement with our program, although I think that if you were still a Marxist you would not be capable of proving to me that my program contains more serious shortcomings and unpractical things than I accuse the Narodnaya Volya party of. But no disagreements in assessing the present Russian situation will explain to me and my comrades the unfair attitude that you adopted towards us in your article. I appeal to the reader's impartiality. On the desk before the editor of Vestnik Narodnoy Voly lie two pamphlets published by the Emancipation of Labor Group. One of them is a translation of a work by Engels which the honorable editor calls the most remarkable work of socialist literature in recent years. The second, in the words of the same editor, deserves, as far as one part of it is concerned, the same attention as any serious work on socialism. The second part contains a controversy on the past and present activity of Narodnaya Volya, a controversy aimed at proving to that party that having dealt the death blow to all the traditions of Orthodox Narodism by its practical activity and having done so much for the development of the revolutionary movement in Russia, the Narodnaya Volya party cannot find a justification for itself nor should it seek one outside modern scientific socialism. And that part of the Emancipation of Labor Group publications proves, in the opinion of our editor, that the group sets itself almost exclusively the task of polemizing with Narodnaya Volya and is ready, for that purpose, to give up the struggle against the government. Even the least impartial reader will agree that such an inference from the part to the whole is not justified by the character of the other parts of that whole. I do not deny that one part of my pamphlet is controversial, or to be more exact, critical. But the fact that a controversy with Narodnaya Volya was not the exclusive aim even of the part incriminated is obvious if only from what you, Peter Lavrovic, have overlooked, namely, that my criticism was not confined to the Narodnaya Volya period in the Russian revolutionary movement. I also criticized other stages in it. And if, indeed, from the fact of my printed and, moreover, motivated expression of disagreement with one revolutionary program or another it follows that a controversy against that program is the main aim of my writing, the accusation brought against me should, in the interest of truth, have been considerably extended. It should have been said that the principal aim of my writing was to polemize with the anarchists, the Bakuninists, the Narodniks of the old trend, the members of Narodnaya Volya and, finally, the Marxists who do not understand the significance of the political struggle for the emancipation of the proletariat. Moreover, it should also have been taken into account that the other part of Mr. Plekanov's pamphlet is devoted to the exposition and proof of the philosophical and historical side of the teaching of Marx and Engels. Then it would have been clear that I was guilty of spreading the revolutionary views that I share and of polemizing with those which seem to me erroneous. But there is more to it than that. A careful examination of all the circumstances of the case would have revealed that my crime had been committed with preconsidered intent, since as far back as in the announcement of the publication of the Library of Modern Socialism P. Axelrod and I expressly stated that the purpose of those editions boiled down to the spreading of the ideas of scientific socialism by translating into Russian the most important works of the school of Marx and Engels and original works intended for readers with various degrees of education. The criticism of the teachings prevalent among our revolutionaries and the elaboration of the most important questions in Russian social life from the standpoint of scientific socialism and the interests of the working population of Russia. That is the true character of the deed that provoked your dissatisfaction. To make even a single reproach to the man who committed it, one must first prove that there is now no need for criticism of the programs and teachings prevalent among us revolutionaries, or that criticism must be transformed, as Belinsky once said naturally in another connection, into a modest servant of authority, a flattering repeater of worn-out commonplaces. But I have already said that there is hardly a writer who would undertake to support such an unheard-of proposition, and you, dear Peter Lavrovic, will certainly on no account assert that it is time for our revolutionary party to content itself with dogmatic belief in formulae learned by rote. If that is so, then Woziterlayer. However, many people, although they cannot bring themselves to deny completely the significance of criticism in our revolutionary literature, apparently think that not every person or individual group of persons has the right to criticize the teachings and tactics of an active party. Since my pamphlet was published, I have frequently had the occasion to hear remarks in that vein. Party of action, the traditions of Narodnaya Volya, heroic struggle, such have been the phrases used to disguise fear of the slightest reference to formulae learned by rote of our revolutionary catechism. My right to express disagreement with the Narodnaya Volya party, or rather with its writings, has been contested with utter disregard of who is right, the publicists of our party of action or I. As I listened to these attacks on my pamphlet, I could not help recalling the argument of the Bachelor of Salamanca, Don Inigo I Madraso Comedias I Papalamian du, in the famous Controverse de Mais. Mais, Monsieur, malgré toutes les belles choses que vous venez de me dire, this dialectician said, vous m'avouerez que votre église anglicane, est irrespectable, and existait pas avant dom Luther et avant dom Echo Lampard, vous êtes tout nouveau, don vous n'êtes pas de la maison. And I wonder whether the arguments furnished by the great satirist to his bitterest enemies can be used seriously by Russian revolutionaries, and whether the caricature of the Catholic bachelor is to become the perfect image of Russian revolutionary dialecticians. You will agree, dear Peter Lavrovic, that there is nothing sadder than such a prospect, and that no anxiety for the integrity of the organization means anything at all in comparison with fear of the possibility of such terrible intellectual degeneration. It is in the interests of Narodnaya Volya to counteract as resolutely as possible the degeneration of our revolutionary literature into revolutionary scholasticism. And yet, your article, my dear Peter Lavrovic, is more likely to maintain than to weaken the zeal of our revolutionary bachelors. The conviction expressed by you that to disrupt the organization of the revolutionary army is permissible only either to the enemies of that army's cause or to a group which by its own activity, its own strength and organization, is capable of becoming a social army at a particular historical minute, you're pointing out that, as regards our group, this role is a matter of a remote and perhaps somewhat doubtful future. All this can give grounds for the conclusion that, in your opinion, although degree or group may have its own view at its age, it must carefully conceal it every time it contradicts the opinion of the editors of one or other of the Narodnaya Volya Party periodicales. Of course it would be wrong to draw such a conclusion from what you wrote, but one must not forget that people do not always judge by the rules of strict logic. The very principle you express in the lines just quoted can give rise to many unfortunate misunderstandings. Those lines can be a completely untimely avis for nonconformist readers, whom they can lead on to approximately the following thoughts. It is permissible for a group capable of becoming a social army at a particular historical minute to disrupt the organization of our revolutionary army. All the more it is permissible for the latter, as a tried and tested force, to disrupt the organization of nonconformist groups whose hegemony it considers a matter of a remote and perhaps somewhat doubtful future. But which revolutionary group do the editors of Vestnik Narodnoy Voly consider to be a social army? Probably the Narodnaya Volya Party. That means, but the conclusion is clear, and it is an extremely sad conclusion for groups which have hitherto taken for granted, as we have, that the outlooks of others may be criticized but that the organizations of others must not be disrupted, and that it is better to advance alongside of them, supporting and supplementing one another. Asterisk. Our group's future seems doubtful to you. I am prepared to doubt of it myself as far as our group itself, not the outlooks which it represents, is concerned. The fact of the matter is as follows. It is no secret to anybody that our revolutionary movement is now going through a critical period. Narodnaya Volya's terrorist tactics set our party quite a number of highly important and vital problems. But unfortunately these problems are still unsolved. The stock of Bakuninist and Prudenist theories that were in use among us proved insufficient even for the correct posing of those questions. The stick that was previously bent over in one direction has now been bent back in the other. The former completely unjustified rejection of politics has now given place to a no more justified confidence in the omnipotence of conspiratorial political scheming. The Petersburg Narodnaya Volya program was Bakuninism turned upside down, with its Slavophile contrasting of Russia to the West, its idealization of the primitive forms of national life, and its faith in the social wonder-working of our intelligentsia's revolutionary organizations. The theoretical principles from which the program departs have remained unchanged, the practical conclusions alone being diametrically opposed to the former ones. Renouncing political abstention, Bakuninism has described an arc of degrees and has been revived as a Russian variety of Blanquism, basing its revolutionary hopes on Russia's economic backwardness. This Blanquism is now attempting to create its own particular theory and has recently been fairly fully expressed in Mr. Tikhomarov's article "What Can We Expect from the Revolution?" In that article he makes use of the whole arsenal of the Russian Blanquists to defend his own program. One cannot deny Mr. Tikhomarov's ability to use the weapon. He skillfully marshals the facts in his favor, carefully avoids any contradictory phenomena, and appeals, not without success, to the reader's feelings when he has no hope of influencing his logic. His weapon has been renovated, cleaned, and sharpened. But if you examine it more attentively you will see that it is nothing but the old-fashioned sword of Bakuninism and Tikashevism embellished with a new trademark, that of VV, an expert in reactionary theories in Petersburg. Below I shall give a few extracts from P. N. Tikashev's open letter to Frederick Engels, and you will see for yourself, dear Peter Lavrovic, that your comrade is only repeating what was said 10 years ago by the editor of Novit and what drew a sharp answer from Engels in a pamphlet not unknown to you, Socials Aus Russland. Have 10 years of the movement taught our writers nothing better? Does the Narodnaya Volya Party refuse to understand the historical significance of its own sacrifices, the political importance of its genuinely heroic struggle against absolutism? Not being in Russia, neither you nor I can say anything definite about the state of mind now prevalent among the members of Narodnaya Volya. But as far as can be judged from what is going on outside the Narodnaya Volya organization, we can be certain that the revolutionary movement is not destined to be revived under the banner of Tikashevism. Our revolutionary youth is irresolute and hesitant, it has lost faith in the old forms of action, and the number of new programs and theories which now appear among it proves that not a single one of them is able to embrace all the real interests and all the vital tasks of our movement. Scepticism is coming into its own. Narodnaya Volya is losing its former fascination. The period of more than 3 years that has elapsed since the event of March I has been characterized by a fall of revolutionary energy in Russia. This sad fact cannot be disputed. But it seems to me that many people offer too superficial an explanation of it. Say that our movement has weakened under the impact of persecution by the government. I have too much faith in the timeliness of the Russian Revolution to be satisfied with such a hackneyed explanation. I think that the Russian Revolution has an enormous, invincible potential energy, and that reaction is raising its head only because we are unable to transform that energy from potential into kinetic. Russia's social tasks today cannot find a satisfactory solution in the traditional conspiratorial program of Blanquism. Little by little that hackneyed program will become the Procrustean bed of the Russian Revolution. One by one all the methods of action, all the elements of the movement which have been its strength and the conditions of its influence, will be sacrificed to its spectral and fantastic aims. The terrorist struggle, agitation among the people and in society and the rousing and development of popular initiative are all only of secondary importance for the Blanquist. His attention is centered first and foremost on conspiracy aimed at seizing power. He does not bother about the development of the social forces or the establishment of institutions calculated to make a return to the old regime impossible. All he endeavors to do is to combine the already existing forces of society. He has no regard for history, does not try to understand its laws or to direct his revolutionary activity in accordance with them, he simply substitutes his own conspiratorial skill for history. And as the growth of the revolutionary forces in Russia is far from being complete, as those forces are still in the process de werdens, this violent arresting of their development is bound to have very harmful consequences and to make reaction more secure instead of promoting the cause of progress. In this case, one of two things may happen. Either the future of the Russian Revolution will be placed at stake in a plot which has less chances of success than any other, the social revolutionary plot, or a new force will emerge out of the womb of oppositional and revolutionary Russia, a force which will push the Narodnaya Volya Party into the background and take the cause of our movement in its own hands. Influence and postpone for many years the formation of a socialist party among the progressive strata of the people. That is why we refer our revolutionary youth to Marxism, that algebra of the revolution, as I called it in my pamphlet, that program which teaches its supporters to make use of every step in social development for the revolutionary education of the working class. And I am sure that sooner or later our youth and our workers' groups will adopt this, the only revolutionary program. In this sense, the future of our group is by no means doubtful, and I do not understand where you get your scepticism from in this case. You, a writer who, as recently as in the same Noah Vestnik, called Marx the great teacher who ushered socialism into its scientific phase, proved its historical legitimacy and at the same time initiated the organizational unity of the Workers' Revolutionary Party. For one cannot profess the theoretical principles of the great teacher and deduce Bakuninism or Blanquism from them in practice. I repeat that the most consistent Marxists may disagree in the appraisal of the present Russian situation. That is why we in no case wish to cover our program with the authority of a great name. And moreover, we are ready to admit in advance that our program contains many shortcomings and unpractical things, like any first attempt at applying a particular scientific theory to the analysis of very complicated and entangled social relations. But the fact is that so far neither my comrades nor I have a finally elaborated program, complete from the first paragraph to the last. We only show our comrades the direction in which the answer to the revolutionary problems interesting them is to be sought. We only defend the reliable and unmistaken criterion with the help of which they will finally be able to strip off themselves the rags of the revolutionary metaphysics which has so far held undivided sway over our minds. We only prove that our revolutionary movement, far from losing anything, will gain a lot if the Russian Narodniks and the Russian Narodnaya Volya at last become Russian Marxists, and a new, higher standpoint reconciles all the groups existing among us. Our program has still to be completed, and completed there, on the spot, by those same groups of workers and revolutionary youth who will fight for its fulfillment. Corrections, additions, and improvements to this program are quite natural, inevitable and indispensable. We are not afraid of criticism. We wait for it impatiently and will naturally not stop our ears to it like Famusov. In presenting this first attempt at a program for the Russian Marxists to the comrades working in Russia, we are far from wishing to compete with Narodnaya Volya. On the contrary, there is nothing we desire more than full and final agreement with that party. We think that the Narodnaya Volya party must become a Marxist party if it at all wishes to remain faithful to its revolutionary traditions and to get the Russian movement out of its present stagnation. When I speak of the revolutionary traditions of Narodnaya Volya, I have in mind not only the terrorist struggle, not only the political murders and attempted murders, I mean the broadening of the channel of the Russian movement which was the necessary consequence of that struggle and which showed us how narrow, abstract, and one-sided were the theories we professed at that time. Dynamite killed those theories along with Alexander too. But both Russian absolutism and Bakuninism in all its varieties are only dead, not buried. They are no longer living, they are not developing, but they are still rotting and contaminating with their corruption the whole of Russia, from her most conservative to her most revolutionary sections. Only the wholesome atmosphere of Marxism can help Narodnaya Volya to finish the work it began so brilliantly, because, as Lassalle said, the glow of dawn is seen earlier from the high peaks of science than from the bustle of everyday life. Marxism will show our Narodovoltsi how, while bringing into the movement new strata as yet almost untapped by them, they can at the same time avoid the reefs of fatal one-sidedness, how, while utilizing the progressive aspects of the maturing liberal revolution, they can nevertheless remain perfectly loyal to the cause of the working class and of socialism. Being completely free from any narrow sectarianism, we wish Narodnaya Volya, not failure, but further success, and if we stretch out only one hand to it for reconciliation, the reason is that with the other we show it the theory of modern scientific socialism with the words, "In this thou shalt conquer." Unfortunately, Spencer is quite right when he notes that every organization is conservative in direct proportion to its perfection. The stern practice of struggle against absolutism evolved the strong and powerful organization of Narodnaya Volya. This absolutely necessary and highly useful organization is no exception to the general rule. It is an obstacle to theoretical successes for the Narodnaya Volya party, as it now strives to raise into dogmas and to perpetuate the program and the teachings which could have but a temporary and transitory significance. At the end of my pamphlet Socialism and the Political Struggle, I expressed the hope that Vestnik Narodnoy Volya would be able to adopt a critical attitude towards the theoretical errors in the program and the mistakes in the practical work of Narodnaya Volya. We wish to hope, I said, that the new publication will take a sober view of our revolutionary party's tasks, on whose fulfillment the party's future depends. I expected the Geneva Vestnik to go further than the Petersburg Narodnaya Volya. But if you, dear Peter Lavrovic, read Mr. Tikhomirov's article attentively, you will see yourself that the views it expresses are a huge step backwards even compared with Narodnaya Volya. And this is quite natural. The theoretical premises of Narodnaya Volya's old program are so precarious and contradictory that to go on relying on them means to go downwards. It is to be expected that other, progressive elements of the Narodnaya Volya party will at last raise their voices and that the revolutionary movement within that party will proceed as it has always done everywhere, i.e., from below. But until that happens we shall not cease to rouse public opinion among our revolutionaries, no matter how many attacks, reproaches, and accusations our literary activity provokes, no matter how much we are pained by the fact that even you, dear Peter Lavrovic, show dissatisfaction at that activity, you whose approval and sympathy we still so recently seemed able to rely upon. We engage in controversy with the Narodnaya Volya supporters in the interests of their own cause, and we hope that they will agree with us sooner or later. But if our sincerity is suspected, if they see us as enemies, and not as friends, we shall console ourselves with the consciousness that our cause is a just one. Being convinced Marxists, we will remain true to the motto of our teacher and go our way, letting people say what they think fit. Geneva, July. With friendly greetings. Yours respectfully. Introduction. What we are reproached with. What I said above about attacks, reproaches, and accusations was not an empty phrase. It is still quite a short time since the emancipation of labor group came into existence, and yet how many objections we have had to listen to, the only cause for which was an obstinate refusal to examine the substance of our program, how many misunderstandings have been caused only by the desire to ascribe to us thoughts and intentions which never entered our heads. By more or less veiled hints, avoiding direct blows, not mentioning our names but using our expressions and twisting and distorting our thoughts, some have directly and others indirectly represented us as dried-up bookworms and dogmatists ready to sacrifice the people's happiness and welfare to the orderliness and harmony of the theories which they have hatched in their studies. And the theories themselves have been branded as a kind of imported commodity which it is just as dangerous for Russia to spread there as to import English opium to China. The time came long ago to put an end to this confusion of conceptions, to clear up these more or less sincere misunderstandings. I begin with what is most important. In the first chapter of my pamphlet I said a few words deriding revolutionaries who are afraid of bourgeois economic progress and who inevitably arrive at the amazing conclusion that Russia's economic backwardness was a most reliable ally of the revolution and that stagnation was to be blasoned as the first and only paragraph of our minimum program. I said that the Russian anarchists, Narodniks, and Blanquists could become revolutionary in substance and not in name alone only if they revolutionized their own heads and learned to understand the course of historical development and let it instead of asking old mother history to mark time while they laid new, straighter and better beaten roads for her. Asterisk. At the end of the third chapter I endeavored to convince my readers that to bind together in one two so fundamentally different matters as the overthrow of absolutism and the socialist revolution, to wage revolutionary struggle in the belief that these two elements of social development will coincide in the history of our country means to put off the advent of both. Asterisk. I further expressed the thought that the rural population of today, living in backward social conditions, is not only less capable of conscious political initiative than the industrial workers, it is also less responsive to the movement which our revolutionary intelligentsia has begun. And besides, I continued, the peasantry is now going through a difficult, critical period. The previous ancestral foundations of its economy are crumbling, the ill-fated village commune itself is being discredited in its eyes, as is admitted even by such ancestral organs of Narodism as Nedelia, and the new forms of labor and life are only in the process of formation, and this creative process is more intensive in the industrial centers. From these and similar passages it was concluded that my comrades and I, convinced that the immediate future in our country belongs to capitalism, were ready to drive Russia's working population into the iron embraces of capital and considered as untimely any struggle waged by the people for their economic emancipation. In his article What Can We Expect from the Revolution? Mr. Tikhomarov, describing the curious role of public figures whose programs have no link with life, gives a particularly detailed picture of the tragic situation of socialists who think that in order to work out the material conditions necessary to make the socialist system possible, Russia must necessarily go through the phase of capitalism. Mr. Tikhomarov imagines the situation as simply desperate, in it not a step but leads to horror. Our socialists have to fuss about creating a class in whose name they wish to work, and for that they have to desire the speedy dismissal of the millions of working people who exist in reality but, having the misfortune not to be proletarians, have no role in the scientific scheme of social progress. But the fall from grace of these pedants of socialism cannot be confined to the sphere of fuss and desires. Wera Sagd, muss auch sagen. Had he been consistent and placed the interests of the revolution above his own moral purity, the socialists should then have entered into a direct alliance with the Knights of Primitive Accumulation, whose hearts and hands do not tremble at developing various surplus values and uniting the workers in the all-saving situation of the beggarly proletarian. The revolutionary is thus transformed into a supporter of the exploitation of labor, and Mr. Tikhomarov is very timely when he asks, where, then, is the difference between the socialist and the bourgeois? I don't know just what socialists the honorable writer has in view in this case. As we see, he has no liking for direct blows, and without mentioning his adversaries he merely informs the readers that some other people think this or that. The reader is completely unaware who those other people are and whether it is true that they think what Mr. Tikhomarov says they do. Neither do I know whether his readers share his horror of the position of the socialists whom he criticizes. But the subject he touches upon is so interesting, the accusations which he brings against certain socialists so much resemble accusations made more than once against us, his whole program and what he expects from the revolution are to such an extent determined by the negative solution of the question of capitalism that it is his article which must provide the occasion for as complete and comprehensive an elucidation of this question as possible. And so, must or must not Russia go through the school of capitalism? The answer to this question is of the highest importance for the correct posing of our Socialist Party's tasks. It is therefore not surprising that it has for a long time claimed the attention of Russian revolutionaries. Until recent times the great majority of these were inclined to answer the question categorically in the negative. I also had my share of the general infatuation, and in the editorial of No of Zemlya I Volya I attempted to prove that history is by no means a monotonous mechanical process, that capitalism is a necessary predecessor of socialism only in the West, where the village commune broke up as early as in the struggle against medieval feudalism, that in our country, where the commune constitutes the most characteristic feature of the peasantry's relations to the land, the triumph of socialism may be achieved in an entirely different way. Collective ownership of the land may serve as the starting point for the organization of all aspects of the people's economic life on socialist principles. That is why, I concluded, our main task is to create a militant popular revolutionary organization to carry out a popular revolutionary upheaval in the nearest possible future. Thus, as early as January, I supported the very same proposition that Mr. Tikhomarov defends, true, mit ein bisschen anderen Worten, now, when he says that beyond the mysterious line where the waves of history's flood seethe and foam, or, to put it more simply, after the fall of the present social and political system, we shall find not the reign of capitalism, as certain people maintain, but the foundation of the socialist organization of Russia. The necessity for creating a militant popular revolutionary organization is relegated to the background by Mr. Tikhomarov and gives place to a conspiratorial organization of our intelligentsia which is to seize power and thus give the signal for the popular revolution. In this respect his views differ as much from those I formerly held as the program of Narodnaya Volya from that of Zemlya I Volya. But Mr. Tikhomarov's mistakes about the economic side of the question are almost identical with those I made in the article mentioned. Consequently, in answering Mr. Tikhomarov I shall have to make frequent corrections to arguments which once appeared to me perfectly convincing and final. Precisely because Mr. Tikhomarov's standpoint is not distinguished by freshness or novelty I cannot confine myself to criticizing his arguments, but must examine as fully as possible all that had already been said to support a negative answer to the question which now occupies us. Russian literature in the preceding decades gives us far more wealthy critical material than the article "What Can We Expect from the Revolution?" Posing of the question. Actually, Mr. Tikhomarov was unable even to present the question properly. Instead of saying all that he could to defend the possibility of laying the foundation of the socialist organization on the ruins of the contemporary social and political system in Russia, Mr. Tikhomarov devotes almost a whole chapter of his article to criticizing the consolation which people who believe in the historical inevitability of Russian capitalism still have. In general, he somehow too quickly and unexpectedly not so much passes as leaps from the objective standpoint he held at the beginning of the first chapter, in which he sought to prove that the logic of history, the historical course of events, and so on, are an elemental force which nobody can divert from the path *T has chosen, for the very reason that the path itself is not an arbitrary choice but expresses the resultant force of the combination of those forces outside which society contains nothing real, capable of producing any action whatever. We ask, is that elemental force stopped by considerations of the inconsolability of the Russian socialists? Obviously not. So before discussing what would happen to the Russian socialists if capitalism were to triumph, Mr. Tikhomarov should have tried to form a correct idea of that force and its direction, an idea which every public figure must have, for no political program which does not conform to it can have any significance whatever, as the same Mr. Tikhomarov seeks to convince us. But he prefers the reverse method. He endeavors first of all to intimidate his readers, and then, in the following chapters, outlines roughly the aims and means of our revolution, which allow us to believe in the possibility of diverting the cup of capitalism from Russia's lips. Without saying for the time being how far he succeeds in his attempt to intimidate his socialist readers, I shall merely note that such a method of argument shall not be used in solving serious social questions. For reasons which it would be out of place to consider here, the Russian intellectual had to take an intense interest in the role of the individual in history. Much has been written on this cursed question, and it has been still more discussed in various groups, and yet Russian public figures are still often incapable even of distinguishing the sphere of the necessary from that of the desirable, and are prepared at times to argue with history in exactly the same way as Khostakov with the waiter in the inn. But I must eat something. I can waste away altogether like this, said the immortal Ivan Alexandrovich. What kind of a socialist will I be after that? Shall I not have to enter into a direct alliance with the knights of primitive accumulation? Some reader may exclaim, intimidated by Mr. Tikhomarov. But it is to be hoped that Mr. Tikhomarov's argument on the invincible force of the logic of history will do much towards correcting this big blunder of immature thought. The emancipation of labor groups standpoint, for its part, leads, it seems to me, to the removal of such abuses of the subjective method in sociology. For us the desirable arises from the necessary and in no case replaces it in our arguments. For us the freedom of the individual consists in the knowledge of the laws of nature, including, incidentally, the laws of history, and in the ability to submit to those laws, that is, incidentally, to combine them in the most favorable manner. We are convinced that when a society has got upon the right track for the discovery of the natural laws of its movement, it can neither clear by bold leaps, nor remove by legal enactments the obstacles offered. But it can shorten and lessen the birth pangs, it is precisely this shortening and lessening the birth pangs that, in our opinion, constitutes one of the most important tasks of socialists who are convinced of the historical inevitability of capitalism in Russia. Their consolation must lie in the possibility of lessening those birth pangs. The consistency which Mr. Tikhomarov tries to impose upon them is, as we shall see later, that of the metaphysician who has not the slightest notion of the dialectics of social development. But let us not wander away from our subject. As early as the beginning of the 50s, A.I. Herzen, in proving the inevitability of the socialist revolution in the West, set rising Russian democracy the ever-alarming and new question which since then so many restless heads has wearied, so many sufferings has brought, and which provided the occasion, incidentally, For our controversy with the Narodnaya Volya Party too. Must Russia pass through all the phases of European development, or will her life proceed according to other laws? He asks in his letters to Linton. I absolutely deny the necessity for these repetitions, the famous writer hastens to answer. We may have to pass through the difficult and painful trials of the historical development of our predecessors, but in the same way as the embryo passes through all the lower degrees of zoological existence before birth. The finished labor and the result obtained become the general possession of all who understand. Such is the mutual guarantee of progress, the birthright of mankind. Every school child must himself find the solution of Euclid's theorems, but what a difference there is between the work of Euclid, who discovered them, and the work of the pupil of today. Russia has been through her embryogenesis in the European class. The nobility and the government our country represent the European state in the Slav state. We have been through all the phases of political education, from German constitutionalism and English bureaucratic monarchy to the worship of the year. The Russian people need not begin that hard work again. Why should they shed their blood to achieve those semi-solutions that we have already reached and whose only importance was that through them we arrived at other questions, at new strivings? We went through that work for the people, we have paid for it with the gallows, casemates, and banishment, with the ruin and the intolerable life which we are living. The connecting link, the bridge by which the Russian people can reach socialism, Herzen saw, of course, in the village commune and the peculiarities of way of life that go with it. Strictly speaking, the Russian people began to be acknowledged, he says, only after the revolution. People saw with astonishment that the Russians, though indifferent, incapable of tackling any political questions, were nearer to the new social system by their way of life than all the European peoples. To retain the village commune and give freedom to the individual, to extend the self-government of the village and Volos to the towns and the whole state, maintaining national unity, such is the question of Russia's future, i.e., the question of the very antinomy whose solution occupies and worries minds in the West. Asterisk. Ibid. It is true that doubts occasionally arose in his mind about the Russian people's exceptional nearness to the new social system. In the same letter he asks Linton, perhaps you will reply that in this the Russian people resembles some Asian peoples, perhaps you will draw attention to the rural communes of the Hindus, which have a fair resemblance to ours. But, without rejecting the Russian people's unflattering resemblance to some Asian peoples, he nevertheless saw what seemed to him very substantial differences between them. It is not the commune ownership system which keeps the Asian peoples in stagnation, but their exceptional clan spirit, their inability to emerge from patriarchalism, to free themselves from the tribe. We are not in such a position. The Slav peoples are endowed with great impressionability, they easily assimilate the languages, morals, customs, art, and technique of other peoples. They can acclimatize themselves equally well on the shores of the Arctic and on the Black Sea coast. This great impressionability, enabling the Slavs to emerge from patriarchalism, to free themselves from the tribe, solved the whole question, Herzen thinks. His authority was so great, and the shortened road to socialism which he suggested was so tempting that the Russian intelligentsia in the early 60s was little inclined to be skeptical of his suggested solution of the social antinomy, and apparently gave no thought at all to the question of just what places that historical shortcut lay through and who would lead the Russian people indifferent, incapable of tackling any political questions along it. The important thing for the intelligentsia was first of all to find some philosophical sanction for their radical strivings, and they were satisfied for a start with the abstract consideration that no philosophy in the world could force them to be reconciled to bourgeois semi-solutions. But that abstract consideration was naturally not sufficient to outline a practical mode of action or to elaborate any at all suitable methods of fighting their environment. The data for the solution of this new problem had to be sought outside the philosophy of history, even if it were more rigorous and scientific than Herzen's philosophy. Between its abstract formulae and the concrete requirements of social life there was a gap which could be filled only by a whole series of new and increasingly particular formulae, requiring in turn knowledge of a whole series of increasingly complicated phenomena. By the way, Philosophy in this case indirectly rendered Russian thought the service of acquainting it with the dialectical method and teaching it the truth so often forgotten later on, that in social life everything flows, everything changes, and that the phenomena of that life can be understood only in motion, in the process of arising, developing, and disappearing. N.G. Chernyshevsky. The criticism of philosophical prejudices against communal land tenure was and still is the most brilliant attempt made in our literature to apply dialectics to the analysis of social phenomena. We know what an enormous influence this essay had on the development of our revolutionary intelligentsia. It strengthened their faith in the village commune by proving that this form of land tenure could, under certain conditions, pass directly into a communist form of development. But strictly speaking, Chernyshevsky himself and his followers drew from the criticism of philosophical prejudices far more sweeping conclusions than the character of the premises warranted. The solution which Chernyshevsky found for the question of the commune's destiny was in substance purely algebraic, and it could not be otherwise, because he opposed it to the purely algebraic formulae of his opponents. The Russian supporters of the Manchester school sought to prove that communal land tenure must necessarily and everywhere be superseded gradually private land ownership. That was the scheme of development degree T property relations which they advanced. Chernyshevsky proved, first, that this scheme did not embrace the entire process of development, since at a certain stage social ownership must again become the predominant form. Moreover, he quite legitimately drew attention to the circumstance that there are no grounds whatsoever for ascribing an invariable and once for all determined duration to the historical interval that separates the epoch of primitive communism from the time of the conscious reorganization of society on communist principles. Generally speaking, this interval is x, which has a particular arithmetical magnitude in each individual country, depending on the combination of internal and external forces determining its historical development. As this combination of forces necessarily varies considerably, it is not surprising that the x in which we are interested, i.e., the length of the interval during which private ownership will be predominant, will in certain cases be infinitely small and may therefore be equal to naught without any considerable error. It was in this way that the abstract possibility of the primitive commune passing immediately into a higher, communist form was proved. But precisely because of the abstractness of the line of argument, this general result of philosophico-historical dialectics was equally applicable to all countries and peoples which had retained communal land tenure, from Russia to New Zealand, from the Serbian Zadruga to one or other of the Red Indian tribes. That is why it proved insufficient for even an approximate forecast of the commune's future in each of these countries taken individually. Abstract possibility is not concrete probability, still less can it be considered as a final argument in reference to historical necessity. In order to speak at all seriously of the latter, algebra should have been replaced by arithmetic, and it should have been proved that in the case in point, whether it be in Russia or in the Ashanti state, in Serbia or on Vancouver Island, x would indeed be equal to naught, i.e., that private property must die out when still in the embryo. To this end statistics should have been resorted to and an appraisal made of the inner course of development of the country or tribe concerned and the external influences affecting them, not the genus, but the species or even the variety should have been dealt with, not primitive collective immovable property in general, but the Russian, the Serbian, or the New Zealand system of communal land tenure in particular, taking into consideration all the influences hostile or favorable to it, and also the state which it had reached at the time in question owing to those influences. Note to the addition. At that time it had not yet been made finally clear that the Russian village commune had nothing in common with primitive communism. There is no longer any doubt about this. But we do not even find a hint of such a study in the criticism of philosophical prejudices against communal land tenure, in which Chernyshevsky dealt with philosophizing sages. In other cases, when he had to argue with economizing sages and to shatter prejudices arising out of lack of understanding, forgetfulness, or ignorance of general truths relating to man's material activity, to production, labor and its general laws, in those essays too he spoke only of the advantages of collective land tenure in general, and consequently he arrived only at algebraic formulae, General Economic Theorems. Asterisk. Asterisk I note to the edition. Cf. my article Ng Chernyshevsky in No of the journal Social Democrat, Geneva. By the way, this is by no means surprising of him. The critic of Mill could have in mind only the pre-reform village commune, when it had not yet emerged from natural economy and was reduced to a common denominator by the levelling influence of feudalism. Naturally, this influence did not remove the economic contradictions inherent in the village commune, but it kept them latent and thus reduced their practical significance to a negligible minimum. That is why Chernyshevsky could be satisfied with the consideration that in our country the masses of the people still consider the land as the property of the commune, that every Russian has his native land and also a right to a plot of it. And if he himself gives up his right to that plot or loses it, his children will still be entitled, as members of the village commune, to demand a plot in their own right. Understanding perfectly well that the emancipation of the peasants would place them in completely different economic conditions, that Russia, which has thus far taken little part in the economic movement, is being quickly drawn into it, and our mode of life, which has as yet hardly been influenced by the economic laws which display their strength only when economic and commercial activity grows, is beginning to submit to their strength very quickly, that soon we too, perhaps, shall be drawn into the sphere where the law of competition is in full operation. He was only concerned with preserving the form of land tenure which would help the peasant to begin the new economic life under more favorable conditions. Whatever transformations the future may hold for Russia, he wrote in April, we shall not presume to touch the sacred and salutary custom bequeathed to us by our past life, the poverty of which is abundantly compensated by this single precious legacy. No, we shall not presume to encroach upon the communal use of the land, that blessing on whose acquisition the prosperity of the agricultural classes in Western Europe now depends. May their example be a lesson for us. Here we are not undertaking an analysis of all Chernyshevsky's views on communal land tenure, we are only trying to bring out their most typical features. Not entering into details which are out of place here, we shall confine ourselves to saying that the advantages which he expected from communal land tenure may be reduced to 2 points, one of which belongs to the domain of law, the other to that of agricultural technology. Rei. The Russian village commune system, he says quoting Haxthausen, is infinitely important for Russia, especially at present, as far as the state is concerned. All West European states are suffering from the same disease, whose cure is so far an unsolved problem. They are suffering from pauperism, proletarian. Russia does not know this social evil, she is insured against it by her village commune system. Every Russian has his native land and also a right to a plot of it. And if he himself gives up his right to that plot or loses it, his children will still be entitled, as members of the village commune, to demand a plot in their own right. Re 2. After describing, again according to Haxthausen, the life of the Al Cossacks, whose whole territory forms a single commune from the economic, military, and civil points of view, Chernyshevsky notes, if the people of the Urals live under their present system to see machines introduced into corn growing, they will be very glad of having retained a system which allows the use of machines that require big-scale farming embracing hundreds of desiatines. He notes at the same time, however, that his argument is intended only as an example of how the Ural Cossacks will think at some future time which will come we know not when, although the success of mechanics and technology shows beyond any doubt that such a time will indeed come, and we are not concerned with too distant a future. Our great-grandchildren will probably manage to live on by their own intelligence without our worrying about them. It will be enough for us to worry about ourselves and our children. Readers who are acquainted with Chernyshevsky's works naturally know that such reservations did not prevent him from thinking and worrying very much about the future. One of Vera Pavlovna's dreams shows clearly how he imagined the social relations of the very distant future, just as his heroine's practical activity gives us some idea of the methods by which the advent of that happy time could be hastened. It would therefore be strange if the author of What is to be Done had not linked the form of contemporary peasant land tenure which was so dear to him with the ideals of a future, which, distant as it was desirable and, indeed, inevitable. True enough, he returns time and again to this subject in his articles on communal land tenure, examining the influence this form of property relations has had on the peasant's character and customs. He naturally does not agree that the village commune kills energy in man. That thought definitely contradicts all known historical and psychological facts, which prove, on the contrary, that man's intelligence and will are strengthened by association. But the chief advantage of communal land tenure is that it preserves and develops the spirit of association without which the rational economy of the future is unthinkable. The introduction of a better order of things is greatly hindered in Western Europe by the boundless extension of the rights of the individual. It is not easy to renounce even a negligible portion of what one is used to enjoying, and in the West the individual is used to unlimited private rights. The usefulness and necessity of mutual concessions can be learned only by bitter experience and prolonged thought. In the West, a better system of economic relations is bound up with sacrifices, and that is why it is difficult to establish. It runs counter to the habits of the English and French peasants. But what seems a utopia in one country exists as a fact in another, habits which the Englishmen and the Frenchmen find immensely difficult to introduce into their national life exist in fact in the national life of the Russians. The order of things for which the West is now striving by such a difficult and long road still exists in our country in the mighty national customs of our village life. We see what deplorable consequences resulted in the West from the loss of communal land tenure and how difficult it is to give back to the Western peoples what they have lost. The example of the West must not be lost on us. Asterisk. That is how Chernyshevsky appraises the significance of communal land tenure in the present and future economic life of the Russian people. Much as we respect this great writer, we cannot help seeing in his appraisal certain mistakes and instances of one-sidedness. For example, the cure of the West European states from the ulcer of proletarian could hardly be considered as an unsolved problem at the end of the 50s, many years after the appearance of the manifesto of the Communist Party, the poverty of philosophy and the condition of the working class in England. Not only the cure, but also the whole historical significance of the illness which frightened Chernyshevsky were shown in the works of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels with a completeness and power of conviction that are still models. But everything shows that the Russian economist was not familiar with these works, while the socialist utopias of the preceding period failed, of course, to provide a satisfactory solution for many, very many, theoretical and practical questions. The main shortcoming in the utopians' outlook was, however, due to the fact that the proletariat offers to them the spectacle of a class without any historical initiative or any independent political movement, that they had not yet adopted the standpoint of the class struggle and that the proletariat existed for them only in view of its being the most suffering class. Replacing the gradual, spontaneous class organization of the proletariat by an organization of society specially contrived by themselves and at the same time differing among themselves as to the principles and character of this future organization, they naturally led their Russian readers to the idea that even the most progressive minds in the West had not yet been able to cope with the social question. Moreover, reducing the future history of the world to the dissemination and practical implementation of their reform plans, they could not satisfy by their teachings a man with such a vigorously critical mind as Chernyshevsky. He was bound to seek independently the real historical conditions for the emancipation of the West European working class, and he apparently saw them in a return to communal land tenure. We already know that he held that on the acquisition of this blessing the prosperity of the agricultural classes in Western Europe now depends. But no matter what attitude anybody adopted towards the historical significance of the Russian village commune, it is obvious to almost all socialists that its role is ended forever in the West and that the Western people's road to socialism lay and still lies from commune through private ownership, and not vice versa, from private ownership through commune ownership. It seems to me that if Chernyshevsky had been clearer to himself on the subject of this difficult and long road along which the West is progressing towards a better system of economic relations, if, moreover, he had defined more precisely the economic conditions of the better system, he would have seen, first, that the West tends to make the means of production the property of the state, not of a village commune, and second, he would have understood that the ulcer of proletarian produces its remedy out of itself. Then he would have better appreciated the historical role of the proletariat, and this, in turn, would have enabled him to take a broader view of the social and political significance of the Russian village commune. Let us explain this. We know that any form of social relations can be considered from extremely varying points of view. For example, from the point of view of the benefits it brings to the generation concerned, or, not confining ourselves to these benefits, we can examine its capacity to pass on into another, higher form, more favorable to the economic prosperity and the intellectual and moral development of the people. Finally, we can distinguish in that very capacity to pass on into higher forms two sides: the passive and the active side, the absence of obstacles to the transition, and the presence of a vital inner force which is not only capable of effecting this transition but, indeed, gives rise to it as to a necessary consequence of its own existence. In the former case, the social form in question is considered from the point of view of the resistance offered to progress introduced from outside; in the latter, from the point of view of useful historical work. For the philosophy of history, just as for the practical revolutionary, the only forms which have any importance are those which are capable of a greater or lesser quantity of such useful work. Every stage in the historical development of humanity is interesting precisely insofar as the societies which have reached it develop out of themselves, by their inherent self-activity, a force capable of destroying the old forms of social relations and erecting on their ruins a new and better social edifice. Generally speaking, the very number of the obstacles to the transition to a higher stage of development is closely linked with the magnitude of this vital force, because the latter is nothing but the result of the disintegration of the old forms of social life. The more intense the process of disintegration, the greater will be the number of forces which it sets free, and the lesser will be the endurance of the obsolete social relations. In other words, both the historian and the practical revolutionary are interested in the dynamics, not the statics; the revolutionary, not the conservative aspect; the contradictions, not the harmony of social relations, because it is the spirit of these contradictions which setzt das Böswille und setzt das Gute. So it has been up to now. It goes without saying that it must not always be so, and that the whole meaning of the socialist revolution consists in removing the cruel iron law according to which the contradictions in social relationships were given but a temporary solution, which in turn became the source of new confusion and new contradictions. But the accomplishment of this greatest of all upheavals, of this revolution which is at last to make people the masters of their social relations, is unthinkable without the presence of the necessary and sufficient historical force born of the contradictions in the present bourgeois system. In the advanced countries of the civilized world today, this force, far from being merely present, is growing every hour and every minute. Consequently, in those countries history is the ally of the socialists and is bringing them with ever-increasing speed nearer to the aim they pursue. Thus we see once more, let us hope for the last time, that the sweet could only come out of the bitter, that for the accomplishment of a good deed history was obliged, if we may say so, to show evil will. The economy of bourgeois societies, which is utterly abnormal and unjust as regards distribution, turns out to be far more normal as regards the development of the productive forces, and still more normal as regards the production of people who are willing and able, in the words of the poet, to establish the kingdom of heaven upon earth. Not only has the bourgeoisie forged the weapons that bring death to itself, i.e., not only has it brought the productive forces in the advanced countries to a stage of development at which they can no longer be reconciled with the capitalist form of production, it has also called into existence the men who are to wield those weapons, the modern working class, the proletarians. Asterisk. From this it follows that in order to assess to the full the political significance of a given social form, one must take into consideration not only the economic benefits which it may bring to one or several generations, not only its passive ability to be perfected under the influence of some favorable outside force, but primarily its inherent capacity to develop independently in the desirable direction. Without such a comprehensive appraisal, the analysis of social relations will always be incomplete and therefore erroneous. A given social form may appear to be quite rational from one of the points of view, but quite unsatisfactory from another. This will be the case every time we have to deal with an underdeveloped population which has not yet become the master of its social relations. Only the objective revolutionariness of these relations themselves can bring backward people out onto the road of progress. And if the particular form of social life does not display this revolutionariness, if, though it is more or less just from the standpoint of law and distribution of products, it is nevertheless marked by great conservatism, the absence of any inner striving to perfect itself in the desirable direction, the social reformer will have either to give up his plans or to resort to some other, outside, force able to compensate for the lack of inner self-activity in the society in question and to reform it, if not against the will of its members, at any rate without their active and conscious participation. As for Chernyshevsky, he seems to have lost sight of the revolutionary significance of the West European illness pauperism. It is by no means surprising that Haxthausen, for example, of whom Chernyshevsky so often had occasion to speak in his articles on communal land tenure, saw only the negative side of pauperism proletarian. His political views were such that he was absolutely unable to class the revolutionary significance of the proletariat in the history of West European societies among the positive and favorable aspects of this ulcer. It is therefore understandable that he gave an enthusiastic description of the institutions which can avert proletarian. But views which are quite comprehensible and consistent in the works of one author often face the reader with difficulties when he comes across them in another author's articles. We admit that we do not understand what meaning we must see in these words of Chernyshevsky about Haxthausen. As a practical man, he very correctly foresaw in the proximity of a fearful outbreak on the part of the West European proletarians, and we cannot but agree with him that the principle of communal land tenure, which safeguards us against the fearful ulcer of proletarian among the rural population, is a beneficial one. Here it is no longer a question of the economic hardships of the proletariat, which, incidentally, in no way exceed those of the Russian peasantry, nor is it a question of the Russian peasant's social habits, against which the West European industrial worker can at any rate counter his habit of collective labor and all kinds of associations. No, here it is a question of a fearful outbreak on the part of the proletarians, and even in this respect Chernyshevsky considers the principle of communal land tenure, which safeguards us against the fearful ulcer of proletarian, a beneficial one. One cannot imagine that the father of Russian socialism adopted the same terrified attitude to the political movements of the working class as Baron von Haxthausen. One cannot imagine that he was terrified by the very fact of the proletariat's revolt. One can only presume that he was perplexed by the defeat of the working class that his sympathy with the political movements of the working class was poisoned by the thought that political revolutions were without result and that the bourgeois regime was barren. Such an explanation seems at least probable if not certain when we read some pages of his article The Struggle of the Parties in France under Louis XVIII and Charles X, those pages, to be precise, where he explains the distinction between the aspirations of the Democrats and those of the Liberals. The Liberals and the Democrats have essentially different fundamental desires and basic motives, he says. The Democrats intend to destroy as far as possible the domination of the upper classes over the lower ones in the state structure, on the one hand, to reduce the power and wealth of the upper estates, and on the other, to give more weight and prosperity to the lower ones. It hardly makes any difference to them how the laws could be changed in this sense and the new structure of society upheld. The Liberals, on the contrary, will never agree to give the upper hand in society to the lower estates, because these, owing to their lack of education and their material poverty, are indifferent to those interests which are of supreme importance for the Liberal Party, namely, the right to freedom of speech and the right to a constitutional system. For the Democrat our Siberia, where common folk enjoy prosperity, is far superior to England, where the majority of the people suffer dire need. The Democrat is irreconcilably hostile only to one political institution, the aristocracy. The liberal nearly always holds that society can attain a liberal system only with a certain measure of aristocracy. That is why the liberals have a mortal hatred of the Democrats. Liberalism understands freedom in a very narrow, purely formal manner. For it, freedom consists in an abstract right, authorization on paper, the absence of legal prohibition. Liberalism refuses to understand that legal authorization is of any worth only to those who have the material means to avail themselves of it. Neither you nor I, dear reader, are forbidden to eat out of a gold dinner set, but unfortunately neither you nor I have or will probably ever have the means of satisfying that fanciful idea. For that reason I say frankly that I do not appreciate in the least my right to have a gold dinner set and am ready to sell it for a silver ruble or even cheaper. The same, as far as the people are concerned, with all the rights that the liberals fuss about. The people are ignorant, and in nearly all countries the majority of them are illiterate, not having the money to get education themselves or to give their children any. How can they come to treasure their right to free speech? Need and ignorance deprive the people of all possibility of understanding state affairs or of taking part in them. Tell me then, will they treasure the right to parliamentary debate? Can they avail themselves of it? There is not a single country in Europe where the overwhelming majority of the population are not completely indifferent to rights which are the object of the desires and efforts of the liberals. That is why liberalism is condemned to impotence everywhere. Argue as you like, only those strivings are powerful, only those institutions lasting, which are supported by the popular masses. Asterisk. Hardly 10 years had elapsed since the publication of the article by Chernyshevsky just quoted, when the European proletariat declared through its foremost representatives that it saw its political movement as the means of attaining its great economic aim, and that the social emancipation of the working class is unthinkable without its political emancipation. The necessity for the working class constantly to extend its political rights and finally to achieve political domination was acknowledged by the International Working Men's Association. To conquer political power has therefore become the great duty of the working classes, said the first manifesto of that association. It goes without saying that the working population of England is nearer to and more capable of political might than the common folk of Siberia, and if only for that reason nobody but the Proudhonists would have said in the 60s that Siberia is superior to England. But even when Chernyshevsky wrote his article, i.e., at the end of the 50s, it was noticeable that among the ignorant and illiterate people of nearly all West European countries there was a whole stratum, once more the same proletariat, which did not enjoy the right of free speech and the right of parliamentary debate, by no means because it was indifferent to them, but because of the reaction that reigned throughout Europe after, and whose concern was primarily to prevent the people from achieving these abstract rights. Beaten, so to speak, all along the line, stunned by the blows of reaction, disappointed in its radical and democratic allies in the bourgeois parties, it had indeed fallen into something like a temporary lethargy and showed little interest in social questions. But so far as it was interested in them, it did not cease to see the acquisition of political rights and their rational utilization as a powerful means of its emancipation. Even many of the socialist sects which had formerly been completely indifferent to politics began to show a great interest in it precisely, in the early 50s. In France, for instance, the Fourierists joined Rittinghausen and preached with great energy the principle of direct popular legislation. As for Germany, neither the Democrat Johann Jacobi and his followers nor the communists of Marx and Engels' school would have said that for them it makes hardly any difference how the laws could be changed in the sense of decreasing the power and the wealth of the upper estates and ensuring the prosperity of the lower classes. They had a well-defined political program, irreconcilably hostile by no means to the aristocracy alone. The West European peasantry was indeed often indifferent to all abstract rights and was prepared perhaps occasionally to prefer the Siberian system to the English. But the point is that true, i.e., not bourgeois, but socialist, Democrats appeal not to the peasants, but to the proletariat. The West European peasant, being a property owner, is classed by them among the intermediate strata of the population, strata which, if by chance they are revolutionary, they are so only in view of their impending transfer into the proletariat, they thus defend not their present, but their future interests, they desert their own standpoint to place themselves at that of the proletariat. This distinction is a very substantial one. The West European Democrats did not emerge from the barren field of political metaphysics until they learned to analyze the concept people and to distinguish the revolutionary section of it from the conservative. To make his study of communal land tenure complete, Chernyshevsky should have considered the matter from this last social-political point of view. He should have shown that communal land tenure can not only preserve us from the ulcer of proletarian, that it not only offers many advantages for the development of agricultural technology, i.e., for machine cultivation of large tracts of land, but that it can also create in Russia just as active, receptive, and impressionable, just as energetic and revolutionary a population as the West European proletarians. But he was prevented from doing so by his considering the people in nearly all countries of Western Europe as an ignorant and in the majority of cases illiterate mass, indifferent to abstract political rights. His lack of depth in understanding the political role of the West European proletariat made it impossible for him to suggest a comparison with the political future of the Russian peasants in the village commune. The passivity and political indifference of the Russian peasant could not embarrass one who expected no great independent political action from the working class in the West. This circumstance provides one reason why Chernyshevsky limited his study of communal land tenure to considerations in the sphere of law, the distribution of the products and agronomics, and did not set the question of the political influence of the village commune on the state and of the state on the village commune. This question remained unelucidated. As a result, the question of the method of transition from communal land tenure to communal cultivation and what is the chief thing to the final triumph of socialism, was not elucidated either. How will the village commune of today pass over into a communist commune or be dissolved in a communist state? How can the revolutionary intelligentsia promote this? What is to be done by this intelligentsia? Must they support communal land tenure and conduct communist propaganda, establish production associations similar to Vera Pavlovna's sewing shops in the hope that in time both these shops and the village communes will understand the advantages of the socialist system and set about introducing it? Let us suppose so, but this will take a long time, and what guarantee is there that it will always go straight and smoothly, that there will be no unforeseen obstacles or unexpected turns? And what if the government takes measures against socialist propaganda, prohibits the associations, places their members under police surveillance or exiles them? Must we struggle against the government and win freedom of speech, assembly, and association? But then we shall have to admit that Siberia is not superior to England, that the abstract rights which the liberals make a fuss about are a necessary condition for the people's development, in a word, that we must start the political struggle. But can we count on a favorable outcome of that struggle? Can we win political freedom of any duration? For, argue as you like, only those strivings are powerful, only those institutions lasting, which are supported by the popular masses, and in Russia, if not in other countries, those masses attach no importance to the right of free speech and understand absolutely nothing about the right of parliamentary debate. If it is for that very reason that liberalism is condemned to impotence, where will the socialists get their strength from when they begin the struggle for the rights which are the objects of the desires and efforts of the liberals? How can this difficulty be overcome? By adding concrete demands for economic reforms to the abstract rights of political freedom contained in their program. But the people must be acquainted with that program, i.e., we must conduct propaganda, and in doing so we again come up against government persecution, which again drives us onto the path of political struggle, which is hopeless as a result of the people's indifference, etc., etc. On the other hand, it is very probable that if the people of the Urals live under their present system to see machines introduced into corn growing, they will be very glad of having retained a system which allows the use of machines that require big-scale farming embracing hundreds of desiatines. It is also highly probable that those peasant associations also will be glad which survive under their present system until the introduction of agricultural machines. Well, What will those agriculturists be glad about who do not survive under then present system? What will the rural proletarians be glad about who have had to hire themselves as laborers to members of the village commune? The latter will contrive to carry the exploitation of labor power to the same degree of intensity as in private farms. Thus the Russian people will divide into two classes, exploiters the communes, and exploited the individuals. What will be the fate awaiting this new caste of pariahs? The West European proletarians, whose ranks are constantly swelling thanks to the concentration of capital, can flatter themselves with the hope that, slaves today, they will be independent and happy workers tomorrow. Is the same consolation available for the Russian proletarians, whose numerical increase will be retarded by the existence of communal land tenure? Must they not expect hopeless slavery, a stern struggle without triumph, without reconciliation? Whose side will our socialist intelligentsia have to take in that struggle? If they support the proletariat, will they not have to burn everything they had adored and reject the commune as a stronghold of petty bourgeois exploitation? If such questions did not occur to Chernyshevsky, who wrote about communal land tenure before serfdom was abolished and could hope that the development of the rural proletariat would be made impossible by some legislative measures or others, all or nearly all those questions should inevitably have occurred to our revolutionaries of the 70s, who knew the nature of the notorious reform of February. Difficult as it is to imagine laws which would safeguard the village commune from disintegration without at the same time imposing the most insufferable restraint of the whole course of our industrial life, difficult as it is to combine collectivism of peasant land tenure with money economy and commodity production of all products, not excluding the agricultural products of the communes themselves, all this could still have been spoken and argued about before. But the peasant reform should have given such arguments and talk a perfectly definite background. In their excursions into the more or less problematic future, our revolutionaries should have proceeded from the indisputable facts of the present. And that present already had very little in common with the old picture of peasant life as Haxthausen and Chernyshevsky knew it before the reform. The Act of February knocked the village commune out of the stable equilibrium of natural economy and subjected it to all the laws of commodity production and capitalist accumulation. The redemption of peasant lands was bound, as we shall see later, to take place on a basis hostile to the principle of communal land tenure. Moreover, although our legislation retained the commune in the interests of the fiscal system, it gave 2/3 of the householders the right to divide the communal lands once and for all into plots attached to the houses. Real allotments were also hindered and, to cap it all, a burden of taxes and dues completely out of proportion to the paying capacity of the free agriculturists was imposed upon them. All the peasants' protests against the new serfdom were suppressed with rods and bayonets, and the new Russia was seized with a fever of money speculation. Railways, banks, and stock companies shot up like mushrooms. Chernyshevsky's prophecy quoted above about the considerable economic transformations awaiting Russia came true before that great teacher of youth had time to reach his place of exile. Alexander too was the Tsar of the bourgeoisie just as Nicholas was the Tsar of the soldiers and nobility. Our revolutionary youth should have taken these irrefutable facts into account when they set out to go among the people to conduct social revolutionary propaganda in the early 70s. Now it was no longer a question of emancipating the landlord's peasants from serfdom, but of emancipating the whole working population of Russia from all kinds of exploitation. It was no longer a question of a peasant reform, but of establishing a peasant brotherhood in which there would be neither mine nor thine, neither profit nor oppression, but work for the common good and brotherly help among all. To found such a peasant brotherhood, an appeal had to be made no longer to the government, to the editorial commission, or even to society, but to the peasants themselves. In undertaking the emancipation of the working people, which was to be the business of the working people themselves, it was necessary to study, determine, and point out with greater precision the revolutionary factors in the life of the people. To do this, the abstract, algebraic formulae worked out by the progressive literature of the preceding decades had to be translated into the language of arithmetic, and the conclusions had to be drawn. from the positive and negative influences of Russian life on the sum total of which the course and the outcome of the Emancipation depended. And as our youth already knew from Chernyshevsky's articles that the masses of the people still consider the land as the property of the commune, and the quantity of land owned by the communes is so large that the mass of the plots set aside from it as absolute property of private individuals is negligible in comparison with it, it was with communal land tenure that the study of the revolutionary factors in Russian life should have begun. How did the contradictory rulings of the Act of February affect the village commune? Is the latter firm enough to fight the conditions of money economy, which are unfavorable to it? Has not the development of our peasant life already stepped onto the road of the natural law of its movement from which neither the rigor of laws nor the propaganda of the intelligentsia will be able to divert it? If not, if our commune can still assimilate the socialist ideals without any great difficulty, then this passive business of assimilation must be accompanied by an energetic act of implementation which requires struggle against many obstacles. Will the conditions under which our peasants live promote the development among them of that active energy without which all their socialist predispositions would remain useless? The various groups in our movement solved these questions in various ways. The majority of revolutionaries were prepared to agree with Herzen that the Russian people was indifferent, incapable of politics. But the propensity to idealize the people was so great, the interconnection between the various aspects of social life was so poorly elucidated in the minds of our socialists, that this inability to deal with any political questions was regarded as a guarantee, so to speak, against bourgeois semi-solutions and a proof, as it were, of the people's great ability to solve economic questions correctly. Interest in and capacity for politics were considered necessary only for politically revolutions, which our socialist literature of the time contrasted to social revolutions as the principle of evil to the principle of good, as bourgeois deception to the full equivalent of the bloodshed and the losses suffered by the people. An interest in social questions corresponded, in the conception we had then, to the social revolution, and the peasants' complaints about land poverty and taxation burdens were seen as such an interest. From the people's understanding of its immediate needs to the understanding of the tasks of working-class socialism, from bitter allusions to those needs to the socialist revolution seemed no long road and one that lay, again, through the village commune, which we considered as a solid rock against which all the waves of the economic movement had been shattered. But as a single point does not determine the position of a line in a plane, so the land commune, which all our socialists agreed in idealizing, did not determine agreement between their programs. All felt that there was much in the commune itself and in its members' outlook and habits that was partly unfinished and unpolished and partly even directly contrary to socialist ideals. It was the way of removing these defects that proved to be the apple of discord for our groups. In this respect, too, however, there was a feature that can be considered as common to all our revolutionary trends. This feature common to them all was faith in the possibility of our revolutionary intelligentsia having a powerful and decisive influence on the people. In our revolutionary calculations, the intelligentsia played the role of a beneficent providence of the Russian people, a providence upon whose will it depended whether the wheel of history would turn one way or the other. However, any of the revolutionaries explained the contemporary enslavement of the Russian people by the people's lack of understanding, of solidarity, or of revolutionary energy, or finally by their complete incapacity for political initiative, each one nevertheless thought that intervention by the intelligentsia would remove what he indicated as the cause of the people's enslavement. The propagandists felt sure that they would have no difficulty in teaching the peasants the truths of scientific socialism. The rebels demanded the immediate formation of fighting organizations among the people, not imagining there could be any serious obstacles to this. Finally, the supporters of Novod presumed that our revolutionaries only had to seize power and the people would immediately assimilate the socialist forms of social life. This self-assurance of the intelligentsia got along together with utter idealization of the people and the conviction, at least as far as the majority of our revolutionaries were concerned, that the emancipation of the working people must be conquered by the working people themselves. This formula, it was assumed, would be applied in a perfectly correct manner once our intelligentsia took the people as an object of us revolutionary influence. The fact that this basic principle of the general rules of the International Working Men's Association had another, so to speak, philosophico-historical meaning, that the emancipation of a definite class can be its own affair only when an independent emancipation movement arises within that class, all this partly did not occur at all to our intelligentsia, or partly conception of it was a very strange one. For example, as a proof that our people had begun without the help of the intelligentsia to understand the conditions for their true emancipation, they pointed to the people's dissatisfaction over the reform. The people's capacity for independent revolutionary movement was usually proved by reference to our peasant wars, the Raisin and Pogishef rebellions. Bitter experience soon showed our revolutionaries that it was a far cry from complaints about land poverty to the development of a definite class consciousness, and that it was wrong to conclude from revolts that took place 100 or 200 years before that the people was ready to revolt at the moment in question. The history of our revolutionary movement in the 70s was one of disappointments in programs which had seemed perfectly practical and infallible. But at present we are interested in the history of revolutionary ideas, not of revolutionary attempts. What is needed for our purpose is to sum up all the social and political outlooks we have inherited from preceding decades. Let us therefore see what each of the principal groups in the 70s left us in this respect. The most instructive for us will be the theories of M. A. Bakunin and P. N. Plekanov. The program of the so-called propagandists, which reduced the entire further history of Russia down to the revolution to the spreading of socialist ideas, was too obviously tainted with idealism. They recommended propaganda to the Russian socialists in exactly the same way as they would have recommended it, should the case have arisen, to the Polish, Serbian, Turkish, or Persian socialists, in a word, to the socialists of any country deprived of the possibility of organizing the workers in an open political party. Herzen's comparison quoted above of the fate of Euclid's theorems with the probable history of socialist ideas provides a typical example of their arguments in favor of their program. They understood this comparison in itself quite a risky one in the abstract and one-sided sense that once social and political ideas have been worked out, no more is needed for their assimilation than the subjective logic of people, even if it is not supported by the objective logic of social relationships. They made few mistakes in analyzing social relationships in Russia for the simple reason that they hardly undertook any such analysis. M. A. Bakunin. That was no Bakunin's way of reasoning. He understood that the revolutionary intelligentsia could influence the people only if certain historical conditions were to hand, only if there was among the people a more or less conscious desire for a socialist upheaval. That is why he proceeded from a comparison between the ideals of the people and the ideals of our intelligentsia, naturally of the anarchist trend. In his opinion, the two elements which can be indicated as the necessary conditions for the social revolution are present on the widest scale in the Russian people. It can boast of its extraordinary poverty and also of its exemplary, enslavement. Its sufferings are countless, and it bears them not patiently but with a profound and passionate despair which has already been expressed twice in history by two fearful outbreaks, the rebel lion of Stenka-Razin and the Pogishef rebellion, and which incessantly manifests itself to the present day by an uninterrupted series of peasant rebellions. It is not the lack of a common ideal, an ideal capable of comprehending a popular revolution and providing it with a definite aim, which prevents the people from carrying out a victorious revolution. If there were no such ideal, if it had not developed in the consciousness of the people, at least in its main lines, one would have to renounce all hope of a Russian revolution, because such an ideal is brought forth from the very depths of the people's life, is necessarily the result of their historical trials, strivings, sufferings, protests and struggle, and at the same time it is in a way a figurative, understandable, and always simple expression of their real demands and hopes. If the people do not develop this ideal out of themselves, nobody will be able to give it to them. But there is no doubt that such an ideal exists in the imagination of the Russian peasantry, and there is not even any necessity to delve too deep into the historical consciousness of our people to determine its main features. The author of Statehood and Anarchy counts 6 main features of the Russian people's ideal, 3 good ones and 3 bad ones. Let us examine this classification more closely, for Bakunin's outlook has left its imprint on the views of many of those among our socialists who were never his followers or were even his opponents. The first and main feature is the conviction of the whole people that the land, all the land, belongs to the people who water it with their sweat and fertilize it with their labor. The second, just as great, feature is that the right to make use of it belongs not to the individual, but to the whole village commune, ir, which divides it temporarily among individuals. The third feature is of equal importance to the first two, it is the quasi-absolute autonomy, the self-government of the village commune, and the commune's consequent resolute hostility to the state. Those are the 3 main features underlying the ideal of the Russian people. In their substance they fully correspond to the ideal which is developing in recent times in the consciousness of the proletariat in the Latin countries, which are incomparably nearer to the social revolution than the German countries. However, the ideal of the Russian people is darkened by 3 other features which distort its character and extremely, nota bene, hinder and retard its realization. These 3 darkening features are, patriarchalism, the absorption of the individual by mere faith in the Tsar. As a fourth feature we could add the Christian faith, official Orthodox or sectarian, but here in Russia this question is of far less importance than in Western Europe. It is against these negative features of the people's ideal that Russian revolutionaries must fight with all their strength, and this fight is all the more possible as it is already going on among the people themselves. The confidence that the people themselves have already taken up the fight against the negative features of their ideal formed a very characteristic feature of the entire program of the Russian Bakuninists. It was the straw at which they clutched to save themselves from the logical conclusions from their own premises and from the conclusions of Bakunin's analysis of the people's ideal. No individual, no society, no people, can be given what does not already exist in itself, not only in the embryo, but even at a certain stage of development, we read in Note A, which we have already quoted so often. To remain consistent, the Russian Bakuninists should have renounced all hope of a Russian revolution if the people had not noticed the darkening features of their ideal and if their dissatisfaction at these features had not already attained a certain stage of development. It is therefore comprehensible that it was in this direction that all the dialectic power of the founder of Russian rebellion had to be directed. It must be noted, besides, that on this point Bakunin was not far from a perfectly correct formulation of the question of the social revolutionary movement's chances in Russia or from a serious, critical attitude to the character and ideals of our people. It was precisely this kind of critical attitude that was lacking in Russian public figures. Herzen was amazed in his time at the absence of any at all definite and generally accepted characteristic of the Russian people. Some speak only of the omnipotence of the Tsar, of governmental tyranny, and of the slavish spirit of the subjects. Others maintain, on the contrary, that Petersburg imperialism is not of the people, that the people, crushed under the double despotism of the government and the landlords, bear the yoke, but are not reconciled to it, that they are not annihilated, but only wretched, and at the same time they say that these same people give unity and strength to the colossal empire which oppresses them. Some add that the Russian people are a despicable mob of drunkards and knaves, others affirm that Russia is inhabited by a capable and richly gifted race. Asterisk. The Russian People and Socialism, London, pp. 30 years have passed since the lines that I quote were first written, and yet to this very day not only the foreigners whom Herzen had in mind but even Russian public figures support diametrically opposite views on the character and ideals of the Russian people. Of course there is nothing surprising in every party being prone to exaggerate people's sympathy for its own strivings. But neither in France, Germany, nor any other Western country does one find the contradiction in views about the peasantry which amazes us in Russia. This contradiction as an ally leads to most amusing misunderstandings. The difference in the political and social outlooks of people belonging to the most opposite trends is often determined only by a difference in the conception of the ideals of the people. Mr. Kitkov and Mr. Aksakov, for example, would agree with Mr. Tikhomarov that a political program must take the people as they are, and only in that case will it be capable of influencing their life. The editor of Rus, on the other hand, could accept that out of million inhabitants in our country there are workers united by capital, as Mr. Tikhomarov states in his article What Can We Expect from the Revolution, but the editor of Moskovsky Vedomosti would perhaps consider that estimate too low and point out many more inaccuracies in Mr. Tikhomarov's statistical calculations. Nevertheless, both of them would be only too eager to subscribe to the opinion that Russia is an agricultural country, and that the results of the analysis of social relationships made in the capitalist countries of Europe are not applicable to Russia. That talk about the political and economic significance of the Russian bourgeoisie is absurd and ridiculous, that the Russian Social Democrats are doomed to a truly tragic condition, and finally, that when talking about the people as they are, it is our peasantry one must have in mind. However, despite the fact that the outlook of the literary representatives of our extreme, in opposite directions, parties includes views to a certain extent identical with one another, the conclusions they draw from their premises turn out to be diametrically opposed. When Mr. Tikhomarov speaks about the people, we learn with satisfaction that, disappointed in the autocracy of the Tsars, our people can pass over only to the autocracy of the people, that at a revolutionary moment our people will not be split politically when the basic principle of state power is in question. In just the same way they will prove to be completely united economically on the land question, i.e., on the basic question for contemporary Russian production, sic. We are finally overcome by mirth when we read that in neither moral strength, clarity of social self-consciousness nor the resulting historical stability can we place a single of our social strata on a level with the peasant and worker class, that the intelligentsia are not deceived by their impression, and that at the moment of the final unraveling of the contemporary tangle of political relationships the people will, of course, act with greater unity than even the exalted, by whom? Bourgeoisie. We see that the people wish well, as a Russian writer once assured the French, and overjoyed, we are already preparing to burst forth, roll, thunder of victory, make merry, brave Russian. When suddenly Rus catches our eye and we drop down from heaven to earth. It appears that the people wish evil indeed. They deify the Tsar, support corporal punishment, are not thinking on any revolution at all, and are prepared to shatter Messrs. The lovers of the people as soon as they receive a stern telegram about them. References to the present situation and even to history abound here, just as in Mr. Tikhomarov's articles. How strange! If we turn to students of the people's life like Mr. Uspensky, who are known for their impartiality, our disappointment only becomes deeper. We learn that our people are under the power of the land, which forces them logically enough to conclude in favor of absolutism without even a hint at transition to autocracy of the people. Mr. Uspensky persuades us that not only such extreme opposites as Messrs. Aksakov and Tikhomarov, but people of approximately similar outlooks, hold diametrically opposed views about the people. What, then, is the cause of all this babble, this tangle of concepts? Bakunin's classification of the various aspects of the people's ideal gives us a fairly likely explanation. The fact of the matter is that Mr. Tikhomarov bases all his social and political considerations on certain positive features of this ideal, the same which in their substance fully correspond to the ideal developing in the consciousness of the proletariat in the Latin countries, the conviction of the whole people that the land, all the land, belongs to the people, and that the right to make use of it belongs not to the individual, but to the whole village commune, mir, which divides it temporarily among individuals. And although the author of the article What Can We Expect from the Revolution? Would not be particularly gratified by the third feature, which is of equal importance to the first two, i.e., the commune's resolute hostility to the state, this hostility, in Bakunin's own classification, is only the consequence of the quasi-absolute autonomy, the self-government of the village commune, on which many of Mr. Tikhomarov's hopes rest. Our author either knows nothing or does not wish to tell his reader anything about the darkening features of the people's ideal, patriarchalism, the absorption of the individual by the superstition of the people, naturally coupled with ignorance, poverty, etc. Mr. Aksakov proceeds the opposite way. He builds his arguments precisely on these last features, forgetting the contraries or passing them over in silence. Mr. Uspensky's articles also cease to amaze us. He contrasted Ormuzd with Ahriman, the bad aspects of the ideal with the good, and landed in the blind alley of the power of the land from which there is no way out, apparently, either for the peasant or for the whole of Russia, which rests upon the peasant as the earth does upon the three whales, whereas the lovers of the people, as he represents them, saw, some the bright, others the unfortunate features of the people's character and ideal, and therefore they could not come to any agreement. All this is quite understandable, and we cannot but thank the late Bakunin for the key which he gave us to understand the one-sidedness of both his own followers and the majority of our Narodniks in general. But it was not to no effect that Bakunin once made a study of German philosophy. He understood that the classification of the features of the people's ideal which he suggested, whether we take only the good ones or only the unfortunate ones, or, finally, both the fortunate and the unfortunate features, explained only the Chinese side of the question. He understood that the people must be taken not as they are but as they are striving to be and are becoming under the influence of the given historical movement. In this respect Bakunin was much closer to Hegel than to Mr. Tikhomarov. He was not satisfied with the conviction that the people's ideal was as it is, he was concerned with the study of the features of that ideal in their development, in their mutual interrelations. And precisely in that point, as I said above, he was not far from the correct formulation of the question. Had he applied the dialectical method in the appropriate manner to explaining the people's life and outlook, had he better mastered the indubitable truth proved by Marx and corroborated by all the past and present history of human society, peoples, and states, that the economic fact has always preceded and always does precede political right, and consequently the social and political ideals of the peoples, had he remembered in time that the proof of this truth is one of Mr. Marx's great scientific services, I would probably have no need to argue with Mr. Tikhomarov, for there would be no longer any trace of Bakuninism. But dialectics betrayed Bakunin, or rather he betrayed dialectics. Instead of proceeding from economic facts in his analysis of the Russian people's social and political ideal, instead of expecting that old ideal to be refashioned under the influence of new tendencies in the economic life of the people, the author of Statehood and Anarchy sets up a completely arbitrary hierarchy of defects of the people's ideal, trying to find a combination of its unfortunate features in which one is neutralized or even entirely removed by another. This changes his whole argument into a completely arbitrary playing with arbitrary definitions. The author, who seemed to be so close to the truth, suddenly strayed infinitely far from it simply because he only felt the necessity for a dialectical appraisal of the people's world outlook but was either unable or unwilling to make it. Instead of the anticipated dialectics, sophistry appeared on the scene. Bakuninism was saved, but the elucidation of the tasks of the Russian revolutionary intelligentsia was not advanced a single step. The hierarchy of the various defects in the people's ideal is established in the following way. The absorption of the individual by and the worship of the Tsar follow, properly speaking, as direct results from patriarchalism. The village commune itself proves to be nothing but the natural extension of the family, the tribe, and the Tsar, the common patriarch and ancestor, the father of the whole of Russia. Precisely for that reason his power is unlimited. Hence it is understandable that patriarchalism is the principal historical evil which we are obliged to fight with all our strength. But how can an anarchist who has neither the intention nor the slightest wish to impose on our people or another any ideal of social structure obtained from reading books or from his own imagination fight the historical evil? In no other way than by basing himself on the historical development of the people's ideal. But does the development of the Russian people's ideal promote the elimination from it of the darkening feature of patriarchalism? Without any doubt, and in this way, the war against patriarchalism is now being waged in nearly every village and every family, and the village commune, mir, has now been so transformed into an instrument of the hated state power and despotism of official DOM that the revolt against the latter is becoming at the same time a revolt against the despotism of the village commune, mir. Not embarrassed by the fact that the fight against the despotism of the village commune cannot fail to shake the very principles of communal land tenure, the author considers the question finally settled and assures us that there remains the deification of the Tsar, which has extremely palled on and weakened it, the consciousness of the people in the last 10 or 12 years, not even because patriarchalism has been shaken, but thanks to the wise policy of Alexander II the Mild, a policy prompted by love of the people. After many trials, the Russian people have begun to understand that they have no worse enemy than the Tsar. The intelligentsia needs only to support and intensify this anti-Tsar trend in the minds of the people. In conclusion, the same intelligentsia is urged to fight one more main defect, not mentioned in the list of the features of the people's ideal quoted above. This defect, which has so far paralyzed and rendered impossible a general rising of the people in Russia, is the exclusiveness of the peasant communes, the isolation and disjunction of the peasant mirs. If we consider that the disjunction of the peasant mirs results from the circumstance that every village commune forms a closed whole, in consequence of which not one commune has or even feels the necessity to have any independent organic link with the others, that they are united among themselves only through the intermediary of Father Tsar, only in his supreme, paternal authority, we are obliged to admit that no easy task is imposed on the intelligentsia. To establish a link between the best peasants in all villages, volosts and, as far as possible, regions, and, where possible, to establish a similar vital link between the factory workers and the peasantry, to ensure that the best or progressive peasants in every village, volost, and region know the like peasants of all the other villages, volosts and regions, to convince them that in the people there lives an invincible strength which is powerful only when it is assembled and works simultaneously, and that thus far it has not been assembled, to establish a link between and organize the villages, volosts, and regions according to a general plan and with the concerted aim of emancipating the whole people, briefly, to add several new and very good features to the people's character and ideal and to remove from them several radical defects. That is a truly titanic work. And this gigantic work will have to be undertaken with the conviction that one must be an unmitigated blockhead or an incorrigible doctrinaire to imagine that one can give something to the people, present them with any material good or new intellectual or moral content, a new truth, and arbitrarily give their life a new direction or, as the late Chadaev maintained, write what one wishes on them, as on a blank sheet. Can one imagine a more crying contradiction between the theoretical propositions of a program and the practical tasks it outlines? People who did not want to break with logic forever could do nothing but renounce the practical part of the program while supporting its basic propositions, or follow its practical directions and try to find a reliable theoretical basis for them. That is what happened subsequently. But side by side with Bakuninism, which carried within itself the elements of its own disintegration, there was another trend in the Russian Revolutionary Party. Extremely hostile to Bakunin's anarchist philosophy, it agreed with him, as I have already mentioned in the pamphlet Socialism and the Political Struggle, in his appraisal of the contemporary situation in Russia. At the same time, this trend was insured against many of the blunders the author of Statehood and Anarchy made by, so to speak, its lesser pretentiousness and the lower logical type of its line of argument. Bakunin sought the justification of the action he suggested in the very process of development of the people's outlook, but as he used an unsuitable criterion he was forced to substitute the logical leaps of his own thought for the historical development of Russian social life. Tikashev, the father of the trend which we are now going on to, gave no thought to a dialectical analysis of our social relationships. His program was the immediate conclusion he drew from the statics of those relationships. The contemporary structure of Russian life seemed to him purposely invented, as it were, for the social, which in his terminology meant socialist, revolution. For him, to talk about progress and development was to betray the cause of the people. Now, or in a very remote future, perhaps never, was the motto of his journal Nabut. He expressed the same thought in his pamphlet Tasks of Revolutionary Propaganda in Russia, and it pervades every line of his open letter to Engels. Not venturing onto the difficult road of dialectics, he did not make the false steps in logic typical of Bakunin, which he so bitingly ridiculed in his Anarchy of Thought. He was more consistent than Bakunin in the sense that he kept firmly to his premises and drew more logical conclusions from them. The whole trouble was that not only those premises, but also the standpoint he adopted in their elaboration, were inferior to those of Bakunin for the simple reason that they were nothing but Bakuninism simplified, a Bakuninism which renounced all efforts to create its own philosophy of Russian history and anathematized such attempts. A few extracts from Tikashev's works will suffice to prove this. Let us begin with his open letter to Mr. Frederick Engels. The purpose of this letter was to help the ignorance of Engels, to prove to him that the accomplishment of the social revolution is encountering no serious obstacles in Russia and that at every particular moment it is possible to arouse the Russian people for a unanimous revolutionary protest. The method he uses to prove this thesis is so original, so typical of the history of poor Russian thought, so important for understanding and correctly appraising the Narodnaya Volya Party's program, and it anticipates to such a degree Mr. Tikhomirov's whole line of argument that it deserves the reader's most serious attention. In Tikashev's opinion, it would be childish to dream of transposing the International Working Men's Association to Russian soil. This is hindered by the social and political conditions in Russia. May it be known to you, he says to Engels, that we in Russia have not at our command a single one of the means of revolutionary struggle which you have at your disposal in the West in general and in Germany in particular. We have no urban proletariat, no freedom of the press, no representative assembly, nothing that could allow us to hope to unite, in the present economic situation, the downtrodden, ignorant masses of working people into a single, well-organized, disciplined workers' association. A working-class literature is unthinkable here, and if it could be created it would prove useless, because the majority of our people cannot read. Personal influence upon the people is also impossible owing to the police regulations which take measures against any approach by the intelligentsia to the common people. But all these unfavorable conditions, the author of the letter assures Engels, must not lead you to think that the victory of the social revolution is more problematic, less guaranteed in Russia than in the West. By no means. If we have not certain of the chances that you have, we can point out many which you have not got. What are these chances? Why can we expect a revolution, and what may we expect from it? We have no urban proletariat, that is true, of course, but, on the other hand, we have no bourgeoisie at all. Between the suffering people and the despotism of the state which oppresses them we have no intermediate estate, our workers will only have to fight political power. The power of capital in our country is still in the embryo. Our people are ignorant, that is a fact too. But on the other hand, the immense majority of them are imbued with the principles of communal land tenure, they are, if we may put it that way, communist by instinct, by tradition. Hence it is clear that despite their ignorance our people are far nearer to socialism than the peoples of the West, although the latter are better educated. Our people are accustomed to slavery and subjection, that is also indisputable. But you must not conclude from that that they are satisfied with their condition. They protest, and protest continually against it. No matter what form these protests take, whether that of religious sects called dissidents, that of refusing to pay taxes, of revolt, or open resistance to the authorities, in any case they protest, occasionally with great energy. True, these protests are narrow and scattered. Nevertheless, they prove sufficiently that the people cannot bear their condition and that they profit by every opportunity to give vent to the bitterness and hatred heaped up in their breasts. And that is why the Russian people may be called instinctively revolutionary in spite of their apparent torpor, in spite of their not being clearly aware of their rights. Our revolutionary party of the intelligentsia is numerically small, that is true too. But then, it pursues none but socialist ideals and its enemies are almost more impotent than it, and their impotence is to the party's advantage. Our upper estates constitute no force whatsoever, neither economic, they are too poor, nor political, they are too obtuse and too much accused to rely in everything on the wisdom of the police. Our clergy are of no importance whatever. Our state seems a power only when considered from a distance. In reality its strength is only apparent and fictitious. It has no roots in the economic life of the people. It does not embody the interests of any estate. It oppresses indifferently all classes of society and is equally hated by all. They tolerate the state, they suffer its barbaric despotism with complete equanimity. But this tolerance, this equanimity are the result of a mistake. Society has created for itself the illusion that the Russian state is mighty and is under the magic influence of that illusion. But not much is needed to dispel this illusion. 2 or 3 military defeats, a simultaneous rising of the peasants in many gubernias, an open revolt in the capital in peacetime, and its influence will be destroyed in an instant and the government will find itself alone and abandoned by all. Thus, in this respect too, we have more chances than you, i.e., the West in general and Germany in particular. In your countries the state is by no means a fictitious force, it stands firmly based on capital, it embodies definite economic interests. It is not only supported by the army and police, as in our country, but is strengthened by the whole system of bourgeois relations. In our country on the contrary, our social form owes its existence to the state, to a state hanging, so to speak, in the air, a state which has nothing in common with the existing social order, whose roots are in the past, not the present. Asterisk. Such is Tikashev's social and political philosophy. If by some mistake of the typesetter the above quotations were followed by a reference to the article "What can we expect from the revolution?" Mr. Tikhomarov himself would hardly notice the mistake, such is the resemblance. The copy published in April bears to the original which appeared 10 years ago. But alas, what does the glory of the first discovery matter? Mr. Tikhomarov does not say a word about his teacher. For his part, the author of Open Letter to Mr. Frederick Engels did not consider it necessary to refer to Statehood and Anarchy, which had already been published in and contains the same account of Russian social relations and the same assurances that the Russian peasant is communist by instinct, by tradition. Frederick Engels was perfectly right when he said in his answer to Tikashev that the latter's argument was based on Bakunin's usual phrases. But what does Bakuninism lead to when it has lost faith in the possibility of removing the unfortunate features of people's ideal by direct influence and has concentrated its attention on the fortunate circumstance that our state is hanging in the air and has nothing in common with the existing social order, that the accomplishment of the social revolution presents no difficulties? It is easy to understand what it leads to. If capital in our country is still in the embryo and our workers have to fight only the political power of Tsarism, if the people, for their part, are always ready to rebel just as Pushkin's Onegin is to fight a duel, the revolutionary struggle acquires an exclusively political character. But as, moreover, we are unable to unite the downtrodden, ignorant masses of working people into a single, well-organized, disciplined association, or to create a working-class literature, and as it would even be useless to do so, it appears that it is not the workers at all who have to wage that political struggle. This must be the concern of the same numerically small revolutionary party of the intelligentsia whose strength lies in its socialist ideals and the impotence of its enemies. But, owing to contemporary Russian conditions and also the very substance of its relations to the other social forces, that minority, which is strong because of others' weakness, has no alternative but to set up a secret organization and prepare a coup d'état in anticipation of favorable circumstances for a decisive blow: military defeats of Russia, simultaneous risings in several gubernias, or revolt in the capital. In other words, Bakuninism, having lost faith in progress, leads us direct to conspiracy for the overthrow of the existing government, the seizure of power and the organization of a socialist society with the help of that power and the Russian peasantry's inborn and traditional inclination towards communism. We saw all this in Tikashev's works long before we beheld it in Mr. Tikhomarov's article. but to acquaint ourselves fully with Tikashev's program or, as he said, the program of the group to which all that is courageous, clever, and energetic in our revolutionary intellectual youth belongs, we must turn to other works of the editor of Nabut, since the open letter contains only the assurance that the contemporary period of Russian history is the most convenient for carrying out the social revolution, and references to such general features of the program as a direct appeal to the people, the creation of a vigorous revolutionary organization and strict discipline. From the pamphlet Tasks of Revolutionary Propaganda in Russia we shall get the original thought that a forcible revolution can take place only when the minority refuses to wait for the majority to become conscious of their requirements and decides, so to speak, to impose this consciousness on the majority. Finally, in the collection of critical essays by P. N. Tikashev published under the general title Anarchy of Thought we actually find in the chapter directed against the program of the journal V. and the pamphlet Russian Social Revolutionary Youth the following alternative: one of the two, either the intelligentsia must take power in its hands after the revolution, or it must resist, retard the revolution until the blissful moment when the popular outbreak no longer presents any danger, i.e., when the people have assimilated the results of world thought and acquired knowledge which is beyond them. The mere circumstance that this knowledge is admitted to be beyond the people makes it clear where P. N. Tikashev's sympathies lie. The organization of a conspiracy to seize power becomes the main practical task of propaganda in the newspaper and then in the journal Nabut. Parallel with this goes propaganda of terror and the extolling of the so-called Nechayev plot at the expense of the propagandist circles. For us revolutionaries, who no longer wish to tolerate the sufferings of the people and can no longer bear their shameful slave-like condition, for us, whose view is not dimmed by metaphysical ravings and who are profoundly convinced that the Russian Revolution, like every other one, cannot take place without the hanging and shooting of gendarmes, public prosecutors, ministers, merchants, and priests, briefly, cannot take place without a forcible upheaval, for us materialist revolutionaries. The whole question boils down to acquiring the power of the authority which is now directed against us. These lines, printed in asterisk when nobody even thought of forming the Narodnaya Volya party, show clearly enough where we must seek the source of the practical ideas whose dissemination this party took upon itself. We therefore think that the editors of Nabut were right in their way when, noting in the complete fiasco of going among the people, they added proudly, "We were the first to point out the inevitability of this fiasco, we were the first to implore youth to abandon that fatal anti-revolutionary path and to return once more to the traditions of direct revolutionary work and a fighting, centralist revolutionary organization, i.e., to the traditions of the Nechayev trend." And ours was not a voice crying in the wilderness. The fighting organization of the revolutionary forces, the disorganization and terrorization of the government authorities, these have been from the very beginning the basic demands of our program. And at present these demands have at last begun to be put into practice. Carried away by terrorist activity, the editors even state that at present our only task is to terrorize and disorganize the government authorities. We shall later see the significance of the extracts I have quoted on the question of our differences. Let us now consider the programs which we have set forth from the purely historical standpoint and ask ourselves how satisfactory were our formulation and solution of the problem of the condition of the Russian village commune and of the Russian people's ability to wage a conscious struggle for their economic emancipation. We have seen that both M. A. Bakunin and P. N. Tikashev spoke a lot about the communist instincts of the Russian peasantry. References to these instincts form the starting point of their social and political arguments and the main basis of their faith in the possibility of a socialist revolution in Russia. But neither the author of Statehood and Anarchy nor the editor of Nabut apparently gave the slightest thought to the question whether the village commune exists because our people are imbued with the principles of communal land tenure or whether they are imbued with these principles, i.e., are accustomed to the commune, because they live under conditions of collective ownership of the land. Had they devoted more attention to this question about the answer to which there cannot be any doubt, they would have had to transfer the main emphasis of their argument from the discussion of the people's instincts and ideals to the study of the national economy. Then they would have had to pay attention to the history of land tenure and in general of the right of property among the primitive peoples, to the rise and gradual growth of individualism in the communities of hunting, nomadic and agricultural tribes, to the social and political influence of this new principle, which gradually became dominant. Applying the results of such studies to Russia, they would have had to appraise the conditions which caused the disintegration of the village commune and whose significance has particularly grown since the abolition of serfdom. This appraisal would logically have brought them to attempt to determine the strength and significance of individualism in the economy of the modern village commune in Russia. Then, since the significance of this principle is continually rising under the influence of conditions adverse to collectivism, they would have had to determine the magnitude of the acceleration individualism is gaining in the course of its assault on the rights and the economy of the commune bears. Having determined with all possible accuracy in such conditions the magnitude of this acceleration, they would have had to go on to study the qualities and development of the force by means of which they hoped not only to stave off the triumph of individualism, not only to restore to the village commune its primitive form, but to give it a new and higher form. Then there would have arisen the question, a very important one, as we have seen, whether this force would be the product of the inner life of the commune or a result of the historical development of external conditions. In the latter case, this force would be a purely external one in relation to the commune, and they would then have needed first of all to ask themselves whether external influences alone were sufficient for the reorganization of the economic, social, and political life of the class concerned. Having dealt with this question, they would have had to consider another, namely, where the point of application of this force was to be sought, in the sphere of the conditions of life or in the domain of the thinking habits of our peasantry. To conclude, they would have had to prove that the strength of the supporters of socialism grows with greater speed than individualism is growing in Russian economic life. Only when they had made this circumstance at least probable could they have proved the probability of the social revolution, which they held could not encounter any difficulties in Russia. In each of the cases listed above, they would have had to deal not with the statics but with the dynamics of our social relationships, to take the people not as they are, but as they are becoming, to consider not the motionless picture but the process of Russian life taking place according to definite laws. They would have had to apply in practice the very instrument of dialectics which Chernyshevsky used to study the question of the village commune in its abstract form. Unfortunately, neither Bakunin nor Tikashev were able, as we have seen, to approach the question of the chances of a social revolution in Russia from this most important standpoint. They contented themselves with the conviction that our people are communist by instinct, by tradition, and although Bakunin paid due attention to the weak sides of the people's traditions and instincts, although Tikashev saw that such weak sides could be eliminated only by institutions and not by logical arguments, neither of them carried their analysis to the end. In appealing to our intelligentsia, they expected social miracles from its activity and presumed that its devotion would be a substitute for the people's initiative and that its revolutionary energy would replace the inner striving of Russian social life towards a socialist revolution. They regarded the national economy, the way of life and the thinking habits of the peasantry exactly as a still life, a complete whole requiring only slight changes, right up to the social revolution itself. In the imagination of those same writers who, naturally, would not have refused to admit the forms of the people's life in their time to be the result of historical development, history seemed to stand still. From the publication of Statehood and Anarchy or Open Letter to Frederick Engels, right up to the first or second day after the revolution, the village commune, they held, was to remain in its present form, which they affirmed was not far from the transition to socialism. The thing was to set about the matter as soon as possible and to follow the appropriate road. We brook no postponements, no delays. We cannot and will not wait. Let each one gather his belongings as quickly as he can and hasten to set out," wrote the editor of Novit. And although there were fundamental differences between Bakunin and Tikakov as to the direction of that road, each was sure at any rate that if youth followed the road he indicated they would still manage to find the village commune in a state of desirable stability. Although every day brings us new enemies, creates new social forms hostile to us, those new forms do not change the mutual relations between the factors of Russian social life. There continues to be no bourgeoisie, the state continues to be hanging in the air. If we ring the tocsin louder, if we set about revolutionary activity more energetically, we shall yet succeed in saving the communist instincts of the Russian people and, relying on their attachment to the principles of communal land tenure, we shall succeed in accomplishing the socialist revolution. That was the way Plekanov argued, and also the way, or nearly the way, the author of Statehood and Anarchy argued. Our youth read the works of both authors and, splitting into groups, did indeed hasten to set to work. It may seem strange at first sight that Tikashov's or Bakunin's program could find supporters among the very intelligentsia that had been reared on the works of Chernyshevsky and if only for that reason should have developed the habit of more rigorous thinking. But in substance the matter was simple and was partly explained by Chernyshevsky's own influence. It was not for nothing that Hegel gave such an important place in his philosophy to the question of method, or that those West European socialists who are proud to trace their descent, incidentally, to Hegel and Kant, attach far more importance to the method of studying social phenomena than to the data resulting from that study. A mistake in the results will inevitably be noticed and corrected by further application of the correct method, whereas an erroneous method can only in rare and individual cases give results not contrary to this or that individual truth. But there can be a serious attitude to questions of method only in a society which has had a serious philosophical education, a thing which Russian society could never boast of. The inadequate philosophical education made itself felt with particular force in our country in the 60s, when our thinking realists, having established the cult of natural science, began cruelly to persecute philosophical metaphysics. Influenced by this anti-philosophical propaganda, Chernyshevsky's followers were unable to master the methods of his dialectical thinking and concentrated their attention merely on the results of his studies. As a result of these very studies, as we know, there appeared faith in the possibility for our village commune of a direct transition to a higher, communist form of communal life. This conviction suffered from one-sidedness by virtue of its abstractness, and had the pupils remained faithful to the spirit and not to the letter of Chernyshevsky's works, they would not have been slow to pass, according to an expression I used above, from algebra to arithmetic, from general abstract arguments about possible transitions of certain social forms into others, to the detailed study of the contemporary conditions and probable future of the Russian village commune in particular. So-called Russian socialism would thus have been placed on a perfectly firm basis. Unfortunately, our revolutionary youth did not even suspect that their teacher had any special method of thinking. Contenting themselves with the results of his investigations, they regarded as his fellow thinkers all writers who defended the principle of communal land tenure, and whereas the author of criticism of philosophical prejudices could himself never agree, for example, with Shapov, our youth saw in the latter's historical works only a new illustration and new arguments in favor of their teacher's opinion. Still less could they make a severe criticism of the new revolutionary doctrines. Plekanov and M. A. Bakunin seemed to them to belong to exactly the same trend as Chernyshevsky. Hegel's pupils, while strictly following the very same method which that great thinker handed down to them, smashed his system to bits. They kept to the spirit, not the letter of his system. Chernyshevsky's followers could not bring themselves even to think of a critical attitude towards his opinions. They kept strictly to every letter of his writings and lost all idea of their spirit. The result was that they could not preserve in their purity even the results of Chernyshevsky's investigations, and, mixing them with Slavophile tendencies, they formed the curious theoretical amalgam from which our Narodism subsequently arose. Thus, the preceding socialist literature bequeathed to us several, unimitated, attempts at applying the dialectical method to the solution of important problems in Russian social life and several socialist programs. One of these recommended socialist propaganda, considering the Russian peasantry just as receptive to it as the West European proletariat. Another insisted on the organization of a nationwide rebellion, and a third, not considering propaganda or organization possible, pointed to The seizure of power by a revolutionary party as the starting point of the Russian Socialist Revolution. The theoretical posing of the question of the revolution, far from progressing since Chernyshevsky's time, regressed in many respects towards Herzen's semi-Slavophile views. The Russian revolutionary intelligentsia of the early 70s did not add a single serious argument in support of the negative solution of the question posed by Herzen: must Russia pass through all the phases of European development? Chapter I. A few references to history. Russian Blankism. It is now 10 years since the most important programs of the 70s appeared. 10 years of efforts, struggle, and sometimes bitter disappointments have shown our youth that the organization of a revolutionary movement among the peasantry is impossible under the present conditions in Russia. As revolutionary doctrines, Bakuninism and Narodism are antiquated and are now received with joy only in the conservative democratic literary camp. Their fate will be either to lose their distinctive features altogether and merge with new and more fruitful revolutionary trends, or to congeal in their old form and serve as a buttress for political and social reaction. Our propagandists of the old type have also disappeared from the stage. But that is not the case with the theories of Plekanov. Although for full 10 years every day has brought us new enemies and created new social factors hostile to us, although the social revolution has encountered in that time certain considerable obstacles, Russian Blankism is now raising its voice with particular force and, still confident that the contemporary historical period is particularly favorable for the carrying out of the social revolution, it is continuing to accuse all dissenters of moderation and meticulousness, repeating in a new key the old refrain: now, or in a very remote future, perhaps never. Or we have not the right to wait, or let each one gather his belongings and hasten to set out, and so on. And it is this strengthened and, if we may so express it, rejuvenated Tikashevism that everybody has to deal with who would like to write about the present differences in Russian revolutionary spheres. All the more must it be taken into account in the study of the fate of Russian capitalism. I have already said more than once that Mr. Tikhomirov's article "What Can We Expect from the Revolution?" is only a new and supplemented edition, though at the same time inferior in many respects of the social and political views of Tikashev. If I have not been mistaken in determining the distinctive features of Russian Blankism, the literary activity of the Narodnaya Volya Party boils down to a repetition of Tikashev's teachings in different keys. The sole difference is that for Tikashev the time we are passing through referred to the early 70s, while for the publicists of the Narodnaya Volya Party it coincides with the late 70s and early 80s. Completely lacking what the Germans call the sense of history, Russian Blankism has very easily transferred and will transfer this concept of the particularly favorable time for the social revolution from one decade to another. After proving a false prophet in the 80s, it will renew its prophecies with an obstinacy worthy of a better fate 10, 20, or 30 years later, and will go on doing so right up to the time when the working class finally understands the conditions for its social emancipation and greets the Blanquist doctrine with Homeric laughter. For the dissemination of Blankism every moment of history is favorable except a time which is really favorable for the socialist revolution. But it is time to define more exactly the expressions I use. What is Blankism in general? What is Russian Blankism? P. L. Lavrov hopes, as we have seen, that the majority of the members of the Emancipation of Labor group may any day now be in the ranks of Narodnaya Volya. He affirms that Mr. Plekanov himself has already undergone a sufficiently great evolution in his political and social convictions for us to have reason to hope for new steps on his part in the same direction. If the Narodnaya Volya Party professes, as far as can be judged by its literary works, the Blanquist standpoint, it turns out that my evolution too is taking place in the same direction. The Marxism which I profess at present is consequently but a purgatory through which my socialist soul must pass to obtain final rest in the lap of Blankism. Is that so? Will such an evolution be progressive? How does this question appear from the standpoint of modern scientific socialism? Blanky is first and foremost a political revolutionary, we read in an article by Engels, a socialist only in feeling, who sympathizes with the people in their sufferings but has no special socialist theory of his own and proposes no definite measures for social reorganization. In his political activity he was mainly a so-called man of action * who was convinced that a small number of well-organized people who choose the right moment and carry out a revolutionary attempt can attract the popular masses with one or two successes and thus carry out a victorious revolution. During the reign of Louis Philippe he could naturally organize such a group only, of course, in the form of a secret society, and what happened then was what always happens when there is a conspiracy. The people forming it, wearied by continuous restraint and vain promises that it would soon come to the final blow, ended by losing all patience and ceasing to obey, and then one of two things remained: either to allow the conspiracy to fall to pieces or to start the revolutionary attempt without any external occasion. An attempt of that kind was made, on May, and was suppressed at the very outset. This conspiracy of Blanqui, by the way, was the only one that was not discovered by the police. From the fact that Blanqui viewed every revolution as a handstreach by a small revolutionary minority, it naturally follows that a revolutionary dictatorship must be established after a successful upheaval, naturally not a dictatorship of the whole revolutionary class, the proletariat, but of a small number of those who have carried out the handstreach and who themselves were previously subject to the dictatorship of one or a few of the elect. The reader sees, Engels continues, that Blanqui is a revolutionary of the old generation. Such conceptions of the course of revolutionary events have already grown too obsolete for the German working class party, and even in France they can arouse sympathy only in the least mature or least patient workers. Thus we see that socialists of the latest, scientific school consider Blanquism as an already obsolete standpoint. The transition from Marxism to Blanquism is not impossible. Of course all sorts of things happen, but on no account will it be acknowledged by any Marxist as progress in the political and social convictions of any of their fellow thinkers. Only from the Blanquist standpoint can such an evolution be considered progressive. And if the honorable editor of Vestnik Narodnoy Vali has not radically changed his views of the socialism of Marx's school, his prophecy concerning the emancipation of labor group is bound to puzzle every impartial reader. We see further from this quotation from Engels that Tikashev's conception of the forcible revolution as something imposed on the majority by the minority is nothing but Blanquism, which could be called the purest if the editor of Nobot had not taken it into his head to try to prove that in Russia there is no need even to impose socialism on the majority, who are communist by instinct, by tradition. The distinctive feature of the Russian variety of Blanquism is therefore merely the idealization of the Russian peasantry. Borrowed from Bakunin. Let us now pass on to Mr. Tikhomarov's views and see whether they come under this definition or are a new variety of Russian socialism. I maintain that there is absolutely nothing new in them except a few historical, logical, and statistical mistakes. These mistakes indeed are something new and original, typical only of the views of Mr. Tikhomarov. Neither Blanquism in general nor Russian Blanquism in particular had any part in their appearance or their peculiar evolution. Their appearance was due to a purely negative cause, lack of knowledge, which generally has a fairly prominent part in the genesis of the social and political concepts of our intelligentsia, and which attains inordinate proportions in Mr. Tikhomarov's article. It will not be difficult for the reader to check the correctness of our appraisal if he endeavors with us to disentangle the raveled and in several places broken threads of the exceptionalist considerations of our author. Let us begin with the history of revolutionary ideas in Russia and in the West. Only a few years ago, says Mr. Tikhomarov, socialists, proceeding from the analysis of social relationships, made by their teachers in the capitalist countries of Europe, considered political activity to be harmful, if anything, to the interests of the popular masses as such, for they presumed that in our country a constitution would be an instrument for the organization of the bourgeoisie, as it is in Europe. On the basis of these considerations, one could even find among our socialists the opinion that of two evils an autocratic Tsar was at any rate better for the people than a constitutional one. Another, so-called liberal, trend was opposite in character, etc. The Russian socialists considered political activity to be harmful, if anything proceeding from the analysis made by their teachers in the capitalist countries of the West. What analysis is Mr. Tikhomarov talking about? Which teachers does he mean? Whose portrait is this? Where's such talk heard? We know that West European socialist thought, proceeding from the analysis made in the capitalist countries in Europe, presented and still presents two types of attitude to the question of political activity. The followers of Proudhon profess political abstention and advise that it should be pursued right up to the day after the revolution. For them, political revolution is the aim, economic revolution, the means. That is why they wish to begin with the economic upheaval, supposing that in contemporary conditions political activity is harmful, if anything, to the interests of the popular masses as such, and that a constitution is merely an instrument for the organization of the bourgeoisie. Another trend was opposite in character. Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher, published in Paris roughly outlined at that time the political task of the working class. Marx wrote in his Mesure de la Philosophie, "Do not say that social movement excludes political movement. There is never a political movement which is not at the same time social. It is only in an order of things in which there are no more classes and class antagonisms that social evolutions will cease to be political revolutions." In the manifesto of the Communist Party, Marx and Engels again return to the same question and prove that every class struggle is a political struggle, and most caustically ridicule those true socialists in whose opinion, as in Mr. Tikhomarov's, the constitution is in Europe merely an instrument for the organization of the bourgeoisie. In the opinion of the authors of the manifesto, socialism, opposing the emancipation movement of the bourgeoisie, lost its pedantic innocence and became the instrument of political and social reaction. The same thought was then repeated many times in other works of the authors of the manifesto and of their followers. It can be said that almost every issue of every social democratic newspaper in every European country reproduces this thought in some form or other. Karl Marx and the Marxists have done everything to elucidate their social and political views and show the unsoundness of the Proudhon program. And after such brilliant literary activity which opens a new epoch in the history of socialist thought in Europe, we hear that the Russian socialists denied the expediency of the political struggle for the sole reason that they proceeded from the analysis made by their teachers in the capitalist countries of the West. Can one speak seriously now of any other analysis of social relationships in Western Europe than that contained in the works of Marx and Engels? This would be appropriate only in a historical work dealing with the mistakes and one-sidedness of Marx's predecessors. But either Mr. Tikhomarov is entirely unacquainted with Marxist literature, or he has understood it in exactly the same way as Mr. Ivan Yukov, whose bankruptcy was announced and partly proved in the first issue of Vest. Nick. The Russian socialists spoke of the harmfulness of political activity, not because they generally proceeded from the analysis of social relationships in Western Europe, but because they proceeded from an erroneous, petty bourgeois analysis made by Proudhon. But were they all Proudhonists? Were they all supporters of the teaching of Bakunin, that reformer, so to speak, of Proudhonism? Who does not know that far from all of them were? P.N. Tikashev, just as absolutely all the West European Blanquists, proceeding, by the way, not from the analysis made in the capitalist countries of Europe, but from the traditions of French Jacobinism, savagely attacked the principle of political abstention. Did not P.N. Tikashev write precisely only a few years ago? Must his opinions not be registered in the history of Russian revolutionary thought? It would be a very risky step for Mr. Tikhomarov to decide to answer this question in the affirmative. What if his own philosophy turned out in effect to be only a new edition of Tikashev's? It is easy for any reader to make a comparison. But were there only Bakuninists and Blanquists in the Russian revolutionary movement only a few years ago? Were there no other trends? Were there no writers who knew that a constitution is in Europe an instrument for the organization not only of the bourgeoisie, but of another class, too, whose interests socialists cannot ignore without betraying their own banner? It seems to me that there were, and precisely in the camp of those opposed to Tikashev, who, while revolting against the thought that political activity is harmful, if anything, to the interests of the popular masses as such, nevertheless demanded all or nothing, either the seizure of power by the socialists or political stagnation for Russia. When on these grounds it occurred to him to terrify the Russian socialists with the specter of capitalism and a bourgeois constitution, here is the answer he immediately got from a well-known Russian writer in an appeal to our social revolutionary youth: you are told that Russia must have a revolution now or she will never have one. You are shown a picture of the bourgeoisie developing in our country and are told that with its development the struggle will become more difficult, that a revolution will become impossible. The author has a very poor idea of your wits if he thinks you will yield to his arguments. What grounds are there for thinking that the struggle of the people against the bourgeoisie would be unthinkable in Russia if forms of social life like those abroad were indeed established there? Was it not the development of the bourgeoisie that roused the proletariat to the struggle? Are not loud calls to the imminent social revolution heard in all the countries of Europe? Does not the bourgeoisie realize the danger threatening it from the workers and continually drawing nearer? Our youth are by no means so cut off from the world as to be ignorant of the state of affairs, and those who would like to convince them that the domination of the bourgeoisie would be unshakable in our country are relying too much on youth's lack of knowledge when they draw for them a fantastic picture of Europe. It is clear that the author of these lines by no means considered a constitution as an instrument for the organization of the bourgeoisie alone as it is in Europe, to quote Mr. Tikhomarov. Let Mr. Tikhomarov judge the author to be right or wrong as he wishes, but reference should be made to him in speaking of the types of attitude of our intelligent thinkers to the question of political activity. Even if the writer we have quoted P.L. Lavrov, now Mr. Tikhomarov's co-editor, did not acknowledge the expediency of political struggle in Russia, it was by no means because he proceeded from the Bakuninist analysis of the social relationships in the capitalist countries of Europe. Mr. Tikhomarov is absolutely unforgivable for his lack of attention to the writings of his honorable colleague. Let us be impartial though, let us try to point out circumstances attenuating his guilt. What is the explanation for this lack of attention? Why does Mr. Tikhomarov include all Russian socialists of the recent past in his list of Bakuninists and pass over P.L. Lavrov's writings in silence? Why does he forget about Tikashev already now before the boots of the smugglers who brought Nobot into Russia are worn out? For a very simple reason. There's nothing new under the sun, skeptics say. And if that cannot be considered as unconditionally true, there is nevertheless no doubt that in many programs of Russian socialism there is absolutely nothing new. And yet the supporters of those programs have great pleasure in saying that their trend was the first open manifestation of such and such a consciousness. All one has to do in order to afford oneself such a pleasure is to forget certain things in the history of the Russian revolutionary movement and to add a thing or two of one's own. Then it will be clear that our intelligent thinkers were a kind of lost sheep until the program in question appeared, but that as soon as the authors of that program uttered their "Let there be light," the majestic sunrise began, as Hegel said of the epoch of the French Revolution. The appropriate standpoint was found, the misunderstandings were dissipated, truth was discovered. Is it surprising that people to whom pleasant self-deception is dearer than many a bitter truth are tempted by such prospects and, forgetting their predecessors and their contemporaries, attribute to their own party the discovery of methods of struggle which, often enough, far from being discovered, were not even correctly understood by that party? Mr. Tikhomarov has become infatuated with precisely that kind of stereotyped method in historical research. He wanted to show that the bulk of the Russian revolutionary intelligentsia, despite the famous analysis, could not renounce the fight against political oppression, but all this, nevertheless, took place only unwittingly and spontaneously. The idea of the actual equality of the political and the economic elements in the party program was clearly and loudly acknowledged only with the appearance of the Narodnaya Volya trend *, which our author humbly honors with capitals. It was to prove his proposition that Mr. Tikhomarov attributed to all the Russian socialists views held only by the Bakuninists. As the latter considered political activity harmful, if anything, while the Narodovoldtsi rather thought it useful, it is clear that the honor of discovering that political activity is useful belongs to Narodnaya Volya. It was awkward to mention Plekanov because that would have revealed that he professed just that kind of equality of the political and the economic elements in the party program, which was clearly and loudly acknowledged, it is alleged, only with the appearance of the Narodnaya Volya trend. Neither did Mr. Tikhomarov find it timely to mention the writings of his co-editor, for to criticize and appraise them he would have had to adopt a standpoint which was quite unusual for a man who still imagined that there was no other analysis of social relationships in Western Europe than that made by Proudhon and the Proudhonists, by Bakunin and the Bakuninists. Mr. Tikhomarov did all that was possible and even attempted a little of the impossible for the exaltation of his party. He brought himself, for instance, to affirm that the former founders of Cherny Paredel were once among the fiercest opponents of the Constitution. And yet, if he had been guided in his historical research by a striving for truth and not by the interests of party politics, he would not have forgotten that in the very first issue of Cherny Paredel, in a letter to former comrades, the following view on the Constitution was expressed, which was far from corresponding to his idea of the former founders of the paper in question: "Do not think, comrades, that I am altogether against a constitution, against political freedom," says the author of the letter. "I have too great a respect for the human personality to be against political freedom. It is unreasonable to say that the idea of political freedom is incomprehensible, unnecessary for the people. It, i.e., political freedom, is just as necessary for the people as for the intelligentsia. The difference is that among the people this need merges with other, more vital and basic needs of an economic character. These latter must be taken into consideration by any social revolutionary party which desires political freedom to be fully ensured and guaranteed from usurpation and distortion, by hostile elements. These lines contain inaccuracy in expression and incorrectness in the definition of concepts. But the conclusions that the founders of Cherny Paredel were opponents of the Constitution, and even the fiercest opponents, can be drawn from them only by a man who has either renounced logic altogether or consciously ignores facts in the interests of his party, or finally, has no knowledge at all of those facts, that is, does not know the very history of revolutionary ideas in Russia which he writes of with the appearance of a learned expert. But perhaps the founders of Cherny Paredel changed their views on the Constitution subsequently. Let us see. Under the editorship of these founders 2 issues of the paper were published. We know already what views on the political freedom were contained in the first issue. What, then, do we find in the second? Naturally it is not for us, who deny all subjection of man, to mourn the fall of absolutism in Russia. It is not for us, whom the struggle against the existing regime has cost such terrific efforts and heavy losses, to wish for its continuation. We read in the leading article of that issue. We know the price of political freedom and can only regret that the Russian Constitution will not give it a large enough place as well. We welcome any struggle for human rights, and the more energetically the struggle is waged, the greater is our sympathy towards it. But besides the advantages which political freedom indisputably brings with it, besides the tasks of winning it, there are other advantages and tasks, and they must not be forgotten precisely now that social relationships have become so acute, and we must therefore be prepared for anything. Is that the language of the fiercest opponents of the Constitution? There were, of course, quite substantial errors in the program of Cherny Paredel. No fewer than in the program of the Narodnaya Volya party. But those errors can be criticized successfully only from the standpoint of scientific socialism. Certainly not from that of the Narodnaya Volya publicists. The latter labor under the same defect as the founders of Cherny Paredel did once, namely, inability to adopt a critical attitude to the social and political forms of our national life. People who are reconciled to the idealization of these forms and base their practical plans on it display greater consistency when they conclude in favor of the program of Cherny Paredel than when they subscribe to that of the Narodnaya Volya party. Let Mr. Tikhomarov try to prove the contrary. However, he will hardly have time for that. He will first have to show how his revolutionary outlook differs from P. N. Plekanov, how the social and political philosophy of the article "What Can We Expect from the Revolution?" differs from that of the open letter to Frederick Engels. Until he has solved that difficult problem, his arguments about the historical significance of the Narodnaya trend will have no meaning at all. The reader may admit that the actions of Narodovoltsy were heroic, but that their theories were as bad as could be, and what is the chief thing, they were by no means new. In other words, the reader can say that the Narodovoltsy terrorists were heroes while the Narodovoltsy writers were inferior to their tasks. This conclusion will not be shaken even by references to the fact that the socialists in the Narodnaya trend for the first time reached the level of a party, and of perhaps the strongest party in the country. Even if there were not a shade of exaggeration in those words, they would still justify the conclusion being drawn from them that there are times when, despite erroneous and immature theories, energetic parties can reach the level of a dominating influence in the country. But no more. Only people who are ignorant of history can conclude from the influence of this or that party that its theories are infallible. The Narodnaya trend is not new even in the respect that the course of its ideas is lagging far behind the course of things caused by the trend itself. Has there been any lack of parties which did not understand the historical significance of their activity, any lack of fictions which in no way corresponded to the idea of party actions? From the fact that the independents temporarily reached the level of a party, perhaps the strongest party in the country, one still cannot conclude that there was more common sense and logic in their religious teachings than in the teachings of other parties. And yet the independents even succeeded in seizing power, a thing which the Russian Blanquists as yet only promise to do. While the author collects material for a more lasting exaltation of the political philosophy of the Narodnaya trend, we shall have time for a detailed study of the article What Can We Expect from the Revolution? And an exhaustive definition of Mr. Tikhomirov's outlook. We already know that he either does not know enough himself or did not want to give his readers the opportunity of getting to know the recent history of socialism in general and of Russian socialism in particular. Let us now go on to his arguments on history generally and especially the history of capitalism. He engages in these edifying considerations for the following amazing reason. The political struggle, he says, has become such an irrevocable conclusion of Russian life that nobody can make up his mind to deny it. But, while not making up their minds, a certain section of the socialists are also unable to bring this conclusion into relation with the customary theoretical views, and in their attempts to find this relation they resort to artificial constructions which completely distort the meaning of the political struggle which Narodnaya has undertaken. What is this certain section of the socialists and what are their customary views? The preceding pages of Mr. Tikhomirov's article told us that only a few years ago, socialists considered political activity to be harmful, if anything, to the interests of the popular masses as such. We decided then that in Mr. Tikhomirov's opinion all the Russian socialists only a few years ago were Bakuninists, since he did not say a word of any other trends. We also saw that Narodnaya noticed the Russian socialists' mistake and helped them to understand the character of the historical development of Russia. It now appears that a certain section of the Russian socialists cannot rid themselves of their customary views and reach conclusions which completely distort the meaning of the activity of the Narodovoltsy. Apparently Mr. Tikhomirov means the Russian Bakuninists, who failed to understand the character of Russia's development. That would be a logical opinion, but it is not our author's. Proceeding from the thought that Russia must inevitably pass through the phase of capitalist development to become capable of accepting and carrying out the ideas of socialism, they, the socialists who belong to the certain section mentioned above, try to draw the Russian revolutionaries onto the road of purely political struggle, exclusively for a constitution, and abandon as an impossible fantasy all thought of attaining, simultaneously with the political upheaval, a greater or lesser degree of economic upheaval. What a turn, God be praised! We would exclaim, quoting Shchedrin, but unfortunately such a lyrical outburst will not solve the cursed questions which torture us. Where did this certain section of the Russian socialists come from, and what is more puzzling, where did they get their customary views from if only a few years ago all Russian socialists denied the expediency of the political struggle? How can people who ascribe no importance to that struggle proceed from the thought that Russia must inevitably pass through the phase of capitalist development? This thought may be correct or it may be erroneous, but in any case it is a new one and it bears no relation whatever to the customary theoretical views of any section of the Russian socialists, as is vouched for by the history of the question of capitalism in Russia in general and by the historical references supplied by Mr. Tikhomarov himself. And if this thought is new, it is probably based on some new theoretical views which were unknown or unpleasant to Russian socialists only a few years ago. And if a new trend has arisen in Russian socialist thought, it should be named, defined, its genesis should be pointed out and it should not be dismissed with vague hints about some kind of customary theoretical views which explain nothing at all in the present case. We have already noted, however, that Mr. Tikhomarov does not like direct blows and bears no resemblance to Sviatoslav, who, when about to attack one or the other of his enemies, used to tell him beforehand, "I will attack thee." Mr. Tikhomarov attacks his opponents without any preliminary declaration of war. That, of course, is a matter of taste, and tastes differ, as we know. Wondering, however, why indeed our author proceeds with such secrecy, we must, by our own reason, reach the solution of this question of the new trend in Russian socialism, a question which is highly interesting for us. We ourselves have renounced many old customary theoretical views of the Russian socialists. You never know, perhaps we may agree with the innovators whom Mr. Tikhomarov is analyzing. It is true they are not attractive as Mr. Tikhomarov describes them, but then, how many times has it been affirmed to the world that the opponent must also be given a hearing? The emancipation of labor group. In the opinion of the socialists of this formation, the desire for an economic upheaval is only harmful because it terrifies the liberals with the red spectre and deprives us of their collaboration in the struggle for a constitution. These words about the red spectre sound somewhat familiar. What article, what pamphlet do they occur in? Ah, of course. I used that expression in my pamphlet Socialism and the Political Struggle, where I said that the Narodovoltsi terrify our society with the red spectre. What if all Mr. Tikhomarov says is only a parable in which a certain section of the socialists is to be understood as meaning the emancipation of labor group, and customary theoretical views, the views of the members of that group? But no, it would be too comical. Indeed, has the emancipation of labor group ever abandoned all thought of attaining, simultaneously with the political upheaval, a greater or lesser degree of economic upheaval? What nonsense! We only do not believe in that peculiar theory according to which the cause of a certain class can be accomplished to a greater or lesser degree by a small group. We only say that if a lawyer can represent his client in court, no committee, whether executive, administrative or whatever else it may be called, can represent the working class in history, that the emancipation of that class must be its own work and that in order to carry it out the class must acquire political education and must understand and assimilate the ideas of socialism. We think that the possibility of the economic emancipation of the working class increases in direct proportion to the speed and intensity of this process of education and assimilation. Our socialist intelligentsia, for whom it would be childish even to think of carrying out the economic upheaval by their own forces, can, however, render inestimable services to the workers by preparing them to put into effect the general idea of the worker estate. In the very first publication of the Emancipation of Labor Group, the pamphlet Socialism and the Political Struggle, it was said quite clearly that our intelligentsia must become the leader of the working class in the impending emancipation movement, explain to it its political and economic interests and also the interdependence of those interests. They must ensure that even in the pre-constitutional period the factual relations of the social forces in Russia are changed in favor of the working class. They must exert all their energy so that in the very opening period of the constitutional life of Russia our working class will be able to come forward as a separate party with a definite social and political program. The detailed elaboration of that program must be left to the workers themselves, but the intelligentsia must elucidate for them its principal points. For instance, a radical review of the present agrarian relations, the taxation system and factory legislation, state help for producers' associations, and so forth. Does all this resemble abandoning all thought of attaining, simultaneously with a political upheaval, a greater or lesser degree of economic upheaval? I hope not. And as Mr. Tikhomarov is too intelligent a man not to understand such simple things, and too conscientious a writer purposely to distort their meaning, by a certain section of the socialists he apparently did not mean the emancipation of labor group, or by customary theoretical views, the views set forth in the pamphlet Socialism and the Political Struggle. Socialism and the Political Struggle, pp. of this volume. In all probability the mention of the red spectre is not borrowed from my pamphlet either. If it were, I would be justified in reproaching Mr. Tikhomarov for the fact that his quotations are not exact. When I spoke of the red spectre I did not recommend that our socialists would renounce the desire to achieve a greater or lesser degree of economic upheaval. I recommended that they should renounce the desire to chatter about the nearness of the economic upheaval when they had done nothing or very little for the actual accomplishment of such an upheaval, and when confidence in its proximity could be based only on the most childish idealization of the people. I opposed chatter about the red spectre to effective work for the economic emancipation of the working class, as anybody can see by reading pages and the following of my pamphlet, where, among other things, one can find a reminder of the example of the German communists in J. Or is Mr. Tikhomarov accusing Marx himself of once renouncing all thought of attaining, simultaneously with a political upheaval, a greater or lesser degree of economic upheaval. Even if we presume that our author has a very poor knowledge of West European socialist literature, as everything goes to show such crying ignorance would be completely unpardonable. No, it was evidently not my pamphlet or what I said about the red spectre that Mr. Tikhomarov had in mind. But as we have started talking about this spectre, it is worthwhile explaining in detail what provided me with the occasion for mentioning it in my pamphlet. At the end of the leading article of Narodnaya Volya No. we read the following appeal to our so-called society. Acting in the interests of society, we urge society to emerge at last from its pusillanimous apathy. We implore it to raise its voice in favor of its own interests, the interests of the people, and the life of its children and brothers, who are being systematically persecuted and killed. Asterisk. I quote from the first edition published abroad. Calendar, p. I read in Calendar Narodnoy Volod that in respect of our liberals we must point out, without concealing our radicalism, that given the present setting of our party tasks, our interests and theirs compel us to act jointly against the government. At the same time, Mr. Tikhomarov's conviction that after the fall of absolutism we may anticipate the foundation of the socialist organization of Russia was not the first open manifestation of the Narodnaya Volya Party's hopes. By this foundation of the socialist organization of Russia were meant not those successes of the working class minimum program which Marx calls the first victory of economics of labor over the economics of capital, but the social revolution after Nobot's fashion. In order to convince the reader of the possibility of such a revolution, a doctrine was invented alleging that the relations between the political and the economic factors in Russia were particularly favorable to it. Finally, the agitational influence of the terrorist struggle undertaken by the Narodnaya Volya Party extended far more to society than to the people in the narrow sense of the word. Bearing all this in mind, I wondered who it was that the Narodnaya Volya Party was deceiving itself or society. What a sophist one must be to convince the liberals that the present setting of party tasks, i.e., the social, I do not say the socialist revolution after Tikashev's fashion, compels them, the liberals, to act jointly with Narodovoltsy against the government. Where can one find liberals who are naive enough not to notice how loosely the sophism holds together? Not in Russia, at any rate. While urging our society to emerge, at last, from its pusillanimous apathy, Narodnaya Volya at the same time assures it that by doing so and by overthrowing absolutism it will work directly to promote the social revolution. Narodnaya Volya's propaganda, I argued, cannot be successful in our society. On the other hand, the terrorist struggle, for all its indisputable importance, has absolutely nothing in common with the foundation of the Socialist Organization of Russia. What, in fact, has Narodnaya Volya done to prepare such an organization? Has it founded secret revolutionary groups among the people? Then why is nothing heard of such groups? Has it conducted socialist propaganda among the people? But where is the popular literature it has created? With the exception of the very poorly edited Rabochaya Gazeta, we know of none at all. This means that the foundation of the Socialist Organization of Russia is awaiting the Narodnaya Volya party, so to speak, without having received any invitation from the latter. But we can hardly expect such courtesy from history. Narodnaya Volya wants to reap what it has not sown, looks for the social revolution growing wild, so to speak. It aims its gun at one hare and thinks it will shoot another. What it expects from the revolution does not correspond to what it has done for the revolution. This being so, is it not time to bring the conclusions into agreement with the premises and to understand that the terrorist struggle is a struggle for political freedom and nothing more? Is it not time to admit that this struggle has been waged mainly in the interests of society, as No of Narodnaya Volya admits? Is it not time to cease terrifying society with the appearance of the red spectre from a direction from which the red banner of the working class can never appear? Talk of this logically impossible appearance is harmful not only because it deprives us of the collaboration of the liberals in the struggle for a constitution. It inspires us with completely unjustified confidence that the socialist revolution is awaiting us independently of any efforts on our part. It diverts our attention from the most important point, the organization of the working class for its struggle against its present and future enemies. This, and only this, was the meaning of what I said about the red spectre. On the eve of the war there were people in France who shouted that the French troops would not encounter any obstacles on the road to Berlin and gave little thought to arms and food for the soldiers. There were others who said that without wishing to terrify anybody with the spectre of the old soldier, the first thing to do was to organize the country's military forces. Which of these understood the interests of their country best? But my explanation has made me digress. I wanted to study Mr. Tikhomirov's philosophy of history and have diverted to explanations about the red spectre. A certain section of the socialists, by their liberal program and their customary theoretical views, must bring us out onto the correct road and back to the subject which we are interested in. What else does this certain section say, and how does Mr. Tikhomirov defeat it? In the words of our author, this section almost limit their arguments to the considerations quoted above about the constitution and the terrifying spectre. They have not even taken the trouble to explain their extreme partiality for a constitution. This pernicious partiality is somewhat incomprehensible, as are in general all which programs, and on the whole it gives the impression of something not fully expressed, not fully defined. These programs arise, however, from a single common standpoint, which is already fully defined. This at least is good, but what kind of standpoint gives rise to all these programs, i.e., among others, to the program of a certain section of the socialists? A very bad one, because it creates a trend which has a corrupting influence on the revolutionary party. We are speaking of a trend which considers Russian capitalism as historically inevitable and, reconciled to this alleged inevitable fact, consoles itself with the thought that unless it goes through the school of capitalism, Russia cannot become capable of putting the socialist system into practice. This, we take it, is not new, for on the preceding page we read that a certain section of the socialists proceed from the thought that Russia must inevitably pass through the phase of capitalist development, etc. The common point of view which gives rise to all these programs proves to be nothing more than the starting point of one of these programs. But even if it is neither new nor quite logical, its interest cannot be doubted. Now it becomes clear why a certain section of our socialists display extreme partiality for a constitution. Indeed, what do we need a constitution for? Mr. Tikhomirov asks. Surely not to give the bourgeoisie new means of organizing and disciplining the working class by depriving them of land, fining and manhandling them. Hence, the only man who can go headlong to his destruction is one who has irrevocably bowed down before the inevitability and necessity of capitalism in Russia. A certain section of the socialists have bowed down before that inevitability, and once they have thus sinned in thought, they cannot stop on the slope of sin and vice. As if it were not enough to display partiality for a constitution, which is a disgrace to an orthodox Bakuninist, they have begun or will begin very soon to show condescendence towards depriving of land, fining and manhandling, in contrast to Mr. Tikhomarov, who wants neither the bourgeois nor depriving of land, fining or manhandling. But what do a certain section of the socialists want all these horrors for? It is quite clear. In the present condition of Russia, of Russian capitalism and of the Russian factory worker, the propaganda of the political struggle is bound temporarily to lead anybody who believes in the historical necessity of capitalism to a complete renunciation of socialism. The worker capable of class dictatorship hardly exists. Hence he cannot be given political power. Is it not far more advantageous to abandon socialism altogether for a while as a useless and harmful obstacle to the immediate and necessary aim? That is the way a consistent man, capable of self-sacrifice, argues. Now we know where fines and manhandling come from, although it is not yet apparent whether they are destined to exist only in the terrified imagination of Mr. Tikhomarov or are actually to be included in the program of a certain section of the socialists. We shall try to solve this important question later. For the time being, let us hasten back to Mr. Tikhomarov, who is engaging in a general battle with the socialists who are convinced of the historical inevitability of Russian capitalism. L. Tikhomarov in the battle against the emancipation of labor group. Is not the argument of its supporters, i.e., apparently, the supporters of capitalism, based on a whole series of sophisms? He asks the reader. We are referred to France, to Germany, not to England. A certain section of the socialists apparently did not notice that mountain, where capitalism has united the workers. So capitalism is necessary to unite ours too. That is exactly how the supporters of slavery argue. They also refer to the role of slavery in primitive history, where it taught the savage to work, disciplined the emotions of man and raised the productivity of labor. All that is quite true. But does it follow that the missionary in Central Africa, where slavery already exists as it is, I would remind Mr. Tikhomarov, must see that the Negroes are turned into slaves, or that the teacher must use slavish compulsion for the education of children? The reader will readily agree, of course, that it does not follow, and Mr. Tikhomarov, certain in advance of the answer, continues his argument. At times the history of humanity proceeds by the most unbelievable roads. We no longer believe in the hand of God directing every step of mankind and pointing out the swiftest and surest road to progress. On the contrary, in history these roads were sometimes too crooked and the most hazardous that could be imagined. It naturally happened that a historical fact which was harmful and delayed the development of man by some of its aspects served the cause of progress, on the contrary, by others. Such was the significance of slavery. But that school is not the best nor the only one. Modern pedagogy has shown that slavish compulsion is the worst of all methods of teaching labor. The same thing applies to the development of large-scale production. It is permitted to doubt whether the roads of history were the best and the only possible ones for all times and all peoples in that respect. It is quite true that in the history of certain European peoples, capitalism, although it gave rise to a mass of evils and misfortunes, nevertheless had something good as one of its consequences, namely, the creation of large-scale production, by means of which it prepared the ground, to a certain extent, for socialism. But it does not follow from this that other countries, for instance Russia, could not have other ways of developing large-scale production. All this compels us to think that the mode of socialization of labor which capitalism was capable of is one of the worst, because, although in many respects it actually prepares the possibility of the socialist system, at the same time, by other aspects it postpones in many respects the moment of its advent. Thus, capitalism, together with the mechanical union of the workers, develops competition among them, which undermines their moral unity, in exactly the same way it tends to keep the workers at a much lower level of development than is possible according to the general condition of culture. In the same way too, it directly disaccustoms the workers from any control over the general course of production, etc. All these harmful aspects of capitalist socialization of labor do not irremediably undermine the significance of its positive aspects, but at any rate they put into the wheel of history a lot of thick spokes which doubtlessly delay its movement towards the socialist system. It is not without a purpose that I have made this long excerpt from Mr. Tikhomirov's article. These very pages show us the original side of the philosophical and historical theory of our author. In a controversy with Engels, Tikhomirof betrayed the West, so to speak, to his West European opponent. Your theories are based on Western relations, mine on our Russian relations. You are right as far as Western Europe is concerned, as far as Russia is concerned, said every line of his open letter. Mr. Tikhomirov goes further. From the standpoint of his pure Russian reason he criticizes the course of West European development and carries on an inquiry about the lot of thick spokes which have been put into the wheel of history and doubtlessly delay its movement towards the socialist system. He is apparently convinced that a characteristic of history is independent movement towards the socialist system, completely irrespective of the relationships created by this or that period, in the present case, the period of capitalism. The latter's role in this movement of history is secondary and even rather doubtful. Although in many respects it actually prepares the possibility of the socialist system, at the same time capitalism by other aspects postpones the moment of its advent. But what communicates this movement to history? For Mr. Tikhomirov no longer believes in the hand of God which could have successfully solved the question fatal for his philosophy of history of the first impulse. What a pity that this original theory gives the impression of something not fully expressed, not fully defined. This Mr. Tikhomirov. As we see, he likes to talk about important matters. Indeed, it is not a laughing matter, this conviction that at times history proceeds by the most unbelievable roads, this assurance that these roads were sometimes too crooked and the most hazardous that could be imagined. He will probably soon imagine, if he has not already done so, another road to socialism for the West, to one not so crooked or so hazardous as the road followed by the countries which gave the world Newton, Hegel, Darwin, and Marx, but unfortunately showed too much lightheadedness in straying far from Holy Russia and her exceptionalist theories. Apparently it is not without a purpose that Mr. Tikhomirov states that it is permitted to doubt whether the roads of history were the best, etc., in that respect, i.e., in respect of the transition to socialism. Do not be embarrassed at the modesty of this doubt. Here Mr. Tikhomirov is dealing with the famous question whether our world is the best that could be imagined or whether it suffers from some hazardousness. One cannot but regret that our author confines his study de optimo mundo to the single field of history. He would probably bring his readers to the pious doubt whether the course of our planet's development is the best that could be imagined. It would be interesting to know whether Maitre Pangloss, the former teacher of metaphysico-theologo-cosmologoniology of the Westphalian castle of Tunder-ten-Tronckh, is still alive. The honorable doctor, we know, was an optimist and proved, not without success, that the roads of history were the best that could be imagined. If asked the famous question whether the history of Roman culture could dispense with the violence suffered by the Virgin Lucretia, he would naturally have answered in the negative. Mr. Tikhomirov is a sceptic and considers it permitted to doubt the correctness of Pangloss' answer to that question. Sixtus' feat will probably seem hazardous to him and the worst that could be imagined. Such disagreement could be the occasion for great and very edifying philosophical debates for posterity. For us who have but little interest in the possible history of the possible West of a possible Europe and are completely indifferent to the historical roads that can be imagined by this or that idle metaphysician, it is an important circumstance that Mr. Tikhomirov has not understood the meaning and significance of one of the most important periods of the real history of the real West of real Europe. His appraisal of capitalism would not satisfy even the most extreme Slavophiles, who long ago cast their Eastern anathema on the whole of Western history. That appraisal abounds in the most blatant logical contradictions. On one page of What Can We Expect from the Revolution? We read about the mighty culture of Europe, a culture which gives thousands of means to rouse the curiosity of the savage, develop his requirements, electrify him morally, etc., and on the next page we, Russian savages, who have been electrified morally by these lines, are immediately plunged into the cold water of the skepticism mentioned above. It appears that capitalism, although it gave rise to a mass of evils and misfortunes, nevertheless had something good as one of its consequences, namely, the creation of large-scale production, by means of which it prepared the ground, to a certain extent, for socialism. Everything compels Mr. Tikhomarov to think that the method of socialization of labor which capitalism was capable of is one of the worst, and so on. Briefly, Mr. Tikhomarov, when faced with the question of the historic role of capitalism, is just as bewildered as the famous general faced with the question, whether the earth is a sphere. The earth is round, they say. That I am ready to admit. Although it's bad form, anyway. That on a ball I have to live. Under the influence of this skeptical philosophy a mass of unsolved questions have appeared in our country. We ask whether the mighty culture of Europe existed in the pre-capitalist period, and if not, whether it does not owe its rise to capitalism, or in the opposite event, why does Mr. Tikhomarov only mention large-scale production incidentally, attributing to it only the mechanical union of the workers? If the Egyptian pharaoh Cheops mechanically united hundreds of thousands of workers to build his pyramid, is his role in the history of Egypt similar to that of capitalism in the history of the West? The difference seems to us to be only one of quantity. Let us assume that Cheops succeeded in mechanically uniting far fewer workers, but, on the other hand, he probably gave rise to a lesser mass of evils and misfortunes. What is Mr. Tikhomarov's opinion on that? In just the same way the Roman latifundia, by their mechanical union of the workers chained in gangs, gave rise to a mass of evils and misfortunes but probably prepared the ground, to a certain extent, for the transition of ancient society to socialism. What will the same Mr. Tikhomarov say? In his article we find no answer to that question, and die Brustval Wemuth, das Hauptwahlzweifel we are forced to turn to the writers of the West. Will they dispel our doubts? The historical role of capitalism. The bourgeoisie, and consequently capitalism, is it not so, Mr. Tikhomarov? Historically, has played a most revolutionary part, we read in the Communist Manifesto. The bourgeoisie, wherever it has got the upper hand, has put an end to all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations. It has pitilessly torn asunder the motley feudal ties that bound man to his natural superiors, and has left remaining no other nexus between man and man than naked self-interest, than callous cash payment. It has drowned the most heavenly ecstasies of religious fervor, of chivalrous enthusiasm, of philistine sentimentalism, in the icy water of egotistical calculation. The bourgeoisie has disclosed how it came to pass that the brutal display of vigor in the Middle Ages, which reactionists so much admire, found its fitting complement in the most slothful indolence. It has been the first to show what man's activity can bring about. It has accomplished wonders far surpassing Egyptian pyramids, Roman aqueducts, and Gothic cathedrals. It has conducted expeditions that put in the shade all former exoduses of nations and crusades. The bourgeoisie cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production, and thereby the relations of production, and with them the whole relations of society. Conservation of the old modes of production in unaltered form, was, on the contrary, the first condition of existence for all earlier industrial classes. Constant revolutionizing of production, uninterrupted disturbance of all social conditions, everlasting uncertainty and agitation distinguish the bourgeois epoch from all earlier ones. All fixed, fast-frozen relations, with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions, are swept away, all new-formed ones become antiquated before they can ossify. All that is solid melts into air, all that is holy is profaned, and man is at last compelled to face with sober senses, his real conditions of life, and his relations with his kind. The bourgeoisie has through its exploitation of the world market given a cosmopolitan character to production and consumption in every country. To the great chagrin of reactionists, it has drawn from under the feet of industry the national ground on which it stood. All old established national industries have been destroyed or are daily being destroyed. They are dislodged by new industries, whose introduction becomes a life and death question for all civilized nations, by industries that no longer work up indigenous raw material, but raw material drawn from the remotest zones, industries whose products are consumed, not only at home, but in every quarter of the globe. In place of the old wants, satisfied by the productions of the country, we find new wants, requiring for their satisfaction the products of distant lands and climes. In place of the old local and national seclusion and self-sufficiency, we have intercourse in every direction, universal interdependence of nations. And as in material, so also in intellectual production. The intellectual creations of individual nations become common property. National one-sidedness and narrow-mindedness become more and more impossible, and from the numerous national and local literatures, there arises a world literature. The bourgeoisie, by the rapid improvement of all instruments of production, by the immensely facilitated means of communication, draws all, even the most barbarian, nations into civilization. The cheap prices of its commodities are the heavy artillery with which it batters down all Chinese walls, with which it forces the barbarians' intensely obstinate hatred of foreigners to capitulate. It compels all nations, on pain of extinction, to adopt the bourgeois mode of production. It compels them to introduce what it calls civilization into their midst, i.e., to become bourgeois themselves. In one word, it creates a world after its own image. The bourgeoisie has subjected the country to the rule of the towns. It has created enormous cities, has greatly increased the urban population as compared with the rural, and has thus rescued a considerable part of the population from the idiocy of rural life. Just as it has made the country dependent on the towns, so it has made barbarian and semi-barbarian countries dependent on the civilized ones, nations of peasants on nations of bourgeois, the East on the West. The bourgeoisie, during its rule of scarce 100 years, has created more massive and more colossal productive forces than have all preceding generations together. Subjection of nature's forces to man, machinery, application of chemistry to industry and agriculture, steam navigation, railways, electric telegraphs, clearing of whole continents for cultivation, canalization of rivers, whole populations conjured out of the ground. What earlier century had even a presentiment that such productive forces slumbered in the lap of social labor? That is how Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, revolutionaries by logic and by feeling, understand capitalism. And how do intelligent and educated conservatives understand it? Almost in the same way. Joint stock undertakings, the highest phase of capitalist development, is it not, Mr. Tikhomirov? Have their historic mission, we read in one of Rodberto's letters to R. Meyer. They are destined to complete the work of God's hands, to pierce isthmuses where the Almighty forgot or did not consider it opportune to do so, to link under the sea or over the sea lands which it separates, to burrow through high mountains, etc., etc. The pyramids and the Phoenician stone constructions cannot be compared with what will yet be done by joint stock capital, etc. Such is the general cultural and historical significance of capitalism. But what is its influence, particularly on the workers, their intellectual make-up, their moral habits? What workers did capitalism have to deal with at the beginning of its development? What the moral and intellectual character of this class was may be guessed. We read in Engels' work about English weavers. Shut off from the town, so shut off that old people who lived quite in the neighborhood of the town never went thither until they were robbed of their trade by the introduction of machinery and obliged to look about them in the towns for work. The weavers stood upon the moral and intellectual plane of the yeoman. They regarded their squire as their natural superior, they asked advice of him, laid their small disputes before him for settlement, and gave him all honor, as this patriarchal relation involved. In short, the English industrial workers of those days lived and thought after the fashion still to be found here and there in Germany, in retirement and seclusion, without mental activity and without violent fluctuations in their position in life. They could rarely read and far more rarely write, went regularly to church, never talked politics, never conspired, never thought, delighted in physical exercises, listened with inherited reverence when the Bible was read, and were, in their unquestioning humility, exceedingly well disposed towards the superior classes. But intellectually, they were dead. Listen, Mr. Tikhomarov, lived only for their petty, private interest, for their looms and gardens, and knew nothing of the mighty movement which, beyond their horizon, was sweeping through mankind. They were comfortable in their silent vegetation, and but for the Industrial Revolution, i.e., capitalism, Mr. Tikhomarov, they would never have emerged from this existence, which, cosily romantic as it was nevertheless not worthy of human beings. In truth, they were not human beings, they were merely toiling machines in the service of the few aristocrats who had guided history down to that time. The Industrial Revolution has simply carried this out to its logical end by making the workers' machines pure and simple, taking from them the last trace of independent activity, and so forcing them to think and demand a position worthy of men. This Industrial Revolution in England tore the workers out of their apathetic indifference to the universal interests of mankind and drew them into the whirl of history. Those words are from Engels, whom bourgeois economists accuse of having painted the condition of the workers in the pre-capitalist period in too bright colors and given too gloomy a description of their condition in the period of capitalism. Such accusations abound, for instance, in Bruno Hildebrand's Die Nationalökonomie der Gegenwart und die Zukunft. But what are the West and its pseudo-sages to us? As Mr. Aksakoff would say, let us listen to Moses and the prophets, let us read Bakunin himself. From the Renaissance and the Reformation right up to the Revolution, the bourgeoisie, thanks to rising capitalism, Mr. Tikhomarov, or not. In Italy, France, Switzerland, Britain, and Holland, if not in Germany, was the hero and the representative of the revolutionary genius of history. Out of it came most of the free thinkers in the 18th century, the religious reformers in the preceding 2 centuries and the apostles of human emancipation, among these also the German figures of the last century. The bourgeoisie alone, leaning, of course, on the mighty arm of the people who had faith in it, carried out the revolution in end. It proclaimed the fall of the royal power and of the church, the fraternity of the peoples, the rights of man and of the citizen. Those are its rights, they are immortal. Asterisk. In view of these immortal services of West European capitalism, Mr. Tikhomarov, the man of the East, cannot renounce his Slavophile scorn for the West, and yawning lazily, he says that this road of development was nevertheless not the best that could have been imagined. In all the history of the bourgeoisie he sees but the mass of evils and the mechanical union of the workers. For him this union contains the whole significance of large-scale production. Talking about slavery he still mentions the increase in the productivity of labor that it led to, but when he goes on to capitalism he does not even hint at the gigantic means of production conjured up, which were alone capable of preparing the victory of the proletariat. He has not the slightest idea of the influence of capitalism on the development of philosophy, public and private law, the philosophy of history, natural science, and literature. And yet there can be no doubt of that influence, and there was a time when Russian writers understood the influence of class relations in society, and what, if not capitalism, created the class relations in contemporary society? On the course of development of learning in general and of philosophical thought in particular. Political theories, and indeed, all philosophical doctrines generally, have always been created under the extremely powerful influence of the social position of their authors, and every philosopher represented one of the political parties struggling at that time for domination over that society to which the philosopher belonged, says Chernyshevsky. Philosophical systems are permeated through and through with the spirit of the political parties to which the authors of the systems belonged. Or does Mr. Tikhomarov presume that the political and philosophical systems of the epoch of capitalism are inferior to the corresponding systems of the Middle Ages? Does he think that the theories which characterize capitalism were worse than those which he himself can imagine? In that case, let him imagine as many of them as he pleases, let him go on ignoring the history of West European culture. In this disagreement of the editor of Vestnik Narodnoy Voly with the West, the former loses very much and the latter absolutely nothing. It is not Mr. Tikhomarov, however, who must be considered as the initiator of this discord. On this question our author only repeats what was said in various articles by Mr. VV, who in general is inclined, as we know, to narrow down the cultural and historical significance of Western capitalism and, on the contrary, to exaggerate the corresponding influence of the present Russian authority, which has no serious opponent in society and therefore need not fear the factors of progress against which the West European governments waged a continuous war. Examine attentively the volume The Destinies of Capitalism in Russia, which is full of endless repetitions and therefore quite bulky, and you will not find any indications of the significance of capitalism other than references to the socialization of labor, which is in turn identified with the union of the workers and the development in them of some feelings or others with which Mr. VV sympathizes. And this narrow and one-sided appreciation is wholly adopted by Mr. Tikhomarov in his article. On it he bases what he expects from the revolution. Our author has forgotten, it appears, the fine piece of advice which Lassalle gave to one of his opponents: study, but not from newspaper articles. Russian writers are not content with their absurdly narrow philosophy of the history of capitalism. They themselves analyze this form of production and, so to speak, their own intelligence shows them the contradictions inherent in it. But what contradictions? They are not solved by historical dialectics through the old social form being replaced by a new one which has grown within the former as a result, apparently, of the very logical development of the principle underlying it. They are not the contradictions whose historical meaning was thus expressed by Goethe: Vernunftwort Unsinn, wohin hat Plage. They are contradictions which have no historical meaning whatever, and which are only the result of the attitude of the petty bourgeois observer to the object of his study, an attitude which may be described by the words, measure 10 times before cutting your cloth. It is a kind of eclecticism which sees a good and a bad side in everything, encourages the former and condemns the latter, and sins only by not seeing any organic link between the bright and darkening features of a given historical epoch. Capitalism could have said to such critics: Feuerbach's words, you condemn my defects, but note that my good qualities are conditioned by them. In this case the Russian writers apply to the historical categories the method of Proudhon, who saw it as the task of dialectics to point out the good and the evil sides of every economic category. Il veut être la synthèse, Marx wrote about him, il est un erreur composé. Proudhon is said to have been once Bakunin's pupil. Did he not get this method, which he shares with many Russian critics of capitalism, from the one common teacher? A brilliant representative of this method of composite error can again be seen in the same Mr. Tikhomarov, who, having shown the good side of capitalism, the union of the workers, immediately goes on to show its shady sides. We have already seen how far his praise of capitalism corresponds to reality. It is not surprising that the reproach he makes turns out to be completely unfounded. Capitalism, together with the mechanical union of the workers, develops competition among them, which undermines their moral unity. Apparently Mr. Tikhomarov wants to imagine a way of transition to socialism in which competition would be unknown. Leaving aside the question of the role of competition in the existence of the economic category known as the exchange value, which brings the labor of various specialists to the common denominator of simple human labor, without the understanding of which conscious communist tendencies would be unthinkable, let us give attention to the evil side of competition which our author points out. Here we will first of all note that only what exists in reality, not in Mr. Tikhomarov's sympathies and expectations, can be undermined. Was there moral unity of the workers during the pre-capitalist period? We already know there was not. In the most flourishing period of guild production there was moral unity among workers of one association or, at most, of one branch of labor within quite restricted local limits, but the idea of the worker as such, the consciousness of the unity of the whole of the productive class never existed. Capitalism undermined, disrupted, removed the moral unity of patented specialists and set up in its place the moral unity of working men of all countries, a unity which it achieved by means of competition. Why, then, does Mr. Tikhomarov thus attack competition? We have already seen that in his opinion history has some kind of independent, abstract movement towards the socialist system. Given such a movement one can with impunity criticize all the motive powers and springs which first compelled progressive mankind to face with sober senses, their real conditions of life, and their relations with their kind. Capitalism tends to keep the workers at a much lower level of development than is possible according to the general condition of culture. This sentence seems to have been taken in full from the minutes of the Eisenach Congress of the German Katheder Sozialisten, in whose opinion the social question comes to the question of raising the workers to a higher level of development. But the Katheder Sozialisten know what they are demanding, although, in spite of all their efforts, they have not yet decided how to attain their demands. They understand the epoch-making and revolutionary significance of the modern proletariat and they want to undermine that significance with their palliatives and to impose on the workers Rodbertus motto, monarchisch, national, social. By a higher level of development they understand a somewhat higher and better guaranteed wage, far greater narrow-mindedness and incomparably less responsiveness in the working class. They know that the iron law of wages is the death sentence for modern society and are not against sweetening this law to repeal the sentence. They foresee that, if affairs remain in their present condition, the proletariat will soon take everything, and that is why they are doing their utmost to force the proletariat to barter its impending birthright for a mess of pottage. They want a bourgeoisie without any proletariat. But what does Mr. Tikhomarov want? In which of the historical periods previous to capitalism did the working class have a higher level of development than at present? Was it in the ancient world, the epoch of slavery, or in the Middle Ages, the epoch of serfdom? Or is Mr. Tikhomarov comparing bourgeois society with the future, socialist society? If so, then, of course, he is right in the sense that the social system of the future historic tempted to believe that the sad words of the gloomy philosopher, man is wolf to man, were not said of one of these associations. Étude historique et morale sur le compagnonnage by J. Simon, Paris, pp. It must be admitted that it was very difficult for capitalism to undermine such a moral unity of the workers in the preceding period. Epoch will bring man's development into greater conformity with the productive forces created by civilization. But, not to mention that to accuse capitalism of not being socialism means not to understand the historical genesis of socialism, we will point out to Mr. Tikhomarov that by force of habit he has got mixed up in his terminology. It is obvious that socialist society is unthinkable without people who work, but it can be said in all probability that there will be no workers under socialism, for a worker presupposes capitalist employers, landowners, etc., just as the slave presupposed the slave owner and the serf the feudal lord. What Mr. Tikhomarov says boils down in this case to the amazing proposition that the modern workers are at a lower level of development than the workers in a society in which there are no workers at all. Or is Mr. Tikhomarov comparing the condition of the workers in capitalist society with their condition under the social relationships that can be imagined as transitional steps to socialism? If so, let him imagine such relationships, we will read his imaginings with great interest. But he should not be too much infatuated with fiction, he should not forget that one must distinguish between the degree and the type of culture, and that if the degree of material culture of the present-day proletariat is not very high, it is nevertheless a culture of a much higher type than any which existed before. We are not even speaking of the intellectual and moral culture of this class, which is much higher in its development than the productive classes of all preceding periods. Mr. Tikhomarov should devote serious attention to this development, which cannot be replaced either by primitive forms of land tenure and production or by strict discipline instituted by this or that committee in the revolutionary organizations of Raznikincy. In exactly the same way capitalism directly disaccustoms the workers from any control over the general course of production, etc. Capitalism could answer this unexpected accusation with the Russian saying, "You're welcome to the best we have." It cannot teach the workers control over the general course of production for the simple reason that it does not know any such control itself. Industrial crises are conditioned, among other things, precisely by this lack of control. But, we ask, can such control be imagined outside socialist society? Let Mr. Tikhomarov prove that it can, and then we will enter into greater details with him. Now we will only repeat that to accuse capitalism of not being socialism means to accuse history of not having started immediately by putting into practice the manifesto of the Communist Party instead of its movement towards the socialist system. This dispute about the significance of Western capitalism may appear completely unwarranted to many readers. It is Russia we are interested in, not the West, they will say. Why spend so much time on an appraisal of the historical development of the West? Even if Mr. Tikhomarov has overlooked some things, and got mixed up in a thing or two over this question, what relation has that to our domestic matters? The most direct relation. Mr. Tikhomarov criticizes Western capitalism for the completely definite practical purpose of working out a program for the Russian Social Revolutionary Party. He expects certain blessings from the revolution, on the basis, by the way, of his appraisal of West European history. If his appraisal is correct, then his expectations are grounded. If, on the contrary, this appraisal reveals complete ignorance of the history of the West and of the methods of contemporary philosophical and historical criticism, then his very expectations prove to be completely unfounded. That is why I have devoted many pages to unraveling this confusion which found so comfortable room in 2 pages, and, of the second issue of Vestnik. When we have dealt with it, we can go on to Russian questions. The development of capitalism in the West. Don't idolize private business capital, exclaims Mr. Tikhomarov on his return from one of his philosophical historical excursions, the more so as there still remains the great question whether such capital will be able to do for Russia even that which it did for Europe. Our present condition differs considerably from that of the European countries at the moment when they began to organize national production on the basis of private capital. There the private businessman was provided with extensive markets and encountered no particularly terrible competition. But we have absolutely no markets, and in everything he undertook the private businessman encountered insuperable competition from European and American production. All these arguments of our author are again not his, they are borrowed from Mr. V.V. But, without going into their genealogy, let us examine how serious they are. Here again we are faced with a difficult and thankless task, that of unraveling the most unbelievable muddle of facts and concepts. First of all, we ask Mr. Tikhomarov why he attacks private business capital and does not mention other forms of the same business capital. Why does he, to use Rodberto's expression, prefer blondes to brunettes? Does he think that state business capital in the hands of the Iron Chancellor is better than private capital in the hands of Borsig or Krupp? Or is he opposing private business capital to the same capital belonging to workers' associations? Why, in that case, did he not make the reservation that his sympathy for business capital not belonging to private individuals extends only to one variety of that capital? And indeed, can one have sympathy for this variety without new and very substantial reservations? German social democracy demands state credit for workers' associations, but it knows by experience that these can be successful, i.e., not degenerate into exploiters of other people's labor, only on condition that they are strictly controlled on the basis of socialist principles. Workers' socialist parties can and must be representative of such a control. Thus, whoever speaks of state credit for workers' associations either speaks of strengthening the influence of the Workers' Party or suggests a measure capable of resulting in splitting the proletariat and strengthening the influence of the bourgeoisie or the government. Mr. VV is not afraid of the latter outcome, and that is why he fearlessly addresses his projects of reform to the existing authority. Mr. Tikhomarov is one of the irreconcilable enemies of absolutism and at the same time is very skeptical of the possibilities of a bourgeois regime and a workers' socialist party coming to exist in our country. Hence his plans for the institution of workers' industrial associations, plans, however, about which we can only make surmises, thanks to his confused terminology, belong to the more or less distant future when the seizure of power by the revolutionaries will be the starting point of the revolution. As we shall have a lot to say about the seizure and its possible consequences, we will not stop here to consider the conditions under which Russian workers' industrial associations can promote the cause of socialism. Now, however, having pointed out to Mr. Tikhomarov his lack of clarity and definition in the economic terminology, let us go on to his historical contrasts. There would be no doubt, if the formulation were at least tolerable, that our present condition differs considerably from that of the European countries at the moment when they began to organize national production on the basis of private capital. Any schoolboy knows that no two facts in the whole of history have been accomplished under exactly identical conditions. It is therefore not surprising that every historical period in each country differs considerably from the corresponding period in any other country. But as a consequence of this, we may say a priori that the stereotyped contrasting of Russia with the West loses all human meaning if it is not accompanied by a number of reservations, amendments, and additions, since by Western Europe we mean not one single country but many greatly differing ones. Mr. Tikhomarov sees no necessity for these additions. He contrasts the present condition of Russia with the moment in the history of the European countries when they began to organize national production on the basis of private capital. But not to mention that one cannot organize national production on the basis of private capital, and that complete anarchy, i.e., the absence of any organization, is a characteristic feature of national production in capitalist countries. For giving Mr. Tikhomarov these blunders in logic and terminology, we will ask him whether the foundation of capitalist production was laid at a single moment in the European countries. Were there not, on the contrary, just as many moments as there were European countries engaging on the road of capitalism? And if so, did not those historical moments differ considerably one from another? Was the beginning of English capitalism like the beginning of capitalism in Germany? As far as we know, it was by no means alike, so unlike that at one time in Germany, too, the opinion was held that the country completely lacked the conditions for developing large-scale manufacturing industry and would have to remain forever an agrarian country. Those who held that opinion based it on the very fact that the present condition of Germany differed considerably, etc. What has Mr. Tikhomarov to say about this question in general and about these false prophets in particular? In the pamphlet Socialism and the Political Struggle I spoke of those Russian writers who are supporters of the geographical school founded by the Jewish boy in Weinberg's story. Russian writers, propagandists of exceptionalism, I wrote, introduced only one new thing into that clever geographical classification of the poor schoolboy. They divided abroad into East and West, and, not stopping long to think, began to compare the latter with Russia, which was ascribed the role of a kind of middle empire. When I wrote those lines it did not even occur to me that such absurdities could be repeated in a publication edited, incidentally, by P. L. Lavrov. Now I see that Lavrov's co-editor is among the followers of the Jewish boy and heaps together, in a moment of some kind imagined by himself, quite a number of highly complicated and considerably different historical phenomena. Vestnik Narodnoy Vali was APA. Rently fated to disappoint the expectations of its readers in many, many respects. In this case, however, there is an attenuating circumstance for Mr. Tikhomarov. He was led into his mistake by the conviction that in the European countries at a historical moment with which we are already familiar, the private businessman was provided with extensive markets and encountered no particularly terrible competition, whereas we have practically no markets. Were this correct, his contrast between Russia and the West would be sufficiently well founded. No matter how greatly the conditions under which capitalism arose differed in each of the European countries, they would have had in common one feature of the highest importance not repeated in contemporary Russia, the presence of extensive markets for the disposal of wares. This circumstance, which was favorable to the European countries, would have given a completely different coloring to the economic history of the West. The trouble is that Mr. Tikhomarov, or rather the author of the articles from which he derived his conviction, was cruelly mistaken. In the countries referred to, the private businessman was not provided with any extensive markets at all. The bourgeoisie created the markets, they did not find them ready-made. In the feudal and handicrafts period which had preceded, not only were there no extensive markets, there were no markets at all in the modern sense of the word. At that time only surpluses were exchanged, what remained after the producer's own consumption, and the handicraftsman worked to order for a specified person in a specified locality, and not for the market. Nobody who has even the slightest understanding of the economic relations in the Middle Ages will dispute that. In the same way everybody, even if he has not been trained in a seminary, will understand that demand, and with it markets, could only appear side by side with production, as they were called for by the latter and in their turn called for it. Most often, needs arise directly from production or from a state of affairs based on production. World trade turns almost entirely round the needs, not of individual consumption, but of production. But the modern, indeed extensive, world market is characterized precisely by the fact that not consumption calls forth production, but the other way round. Large-scale industry, forced by the very instruments at its disposal to produce on an ever-increasing scale, can no longer wait for demand. Production precedes consumption, supply compels demand. For brevity's sake we may admit as indisputable that Western Europe encountered no particularly terrible competition during the period when capitalism arose, although the not unfrequent prohibitions of imports to European countries of Eastern industries products during that period show that indeed the manufactories in the West feared competition from Asia. But the particularly terrible rivals of West European producers were the West European producers themselves. This will cease to seem paradoxical if we remember that capitalism by no means began to develop at one and the same moment in the different European countries, as Mr. Tikhomarov thinks. When industrial development reached a certain level in one of those countries, when the representatives of capital attained such power and influence that they could make legislation an instrument to further their purposes, it turned out that in everything he undertook the private businessman encountered insuperable competition from neighboring countries. Then agitation for state intervention began. The history of the 17th century with its tariffs, which were the object of diplomatic negotiations, and its trade wars, which necessitated colossal expenditure residential for those times, is a tangible proof of the enormous efforts that the European countries had to make to acquire the markets which are said to have been ready-made for them. It was a question not only of winning foreign markets, but of defending the home market too. Is there any need to illustrate by examples a history which seems to be generally known? Perhaps it will not be superfluous in view of the ignorance of our homegrown and exceptionalist economists. Let us begin with France. Colbert saw that France was importing from abroad far more goods than she was exporting, that in spite of the existence of the Tours and Lyons manufactories, Italy was continuing to supply silkwares, gold and silver fabrics, and gold yam, that Venice was getting millions from her annually for mirrors and lace, that England, Holland, and Spain were supplying her with woolen goods, spices, dyes, hides and soap. He saw that the large companies and colonies which Richelieu had tried to set up were ruined, and that all France's sea trade was still in the hands of the English and the Dutch. In order to hinder this overrunning of French ports, Fouquet had already placed a tax of 50 sous on every ton of goods brought in foreign ships, and constant complaints from the Dutch proved to Colbert that his predecessor had dealt them a heavy blow. Such was the situation. Colbert set himself the aim of changing it in France's favor, of freeing the country from all trade subjection, and raising it by industrial development to the level of the more prosperous nations, etc. He set about the matter with such diligence that his direct intention was to annihilate Dutch trade by the tariff. The English and Dutch countered in like manner, The tariff dispute was the occasion for the war, and finally, the Peace of Nijmegen compelled France to restore the tariff. We see that France was by no means provided with extensive markets. She had to win them by the appropriate economic policy, diplomatic negotiations, and even arms. Colbert relied only on time and great diligence, thanks to which France would be able, he thought, to become the teacher of the nations which had taught her lessons. We know that France's protection and prohibition policy did not end with the influence of Colbert any more than it had owed him its beginning. Not until after the Peace of Versailles did the French government take the first step towards free trade in. But this attempt did not favor French industry. By an agreement with England, in each of the contracting countries imposed a duty of only % of the cost price on woolen and cotton fabrics, porcelain, pottery, and glasswares, a % on metal goods, iron, steel, copper, etc. Flax and hemp fabrics were taxed according to the tariff fixed for the most favored countries, but England, being able to produce these goods, or % cheaper than the French manufacturers, soon became the mistress on the French market. That was why the electors almost unanimously demanded a more energetic protection of French industry. The governments of the Restoration and the July monarchy also adhered to a strictly protectionist tariff. To guarantee the sale of French wares, the colonies were forbidden to trade with any country but the metropolitan country. Not until was there a turn in favor of free trade, but even this aroused great opposition in the country and was censured, incidentally, by Proudhon. Finally, as recently as fear of English competition moved the protectionists to form the Association for the Protection of National Labor. The tariff was a compromise between demands for protection and the desire for free trade displayed mainly by the representatives of commercial capital. Such is the history of the extensive markets that were at the disposal of the French capitalists. Has Mr. Tikhomarov heard of it? And what about Germany, to which our author is referred by a certain section of the socialists? Here matters stood no better. Here too, in everything he undertook, the private businessman encountered insuperable competition from the more progressive countries. We know that the appearance of German capitalism was relatively recent. Not only in the last century, but even at the beginning of this, competition with France or England was out of the question for Germany. Let us take Prussia as an example. In Prussia absolutely prohibited the import of silk, semi-silk, and cotton fabrics. In the preceding 80 years the government had spent more than $10 million only on silk factories in Berlin, Potsdam, Frankfurt on the Oder and Köpenick, from which Mr. Tikhomarov can clearly see that not the Russian government alone displayed efforts to organize national production according to bourgeois principles. But French and English wares were so much better than the Prussian that the prohibition of imports was evaded by smuggling, which no severe legislative measures could stop. Napoleon's victory deprived Prussia of the possibility of saving her manufactories by a wall of prohibitive tariffs. With the invasion by the French army, French goods began to glut the markets in the conquered territories. At the beginning of December, the invaders demanded the admission of French goods at low customs tariffs to all parts of the territory occupied by French troops. In vain did the Prussian government draw their attention to the local industry's inability to hold out against competition from French manufacturers. It tried in vain to prove that the Berlin manufacturers had held their own only thanks to protection tariffs, with the abolition of which the population would be irremediably impoverished and the factory workers would be completely ruined. Bourgeois France's victorious generals answered that the import of French goods was the natural result of the conquest. Thus, side by side with the government's political struggle there proceeded the economic struggle of the nations, or more exactly of those sections of the nations in whose hands the means of production are still concentrated. Side by side with the struggle of the armies was the struggle of the manufacturers, alongside the warfare of the generals was the competition of commodities. The French bourgeoisie needed to gain control of a new market, and the Prussian bourgeoisie did all in their power to safeguard the market they owed to protection tariffs. Where, then, were the ready-made extensive markets? When, after the declaration of war the Prussian industrialists were at last freed. From their French rivals, they found themselves faced by new and still more dangerous opponents. The fall of the continental system gave English goods access to the European markets. Prussia was glutted with them. Their cheapness made it impossible for the local producers to compete with them in view of the low customs dues imposed on goods from friendly and neutral countries. Complaints from the Prussian industrialists again forced the government to limit imports of at least cotton goods. From then on until this very day the government of Prussia, and indeed of Germany as a whole, has not ventured to waive protective tariffs for fear of insuperable competition from more advanced countries. And if the Russian Blanquist seize power while Bismarck is still alive, the Iron Chancellor will probably not refuse to reveal to them the secret of his trade policy and will convince our journalists that extensive markets do not and never did grow on trees. Let us pass on to America. In respect of industry, the North American colonies were held in such complete dependence by the metropolitan country that they were to have no kind of industry except domestic production and the usual crafts. In a hat factory founded in Massachusetts so attracted the attention of Parliament and was the object of such jealousy on its part that factories of all kinds, in the colonies, of course, were declared common nuisances. As late as the Great Chatham, perturbed by the first attempts at factory production in New England, said that not a single nail was to be made in the colonies. During the War of Independence, thanks to the rupture with England, factories of all kinds received a strong impulse, and this, in turn, influenced agriculture and led to an increase in the price of land. But as, after the Peace of Paris, the Constitution of the States prevented elaboration of a general trade system and thus gave free access to English manufactures with which the newly built North American factories could not compete, the country's industrial prosperity disappeared even more rapidly than it appeared. On the advice of the new theoreticians, a speaker in Congress said later, referring to this crisis, "We purchased where it was cheaper for us and our markets were glutted with foreign goods. Our manufacturers were ruined, our merchants went bankrupt, and all this had such a harmful effect on agriculture that a general devaluation of land followed, and as a result bankruptcy became common among landowners too. Hence we see that a threat once hung also over American production, whose insuperable competition now threatens the Russian private businessman. What lightning rods did the Americans invent? Were they convinced by this that their situation differed considerably from that of the European countries at the moment when they began to organize national production on the basis of private capital? Did they renounce large-scale industry? Not in the least. Taught by bitter experience, they merely repeated the old story of protecting the home market against foreign competition. Congress was stormed by all states with petitions for protective measures favoring local industry, and as early as a tariff was proclaimed making considerable concessions in this direction to local manufacturers. The tariff went still further along this path, and in the end, after a few vacillations in the opposite direction, the rigorous protection tariff finally guaranteed American producers against English competition. Once more, where were the extensive markets that Mr. Tikhomarov speaks of? I completely agree that the course of development of West European capitalism which he indicates must be acknowledged as more straight and less hazardous. What risk does the private businessman run when he is provided with extensive markets? But Mr. Tikhomarov, on his side, must agree that he, or rather his teacher, imagined this course of development for the sake of a doctrine and that it has nothing in common with the true history of the West. The matter proceeds so differently there that Friedrich List even establishes a particular law according to which each country can come out in the struggle on the world market only when it has allowed its industry to strengthen by mastering the home market. In his opinion, the transition of every nation from the wild state to that of herdsmen and from the state of herdsmen to that of tillers of land and the early beginnings in agriculture are best effected by free trade. Then the transition of agrarian peoples to the class of simultaneously agricultural, manufacturing and trading nations could take place under free trade only if, in all nations called upon to develop manufacturing power, one and the same vital process took place at one and the same time, if nations raised no obstacles whatsoever to each other's economic development and if they did not impede each other's success by war and customs systems. but as the nations which had attained superiority in manufactures, trade and navigation. Saw that success as the most effective means of acquiring and consolidating political influence over other nations. They, i.e., the advanced nations, strove to set up institutions which were and still are calculated to guarantee their own monopoly in manufactures and trade and to prevent backward nations from succeeding. The aggregate of these institutions, import prohibition and customs dues upon imports, restrictions on shipping, premiums for exports, and so on, is called the customs system. Under the influence of the earlier successes of other nations, the customs system of foreign countries and wars, the backward nations find themselves forced to seek at home means for the transition from the agrarian to the manufacturing condition. They are obliged to restrict trade with the advanced countries since it hinders that transition by their own customs system. The latter is therefore by no means an invention of speculative brains, as some maintain, but the natural consequence of the nation's desire to guarantee themselves lasting existence and progress or even dominating influence. But this wish can be recognized as legitimate and reasonable only inasmuch as it does not hinder the economic development of the nation displaying it, but, on the contrary, promotes it and does not contradict the higher aim of humanity, the future world confederation. These words are from Friedrich List, who understood well the interests of German capitalism in his time and whose only fault was a certain pompousness in the definition of the future higher aims of humanity, which for the bourgeoisie boil down not to a world federation but to a fierce struggle on the world market. List was embarrassed neither by the accusation that his views were obsolete nor by the reference to the impossibility of Germany's securing any favorable opportunities in the future struggle on the world market. To the first objection he replied that he was not at all an unconditional enemy of free trade, for he demanded only temporary restrictions of it, and at the same time stood for free trade within the limits of the German customs union. To the second he replied by criticizing the very theory of markets, or rather the conditions of their acquisition. He pointed out that the backward countries may and must form alliances with one another to fight jointly their stronger enemies, and that those backward countries must strive to acquire colonies of their own. Every industrial nation must strive to have direct exchange with the countries in the torrid zone. If all second-rate manufacturing nations understand their own interests, they must act in such a way that no nation can acquire overwhelming influence in respect of colonial possessions. He supported the possibility of acquiring new colonies by pointing out that up to then a great number of convenient places in the torrid zone had not been utilized in this way by Europeans. At the time when List was agitating, many people doubted the possibility of a large-scale manufacturing industry being developed in Germany. Now nobody doubts this, but the program of economic policy which he suggested has not yet been finally carried out. The question of acquiring colonies is only now being raised in Germany. Reality has surpassed his expectations. One part of his program has sufficed to consolidate German large-scale industry. Not only does no skeptic now ask whether a large-scale manufacturing industry is possible in List's country, but Mr. Tikhomarov is referred among other things to Germany, where capitalism united the workers and private businessmen are alleged to have been provided with extensive markets. How much that country's first difficult steps on the road of capitalism have been forgotten. But is it a long time since List wrote? No more than half a century, no more than 5 times as long as the Russian Blanquists have been making fruitless efforts to seize power. What if Marx and Engels and their followers, convinced that the people must be taken as they are and that the German communists of the 40s still needed, to use Mr. Tikhomarov's picturesque expression, only to set about the creation of the class in whose name they wished to act? What if Marx and Engels, I say, had given the West up as lost and decided that the starting point of the social revolution in Germany had to be the seizure of power by the forces of the then existing Communist League? What if they had directed all their work towards that aim? Would German social democracy have got far by now? And yet the question of such a seizure of power is by no means an exclusive feature of the Russian movement. It was raised even in the Communist League and caused its splitting into 2 groups, Marx and Engels on one side, Willich and Schapper on the other. The story of this division is so instructive that it is worth relating to the readers. Since the defeat of the revolution, the party of the proletariat on the continent was deprived of all that it had during that short period: freedom of the press, of expression, and of association, i.e., the legal means of organizing a party. After, as before, there was only one road open to the proletariat: the road of secret societies. The immediate aim of one section of those societies was to overthrow the existing state power. That was timely in France, where the proletariat had been defeated by the bourgeoisie and where attacks on the existing government were equivalent to attacks on the bourgeoisie. Another section of these secret societies was working in countries such as Germany, where the bourgeoisie and the proletariat were both subjected by their semi-feudal governments, and where, therefore, a successful attack on the existing governments, instead of breaking the power of the bourgeoisie or of the so-called middle classes, had first to help them to power in such countries the progressive representatives of the proletariat, while not refusing to take part in the impending revolution. Saw as their immediate aim not to seize power, but to prepare the working class party of the future. Such, by the way, was the aim of the Communist League, in which Marx and Engels played the leading role. The Communist League was not therefore a society of conspirators but a society which aimed at the secret organization of the proletariat, because the German proletariat was under an interdict, was deprived of the fire and water of press, expression, and association. It goes without saying that activity which had in view the establishment not of a governmental but of an oppositional party of the future, had exerted little attraction on people intellectually backward and impatient, and accordingly a group broke off from the Communist League, demanding, if not actual conspiracies, at least a conspiratorial appearance and a direct alliance with the democratic heroes of the day. The motives of this split, which many people ascribed to personal quarrels between the leaders of the two groups, were explained as follows by the very actors in these events. According to Marx, the minority, the Willich and Schapper group, replace the critical outlook by a dogmatic one, the materialist by the idealist. They take their own will instead of the existing relations for the principal revolutionary motive force. Whereas we say to the workers, you must still pass through, or years of civil war and popular movements, and this not only to change existing relations but to re-educate yourselves and become capable of being the dominant party. The minority, on the contrary, say, we must win supremacy at this very moment or we shall be unable to do anything other than sit back and relax. Whereas we point out to the German workers the undeveloped condition of the German proletariat, you flatter the national feeling and estate prejudices of the German crafts. Man * in the vilest way, this, of course, being a far more popular method. Like the Democrats, you replace revolutionary development by revolutionary phrases, etc., etc. Schapper, for his part, formulated his outlook as follows. I did in fact express the outlook attacked here, because generally I support it with enthusiasm. The question is, will we start to chop off heads, or will ours be chopped off? First the workers in France will rise, then we in Germany. Otherwise I would, in fact, sit back and relax. But if our plans are fulfilled, we shall be able to take steps to guarantee the supremacy of the proletariat, as Mr. Tikhomarov promises steps to guarantee government by the people for Russia, we will remark. I am a fanatical supporter of this view, but the Central Committee, Marx's group, wishes the opposite, etc. This dispute took place on September, when the final break between the two groups occurred. Each of them set about its work. Willich and Schapper began to prepare to seize power, Marx and Engels continued to prepare the oppositional party of the future. 15 years went by and that party of the future became a threat to the bourgeoisie in all nations and countries. The views of the authors of the manifesto of the Communist Party were assimilated by tens of thousands of workers. And what did Willich and Schapper do? Did they succeed in immediately seizing power? We all know they did not, but not all know that the same fanatic Schapper was soon convinced of the impossibility of carrying out his plans, and even many years later, a day before his death, when he was already on his deathbed, he could not speak of his unsuccessful ventures without bitter irony. Groups of the Willich-Schapper type are the natural result of undeveloped social relationships. They appear and may have a certain success as long as the proletariat is undeveloped and during its first attempts to achieve its emancipation. The revolutionary literature that accompanied these first movements of the proletariat had necessarily a reactionary character, as the manifesto of the Communist Party says. When, under the influence of more highly developed relationships, a serious socialist literature is at last evolved in the more advanced countries, it is in part the object of more or less peculiar counterfeits in countries which consider their backwardness as a sign of exceptionalism, and in part provides the occasion for incorrect interpretations and reactionary practical programs. Not only in Russia, but in Poland too, and in the east of Europe generally, we now meet or may meet social revolutionaries of the Willich and Schapper fashion. It goes without saying that the further development of the European East is discrediting their expectations from the revolution just as it discredited the expectations of Willich and Schapper in Germany. Chapter 2. Capitalism in Russia. The home market. We now know that every backward country can at first, until the home market is glutted, eliminate insuperable competition from its more advanced neighbors by means of a customs system. Mr. Tikhomirov's arguments that in our country there are hardly any markets thus lose a considerable portion of their specific weight. For backward countries the question can be formulated only as follows: will Western capitalism succeed, and to what extent to draw them into its wake before it gives place to a higher form of social organization? To answer this question we must weigh attentively the present situation of each of those countries separately. That we will do in the next chapter. Let us now return to Mr. Tikhomirov and see how he makes this analysis. Anybody who has followed social trends in our country in recent years knows, of course, that the efforts of our private businessmen are directed precisely towards guaranteeing the home market. This striving meets with support from the government, from the press, and also from the section which only Mr. Tikhomirov's peculiar terminology can allow one not to recognize as intelligentsia. A fair number of our professors and scientists are already rallying to that banner. Nevertheless, the cause of Russian capitalism seems to Mr. Tikhomirov to be a very difficult if not an altogether hopeless one. In his opinion, industry is developing sluggishly. It is always complaining of a shortage of intelligent and energetic forces. That is true, of course, to a certain extent, but does this show the hopelessness of Russian capitalism's striving? Is not the sluggish development of Russian industry determined by the influence of contemporary political oppression? Free institutions are a necessary condition for capitalism at a certain stage of its development that has long been clear to everybody both in Europe and in Russia, where voices were raised as early as the 50s demanding freedom for the sake of industrial success. It would be very useful for Mr. Tikhomirov to read the late Ibobst's speech, on certain conditions promoting the increase of the national capital, delivered in June at a great assembly of Kazan University. It would help him to understand how the same capitalism which at first hides under the cloak of an autocrat gradually comes into contradiction with the interests of absolute monarchy and stands in opposition, in its own way of course, moderately and in an orderly fashion. It is difficult to imagine how harmful bad administration, lack of security, arbitrary extortions, plundering and evil institutions are to economy and accumulation, and at the same time to the increase of the national capital, says the economist I have just named. Internecine wars, the struggle of the political parties, invasions, pestilence, and famine cannot have on the national wealth the destructive influence of despotic and arbitrary administration. What have the blessed countries of Asia Minor not suffered, what upheavals have they not experienced, and they have constantly been transformed again into an earth paradise until they were pinned down by Turkish administration. What happened to France in the 18th century, when the infamous system of taxation weighed down on the agricultural population and when, into the bargain, every official was able to plunder without fear and with impunity under cover of taxes? Thieves and robbers can be kept in check, but what can be done with bodies and officials of the supreme authority who consider their position as a lucrative trade? Here all energetic labor, all care for the future, for the improvement of one's living, run low and capitals and their accumulation, gentlemen, fulfill their real purpose only when the road for their activity is fully and freely opened. In vain does Mr. Tikhomarov refer to the circumstance that the reign of Alexander II was a continual attempt by the monarchy to restore its stability by organizing Russia on bourgeois principles, as an argument to support the idea that Russian capitalism's striving is hopeless. The history of the French absolute monarchy, beginning with Henry IV, was also almost a continual attempt to maintain the stability of the old state system by organizing France on bourgeois principles. As early as at the assembly of the États Généraux the nobility complained of this in the most unambiguous terms. We have already said what care Louis XIV's minister applied to France's industrial development. In the 18th century, on the eve of the Revolution, there was set up a whole school of economists professing solidarity of interests between capitalism and the absolute monarchy, proclaiming the bourgeois principle laissez-faire, laissez-passer, and at the same time quoting China as a model of a political system. The monarchy endeavored according to its ability to adapt itself to the new conditions, as far as was possible without renouncing absolute power. At the opening of the États Généraux when it had one foot in the grave, the monarchy, with Louis XVI as its mouthpiece, condemning illusions, promised to satisfy all the reasonable demands of the country. But the implacable logic of things shows in a manner which is unexpected even to many members of the bourgeoisie that, although not everybody realized it, the fall of absolutism was the country's most reasonable demand. The political ideals of the physiocrats were an unrealizable utopia, and many contemporaries of the physiocrats realized that absolutism was incompatible with the bourgeoisie's further development. The socialist Mably, at least, and his Tutts proposes auxiliary philosophes economists, may be given as an example. In his time the bourgeoisie as a class had not yet thought of seizing supreme political power in the country, but, unlike Mr. Tikhomarov, he did not say that if it were strong enough it would do so now. He knew that there are epochs in history in which the strength and political consciousness of a given class rise just as rapidly as the level of the water in a river when the ice breaks. He also knew that the strength of each class is a relative concept, defined, among other things, by the degree of decay of its predecessors and the level achieved by the successor in its development. Given the low development of the people, the French bourgeoisie was the only class capable of exercising supremacy. Absolutism was a hindrance to France's further development under the guidance of the bourgeoisie and was therefore doomed. The bourgeoisie revolted against the autocracy under whose cloak it had grown to sedition. Mably foresaw this outcome and, in spite of his communist ideals, he realized that the immediate future belonged to the bourgeoisie. If the significance and future prospects, not only of social classes, but even of the philosophical and political theories, could be denied on the grounds that they all develop for some time under the auspices of a principle which is incompatible with their further development, we would have to deny all human culture and imagine for it new and less hazardous roads. Did not philosophy grow within and at the expense of theology? Unity, subordination, and freedom are the three relationships to church theology in which the philosophy of the Christian period successively stood, says Friedrich Uberweg in his History of Philosophy *, and this order of mutual relations between knowledge and faith may be recognized as a general law if we, on our side, add that freedom clears the road for itself only by the bitterest struggle for existence. Every new social or philosophical principle is born in the womb of and consequent on the nutritive juice of the old which is its opposite. To conclude from this that the fate of the new principle is hopeless means not to know history. Our exceptionalists, indeed, have a very poor knowledge of history. When they listen to the arguments of the Manchester School on the harmfulness of state intervention, knowing at the same time that the Russian capitalists have a weakness for such intervention so long as it is manifested in protective tariffs, subsidies, guarantees, etc., the homegrown Russian sociologists conclude that the road of development for our capitalism is diametrically opposed to that of Western Europe. In the West the bourgeoisie speak only of non-intervention, here, only of subsidies and guarantees. But if Messrs. V.V. and Co. did not believe in the word of the Manchester School economists and would leave aside at least for a time their exceptionalist sources, they would find out that the West European bourgeoisie did not always or everywhere maintain the principle of non-intervention in their own country, and still less did they support that principle in the colonies. Having found this out, they would see that their contrapositions have hardly any sense at all. We know that the radical mistake of the bourgeois economists of the Manchester School consisted precisely in elevating to the dignity of eternal immutable natural laws principles which have only a transient significance. Not sharing bourgeois economists' expectations from the future, many Russian exceptionalists are nevertheless convinced that their views on the past are correct. They believe that in the history of the West the bourgeoisie never needed state intervention and government support and derived nothing but harm from it. That is the principal defect of our exceptionalist theories and programs. Mr. V.V. believes what the Manchester School says, and thinks even a slight acquaintance with the economic history of Europe superfluous. Mr. Tikhomarov believes what Mr. V.V. says, and sees the increasing influence of the Russian bourgeoisie's interests on the economic policy over the last 25 years, the reign of Alexander II was a continual attempt, etc., as the principal sign of the weakness and stillbornness of Russian capitalism. Mr. V.V., a supporter of absolutism and for that reason if for no other a bitter reactionary, does not interest us in the least. But we confess that we are very much grieved by the credulity of the editor of a revolutionary paper. That the interests of the Russian bourgeoisie are now coming into irreconcilable contradiction to the interests of absolutism is known to anybody who has given the slightest attention to the course of Russian life in the last decade. That the very same bourgeoisie is able, however, to derive profit from the existing regime and therefore not only supports some aspects of it, but stands for it as a whole, in some of its sections, is also no wonder. The development of a given social class is too complicate the process for us to be able to judge of the whole trend from some separate aspects. Our bourgeoisie is now undergoing an important metamorphosis. It has developed lungs which require the fresh air of political self-government, but at the same time its gills, with which it still breathes in the troubled water of decaying absolutism, have not yet completely atrophied. Its roots are still in the soil of the old regime, but its crown has already attained a development which shows that it absolutely needs to be transplanted. The kulaks are continuing to get rich thanks to the predacious character of our state economy, but the big works owners and manufacturers, merchants, and bourgeoisified agriculturists already understand that they must absolutely acquire political rights for their own welfare. This is proved to us by the petitions fairly frequently addressed to the government in the last 10 years. In one of them the big industrialists and tradesmen even asked the government not to take any financial measures without consulting representatives of big capital. What is the tendency of such a petition? Does it not show that the destructive influence of absolutism is reflected in a palpable and noticeable manner in the incomes of the trading and industrial companies? Does it not show that the system by which each individual businessman can influence ministers and ministries by all sorts of petitions, patriotic subscriptions and outright bribery is already becoming insufficient and ineffective, and therefore tends to be replaced by organized and legal participation of the industrial class in the administration of the country? S.S. Polyakov can still be of the opinion that the ministers he has bribed are better than responsible, constitutional ministers. But His Excellency's rivals, whom he defeats by presents and bribes, probably do not share his point of view. A political regime which is profitable to separate individuals, becomes unprofitable to the business class as a whole. Naturally, the representatives of that class do not come out into the streets, put up barricades or publish underground leaflets. However, the bourgeoisie in general do not like such hazardous means. Only in very rare cases were they the first to raise the banner of revolt even in Western Europe, for the see note to the edition. The present behavior of the Russian bourgeoisie shows that the contradiction which I point out was, indeed, irreconcilable. Greater part they merely undermine the hated system little by little and reap fruits from the victory of the people who fought against their enemies' enemies. As for secret political propaganda, what kind of a bourgeoisie would they have been had they not understood the significance of the division of labor? The bourgeoisie leave propaganda to the so-called intelligentsia and do not let themselves be distracted from the task of their own enrichment. They know that their cause is certain and that the political struggle begun by our intelligentsia will sooner or later clear the ground for the bourgeoisie's domination. Did not the Italian bourgeoisie let the revolutionaries pick out of the fire the chestnuts of political emancipation and unification, and are they not now feeding on those chestnuts? And what if the revolutionaries seize power and carry out a social revolution? The bourgeoisie do not believe in that, and soon, indeed, the revolutionaries themselves will cease to believe in it. Soon they will all understand that if people open their umbrellas when it is raining, that does not mean that rain can be caused by opening umbrellas. They will soon see that if the seizure of political power is the inevitable consequence of the development of the working class, just as of any other class, one must not conclude that it is enough for revolutionaries from among the privileged sections to seize power and the working population of Russia will be able to carry out a socialist upheaval. Soon all our socialists will understand that one can serve the interests of the people only by organizing and preparing the people for independent struggle for those interests. But nothing could be more profitable for the Russian bourgeoisie than the confidence some of our revolutionaries have in the bourgeoisie's powerlessness. The bourgeoisie themselves are perhaps ready to join in their song. They even do so whenever the occasion offers. Just take the question of the number of our industrial workers. According to our author, out of million inhabitants in Russia there are only workers united by capital, and besides this relatively negligent number of workers in our country is not growing, but perhaps is even remaining at the same figure. Noting that it is not growing and therefore exactly is remaining at the same figure, let us trace the genesis of this conviction. Number of workers. Here Mr. Tikhomarov is repeating the words of Mr. VV, to whom the credit is due for having noticed the numerical stagnation of our working class. For Mr. VV, the entire significance of capitalism is reduced to the union of the workers. It is understandable why he exerts himself so much to prove that the number of our workers is remaining at the same figure. Once this proposition is proved, capitalism's inability to contribute to the success of Russian culture in any sense at all is also proved. People who know that the role of capitalism is not confined to the union of the workers also know that the fact quoted by Mr. VV would not prove anything at all, even if it were correct. And those who are familiar with today's Russian statistics know, besides, that the fact itself is incorrect. How, indeed, does Mr. VV prove it? From a single article in Vestnik Evropy he drew the following table on the history of Russian non-taxable factories and works. From these figures Mr. VV concludes that from, i.e., the time when England allowed the free export of machines, and mainly from, the development of Russian production began to follow the law which he had developed, i.e., that side by side with the increase of its, capital S, turnover, there was a decrease in the number of workers. Production expanded not in width, but in depth. Is that true? Not quite. In order to find the law of the development of Russian production, one must take into account all Russian production as a whole, and not its separate sections. Why, then, does Mr. VV base his conclusions only on figures for non-taxable factories and works? We do not know, and probably neither does Mr. Tikhomarov, who indiscriminately repeats what other people say. And yet, so long as this question remains unanimous word, the law found by Mr. VV will only have one leg to stand on. Not a few examples are to be found in the history of West European capitalism of expansion of production not in width, but in depth. In France, according to Moreau de Jans, the total value of woolen industry products increased by % from 2, the number of looms used nearly doubled, and the number of workers employed dropped by. Does this mean that from the number of French workers remained at the same figure or even decreased? Not at all, the decrease in one branch of production was compensated by an increase in others. In the 40 years preceding, capitalism doubtlessly drew into its wake an enormous mass of workers, although, of course, it did not provide them with a guaranteed wage, as bourgeois economists try to assure readers. Mr. VV should have proved that no similar phenomenon took place in Russia, above all as, precisely from the 40s, there was rapid development in certain taxable industries in our country. Did he do so? He could not do so, because the statistic figures he quoted are of no use for any serious conclusions. For instance, the figures relating to are simply incommensurable with those for the second half of the 60s, they were collected by various institutions using various methods and are therefore not equally reliable. Up to statistic computations were based mainly on Ministry of Finance information supplied by the manufacturers themselves and mostly inaccurate. Up to, taxable works were not taken into account at all. And finally it was thanks to the efforts of the Central Statistical Committee, that more accurate figures were obtained. Mr. VV would have shown more caution by not basing any laws on the shaky foundations of such statistics. But leaving that aside, the figures quoted by him do not agree with those of the Central Statistical Committee. What song do these figures sing? We ask, using Mr. VV's words. First of all, that even in the non-taxable industries the number of workers in was much higher than the figure which was to testify in favor of his law. But these figures are not accurate either, they are lower than the reality. In an addendum to the chapter on the manufacturing industry, the editors of Voyeno-Statistikeski Spornik admit that in the index to the exhibition, of, and in Timur Yazev's atlas they came across many factories and works which were not mentioned in previous sources. Pages N of Spornik are printed in very small, close-set type and are completely filled by a list of such factories. This new list only mentions enterprises with a production of not less than rubles, and the greater part of it deals with factories with a production of over rubles. But Mr. Timur Yazev's atlas was not complete either. Mr. Skalkovsky, basing himself on declarations of many manufacturers, said that the figures in that atlas are all the same, far from the truth, even after the corrections made to them by Messrs. Alafuzov and Alexandrov. Asterisk. This is quite understandable. It was precisely after, i.e., after England allowed free export of machines, that many of the non-taxable branches of our industry developed rapidly both in width and in depth. It was only after that time, for example, that our cotton spinning mills began to develop. This development was partly promoted by the fact that we had an increase of customs dues on imported yarn. And although these dues were abolished, the success of Russian cotton spinning was nevertheless assured, our own yam began to oust the foreign article more and more. The following figures show what a great change took place in our cotton manufactures in a matter of some 40 years. We imported poods of raw cotton yarn raw cotton, yam in raw cotton, yarn. That this change was caused by the expansion of our capitalist industry after in width also, by the way, is seen from the fact that many new weaving, cotton and other mills in our country date from quite recent times. The development of cotton spinning affected the further processing of cotton yam. The peasants' weaving looms began gradually to be moved out of the cramped houses into roomy weaving halls containing 10 or more looms, at which not only the master but also hired people worked. Finally, the bleaching, dyeing and printing industries were renovated. Out-of-home production and crafts establishments in these sectors grew real factories, some of which became comparable with those abroad in a short time. In one of the less industrial uyezds of Moscow gubernia, namely Klin, Mr. Erisman says, the majority of the small weaving mills now existing were founded in the late 60s and early 70s. The Balin and Makarov cotton spinning mill, employing workers of both sexes, was founded in the power loom cotton factory of Kolin, Kapustin, and Krasnogorov, workers of both sexes, in the Flandenzilk weaving and carpet factory, workers, in the power loom cotton factory of Kashayev, from to workers, in Match production began with the equipment of the first Zakharov works, work ERS in his two factories and in the Stram factory. Approximately at the same time the working of calf leather, begun earlier, was considerably extended by the establishment of several new works in Sts Hino. As for the development of factory industry in the Uyezd during the 70s, an idea of this can be obtained from the following figures, which show the number of factories and works among those that we examined which are known to have been built after. Actually, the number of factory establishments founded after and in particular the number of small weaving mills set up in the 70s is much larger than shown here since, firstly, we did not visit all the small establishments and, therefore, cannot say anything about the time of their foundation, and secondly, even in the establishments we examined we did not always get exact data about the time of their establishment. Moreover, it must be noted that even now, new factories are being set up in Klin Uyezd. Thus, the Kashev Association is expanding production by equipping a cotton spinning mill. F.O. Zakharov has built another match works in Klin, in the village of Shchikino, Troitskoy Velost. A NCW bolting mill has been founded, belonging to the peasant Nikifor Pavlov, the steam sawmill at Zavidovo station. Nikolaevskaya Railway has expanded production, and finally, the Frishmak works producing wheel grease has been built near Solnichnogorsk station. Asterisk. What song do these facts, taken from the economic life of one of the least industrial uyezds of Moscow gubernia, sing? Certainly not that the number of factory workers is remaining at the same figure. Rather that our exceptionalist writers use two exceptionalist methods to prove Russian exceptionalism. That in general, but to Mr. Tikhomarov they sing in chorus that his program is based on too superficial a knowledge of the contemporary condition of our industry. Mr. Tikhomarov is quite mistaken if he seriously thinks that in our country the number of factory and plant workers does not exceed. According to official information the figure for factories and plants in European Russia, not including the Kingdom of Poland, does not, indeed, exceed the figure given by Mr. Tikhomarov, in it was which, however, does not include the number of workers at distilleries. But Mr. Tikhomarov forgets that this figure applies only to the manufacturing industry. He takes no account or mining and metallurgical workers. And in those industries in the same year the number of workers was and in the following year, the number increased by nearly 10,000. The total is, therefore. But can this figure be considered as even approximately correct? Do not forget that these are official figures collected by our administration and sarcastically called ministerial figures by our administration itself. We already know that the publishers of Voyeno-Statistikeski Spornik pointed out that the figures thus obtained were in the majority incomplete and lower than the reality. At the first All-Russia Congress of Manufacturers, Works Owners, and Persons Interested in National Industry, at the sitting of the third session on May, it was also noted that the existing method of collecting statistic information on industry exclusively through routine returns made by the police at Zemstvos is extremely unsatisfactory and that the statistic data thus collected are considerably lower than the reality. In the opinion of N.S. Ilyin, it is a commonly known truth that we have no statistics, either of industry or of trade. Asterisk. This incompleteness and this inaccuracy are still indisputable facts today. In the study by Mr. Erisman that we quoted above we read, p. that according to information collected by him the number of workers was twice as large as shown in the reports of the district police officer. This depends, he said, mainly on the fact that works and factory owners, when asked officially about the number of workers at the establishments they own, nearly always give figures considerably lower than the real ones. Are there any grounds for thinking that if we had a more accurate method of investigation of statistics we would not come across the same thing in other uyezds and gubernias in Russia? And if not, will we not be obliged to almost double the general total of factory and plant workers? From the debates which took place at the Congress of Manufacturers already referred to it will be seen that this assumption is hardly exaggerated. According to Mr. A. B. von Buskin, some manufacturers openly admitted to him that they reduce the real figures by half. Mr. T. S. Morozov, representing one of the biggest firms in Russia, stated that when the police collect information, a big manufacturer, for instance, orders his clerk to write the same as the previous year, and similar reports are returned year in, year out over 10 years, whereas both the quantity of material processed and the number of workers have changed. The official writes down what he is told, he knows nothing about the matter. Mr. MP Syromyatnikov says that there are many instances of production figures being cut by half, and not by small, but by very substantial businessmen. Figures are sometimes divided by 10. This is a reliable fact. We ask our readers not to forget that all these revelations are made by manufacturers themselves, for whom such falsifications are all the same a delicate question. What are we then to think of writers who not only base their social and political theories on data whose inaccuracy is obvious a priori, but continue to maintain that the number of factory workers remains at the same figure even after the manufacturers have explained the perfectly simple reason for this phenomenon? At the very best, we must admit that such writers do not know the subject they are discussing. But why do manufacturers resort to such cunning? Many of them, Mr. von Buskin replies, give false reports purposely, for fear of levies of some kind. Some have openly stated that certain Zemstvos tax factories in proportion to the number of machines, workers, etc., and consequently it is with absolute deliberation that they give smaller figures. When the collector of statistic information arrives, the factory owner says, they re from the Zemstvo, they probably want to levy some tax according to the number of workers, and he gives orders to report only half as many workers as he has. Asterisk. Hence we see clearly how our revolutionaries' confidence of the bourgeoisie's economic powerlessness is advantageous to the bourgeoisie themselves. Fearing income tax and all other attacks on their capital, our private businessmen try by all means in their power to hide the real scale of their production. With amazing naivete our revolutionaries take their OS and AS at face value and do not doubt for a minute the accuracy of the figures they give. They build upon them whole theories about the balance of forces on Russian soil and spread among our youth erroneous ideas on the forms of exploitation of the Russian people. By so doing, our revolutionaries play into the hands of the knights of primitive accumulation and capitalist production. However, it would be unfair to accuse Vestnik Narodnoy Vali of disseminating such erroneous ideas. Vestnik's main fault is that it constantly contradicts itself and that, as the Gospel says, its right hand does not know what its left is doing. Mr. Tikhomarov assures his readers that Russian industry is developing sluggishly. But in the article, The Condition of the Ore Miners and Factory Workers in the Urals, written according to personal observation and published in the same issue No of Vestnik Narodnoy Vali, we read exactly the opposite. The author of the article is sure that if his readers saw the various locomotives, sewing or winnowing machines and many other kinds of big machines made here in Russia by our workers, many of those readers of Vestnik Narodnoy Vali would not be able to help exclaiming, "What the devil! Russia is making giant steps forward." Why, only yesterday, so to speak, they could not have made anything of that kind, even of barely tolerable, not to speak of good, quality. Only some 50 years ago there were hardly 10 factories in the whole of Russia. And now? Now there are nearly iron works in the Urals alone, and how many in Petersburg, Moscow, and so on and so forth. There's something for you. Just give us freedom. In 10 or 15 years the number of works in our country would double and production itself, technology would improve, etc. The author of the article thinks that this rather long exclamation expresses correctly the real state of affairs. According to what he says, and what he says, we know, is founded on personal observation, we have had enormous success recently in this, i.e., the industrial, respect. The number of works is continually increasing, technology is improving, there is sluggish development for you. Our last exhibition showed that some of our metal works are almost on a level with the best in Europe. Asterisk. Is there anyone who can clear up this confusion? Whom are we to believe, Mr. Tikhomarov, or a man who has personally observed the development of our industry? To top it, we will note that when the latter author has the occasion to read articles not based on personal observation but written by some learned or non-learned writer on the condition of our workers, they arouse no reaction in him but bitter laughter. I imagine that he had a fit of Mephistophelian laughter when he read Mr. Tikhomirov's report on the sluggish development of our industry. But let us leave the economic contradictions of Vestnik Narodnoy Vali and return to Mr. Tikhomirov. At present the part interests us more than the whole. We have shown our author that the figures he reports do not correspond even to the official truth. Moreover, we have quoted figures on the basis of which we can be sure that the official truth in turn does not correspond to the reality. Now we shall tell him that he simply does not know how to deal with the inaccurate statistical figures that he has at his disposal, because he operates with magnitudes that are in no way commensurable. According to him, out of million inhabitants in our country there are, workers united by capital, a most unfavorable proportion for our industry. But the figure million, to be more exact, represents the population of the whole empire, i.e., not only European Russia, but also the Kingdom of Poland, Finland, the Caucasus and the Kars and Batumi regions, Siberia, and Central Asia. But the number of workers indicated by Mr. Tikhomirov is only for European Russia and exclusively for manufacturing industries. What can we say about such methods of comparative statistic study? Handicraftsmen. But that is not all. In quoting his figures he means workers united by capital, who are more or less dependent on the bourgeoisie, etc. Does he know that the number of such workers is far greater than the probable number of factory and plant workers proper? Such dependence is the condition of an enormous number of handicraftsmen, who have lost almost all their independence and been very successfully united by capitalism. This circumstance has already been pointed out by Wojenno-Statistyczny Spornik, which was published in. More up-to-date investigations have fully confirmed this evidence. Thus we learn from Mr. V.S. Prugavin that in Moscow gubernia alone the number of handicraft weavers amounts to. And yet only handicraftsmen attended the exhibition as exhibitors from the whole of the enormous Moscow weaving district. The reason for this was mainly that the great bulk of handicraft weavers do not work on their own account but for more or less big masters who distribute the raw material to be worked up by the peasants at home. Briefly, in the weaving industries the domestic system of large-scale production is dominant. In Vladimir Gubernia extremely varied weaving industries play a highly important role in the economic life of the population. In the single formerly Oparanovost, Alexandrovo-Yezd, villages with workers are employed in wool production alone. The annual production of the handicraftsmen amounts to rubles. Well, are not these handicraftsmen free from more or less complete dependence on the bourgeoisie? Unfortunately not. When we direct our attention to the economy of the trade, we become aware first of all of the fact that the bulk of the handicraftsmen have no independent handicraft occupation and work for master workers or manufacturers. Things have gone so far in this respect that in the production of dyes, where the independent handicraftsman gets 1.5 times as much as the dependent craftsman, the number of producers working on their own account is only % of the total number of handicraftsmen. The fact that handicraft wool production has already entered the path of natural movement of capitalism can be seen from the very economics of this industry and also from the inequality which it creates among the peasants. The wool industry, with its sudden transitions from complete stagnation to revival during war, made them, the craftsmen, at least the bigger producers among them, familiar with industrial speculation, all the attraction of stock jobbing, rapid enrichment and still more rapid failures. The enriched manufacturers has tended first and foremost to build large buildings with 9 to 15 windows on every floor. Half the houses in the village of Karitseva are buildings of this kind. When in the Oparano district you see a brick house, or in general a large one, you can be sure that a master manufacturer lives there. In Vladimir Gubernia the cotton weaving industry has developed most. In Pokrovo-Yezd alone there are more than, weaving looms working up 2.5 million rubles worth of wares per year. In Alexandrovo-Yezd the cotton industry has spread to villages, where more than looms are operated. But here, too, the process of the transformation of the handicraft industry into the capitalist system of large-scale production spoken of above is noticed. It is interesting, says Mr. V.S. Prugavin, to observe in the trade that we are studying the gradual process of transition from the small handicraft form of production to large-scale power loom weaving. Between these two economic forms of production there are many transitional ones. To speak of them would mean to examine the gradual process by which handicraft weaving becomes capitalist. In Pokrovoyezd we see, for example, in cotton production, all possible forms of industrial units. The house of a handicraftsman is still the dominant form. In Pokrovoyezd there are now looms operated in homes, while are used in power loom establishments. The transitional forms are the large weaving halls totaling looms which range from looms to full-sized factories of 100 or more looms. In these large weaving halls using hand looms the weaver's dependence on the manufacturer is more striking, the net earnings of the craftsman smaller and the conditions of labor less favorable than in small industrial units. Another step and we are in the domain of power loom weaving production where the craftsman weaver is already completely transformed into an operative worker. The number of large weaving halls in Pokrovoyezd is constantly growing and of late some of them have already gone over to power loom weaving production. The number of small independent weaver craftsmen is very limited. There are none at all in Alexandrovoyezd, and in Pokrovoyezd not more than. Although the large weaving halls do not substantially differ in any way from the small ones, their larger dimensions and their constant numerical growth show beyond doubt that there is a tendency and actual gradual approaching by the purely handicraft form of cotton weaving to the form of large-scale, factory production, the capitalist type of organization of national labor. Asterisk. Let us go on to other uyezds in the same Vladimir Gubernia. The economic organization of cotton weaving in Yuryev uyezd, we read in another work by V.S. Prugavin, generally resembles what we observed in Alexandrov and Pokrov uyezds. As in the two uyezds considered earlier, the economic conditions of cotton production have taken here the shape of the domestic system of large-scale production. Percent of the cotton wares produced in Yuryev uyezd is put out by the domestic system of large-scale production and only percent comes from independent craftsmen, you think? No, small independent manufacturers. In general, in the whole of the northwest of Vladimir Gubernia the spinning and weaving factories employ nearly all the free labor power and almost the whole of the population here has become factory workers, so that small handicraft production here is nothing more than the last survival of a once vigorous handicraft industry. Of course, the ownership of the land has preserved for the peasant in this region certain features of the agriculturist, especially in places where the soil is fertile, but he is hardly less subordinate to capital than any other factory worker not possessing his own house. Many pure craftsmen, in spite of all their apparent independence in production, are completely dependent on middlemen who in substance are manufacturer customers not belonging to any firm. In the Shia cotton weaving district as far back as in the late 60s and early 70s with the opening of new mechanical weaving mills the rural population began rapidly to be attracted to the big factories and to be transformed into a pure factory class of workers. Thus the rural work of the weavers finally lost the last trace of independence which it enjoyed in work in the weaving halls, those low, stinking sheds filled with looms and packed with workers of both sexes and all ages. Asterisk. It would be a mistake to think that the facts described are true only of Moscow and Vladimir Gubernias. In Yaroslavl Gubernia we see exactly the same thing. Even N.F. Stuckenberg in his description of Yaroslavl Gubernia spoke of the weavers of Velikoy village, of whom he counted as independent producers. He wrote this essay on the basis of Ministry of the Interior figures relating to the 40s. At that time and up to linen production in the village of Velikoy was a purely peasant and handicraft one. Every peasant house was a linen factory. But in the peasant Lakolov of that village installed weaving looms, began to purchase yam from Tula Gubernia and gave some of it to the peasants to weave. Many others followed his example and thus linen factories began to appear. The Velikoy factories gave out as much as poods of yam every year to the peasants not only of that village but also of Kostroma and Vladimir Gubernias. Up to, pieces of linen were woven by the villagers in Velikoi alone in. As recently as a few years ago only the women in Velikoi were engaged in cloth weaving, but now, with the introduction of improved weaving looms, weaving has become almost exclusively an occupation for men and boys from the age of 10. This last change means that weaving has already secured a more important role in the distribution of employment among the members of the village families. This is indeed so. Flax spinning and linen weaving are now the main trade of the peasants in the area around Velikoi village. The role played by the factory in peasant handicraft weaving can be seen from the fact that with the development in this locality of flax spinning and scutching factories and of chemical linen bleaching establishments, the flax industry is developing there year by year. In Kostroma Gubernia, flax spinning and weaving have provided and are providing earnings for peasants of both sexes, especially in the villages of Kinjma, Nerekta, Kostroma, and Yuryevicu Yezds. But here, too, the trouble is that with the development of flax spinning factories the weaving of linen articles out of homespun yarn has declined drastically in the region because the peasants have seen the impossibility of competing with factory production of yarn and have begun to dress the flax more carefully and sell it instead of spinning it into homemade yarn and making their own linen. It must not be forgotten that home weaving sometimes provided an occupation for the whole peasant family, for 9 months, i.e., 3/4 of the year. Where will that family apply its labor now that with the introduction of spinning looms and power loom weaving the hand weaving and dressing of articles have decreased by more than half? It is easy to understand where. The peasants prefer to work in the nearest factory rather than to weave articles at home. Asterisk. Some branches of handicraft production in Kalyuga Gubernia are apparently exceptions to the general rules we have pointed out. Their peasant weaving is beating the big dealers' factories. Thus ribbon and braid production appeared in Maloy Aroslavitsu Yezd with the establishment in of the merchant Malyudan's cotton braid factory, the production of which rose from rubles to in as a result of the equipment with Rochath mill looms, on which one worker can weave ribbons or braids at once. But after the same type of looms began to be used in peasant weaving in the district, the production of Malyudan's factory dropped to rubles by I and finally the factory was closed altogether. From this our exceptionalists will conclude that Russian handicraftsmen are not afraid of capitalist competition. But such a conclusion will be just as light-headed as all their other attempts to establish some kind of economic laws. First, if the independent handicraftsmen did indeed triumph over Malyudan's factory, it had still to be proved that the victory could be a lasting one. The history of the weaving trade in the same gubernia gives strong reasons for doubting this. The first cotton weaving factory opened on the estate of P.M. Gubenin was also unable to withstand competition from village producers, and handicraft weaving flourished until. But since that time machine-operated, power loom factories have been introduced with steam engines which, in turn, have begun to oust hand weaving. Thus, in Medinu Yezd there were formerly hand looms, but now there are only. Who can guarantee that as regards braid and ribbon production further technical improvement will not tip the scales in favor of the big capitalists? For industrial progress is constantly accompanied by a relative increase in constant capital which is extremely harmful to small producers. And besides, it would be a big mistake to think that in the examples quoted the struggle was between independent producers, on the one hand, and capitalists, on the other. Guben's factory was undermined not by the independent producers but by larger weaving establishments in the peasant houses which immediately lowered the piece pay in the factories. The struggle was between big and small capital, and the latter was victorious because it intensified the exploitation of the working people. It was the same in ribbon and braid making. Masters, not independent handicraftsmen, have purchased Rochath looms. The weaver, braid maker and ribbon maker increasingly lose all trace of independence, so that they are obliged to choose between the local manufacturers and the masters, who get the warp from the Moscow manufacturers, weave it in their domestic factory and pay by the arshin or give it out to other peasants and then deliver the ready-made commodity to the manufacturer. Many of these masters have, in their way, quite a big business, and they are being transformed into real manufacturers. In Maloy Aroslavitsu 2 cotton weaving handicraft factories employ as many as workers, 5 cotton braid making peasant factories in Ovkinino and Nedelnoyevio Lost have looms and workers, a cotton ribbon factory in Ovkinino Lost has 7 looms and 8 workers, and so on. Asterisk in the handicraft brocade production of Moscow gubernia there are peasant brocade factories with a turnover of hundreds of thousands of rubles. What song do these figures and facts sing? They convinced Mr. Prugavin that handicraft weaving is fatally, though slowly, being transformed into a large-scale form of production. But can this conclusion be confined to weaving? Alas! There are not a few other branches of handicraft production in which one must be blind not to notice the same process. For example, shoemaking in Alexandrovo Yezd, Vladimir Gubernia. In this trade, the extensive proportions of fixed and circulating capital and the negligible role of small workshops in production, the strict, detailed division of labor in big establishments and the negligible expenses from the general turnover for the purchase of labor power, all this bears witness to the fact that we are dealing with a process which is passing from the stage of a craft to the level of a manufacture. Or again the leather handicraftsmen who are continually decreasing numerically, because of competition from big works. The works, thanks to their better conditions, material as well as technical, are able to work better and more cheaply than the handicraftsmen. There can be no doubt that the leather handicraftsmen will find it difficult to hold out against competition from factory production, which better satisfies modern demands. And finally the production of starch and treacle. In Moscow gubernia this industry is concentrated in villages in which there are establishments producing starch and treacle. There are not yet any big factories here as in the weaving districts, but here too handicraft production is beginning to assume a capitalist character. Hired labor plays a great part in this industry. In percent of the establishments it provides the only source of labor power, and in percent it has an equal share in production with the members of the master's family, asterisk only percent of the establishments doing almost without its help. The causes of this are found in the considerable size of the fixed capital, which is beyond the capacity of most of the peasants. The blacksmith industry in Novgorod and Tver gubernias and all gubernias in which it has a role of any importance in the life of the peasants, and all the small metal works of Nizhny Novgorod gubernia also show a definite loss of all independence by producers. The handicraftsmen have not yet felt competition from big industrial capital, but the role of exploiter is fulfilled with distinction by their peasant brothers or the merchants who provide them with raw material and by their finished product. In Nizhny Novgorod gubernia there are quite a number of places where whole communes live exclusively on handmade production and differ little from factory workers as far as living conditions are concerned. This is the case in the well-known villages of Pavlovo, Vorzma, Bogorodskoy, Liskovo and certain volosts and villages in Semyonovo and Balakna Uyezds. The workers here are not united by capital, but there is no doubt that they are tied down to it and are, so to speak, the irregular army of capitalism. Their inclusion in the regular army is only a matter of time and of expediency as the employer sees it. The contemporary condition of the handicraftsmen is so unstable that producers are often threatened with the loss of their independence merely as the result of an improvement in the means of production. For instance, the craftsman I.N. Kostelkov invented 4 machines to make rakes. They considerably increase the productivity of labor and are, properly speaking, very cheap. Nevertheless, Mr. Prugavin expresses quite justified fears that they will cause a very big change in the economic organization of rake making, in the sense, of course, of undermining the independence of the producers. Mr. Prugavin presumes that there should be help in this case for the mass of rake makers to give them the possibility of acquiring machines on a collective basis. Of course it would be very good to do so, but the question is, will it be done? Those who are now in power, we know, have very little sympathy for a collective basis, and we really do not know whether we shall soon have a government with sympathy for such a basis, whether, for example, we shall soon have at the helm the Narodnaya Volya party, which would lay the foundation of the socialist organization of Russia. And as long as that party only talks about seizing power, matters can change only for the worse. The present candidates for the proletariat may become proletarians in reality tomorrow. Can this fact be ignored in a study of economic relationships in contemporary Russia? There are several million handicraftsmen in our country, and many branches of handicraft production are partly changing and have partly changed into the domestic system of large-scale production. According to information collected as early as the approximate number of workers in the villages engaged in manufacturing cotton goods from the manufacturer's yarn, only workers of that category was about. To say after this that the number of our industrial workers does not exceed, means to study Russia only by means of statistical exercises of clerks, district police officers and non-commissioned officers. Handicraft trade and agriculture. So far our handicraftsmen are still peasants. But what kind of peasants? From a so-called subsidiary trade, handicraft production has been transformed in many places into the staple item of the peasant's income. This places agriculture in a dependent, subordinate position. It feels all the vacillations of our industry, all the vicissitudes of its development. The same Mr. Prugavin says that the disruption of the peasant economy of the weavers in Vladimir Gubernia is the inevitable consequence of our industrial crises. Once agriculture thus depends on industrial labor, there is no need to be a prophet to foretell the time when the weaver's peasant economy will be ultimately ruined. That ruin coincides with the transition of the domestic system of large-scale production to the factory system. The former handicraftsman will have to give up one of his occupations in order not to be deprived of both. And he will naturally prefer to give up the land which, in the industrial zone of Russia, is far from paying the taxes and dues imposed upon it. Instances of peasants giving up land already occur now. According to Mr. Aisayev, the village of Velikoy, which we mentioned above, ceased long ago to be an agricultural village. Only 2 of the total number, up to, of householders cultivate the soil, while most of the villagers can no longer use a plow or even a scythe. These 10 to 15 householders and peasants in the neighborhood of Velikoy rent the communal land from the people in Velikoy at the rate of a ruble a desyutin of plow land. With such a high rate of land rent, it is easy enough to give up the land altogether, be it noted incidentally. The situation of cattle rearing corresponds entirely to the low level of grain cultivation. There is hardly 1 cow and 1 horse to 3 households. The Velikoy peasant has lost all resemblance to a peasant. But is this process observed only in the village of Velikoy? Voyeno-Statistikeski Spornik noted the fact that the cotton handicraft industry is in many places a subsidiary occupation, but there are places where it is the main and even the only one. Similarly, shoemaking is now the principal means of subsistence of the Khmer peasants and has pushed agriculture into the background. Nobody who studies the Khmer region can fail to notice the number of abandoned strips of land. One is struck by the decay of agriculture, Mr. Prugavin informs us. Like a true Narodnik, he consoles himself with the thought that at present it is not the industry itself that is to blame so much as the unfavorable conditions in which agricultural labor is placed, and that most of the craftsmen have not yet finally abandoned their land. But, first, the report of the Imperial Commission for the Study of the Present Condition of Agriculture, which we have already quoted, shows, contrary to Mr. Prugavin, that precisely the majority of the Khmer peasants have abandoned the land forever. Secondly, all that he says on this subject is a fairly doubtful consolation. No matter who or what causes the fall of agriculture, it is an existing fact, as a result of which many craftsmen will soon be able to free themselves altogether from the power of the land. Of course, this process could still be slowed down now by providing agriculture with better conditions. But here again we face the question, who will provide it with those conditions? The present government? They do not want to. The Revolutionary Party? It cannot yet. And by the time the sun rises you can be waiting in dew. By the time our revolutionaries acquire strength enough to carry out their reform plans, peasant agriculture may be but a memory in many places. The decline of agriculture and the disintegration of the old foundations of the peasant mir are the inevitable consequence of the development of handicraft production, under the actual conditions, of course, not under the possible conditions with which our Manilovs console themselves and which will be a reality we know not when. For example, in Moscow gubernia frequent relations, of the craftsman, with the Moscow trading world have a disrupting influence on the relations of common law. The mir has no say in dividing out family property, which is governed by the elders or the Volost court according to the law. The father shares his property among his children by testament. After the death of the husband, the childless widow is deprived of immovable property, the house, which goes to the relatives on the husband's side, while she receives 1/7 of the inheritance. How the same handicraft industry, when it reaches a certain degree of development, tends to undermine agriculture can be seen from the example of starch and treacle production. A characteristic fact in the industry we are investigating is the extreme unevenness with which plots are distributed between the householders. Thus, in the village of Tsybino, Bronnitsy Uyezd, % of all the land intended for households is in the hands of only factory owners, from among the peasants, each of them having personal allotments, while prosperous peasants have only personal allotments, or per household. It is understandable that the more paying the industry becomes, the more the factory owners will be stimulated to lay their hands on as much land as they can, and it is quite possible that the householders who now cultivate their plots by using hired labor will find it more profitable, when the rent is raised, to give up cultivating their plots and hand them over to the factory owners. Exactly the same thing is encountered in other villages in which starch and treacle production is more or less developed. The handicraftsman and the factory. But that is enough. We are not studying handicraft industry in Russia. All we want is to point out the indisputable facts which show beyond refutation the transitory situation of our national economy. While those who have made the safeguarding of the people's interests the main aim of their life close their eyes to the most significant phenomena, capitalism is going its way. It is ousting independent producers from their shaky positions and creating an army of workers in Russia by the same tested method as it has already practiced in the West. Thus, hand in hand with the expropriation of the self-supporting peasants, with their separation from their means of production, goes the destruction of rural domestic industry, the process of separation between manufacture and agriculture. Still, the manufacturing period, properly so called, does not succeed in carrying out this transformation radically and completely. It will be remembered that manufacture, properly so called, conquers but partially the domain of national production, and always rests on the handicrafts of the town and the domestic industry of the rural districts as its ultimate basis. If it destroys these in one form, in particular branches, at certain points, it calls them up again elsewhere, because it needs them for the preparation of raw material up to a certain point. It produces, therefore, a new class of small villagers who, while following the cultivation of the soil as an accessory calling, find their chief occupation in industrial labor, the products of which they sell to the manufacturers directly, or through the medium of merchants. Modern industry alone, and finally, supplies, in machinery, the lasting basis of capitalistic agriculture, expropriates radically the enormous majority of the agricultural population, and completes the separation between agriculture and rural domestic industry. At present we are going through that very process of the gradual conquest of our national industry by manufacture. And this process of bringing into existence or at least temporarily livening many branches of small handicraft industry gives Mr. VV and his associates the possibility of trying to prove with apparent success that in our country there is no capitalization of handicraft industry. The meager pay for which the handicraftsmen sell their labor somewhat retards the transition to large-scale machine industry. But in this phenomenon as in its indubitable consequences there is not and cannot be anything exceptionalist. The cheapening of labor power, by sheer abuse of the labor of women and children, by sheer robbery of every normal condition requisite for working and living, meets at last with natural obstacles that cannot be overstepped. So also, when based on these methods, due the cheapening of commodities and capitalist exploitation in general. So soon as this point is at last reached, the hour has struck for the introduction of machinery, and for the thenceforth rapid conversion of the scattered domestic industries and also of manufactures into factory industries. We have seen that this hour has struck already for the uyezds of the Shia cotton weaving district. Soon it will strike in other industrial localities too. The giving out of work to be done at home is profitable to the capitalist only as long as industrial labor is a sideline and a subsidiary occupation for the handicraftsman. The income from agriculture allows the laborer to be satisfied with an incredibly low pay. But as soon as this income ceases, as soon as corn growing is finally ousted by industrial labor, the capitalist is obliged to raise the wage to the level of the famous minimum of the worker's requirements. Then it is more profitable for him to exploit the worker in the factory, where the productivity of labor is increased by its very collectiveness. Then comes the era of large-scale machine industry. Cotton spinning and weaving are, as we know, the most advanced branches of modern capitalist industry. That is why the process which has only just set in, or perhaps not yet quite set in other productions, is there almost complete. At the same time, the phenomena observed in more advanced branches of industry may and must be considered prophetic as regards other spheres of industry. What happened there yesterday can happen here today, tomorrow, or in general in a not distant future. Asterisk. Russian capitalism's successes. Mr. Tikhomarov does not acknowledge the successes of Russian capitalism. We ourselves are prepared to say to our bourgeoisie, what thou dost, do quickly. But, fortunately or unfortunately, they do not need to be urged on. Mr. Isaev, in his objections to the Russian State Socialist's book, drew the reader's attention to our manufacturing industry. He was of the opinion that the recent Russian exhibition could provide the best answer to premature rejoicings over the allegedly wretched destiny of capitalism in Russia. The class of fibrous materials is worth developing, he said. It holds out prospects of millions. We have a fair number of factories, even for linen production, which bring 1 million to 1.5 million yearly. And in the cotton goods class the figure of 1 million is a completely negligible one. The Danilov manufacture produces millions worth a year, the Giebner factory millions, the Koretnikov's factory millions, the two Baranov firms millions, the Yaroslavl Manufactory Association millions, the Prokhorov's millions, the Krenholm manufacture up to millions, and so on. The sugar mills also give an enormous production of, and millions worth. Even the tobacco industry has its millionaires. And the figures for, show a large expansion in production, which slowed down during the Russo-Turkish War. These and many other facts led Mr. Isaev to conclude that large private capital production in Russia is growing uninterruptedly. Nor is he alone of this opinion. The last All-Russia exhibition convinced Mr. V. Bezobrozov that in our industry the progress of the last 10 years, since the Petersburg exhibition, is obvious. In comparison with the state of affairs 25 years ago, this progress of our industry, particularly manufactory, is enormous. The industry is unrecognizable in many respects. Besides improvement in the quality of products, we must also note the enormous expansion in all branches of our industry during the last years. This expansion is especially remarkable in the last decade, since the end of the crisis caused by the abolition of serfdom and the Turkish War. To see this, one has only to compare our manufacturers' bills with the reports given by the latest official Ministry of Finance statistics. These are for comparison of the figures for manufactory production in and figures for the latter from bills, shows a tremendous increase in the quantity of products for these 5 years. It has doubled in many big enterprises. A very large number of factories have been established in the last 5 years. Industries for processing fiber, silk, broadcloth, linen, and cotton hold first place. Our cotton industry has been enormously developed. Some of its products can stand comparison with the most up-to-date and beautiful in Europe. These conclusions drawn by scientists are fully confirmed by the correspondent of Vestnik Narodnoy Vali quoted above, who personally observed the enormous successes of large-scale production in our country. Finally, foreigners who have written or who write about Russia say the same thing. They already place some branches of our industry on a level with those of Western Europe. Thus, sugar production, according to Ed de Molinari, is au premier rang de l'industrie de Europe. In Russian refined sugar even appeared on foreign markets, particularly in France. Alongside of such facts, the striving towards and influx of foreign productive capital in our country is a sure sign that capitalism finds there a convenient field of development. We see that foreign capitalists are looking with growing attraction towards Russia and let slip no opportunity of founding new industrial establishments there. What would be the meaning of that tendency if industry there were really developing as sluggishly as it seems to Mr. Tikhomarov? But the fact is that this opinion is defended mainly for the sake of a doctrine for the triumph of which our exceptionalist writers are prepared to ignore a whole series of absolutely categorical facts. Sluggish development is a feature not so much of Russian capitalist production as of those of our revolutionaries whose programs cannot conform to our contemporary reality. And what about capitalist accumulation, money circulation in the country and credit operations? Their successes are in truth enormous. Before we had hardly any private credit establishments, this year the state bank capital reached million rubles and various individuals deposited million rubles at interest, out of which sums only million rubles were expended on the needs of trade, million were issued against bills of exchange and million as subsidies on securities. 13 years have elapsed and the state of affairs has changed beyond recognition. By the capital of all the credit establishments already totaled million rubles and individuals deposited million at interest, percentage, current account, time deposits, etc., i.e., capital increased by percent, current accounts, deposits, etc., by percent, in all, by percent. Consequently, these sums more than trebled. At the same time their distribution also completely changed. In percent only of these sums was issued in subsidies or on bills of exchange, but by percent, that is, almost the whole of the sums, was invested in the bills of exchange or subsidies. Subsidies rose from million by million, or by percent. The growth of the accounting operations, trade operations in the narrow sense, was still greater in the same time. From million the sum of account bills rose to million rubles, i.e., by percent. While the sums invested at interest increased, their mobility was more than doubled. In the investments circulated less than twice, but in times. Credit and the railways hasten the transformation of natural economy into money economy. And money economy, commodity economy, is capitalist economy. Consequently, both credit and the railways hasten the turning of the economic conditions of production under which the producers are the owners of the instruments of production into conditions under which the producers become wage laborers. Asterisk. The facts quoted need no further comment. They show clearly and convincingly that it is high time for us to stop shutting our eyes to reality, at least in respect of the manufacturing industry, and to come to the conviction that this reality has little in common with the naive illusions typical of the Narodnik period of our movement. It is time for us to have the courage to say that in this field not only the immediate future but the present of our country, too, belongs to capitalism. All the conditions of exchange, all the production relations are increasingly shaping in a manner favorable to capitalism. As for markets, we have already said that this question is by no means as insoluble as Mr. VV and his epigoni think. Any country's transition from natural to money economy is necessarily accompanied by an enormous expansion of the home market, and there can be no doubt that in our country this market will go over in its entirety to our bourgeoisie. But there is more to it than that. The capitalist who looks ahead can already foresee the glutting of that market and is in a hurry to secure foreign markets. Some Russian goods will naturally find an outlet even in the West, and others will go to the East in the company of White and other generals whose patriotic mission is to strengthen our influence in Central Asia. It was not a coincidence that the last Congress of our mill and factory owners discussed measures to develop trade relations with the Balkan Peninsula and the conclusion of trade treaties with Asia. Practical steps have already been made in this direction, and there is no reason to expect that they will fail. Relations with the East are not a novelty for Russian businessmen, and though foreign competition has often had an adverse effect on their interests, it would be a mistake to think that the countries which stepped onto the road of capitalist development before others have, or will always be able to maintain, the monopoly of cheaper transport, less expensive production and better quality. France entered upon that road later than England, and yet she has succeeded in winning an honorable place in the international market. The same may be said of Germany compared with France, and so on. In the West there are many countries for which the industrial struggle with the more advanced countries is difficult, just as for Russia, and yet it did not occur to any of the revolutionary writers in those countries to preach exceptionalism after the manner of our Narodniks. It is true that modern productive forces are far ahead of the possibility to extend markets. The international market is nearing the glutting point, and periodic crises tend to merge into one solid chronic crisis. But until all this happens, nothing prevents the appearance on the market of new competitors relying on some physical peculiarity of their country or some historical conditions of their social development, the cheapness of labor power, of raw material, etc. Moreover, it is the appearance of such competitors that will hasten the fall of capitalism in the more developed countries. Naturally, a victory of the working class in England or France would necessarily affect the development of the whole civilized world and would shorten the domination of capitalism in the other countries. But all this is a matter of the future, still more or less remote, and meanwhile our capitalism can become, and we have seen that it is becoming, the exclusive master in Russia. Sufficient for the day is the evil thereof. No matter what the impending socialist revolution in the West holds out for us in the future, the evil of the present day in our country is all the same capitalist production. Asterisk. Note to the addition. Hence it is clear that I have never shared the theory imagined by our Narodniks, which found its way from their works even into Encyclopaedia Britannica, according to which the development of capitalism is impossible in Russia because our country has no markets. My view of this question was expounded elsewhere soon after the publication of our differences as follows. According to the teaching of Mr. V.V., the Narodnik theoretician, the appearance on the world market of new competitors in the form of new countries, must henceforth be considered impossible, for the market has been finally conquered by the more advanced states. Therefore V.V. doubts the future of Russian capitalism. V.V.'s theory is not without a certain cleverness, but, unfortunately, it shows complete ignorance of history. There was a time when England dominated the world market almost exclusively, and her domination postponed the decisive clash of the English proletariat with the bourgeoisie. England's monopoly was broken by the appearance of France and Germany on the world market, and now the monopoly of Western Europe is being undermined by competition from America, Australia, and even India, which will naturally lead to a sharpening of relations between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie in Europe. Hence we see that Mr. V.V.'s theory is not confirmed by the actual course of events. Mr. V.V. thinks that having once become dominant on the world market, the industrially more developed countries absolutely close it to the less developed countries and thus drive the latter onto the road of social reform, which reform must be undertaken by a government supposed to be above class interests, for example the government of His Imperial Majesty the Autocrat of all Russia. But facts show just the opposite. They tell us that the less developed countries do not stand still, but gradually prepare for themselves the road to the world market, and by their competition drive the more developed countries onto the road of social revolution, which will be carried out by the proletariat when it has become aware of its class task, relying on its own strength and having seized political power. I now add that my arguments have been confirmed perfectly by the subsequent development of world economy, and that numerous figures could be quoted in their favor both from English blue books on this subject and from the reports of English consuls. I will also note, on the other hand, that I have never been a supporter of the theory of markets in general or that of crises in particular, a theory which spread like the plague in our legal literature on Marxism in the 90s. According to this theory, whose main propagator was Mr. Baranovsky, overproduction is impossible and crises are explained by the simple disproportion in the distribution of the means of production. This theory is very gladdening for the bourgeoisie, to whom it brings the pleasant conviction that the productive forces of capitalist society will never outgrow the production relations peculiar to capitalism. And it is not surprising that Mr. Werner Sombart, one of the best theoreticians of the modern bourgeoisie, was very gentle towards it in the paper which he read on September, at the Congress of the League of Social Politics in Hamburg. Sie Verhandlungen de Varianz für Sozialpolitik über die Leichter in der Sie Skifferheit beschäftigten Arbeiter und über die Störungen im deutschen Wirtschaftsleben während der Jahr ff. Leipzig, s. The only surprising thing is that Mr. W. Sombart considers the prominent Russian scientist Tikhon Baranovsky as the father of this supposedly new theory. The real father of this by no means new doctrine was Jean-Baptiste Say, in whose course it is given a fairly complete exposition. It is very interesting that in this respect bourgeois economics is returning to the point of view of the vulgar economist whom it avoids naming as if yielding to a commendable feeling of shame. Besides Mr. Tikhon Baranovsky, Mr. Vladimir Ilyin also professed the theory of J.B. Say in Note on the Theory of Markets, Scientific Review, January, and the Development of Capitalism in Russia. In this latter work, Mr. Vladimir Ilyin, by the way, displays considerable eclecticism which shows that the theoretical conscience of a Marxist has not always been silent in him. Chapter 3. Capitalism and Communal Land Tenure. Capitalism in Agriculture. But the principal and only basis of our public economy is agriculture, Mr. V.V. and co. generally say. The development of capitalist economy in this field, the application to the land of private business capital is hindered by the village commune, which has always been an impregnable buttress against capitalism. In our country large-scale agriculture, far from ousting small farming, is increasingly giving way to it. Big landowners and leaseholders are speculating only on a rise in land rent and are leaving agriculture to the peasant. But peasant economy is bound to bring victory for the peasant, not capitalist, forms of economy. Although throughout the whole of this argument error is closely interwoven with truth, the truth it contains is by no means convincing. Agriculture is nearly everywhere the most backward branch of national production, a branch which capitalism began to take over only after establishing itself firmly in industry proper, modern industry alone, and finally, supplies, in machinery, the lasting basis of capitalistic agriculture. That is why it is not logical to conclude that bourgeois relations of production are inexistent or even absolutely impossible in a country on the grounds that they have not yet spread to agriculture. Mr. Tikhomarov thinks, for example, that during the Great Revolution the French bourgeoisie was so strong that it was able to prevent the establishment of self-government by the people and yet right up to the Revolution, the application of private business capital to the land was prevented by numerous survivals of feudal relations, agriculture was in an alarming state of decay, landowners preferred to live in towns and to rent out their lands either to sharecroppers or to bourgeois leaseholders, the latter, like our modem Razovayevs gave not the slightest thought to the correct cultivation of the land but in their turn rented out to the peasants the land they had leased and were concerned only with the most profitable conditions for doing so. Did that prevent the bourgeois from being victorious or capitalism from being triumphant in France? If not, why should it have not only a strong, but, as the Narodniks think, a decisive influence on all production relations in our country? It may be argued there were no longer any communes in France at that time. Very well. But in France, as in the whole of Western Europe, there was the feudal regime and there were at one time guilds which greatly hindered the development of capitalism and cramped production instead of facilitating it. These fetters, however, did not stop the course of social and economic development. The time came when they had to be broken up and they were broken up. What ensures the Russian village commune against the same fate? Mr. Nikolayan, who has a more thorough knowledge of our economy after the reform than all the Russian revolutionary and conservative exceptionalists put together, will not hesitate to acknowledge that the very act, on peasants freed from feudal dependence, was in our country the swan song of the old production process, and that the legislative activity that followed it, and which was aimed in the very opposite direction, had by its results more substantial influence on the entire economic life of the people than the peasant reform. In this author's opinion, the application of capital to the land, the fulfillment of its historic mission, is hindered in our country by the act, which allotted the instruments of labor to the producers. But capitalist economy is promoted by the whole of the state's post-reform economic activity. The capitalist tendency, however, is apparently prevailing. All data point to an increase in the number of producers expropriated, the decrease in the producer's share of the product and the increase in the capitalist's going on before our eyes compel an increasing number of the former to abandon the land, not to dress it. Thus a very curious thing is going on in the village commune itself. The mayor is beginning to allot the poorest land to unenterprising peasants, they want to cultivate it anyhow, and the periods between the redistributions of the land belonging to the enterprising householders are continuing to be extended, so that we are in presence of the transformation of communal exploitation to individual. Mr. Tikhomarov completely ignores the conclusions of Mr. Nikolayan's remarkable study and expressly maintains that in our country the peasants still own desyateens of land. He forgets that the substance of the question is not the legal standards but the economic facts. These facts show that in very many places the village commune has been so distorted by unfavorable influences that from a means of protecting the producers against capitalist exploitation it is already becoming a powerful instrument of the latter. So as not to speak without proof, let us once more take the people as they are and examine the contemporary Russian situation from that point of view. But first of all a few general remarks on the history of primitive agrarian communism. The village commune. Listening to our Narodniks one could really think that the Russian village commune is an exceptionally enduring organization. Neither the internecine struggles during the period of the independent principalities, the Mongol yoke, the bloody period of Ivan the Terrible, nor the years of unrest during the interregnum, nor the reforms of Peter and Catherine which introduced into Russia the principles of West European culture, nothing shook or changed the cherished institution of peasant life, says one of the most easily excitable Narodniks, Mr. K.N., in a book on the forms of land tenure among the Russian people. The serfdom could not obliterate it, its abolition could not be brought about by the peasants leaving voluntarily for new lands or by forcible expulsions, etc., etc. In a word, the ages went by, all strived to be happy, in the world all repeatedly changed, but the Russian village commune remained unchanged and unchangeable. Unfortunately, this glorification, despite all its indisputable eloquence, proves nothing at all. The village communes display indubitable vitality as long as they do not emerge from the conditions of natural economy. The simplicity of the organization for production in these self-sufficing communities that constantly reproduce themselves in the same form, and when accidentally destroyed, spring up again on the spot and with the same name. This simplicity supplies the key to the secret of the unchangeableness of Asiatic societies, an unchanged changeableness in such striking contrast with the constant dissolution and refounding of Asiatic states, and the never-ceasing changes of dynasty. The structure of the economical elements of society remains untouched by the storm clouds of the political sky. But that same basic element of the barbarian societies which stands firm against the storms of political revolutions turns out to be powerless and defenseless against the logic of economic evolution. The development of money economy and commodity production little by little undermines communal land tenure. Added to this there is the destructive influence of the state which is compelled by the very force of circumstances to support the principle of individualism. It is set on this road by the pressure of the higher estates, whose interests are hostile to the communal principle, as well as by its own ever-growing needs. The development of money economy, which in its turn is a consequence of the development of the productive forces i.e., of the growth of the social wealth, brings into being new social functions, the maintenance of which would be unthinkable by means of the former system of taxes levied in kind. The need for money compels the government to support all the measures and principles of social economy which increase the flow of money into the country and quicken the pulse of social and economic life. But these abstract principles of social economy do not exist of themselves, they are only the general expression of the real interests of a certain class, namely that of trade and industry. Having emerged partly from the former members of the village commune and partly from other estates, this class is essentially interested in mobilizing immovable property and its owners, since the latter are labor power. The principle of communal land tenure is an obstacle to both of these aims. That is why it first arouses aversion, and then more or less resolute attacks on the part of the rising bourgeoisie. But neither do these blows destroy the village commune at once. Its downfall is prepared by degrees. For a long time the outward relations of the members of the commune apparently remain completely unchanged, whereas its inner character undergoes serious metamorphoses which result in its final disintegration. This process is sometimes a very lengthy one, but once it reaches a certain degree of intensity it cannot be stopped by any seizures of power by any secret society. The only serious rebuff to a victorious individualism can be given by those social forces which are called to being by the very process of the disintegration of the village commune. Its members, who were once equal as far as property, rights, and obligations went, are divided, thanks to the process referred to, into two sections. Some are attracted towards the urban bourgeoisie and try to merge with it in a single class of exploiters. All the land of the village commune is little by little concentrated in the hands of this privileged class. Others are partly expelled from the commune and, being deprived of land, take their labor power to market, while others again form a new category of commune pariahs whose exploitation is facilitated, among other things, by the conveniences afforded by the commune organization. Only where historical circumstances elaborate a new economic basis for the reorganization of society in the interests of this lower class, only when this class begins to adopt a conscious attitude to the basic causes of its enslavement and to the essential conditions of its emancipation, only there and only then can one expect a new social revolution without falling into money-lovism. This new process also takes place gradually, but once it has started it will go on to its logical end in just the same way with the relentlessness of astronomic phenomena. In that case the social revolution does not rely on possible success of conspirators but on the certain and insuperable course of social evolution. Mudito nominita te fabula narrator, we may say addressing the Russian village commune. It is precisely the recentness of the development of money economy in Russia that explains the stability which our village commune has shown until recently and which still continues to move poor thinkers. Until the abolition of the serfdom nearly all the communal and to a great extent the state economy of Russia was a natural economy, highly favorable to the maintenance of the village commune. That is why the commune could not be destroyed by the political events at the time of the Principality and Veche system and the Moscow centralization, of Peter's reforms and the drumbeat enlightenment of the Petersburg autocrats. No matter how grievous the effect of these events was on the national welfare, there is no doubt that in the final account they themselves were not forerunners of radical upheavals in the public economy, but only the consequence of the mutual relations existing between individual village communes. The Moscow despotism was based on the very ancient foundations of the life of the people that our narodniks are so enthusiastic over. However, both the reactionary Baron von Haxthausen and the revolutionary agitator Bakunin understood this clearly. Were Russia isolated from the economic and political influences of West European life, it would be difficult to foresee when history would undermine at last the economic foundation of the Russian political setup. But the influence of international relations accelerated the natural, though slow, process of development of money economy of commodity production. The reform of February was a necessary concession to the new economic trend and in turn it gave it new strength. The village commune did not, and indeed could not, adapt itself to the new conditions. Its organism was overstrained, and one must be blind not to notice the signs of its disintegration now. Those are the facts. Disintegration of our village commune. The process of disintegration of our village commune affects even its outward appearance. I stood for a long time on the edge of a graveyard looking at the outward appearance of villages, lying below at the foot of a hill, says Mr. Zlatovraski. What variety! On one side, a group of houses, apparently decrepit, having 2 windows and thatched roofs. On the other side new houses with 3 windows each, roofs of planks and separated by a broad passage, between them I could see green iron roofs with weather vanes on the chimneys. And then a third group, long and winding like a worm, where, side by side with the mansion of a well-to-do kulak, there was a structure something between a cabin and a hovel, hardly rising above the ground. Corresponding to this outwardly very picturesque variety we have a variety of figures expressing the budgets of different households. Mr. Zlatovraski says that the village commune which he selected for study displayed, in spite of its small size, fairly extreme degrees of economic inequality, from those sitting on a money bag and munching nuts for days on end to the widow of a hussar, living in misery with a whole crowd of children, and this village was very clearly divided into the sunny side and the cold side. And yet this commune was an example of the average new village of the type to which the Russian villages in general tend, while some have managed to go much farther in the same direction, i.e., in the direction of disorganizing the foundations of the old village as the representative of the principle of labor and economic equality. Mr. Zlatovraski knows that such villages still exist and that there are still many of them in which you can feel and see the strong, unshakable foundations of the old community life. But there used to be more of these villages than there are now. Now, indeed, what the author of Everyday Life calls the atmosphere of village duplicity and double-facedness, which is the inevitable consequence of the splitting of the village commune into diverse sections with completely irreconcilable interests, is becoming more and more rooted in the countryside. On the one side you see the kind-hearted enterprising peasant who has no more than a 1-person allotment and yet manages to cultivate 3, 4, or even 5 allotments belonging to his associates who are unable to cope with them, and on the other side you see before you those very weak householders, the obscure, the poor, etc., who either work themselves as wage laborers for their leaseholders or close up their houses altogether and go away, God knows where, and never return to their native village commune. And there are quite a lot of these poor people. No of Novoye Vremya, of April this year, gave the following very significant report. Here is a fact the authenticity of which is borne out officially. Out of the households in the village communes in Russia, not counting the Vistula and Baltic regions, there are which have not a single horse. This means that 1 out of every 4 peasant households has no horse. But a peasant who has no horse cannot farm on his own account. This means that 1/4 of the rural population of Russia should not be included in the number of agriculturists running their own economy. But the peasant who cannot run his economy independently is a candidate to the title of proletarian, a candidate who must be confirmed in that title in the very near future. Though he avoids for the present being exploited by the big capitalist employer, this peasant is already completely dependent on the small usurer's capital of the village kulaks or even of the mere clever masters. How the clever enterprising peasants treat their impoverished commune associates is seen from the already quoted Mr. Zlatovraski's book. But do those shut-up houses belong to the airy people? The author asks his interlocutors. Airy, that's what they are. The interlocutor says with a smile, for they fly, like birds. For a time they sit tight, try to settle down and make ends meet on their desutine, and then up they get and fly away. They ask their neighbors to lease their plot so that their passports will not be delayed, they invoke the name of God, stand a treat of vodka, undertake to send money in addition, and all they ask for is that the neighbors should do them the favor of taking the land. And, of course, the neighbors do that suits us, the enterprising peasants. What happens is that if these people come back and want to have their land again, they have nothing to cultivate it with. They hire themselves out to the leaseholder as wage laborers of their own land. Each gets what the Lord sends him. Do you like the commune of such enterprising peasants, reader? If so, your taste hardly resembles that of the airy people, who invoke the name of God to be freed from the land. And note that these people are quite right in their way. The difference between their sympathies and yours is determined by the very simple circumstance that the commune which you like in no way resembles the one which the Erie people have to deal with. In your imagination you picture the ideal village commune which may appear after the revolution in the Narodnik or Narodovoltsy fashion. But the Erie people have to do with the real village commune in which their irreconcilable antagonist, the enterprising, clever peasant has already asserted himself and self-complacently repeats, "In our commune the poor will not hold out, there is no air for them, and if it were not for them, would we be able to live? Were it not for these Erie people, our life would be very cramped." But now, if you release the Erie people sufficiently from the mere, you will be more at ease. The mere which releases the poor from itself is the mere of kulaks and exploiters. Having nothing to breathe, the Erie people flee it as they would a prison. But the clever peasant does not always give the poor their freedom gratis. Joining in a single allotment for which belong to his ruined villagers, he even demands money in addition from them. Hence we get amazing contracts like the following, consigned to history by Mr. Orlov, in the year, on November, I, the undersigned, of Moscow Gubernia, Velokolomskoye Yezd, village of Kervina, hereby declare to my peasant commune of the village of Kervina that I, Grigoriev, give my land, and allotment for 3 persons, for the use of the commune, in return for which, I, Grigoriev, undertake to pay rubles a year and the said sum to be sent every year by the 1st of April, not counting the passports, for which I must pay separately, and also for their dispatch, which undertaking I pledge with my signature. If we compare the payments exacted on peasants' allotments with the rent for them, it is obvious that this was not the only such case. It has been concluded that the average size of the payments effected on peasants' plots in 12 uyezds of Moscow Gubernia was rubles kopecks, while the average rent for a one-person plot was no higher than rubles kopecks. Thus the average additional payment made by the owner for a plot which he hired out amounted to rubles kopecks. Of course one comes across cases in which the plot is rented at a price compensating for the payment exacted upon it, says Mr. Orlov, but such cases are extremely rare and can therefore be considered as exceptions, while the general rule is that there is a bigger or smaller additional payment besides the rent of the plot. It is now understandable why the peasants, as they themselves put it, are not envious of commune land. Anybody familiar with the famous studies made by Mr. Jensen on peasants' plots and payments knows that the disparity noted by Mr. Orlov between the profitableness of allotments and the total payments exacted on them exists throughout the greater part of Russia. This disparity often reaches really terrifying proportions. In Novgorod Gubernia payments on a desyatine of land for isolated groups of payers amount to the following percentage of the normal income from the land. On lands of state peasants. Percent on lands of peasant proprietors, of former uppunnage peasants. Percent of former landlords peasants. Percent of temporarily bound peasants percent. But under unfavorable conditions, i.e., when the peasant proprietors had to effect extra payments, when the temporarily bound peasants had only small plots and their general dues were high, these payments reached. For peasants having bought their liberty up to percent for temporarily bound peasants up to percent asterisk report of the Imperial Commission for the Study of the Present Condition of Agriculture, etc., section p. In general, comparing the data collected in volume XXII of the works of the Taxation Commission with the figures given in the report of the Agricultural Commission, Mr. Nikolayan found that the state-independent peasants in Gubernias, therefore not counting the western gubernias, of the European part of Russia pay percent of the net income from the land they have, i.e., for all their needs they have percent of the income from the land left. But the payments demanded from former landlords peasants amount to percent of the net income from the land, i.e., these peasants are obliged not only to surrender the whole of their income from the land, but to pay as much again out of their outside earnings. Hence it follows that the poor peasants released by the Mir must in the majority of cases pay a certain sum every year for the right to give up their plot and be free to move around. This indisputable conclusion is confirmed by facts in every case in which the peasants' economic relations have been studied with any attention. For example, in the sandy region of Yuryevo Yezd, Vladimir Gubernia, as Mr. V. S. Prugavin says, the paltry, ungrateful plot of soil is a burden for the economy, the land is a stepmother for the peasant. Here, far from the plot compensating for the payments imposed upon it, the one who rents out the land has moreover to pay out rubles on each plot, since the average rent for a cheap plot in this region is rubles a year per person. Asterisk weighed down by the burden of taxation, ruined by stepmother earth, the rural poor fall into the most desperate position. On the one hand, lack of resources prevents them from cultivating the land that they have, and on the other hand, the legislation in force forbids them to renounce ownership of the land, although it brings them nothing but loss. What does such a state of affairs lead to? The answer is quite clear. As Mr. Erlove says, those householders who have given up their land detach themselves into a special group and are so to speak rejected and banned from the commune. The latter divides into two parts, each of which enters into hostile relations towards the other. Enterprising peasants consider those who have given it up as a heavy burden, having in the majority of cases to answer for them under the collective responsibility, and there is generally nothing they can get out of them. Those, on the other hand, who have given up their land, being finally ruined and having ceased corn growing, are compelled to go elsewhere with their families in order to earn. At the same time, although they do not make use of their plots, they have to pay all the taxes levied on them, for otherwise the Mir does not give them their passports and, besides, scourges them at the Velost administration offices for failing to pay. Obviously, in the eyes of those who have given up the land, the Mir is a burden, a scourge, a hindrance. It is easy to understand that the link between these two sections of the village commune is purely exterior, artificial and fiscal. With the dissolution of this link, the final disintegration of the groups mentioned must inevitably take place. The village commune will consist only of com growers, while those who have given up their land, having no means of starting to farm again and gradually losing the habit of agricultural work, will finally be transformed into landless people, which is what they are now in actual fact. Members begin to revolt against this form of land tenure, which for them has become a scourge and a hindrance. At the end of the last century, the poorest peasants in France often demanded the sharing out of the communal lands, either because, not having any cattle, they made no use of them, or because they hoped to set up their own independent farm, but in that case they had against them the farmers and the independent owners generally, who sent their cattle to graze on these lands. It is true that the contrary sometimes took place, i.e., the poor wanted to keep their communal pastures and the rich seized them for their own exclusive use, but in any case there is no doubt that the rural commune was an arena of fierce struggle between material interests. Antagonism replaced the original solidarity. The same antagonism is to be noticed now, as we saw, in the villages of Russia, the desire of the poor to withdraw from the village commune being manifest at earlier stages of its disintegration. For instance, the plowlands in Moscow gubernia have not yet gone over to private ownership, but the oppression of state taxes is already making the poor section of the peasantry hostile to the village commune. In those communes where conditions are unfavorable to conduct agricultural economy, the middle peasants are for the maintenance of communal tenure, but the peasants of the extreme sections, i.e., the most and the least prosperous, incline towards the replacement of the communal system by a family and inheritance system. The kulaks and those who have given up the land strive equally to break off their link with the village commune. How widespread is this striving? We already know that it is manifest where conditions are unfavorable for all households to conduct agricultural economy, and where some of the households gradually become poor and weak and then lose their agricultural economy altogether, cease to engage in corn growing, turn exclusively to outside employments and thus break off their immediate ties with the commune lands. Wherever such a state of affairs is observed, the striving of the poor to break away from the village commune is so natural that it is an already existing fact or a matter of the very near future. Wherever the cause is to hand, the effect will not be long in becoming visible. We also know that in the majority of our village communes conditions, far from being favorable, are simply impossible. Our economy, both as a state and as a specifically popular economy, now rests on a most unreliable foundation. To destroy that foundation there is no need of either miracles or unexpected events, the strictest logic of things, the most natural exercise of the functions of our modern social and economic organism are leading us to it. The foundation is being destroyed simply by the weight and disproportion of the parts of the structure we have built on it. How quickly the economy of the poorest section of the commune loses its balance can be seen partly from the figures given above on the numbers of households which have no horses, and partly and more clearly from the following significant facts. In Podolsk uyezd, according to the census, personal allotments out of i.e., percent, were not cultivated, expressed in desyatines. This means that out of desyatines of peasants' plowland, were abandoned. Exact data about the number of plots not cultivated in were collected only for 3 volosts, the finding being percent of plowland abandoned. Not having any reason to consider those volosts as exceptions and, therefore, presuming that abandonment reigned to the same degree * in the rest of the uyezd, we find that the area of uncultivated land rose from desyatines to i.e., 4 to 5-fold. And that in years. This approximate determination of the area of abandoned plowland is corroborated by reports on the number of householders who did not cultivate their plots. And indeed, whereas in the number was percent of those who received plots, it increased to percent by. That is the mean figure for the whole of the uyezd. In some places the increase in the number of householders who did not engage in agriculture was much more rapid. In Plekanov Volos the figure rose from percent into percent in. But even that is not the extreme. In 11 villages taken by the investigators as examples, we find that in the time lapse indicated cattle rearing dropped percent and the area of abandoned land increased from 2%, that is, more than half the population was obliged to seek earnings outside agriculture. In localities which had the most favorable conditions in that uyezd, in the villages where, as the investigators say, agriculture was flourishing, the percentage of those who had given up the land more than doubled all the same, increasing from percent into percent in. Thus this relative flourishing only delays the peasants' break with the land but by no means does away with it. The general trend fatal to the peasants of our national economy remains unchanged. But perhaps this uyezd is an exception to the general rule? Hardly. Other uyezds in Moscow gubernia just as in others in the European part of Russia are in a similar condition. In Serpukhov uyezd the number of householders not engaged in corn growing attains percent, in Voronezh uyezd, percent. In Gzhatsk uyezd, Smolensk gubernia, there are villages in which as much as half or even 3/4 of the land has been abandoned. Peasant land cultivation on the whole in the uyezd has decreased by 1/4. Not multiplying figures and quotations, we can without fear apply to at least half of Russia what Mr. Orlov said about Moscow gubernia. Sharp contrasts appear in the property situation of the peasant population. An enormous percentage of the peasants are gradually losing all possibility of engaging in agriculture on their own account and are being changed into a landless and homeless class, while a negligible percentage of the peasants are increasing their wealth in property year by year. This means that at least half of the village communes in Russia are a burden for their members. The Narodniks themselves are well aware of the irrefutability of this conclusion. In the pamphlet Socialism and the Political Struggle we have already quoted Mr. Enzi, in whose opinion the ill-fated village commune is being discredited in the eyes of the people. Mr. Zlatovratsky too says somewhere that now the village commune is dear only to old men in the country and intellectuals in the towns. Finally, Mr. VV himself admits that the commune is falling to pieces as a voluntary association and there remains only the society in the administrative sense of the word, a group of persons forcibly bound together by collective responsibility, i.e., each one's responsibility for the limitations of the powers of all the payers and the inability of the fiscal organs to understand this limitation. All the benefits that the village commune once provided have disappeared, and there remain only the disadvantages connected with the membership of the com. Asterisk, the so-called unshakable foundation of the life of the people is being shattered daily and hourly by the pressure of the state. Capitalism would perhaps not need to enter into active combat with this invincible armada which, even without that, will be wrecked on the reefs of land hunger and the burden of taxation. But the Narodniks say bah to the present, really existing village commune and do not cease to sing dithyrambs to the abstract commune, the commune and und für sich, the commune which would be possible under certain favorable conditions. They maintain that the village commune is being destroyed owing to external circumstances which do not depend upon it, that its disintegration is not spontaneous and will cease with the removal of the present state oppression. It is to this side of then argument that we must now devote our attention. Our Narodniks are really amazingly mild in the majority of cases. They willingly lay the care of delivering the village commune from its modern captivity in Egypt on the very government whose efforts have reduced very nearly the whole of Russia to poverty. Shunning politics as being a bourgeois pastime, scorning all constitutional aspirations as being incompatible with the good of the people, our legal advocates of the village commune try to persuade the government that it is in its own interests to support the ill-famed foundations. It goes without saying that their voice remains the voice of one crying in the wilderness. Vaska the cat listens, eats, and now and then brings down his paw on the newspapers and journals which bore him really too much with their explanation of his correctly understood interests. The indisputable moral of the famous fable is an axiom in social and political life too. The question of freeing peasant economy from the conditions which are unfavorable to it is thus reduced to that of Russia's deliverance from the oppression of absolutism. We, for our part, think that the political emancipation of our native country will become possible only as a result of the redistribution of the national forces which without doubt will be caused, and is already being caused, by the disintegration of a certain section of our village communes. But we shall speak of that later. Now we shall make a concession to the Narodniks and forget about the really existing village commune to speak of the possible one. The Narodniks' ideal village commune. All our previous arguments were based on the assumption that the Russian village commune will still for a long time be weighed down by unbearable taxation and land hunger. Let us now examine the matter from another aspect. Let us admit that thanks to some circumstances or others the village commune will manage to get rid of that burden. The question is, will the disintegration of the commune which has already set in then stop? And will not the commune then rush to communist ideals with the speed and impetuosity of Gogol's Troika? At present the total of the payments exacted on the peasant allotments is, in the majority of cases, higher than the income from those allotments. Hence the quite natural desire of a certain section of the peasantry to detach themselves from land which only brings a negative rent. Let us now imagine the opposite case. Let us picture that there has been a serious reform in our taxation system and that the payments exacted on the peasant allotments have become considerably less than the income. This general case which we assume exists even now in the form of isolated exceptions. Even now there are village communes in which the land is not a burden for the peasant, communes in which, on the contrary, it brings him a definite, though not large, income. The tendencies observed in such communes ought to show us what the fate of the ancient form of our peasant land tenure should be in the event of all village communes being placed in such comparatively favorable conditions. Let us see what hopes, what expectations the examples of these privileged communes can awake in us. In the collection of statistical reports on Moscow gubernia we find the following highly important indication. General reallotments of village commune fields take place all the oftener according as the payments exacted on the commune lands are higher, and as these payments are more out of proportion to the income from the land. If the sum of the payments is not higher than the income from the commune land, reallotments take place only after long intervals of from 2 or more years. If, on the contrary, the sum of the payments exceeds the income from the land, the intervals between reallotments are shorter, the reallotments being repeated all the more frequently according as the proportion between payments and the income from the land is greater, other conditions being equal. The same thing was noted by Mr. Plekanov in Ryazan gubernia. It is easy to understand what this means. It shows us that a lowering of the payments exacted on the peasant's land would arouse a tendency to lengthen the intervals between reallotments. To be more exact, however, we should say that a lowering of the payments would only increase that tendency, since it already exists even at present. A comparison of the mean figures expressing the periods between general reallotments in single uyezds and the figures expressing the frequency of reallotments reveals a tendency to lengthen the periods between reallotments, and therefore to lower the number of reallotments, i.e., to lengthen the duration of tenure. The same tendency is pointed out in the report of the Agricultural Commission in regard to other gubernias in European Russia. Many of our narodniks have great sympathy for that tendency. They think it will provide the possibility of removing or extenuating certain inconveniences in agriculture which are inseparable from radical reallotments of commune lands. This is correct, but the misfortune is that the inconvenient consequences of the commune principle will in this case be removed only by means leading to the undermining of that principle itself, and which very much resemble curing a headache by cutting the head off. The lengthening of the period of the allotment is one of the signs of the imminent disintegration of the village commune. In every place where this form of land tenure has disappeared under the influence of growing individualism, its disappearance has taken place by a fairly long process of adaptation of the village commune to the rising needs for individual immovable property. Here, as everywhere, factual relations have anticipated juridical relations. Land which was the property of the whole commune remained longer and longer in the possession of a certain family which cultivated it until, in the end, the lengthening of the period of allotment prepared the ground for the complete abolition of the antiquated juridical standards. The cause of this is easy to understand and is easily revealed by any at all attentive study of the process by which immovable property becomes individual property. The village commune is no more than one of the stages in the decline of primitive communism. Collective ownership of the land could not but arise in societies which did not know any other form of ownership. The historian and ethnographer, Mr. Kovalevsky rightly says, will seek the oldest forms of common ownership not among the tribes that had already become settled, but among the nomads who hunted and fished, and he will see in communal land tenure of the former no more than the transposition to immovable property of all the juridical ideas and institutions which arose under the pressure of necessity among individual tribes when the only means of subsistence were hunting and fishing. Thus the juridical ideas and institutions connected with movable property had a decisive influence on the character of immovable property. Far from weakening, this influence even grew still more when movable property assumed an individual character. But on the other hand, it now took the opposite direction. Formerly movable property tended to give a collective character to immovable property, because it belonged not to individuals but to the whole tribe. Now, on the contrary, it undermines communal immovable property because it does not belong to the whole village commune but to individuals. And this indubitable influence of movable property on immovable was shown with particular force where, as in agriculture, the very essence of the economic undertaking demands simultaneous utilization of articles of both private and collective property. The corn grower needs first land available for his use only for a certain time, and second, fertilizers, seeds, draft animals and instruments of labor, which are his private property. It is in this point of contact of the two kinds of property that the disintegrating influence of individualism attains its peak and victory falls all the sooner on its side according as the objects of movable, private, property acquire greater influence in agriculture, i.e., as the given category of communal lands requires more labor, fertilizers, and care. That is why kitchen gardens and lands attached to the house, being the object of more assiduous cultivation, become hereditary property of the household earlier than other lands, whereas common pastures and waste lands, which require only to be fenced in for the safety of the cattle grazing on them, remain communal property longer than other lands. Between these two extremes come the other communal lands in ascending or descending order of the complication of their cultivation. Thus the lengthening of the period of the allotment is the natural consequence of the increasing diligence with which the lands are cultivated. The following examples will explain this. In the Zayazyuri village commune, Novgorod gubernia, all the plough land is divided into two types, steady lands and plough land. The former pass from one householder to another only at radical reallotments, which take place only at inspections. The second type of fields, plough land, are divided among the householders every year before the autumn. This difference is determined by the fact that steady fields are usually dunged and the peasants are satisfied with relatively long intervals from one reallotment to the next, because, as they themselves say, one must get some profit out of the land, or else why the devil should I work well on my strip if tomorrow I have to hand it over to somebody else? More careful cultivation leads to more prolonged ownership, and this in turn is naturally extended to other types of communal lands which for some reason are considered by the peasants to be of particular value, although their cultivation requires no particular expense. In the same Zayazyuri commune, the communal hayfields are divided just like the plough lands into several categories. Those of the first category, large water meadows along the river Kirinka, are included only in the radical reallotment. The same phenomenon, only more pronounced, is to be found in the Turkhovo commune, Tula gubernia. Those householders in this commune who fertilize their strips hold onto them and bring themselves to yield them to another householder only in exceptional circumstances. In Mikhailov uyezd, Ryazan gubernia, the peasants do not divide the dunged fields. In Mtsensk uyezd, Orel gubernia, at the reallotment one strip of land is left undivided so that each can fertilize it. These strips are called dung strips. Each peasant has 5 sigin of such dung strip, which is never reallotted. In Kermish uyezd, Simbursk gubernia, in recent years this was written in the early 70s, allotments of land are made for longer periods, as a result of which agriculture is improving and it is becoming a general custom to dung the fields. The connection between the lengthening of allotment periods and improved cultivation of the fields is obvious from the examples quoted. There is no longer any doubt that householders are very unwilling to part with land whose cultivation has demanded any particular expense. This tendency to hold for as long as possible strips once received in allotment would naturally become much weaker if all the members of the commune had the material possibility to fertilize their fields to the same extent. If all or at least a considerable majority of the households could grow corn with the same efficiency, there would not be any great difference between the strips, and general reallotments of fields would not be burdensome to anybody, said Moscow gubernia peasants to Mr. Orlov. But such equality is of itself very unstable in a village commune, in which economy is run by single households on the commune land, and each individual member cultivates at his own risk and peril the strip of land allotted to him. The number of animals, the quality of agricultural implements and the labor power of the family are variable magnitudes which considerably diversify the income of individual households. The development of industry around or inside the village commune opens up new means of earning and at the same time new sources of inequality. One household has no means at all of earning outside, while another earns a considerable part of its income in this way. One householder engaging in cottage industry becomes a small master and exploiter of the members of his own commune, while the fate of another is to fall into the numerous category of exploited. All this, of course, affects the economic capacity of the various households. And finally, not all households bear the burden of state taxation with equal ease. In this way the village commune is divided into the sunny side and the cold side, into a section of rich, enterprising peasants and section of poor ones, who little by little become airy people. Then reallotments become extremely unprofitable for prosperous peasants. These are forced to work not for themselves, but for their weaker and less prosperous neighbors. It goes without saying that the well-to-do peasants try to avoid this necessity unpleasant for them. They begin to adopt a very unfavorable attitude to reallotments. We can therefore say that the inequality which necessarily arises in the village commune, also necessarily leads, at a more or less early period of the commune's existence, to a lengthening of the period of allotment. But the matter does not end there. With the lengthening of the periods between the real allotments, the inequality among the members of the commune, far from disappearing, is intensified still more. Householders who have the means of cultivating their allotments better now no longer fear that tomorrow their land will pass into somebody else's hands. They cultivate it with great industry and do not stop at expense to improve it. Their troubles are naturally rewarded with better harvests. The well-cultivated strip of the prosperous householder brings in a greater income than the hardly plowed allotments of the village poor. As a result, there is a repetition in the commune of the old and yet ever new story. Told in the parable of the talents, the prosperous householder becomes still more prosperous, the poor one still poorer. The well-to-do householders form among themselves a defensive and offensive alliance against the poor, who still have a voice in deciding commune business and may still demand real allotments. Desiring at all costs to maintain their hold on the well-cultivated strips of commune land, and being hesitant or unable to establish household possession by heredity, the well-to-do peasants resort to the following clever measure. They separate their lands into a special plot, from which allotments are made only to prosperous householders. The commune lands are divided into two unequal parts. One, comprising the better soil, is all allotted to the prosperous growers and is cultivated by them. The other, which comprises the poorer soil, is allotted to the unenterprising households and lies waste. The poor are thus deprived of any hope of ever having at their disposal the well-cultivated land of their fortunate neighbors. The character of the commune changes radically. From a buttress and bulwark for the poorer members it becomes the cause of their final ruin. The lengthening of the periods between real allotments, which appeared as a result of inequality among the commune members, leads only to an accentuation of the inequality and the final undermining of the village commune. In their efforts to achieve the fulfillment of their demands, our reformers presume that they are working for the consolidation of the traditional foundations which have withstood, etc., etc., which, being translated from Narodnik into human language, means for the maintenance of communal land tenure. But life has some very unpleasant surprises in store for them. The increase in the allotments and the reduction of taxes result in the peasants valuing the land, and where they value it they do not like real allotments and therefore endeavor to lengthen the periods between them, but where periods between real allotments are lengthened inequality among the members of the commune grows, and the peasants are gradually prepared by the very logic of things for hereditary household ownership. Briefly, the measure recommended as a means of maintaining the village commune only increases the instability of its equilibrium which already amazes the impartial observer. This measure will be a real gift of the Greeks for the commune. It must be conceded that only with the help of a very ardent imagination and a pretty big dose of ignorance can one base any plans of reform on the shaky foundations of a form of life which is in such a hopeless and contradictory condition. The contradictions typical of the social form in question inevitably and fatally affect the way of thinking and the conduct of its supporters. Our legal narodniks, who are so prolific of all kinds of recipes for supporting and consolidating the traditional foundations of the Russian people's life, do not notice that they are all, in fact, coming more and more to voice the interests of the section of the peasants representing the principle of individualism and kulak enrichment. Talk about popular credits and tender emotion at the so-called commune leases out of landlords' estates can serve as new examples of a short-sighted attitude to the interests of the village commune. In essence, neither the communal leases nor the petty credit on land by any means consolidate the foundations which are so dear to our narodniks, they even directly undermine the commune principle. We shall come back to this question, but first of all we consider it necessary to finish dealing with other causes of the disintegration of the village commune upon which we have already touched. We already know that the peasants favor the lengthening of the periods between real allotments of the communal lands for the sake of their better cultivation. They do not want to work well on a strip which may soon go over to somebody else. Good cultivation of the land presupposes the expenditure not only of the worker's living labor but also of the inanimate products of his past work, of those means of production which in bourgeois economy bear the name of capital. These expenditures of capital are paid back over a more or less long period of time. Some are refunded to the owner completely in as little as 1 or a few years in the form of increased income from the land, others, on the contrary, require a considerable time to circulate. The first are called circulating capital expenditures, the second, constant capital expenditures. It goes without saying that the more constant capital expenditures in peasant agriculture increase, the more the rich and well-to-do householders will intensify their striving to hold on to their allotments as long as possible. The manuring of the soil is not so great an expenditure, and yet we see that it is in itself enough to make a certain section of our peasantry hostile to real allotments. It is bad because I have 3 cows, whereas he has 1 cock, the peasants of Sengilovskoye Volast, Yuryevo say, commenting on real allotment. What, then, will the situation be when more rational management, intensive cultivation, and many field system are introduced? There can be no doubt that communal land tenure is a serious obstacle to their consolidation. This form of land tenure is already leading to abnormal phenomena such as refusal to Prugavin, the village commune, pp. Fertilize plowlands. In Kalyuga gubernia some peasants take all the dung out to the hemp clothes and fertilize their fields very little for fear that when there is a real allotment the strip may go to another master. In Moscow gubernia the dunging of plow fields is stopped 3 years before real allotment. In Kinchma uyezd, Kostroma gubernia, there are instances of well-to-do peasants selling the dung they have accumulated because they cannot bring themselves to use it for the fields for the reasons already mentioned. In Tula gubernia the fields belonging to peasants who have not yet bought themselves free and are still obliged to pay quit rent become exhausted year by year through not being fertilized, because for the last 10 years dung has not been taken to the fields but has been kept in reserve until the real allotment of the land. Finally in Sazran uyezd, Simbursk gubernia, it is obvious from many reports on rent prices that the lease rent under communal land tenure, when whole allotments are leased out, is on the average only half that of land which is private property, owned by a household hereditarily. There can be no doubt about this fact, which can be easily authenticated from books, transactions, and contracts in the Volast administrative offices. The explanation for this is that the mere cultivation of the land, because of the negligible allotments falling to each householder, is a great inconvenience. This is a fact which is fully acknowledged by the better off and developed section of the peasant population, and it in turn gave rise to 2 things which must be recognized as the most characteristic in the definition of the present condition of peasant land ownership. Firstly, in some villages, Kravkovo, Golovino, parts of Fedrino and Zagorino, the communes have decided to divide the communal land into household allotments. Secondly, in a large number of villages, individual householders redeem their allotments and demand that they be detached from the communal lands. Similar cases are encountered in the villages of Repivka, Samykino, Okulovka and many others. They would be far more frequent if there were more order in the peasant administration, but now, a certain obscureness in the law, which is also aggravated by defects in the peasant administration, willy-nilly holds up redemption cases. The Turkhovo village commune, Tula gubernia, where it is not allowed either to fence in one's field or to change the system of field crop cultivation, or in the Pogoriki commune, Kostroma gubernia, where a 3-field system, obligatory for all, is in vigor. Such village communes are by no means exceptions. On the contrary, the order prevailing in them can be acknowledged to be the general rule, based on the simple consideration that in the event of fields being fenced in or the system of cultivation changed by some member of the commune, for the sake of one everybody would have to bear restrictions on the admission of the cattle to fallow lands and stubble. The elder and the peasants of Tikhanov Volast, Kalyuga uyezd, stated that no farm work can be done as the individual householder would like. He is not allowed treble fallow plowing when the others do only double fallow plowing, because the cattle are put out to graze on the fallow land. For the same reason he cannot sow winter rye earlier than the others. He must start mowing at the same time as the others because one is not allowed to mow before the hay meadows are sheared out, And he cannot mow after the others because the cattle are driven from the fallow land. And thus in absolutely all kinds of work there are similar hindrances. Not to mention the introduction of new crops. This is impossible if they are sown later than our plants, after the harvesting of which the cattle in the commune will trample everything flat. We can, therefore, say that a struggle between the commune, on the one hand, and its members, who see their advantage in a change in the system of cultivation and have the necessary means, on the other, is inevitable. And it is not difficult to foretell on whose side victory will be. The rich will always dominate the poor, the peasants say. In the present case, the rich minority will dominate the poor by using the most terrible weapon which history ever created, i.e., improved means of production. Much paper has been filled by our narodniks to prove that the village commune in itself, i.e., by the essence of the principle on which it is based, is not hostile to any improvements in agriculture. All that is necessary is for all the members of a given commune to set about such improvements, or, still better, to cultivate the land collectively, they said, and far from meeting difficulties, the matter will be considerably eased by the absence of private ownership of the land. That is right, of course, but then there are many possibilities whose conversion into realities can be thought of only under certain conditions which are impossible at the time in question. If only frost the flowers did not blight, flowers would bloom in winter all right. The song says. And that is true, but can one prevent frost in our climate in winter? No. Well, flowers will not bloom in winter except in hot houses. Our peasants could eat oysters with champagne, if only they had the means. The importunate question of the means has always been the cold water that cooled the fire of Manilov's imagination. If all our peasants had the means not to cultivate their fields according to improved methods, but simply to keep up the traditional three-field farming, we would not have the agrarian question which Messrs. The Narodniks are working so hard and so unsuccessfully to solve. Reality tells us that an enormous proportion of our peasantry have no such means, and once they have not got them, neither individual householders nor the whole state either desire or have any reason to put off the improvement of the cultivation of the land until the majority of the commune members recover. Has not our antediluvian wooden plow already played enough tricks on us in the fight for the market, if only with the Americans, who do not postpone the use of the steam plow till the golden age of fraternity and equality? Consequently, we can say that the introduction of improved methods of agriculture will be a new factor in the disintegration of our village commune unless by some miracle the inequality which already exists in our modern reformed countryside disappears. But we shall speak of miracles later. But what is improved agriculture? Is it a negative condition of social development, the product of unfavorable influence surrounding the tiller of the soil, or is it, on the contrary, the result of the abolition of those unfavorable influences, the effect of a rise in the level of the peasant's material welfare? It seems to us that the second assumption is more correct than the first. Now the majority of the peasants are very poor, and the system of collective responsibility threatens even the well-to-do minority with ruin. It is easy to understand that they are not interested now in intensive cultivation of the soil. But place them in better conditions, remove the burden of taxation which is oppressing them, and even the collective responsibility system will cease to be a threat to the rich peasants. The fewer insolvent members of the commune there are, the less responsibility the rich will have. Confident of their future, the better off section of the peasantry will begin to think of serious improvements in cultivating the soil. But then they will come into conflict with the commune and will have to engage in a mortal struggle with it. The conclusion, therefore, again forces itself upon us that improvement in the material welfare of the peasantry will intensify the instability of communal land tenure and render more frequent the phenomena already observed in Tambov gubernia, for instance, where peasants who become rich introduce ownership of plots, but as long as they are poor they adhere to communal ownership, with real allotment of the fields. Our patient is poorly, so poorly. He is now so exhausted that he is rotting alive, and yet all the nutrition recommended by our legal Narodnik homeopathists as a means of restoring his strength can do nothing but hasten the process of disintegration that has already begun. But is it not time to finish with the village commune? Have we not already shown all the factors of its disintegration? By no means. There are many, very many such factors. All the principles of modern economy, all the springs of modern economic life are irreconcilably hostile to the village commune. Consequently, to hope for its further independent development is as strange as to hope for a long life and further development of a fish that has been landed on the bank. The question is not what hook the fish has been caught with, but whether its respiratory organs are adapted to the surrounding atmosphere. And the atmosphere of modern money economy kills our archaic form of land tenure, undermines its very foundation. Do you want illustrations? Here are some. We have already seen what a destructive effect money economy has on the family community. Let us now look for examples of its influence on the rural commune, the village commune proper. Redemption. Here we have the redemption of lands, which is supposed to present Russia with a new estate of peasant landowners. Some village communes have already redeemed their lands. How has this affected their inner structure? As long ago as in the collection of statistical reports on Tambov gubernia, says Mr. L.S. Plekanov, it was pointed out, incidentally, by V. Irlov that the system of redeeming lands had very great influence upon the abolition of land reallotment among the peasants, for it maintained and spread among the peasantry the view that redeemed land was their personal, inalienable property. My colleagues and I, in collecting statistical data, also had occasion to note the same thing in Ryazan Uyezd. It must be admitted that Mr. Plekanov was able to note a highly curious and instructive phenomenon. In Ryazan Uyezd, he says, the peasants who have redeemed land do not at all reallot their * report of the Agricultural Commission, Appendix I, Section 2, p. Lands in village communes where land is valued, whereas those who are temporarily bound, especially the state peasants, do effect land reallotments. The peasant landowners, on the other hand, reallot the land only where land is not valued, i.e., where it is not really the land that has to be shared, but the burdens which it brings. It is extremely characteristic that in all the redeemed communes where the land is divided out among the actual members, this distribution is done not after, but before, or at the time of the redemption, generally with the intention of never dividing it any more. But since the redemption there is not a single commune except those in which the land is poor and only a burden to the peasants, not a single one, I say, in which land was reallotted, notwithstanding the obvious inequality of its distribution. However annoying it may be, one must all the same admit this and other facts, which are characteristic of peasant interests by no means favorable to the village commune. One must admit this because one must look every fact in the face and not embellish it with phrases harmful to the cause. The tendency of the lands redeemed by the peasants to become private, or more correctly household property, is not observed only in Ryazan gubernia, the same can be seen in other places. In Krestsy Uyezd, Novgorod gubernia, after redeeming land approximately half the former landlord's peasants resolved by decision of the village commune to distribute all the land by allotments, including strips in different fields according to the number of persons, and to abolish reallotments forever. Similar cases are noted in the report of the Agricultural Commission for Kalyuga gubernia as well. In the village of Starukino, Tula gubernia, communal lands have not been reallotted since the time of the reform. In the event of partial reallotments, the number of persons who received shares at the reform serves as the standard for the allotment. Even in the case of the division of a family, the same persons are counted, without any consideration for minors. The plot belonging to the household is never divided and goes over to the family. As we see, the commune principle has made no few concessions to individualism in this village of peasant proprietors, notwithstanding that, as Mrs. Yakushkina says, they see communal land tenure as the only means of preventing people from becoming landless. The objective logic of things proves stronger than the subjective logic of the peasant. But here there is still struggle and disagreement between these kinds of logic, while in Borik commune, Pskov gubernia, which redeemed its land in, the subjective logic of the majority long ago closely allied with the objective logic of money economy. When the poor demanded a new real allotment, the answer they were given was that although those who now have extra allotments do not own them by law, according to the number of persons, all the same they have cleared those allotments of taxes, redemption payments, and it would therefore be unjust to deprive them of those allotments. In another village in the same district the following typical case occurred. One of the peasants adopted a waif and asked the commune to give an allotment from the common field, then the foster father redeemed the plot for rubles, i.e., exempted it forever from real allotment. Here, too, the redemption of the land was hostile to communal land tenure. This case leads us on to the redemption of the land not by the village commune as a whole, but by individual members. Such a procedure is admitted by law and is not seldom practiced. Sometimes peasants who have ultimately redeemed their allotments continue to hold them on the former commune principle, but sometimes they oppose real allotment and then the commune is obliged to consider them as proprietors. In the village of Saroguzhino in Yuryevo Yezd, Vladimir Gubernia, there are 3 houses of full proprietors who have ultimately redeemed their plots. 2 of them agreed unconditionally to radical real allotment with all its consequences, change of site by lots, decrease in size of plots, etc., while one demanded that his plot should be enlarged and the commune gave him what he needed by adding strips of land to the edges of each field. In the villages of Koroshevka and Nikolaevskoy, in the same gubernia, there are full proprietors and the village communes intend to allot them, if only in separate strips, a complete plot equal to the one there deemed. Sometimes, on the contrary, the commune is opposed to owners leaving it, and then the redemption of the land itself is retarded. Thus, in Tambov gubernia many peasants desire to redeem their plots individually, but the village communes do not allow such redemptions in order not to exempt the rich peasants from the collective responsibility system. Sometimes the village commune gives householders who have redeemed their allotments the farthest and most inconvenient plots. That is why peasants buy far more often land from others than they redeem their own in Kharkov gubernia. These facts suffice to show how unstable the equilibrium of communal relations is becoming owing to redemptions. It is true that the final juridical transition to hereditary ownership by household, far from being the necessary direct result of redemption, is, on the contrary, a comparatively rare thing. The peasant is conservative, but he is particularly so in his attitude to the land. But that does not change things. Only in name do the mutual relationships between those who have redeemed their land resemble the mere of the good old time, the time of natural economy, serfdom, and the complete absence of means of communication. The basis of distribution of land is no longer the need of this or that householder, the quantity of labor power in his family or, finally, even taxes or dues. New birds sing new songs. The peasant proprietors do not like real allotments and are not embarrassed by the needs of their neighbors. The aged villagers moan and complain about the people being spoiled, the intelligentsia sigh still more earnestly, and when they see to their distress that the deterioration of morals is irrepressibly penetrating into the countryside, they hope only for the revolution which will put everything right, smooth out everything and restore to the village commune the freshness it had in the time of Gostomyslh. But what is surprising in this phenomenon, which so distresses the old men in the villages and the narodniks in the capital? Nothing at all. Morals have not deteriorated, they have only been given another economic basis. Formerly the land belonged to the Tsar, to God or whoever you like, but it was not bought. It was enough for a peasant to succeed in being accepted into a village commune and he received the right to use the land, restricted, sometimes, only by the limitations of his own labor power. And the commune was in general the master of the territory it occupied, it had authority everywhere its axe, its scythe, and its wooden plough went. Serfdom fettered and debased the tiller but did not change his attitude to the land. We belong to you and the soil belongs to us, the peasants used to say to the landlords. And now the time has come when the peasants have ceased to belong to the masters, but on the other hand, the soil has also ceased to belong to the peasants. It has to be redeemed, to be paid for in money. What is money? It is first and foremost a commodity, and a commodity which has a very special character, a commodity which buys all other commodities, a commodity which is the measure and the expression of their value. Needless to say, this special commodity cannot be an exception to the general laws of commodity production and circulation. On the contrary, it is the vehicle of those laws. It extends their operation to every place where it happens to make its appearance, through the hazard of some exchange transaction. But what are the laws of commodity production? What is a commodity and where does it come from? Commodity production develops only in a society in which the means of production, and therefore the product, are the private property of the producer. Without this condition no division of labor would be enough to give rise to commodity production. Hence, commodity production is the result of the development of private property. Money, which naturally grows out of commodity exchange, presupposes a private owner in exactly the same way as does, generally speaking, the entire process of commodity production. Individual members of the village commune can acquire money only in exchange for things that are their private property, although they are produced by cultivating communal land. And it is this money that the peasant must now pay as the price of redemption. But money begets money in the sense too, incidentally, that the means of production and the materials for manufacture which it buys are themselves exchange value, the equivalent of the sum of money paid for them and again transformable into money should the buyer wish. Consequently, objects bought by some person must become his private property. Such is the irrefutable logic of money economy. And it is that logic which is now taking up the struggle against the tradition of communal land tenure. The redemption of land introduces into the peasant mere a contractation which can be solved only by the final disintegration of the village commune. By force of habit and tradition, and partly also by conscious conviction, the mere endeavors to preserve the old collective principle of land tenure after the mode of acquisition of that land has become entirely based on the new, money, individual principle. It goes without saying that that endeavor cannot be fulfilled, that it is impossible to transfer to collective ownership of the mere objects which were acquired in exchange for the private property of individual householders. Although the statute on redemption stipulates that peasants' allotments will be redeemed as communal property, says Mr. Plekanov, nevertheless, the payment of a redemption, customarily, i.e., by force of facts, which are always stronger than any juridical standards, and stronger again than any juridical contractations, is effected in most communes by the members of the commune, according to the quantity of land. The sum of the redemption payment decreases every year as payment proceeds. Here is what may happen as a result of this. Having punctiliously paid the redemption money for a period of as much as 2 or 3 decades, peasants may be deprived at a real allotment of a considerable portion of the land they have redeemed. On the other hand, those who have not paid anything may get land for nothing. In other words, each further installment on the redemption price, while apparently increasing the right of the one who pays it to the land redeemed, by the very fact brings him nearer to the time when he will be actually deprived at the first real allotment of this right which he has earned by his sweat and blood. It is understandable that the peasant cannot fail to notice this practical contradiction. We have already seen that this contradiction can be solved only by the abolition of real allotments and the confirmation in possession of the land of those who have paid for its redemption. By January, desiatines of land had been redeemed by the peasants. As the total land in use by the peasants is reckoned as desiatines, we can support what has been said above with the statement that the redemption of land has already managed to place 1/6 of the peasant lands in conditions which are incompatible with the principle of the village commune. The extent to which the communal land tenure principle is incompatible with the redemption of land, or purchase for money, is clear from the following. In Moscow gubernia some peasant communes have, besides the land allotted to them, gift land, that is, land given gratis when they were granted freedom by their former landlords. With the exception of but a single village, gift land is everywhere owned by the communes. But in cases when peasant communes buy land from the landlord's, ownership of the portions falling to each household is always established by inheritance and by household, each household receiving the right freely to dispose of and alienate part or the whole of its portion by sale, gift, etc. Thus the size of the portion belonging to each household taking part in the redemption of the land remains fixed. Asterisk. It is exactly the same in Plekanov gubernia, in cases when peasants acquire estates, examples of which are not rare, tenure is settled as non-communal. But that is not all. Mr. Nikolai unjustly remarks that redemption forces the producer to turn more and more of the product of his labor into commodities and consequently to lay more and more firmly the foundations of capitalist economy. From what has been said, it is clear how naive the Narodniks are when they see the development of small land credit as means of consolidating the village commune and fighting capitalism. As is their rule, they recommend exactly those measures which can only hasten the triumph of the bourgeois relationships which they hate so much. On the one hand, all projects aimed at improving the material condition of the producer and based on credit, far from being able to improve his position, on the contrary, better the condition of a few and worsen that of the majority. On the other hand, often lands which have been redeemed, and always those which have been bought, and the better the land is, the more often this happens, become the personal property of the one acquiring them. In the case of the lease of landlords or state lands, the peasant mere is also transformed into an association of shareholders responsible for one another, an association in which the distribution of the lands leased is effected proportionally to the amount of money contributed. Where, in this case, is the commune, where are the traditional foundations? Incidentally, the peaceful Narodniks are not the only ones who are moved by facts of more than doubtful significance. Even the terrorists can boast of such delicacy. Mr. Tikhomarov, for example, in his war against people who are convinced of the inevitability of Russian capitalism, points out that the quantity of land belonging to the peasants is slowly but steadily increasing. He apparently considers this fact so significant that he gives it without any comments whatsoever. But after all that has been said here about the significance of money economy in the history of the village commune's disintegration, we are entitled to consider the increase of the quantity of land owned by the peasants as a fact which is extremely ambiguous, to say the least. Reality fully justifies our skepticism. In Moscow gubernia, the amount of land bought by the peasants increased in years from desyatins to. So here we see that very slow but steady increase noted by Mr. Tikhomarov. Fine. But how is this new land distributed among the peasants? Out of desyatins, belong to no more than owners, i.e., exceed the usual dimensions of peasant farming, and desyatins consist of plots exceeding desyatins. Asterisk. How are we to understand this kind of peasant property? Does it prove that the bourgeois system cannot exist in Russia? In that case we could say of Mr. Tikhomarov what Proudhon once said of Adam Smith: he sees and does not understand, he speaks and does not realize the meaning of what he is saying. It is now time for us to finish with the problem of the village commune. We have expounded our views on its history generally and its position in Russia in particular. We have supported what we have said with facts and examples and have often compelled the Narodniks themselves to speak in our favor. Our study has been necessarily brief and superficial. Not only could we not list all the phenomena which confirm our thought and have already been noted by investigators, the limits of our work also prevented us even from pointing out all the tendencies which are now of great importance in the life of the tiller of the land and whose development is incompatible with commune principles. But despite all that, we can say that our statements have not been unsubstantiated. The examples cited and the tendencies indicated perfectly suffice to defend our statements. No serious doubt is possible. Every impartial observer sees that our village commune is passing through a grave crisis, and that this crisis itself is approaching its end, and that primitive agrarian communism is preparing to give way to individual or household ownership. The forms of this ownership are very diverse and it often penetrates into the countryside under the cover of the usual communal relationships. But the old form has not the power to change the new content, it will have to adapt itself to it or perish forever. And this upheaval which is becoming more and more intense, this process of disintegration which is spreading daily in width and depth and affecting an ever-increasing area, is introducing radical changes in the peasant's customs and outlook. While our Slavophile revolutionaries console themselves with the consideration that 3/4 of our factory workers are not at all proletarians and half of them work in the factories only seasonally and accidentally, the peasants themselves realize full well that the village commune of today is far from being what it was formerly, and that the links between the tiller of the land and the land itself are being increasingly severed. The young, my dear friend, are running away from the land. The town is attracting them, the peasants say in Mr. Zlatovraski's everyday life in the villages. And, indeed, the town is more and more subordinating the country to itself, introducing into it its civilization, its pursuit of wealth, its antagonism between the rich and the poor. It is elevating some and lowering others, creating the educated kulak and a whole army of airy people, ignoring the lamentations of the old peasants and pitilessly pulling the ground away from under the feet of our reformers and revolutionaries of the old, so to speak, physiocratic fashion. And here, in the attitude to this process of the radical recasting of our rural foundations, the absolute powerlessness of the outlook which Marx and Engels branded as metaphysical is clearly shown. To the metaphysician, things and their mental reflexes, ideas, are isolated, are to be considered one after the other and apart from each other, are objects of investigation fixed, rigid, given once for all. He thinks in absolutely irreconcilable antitheses. His communication is yea, nay, nay, for whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil. For him a thing either exists or does not exist, a thing cannot at the same time be itself and something else. That is Mr. Tikhomirov's type of outlook and method of thinking. For him people is a fixed and invariable concept given once and for all. For him the village commune either exists or does not exist. For him the peasant who is a member of the commune cannot at the same time be himself and something else, i.e., in the given case a representative of the principle of individualism, an unwilling, and yet irresistible destroyer of the commune. Mr. T. I. Komarov thinks in absolutely irreconcilable antitheses. He cannot understand how one can acknowledge the action of capitalism to be useful and at the same time organize the workers to fight it, how one can defend the principle of collectivism and at the same time see the triumph of progress in the disintegration of one of the concrete manifestations of that principle. As a man who is consistent and can sacrifice himself, our metaphysician presumes that the only thing to do for the people who are convinced of the historical inevitability of Russian capitalism is to enter the service of the knights of primitive accumulation. His reasoning can be taken as a classic example of metaphysical thought. The worker capable of class dictatorship hardly exists. Hence he cannot be given political power. Is it not far more advantageous to abandon socialism altogether for a while as a useless and harmful obstacle to the immediate and necessary aim? Mr. Tikhomirov does not understand that the worker who is incapable of class dictatorship can become more and more capable of it day after day and year after year, and that the growth of his ability depends to a great extent upon the influence of the people who understand the meaning of historical development. The way our author talks is yeah, nay, nay, for whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil. At first sight this mode of thinking seems to us very luminous, because it is that of so-called sound common sense. Only sound common sense, respectable fellow that he is, in the homely realm of his own four walls, has very wonderful adventures directly he ventures out into the wide world of research. We already know what wonderful adventures Mr. Tikhomirov's common sense went through during his peregrinations in the realm of suppositions. Very often there was not the slightest trace of it left. But the history of that common sense is in the final account a dialectical history too. It does not exist and does exist at one and the same time. It comes to grief on the reefs of suppositions, and yet, like rocambole resuscitated, it again appears in all its splendor on the more beaten track of reasoning. We shall not, of course, forego the opportunity of once more meeting this merry companion. But now we must pause to remember the direction of the road we have already traversed on the initiative of Mr. Tikhomirov. Small landed property. We have seen that in the field of processing industry large-scale capitalist production is now developing without stopping, and that, armed with the power of capital and the might of modern technology, it is increasingly knocking the small producers out of their positions, defeating and subjugating them. We then said that the home market is entirely ready to serve large-scale production and that on the international market, too, by no means all accesses and exits are closed to it. From this we concluded that in this sphere not only the immediate future, but the present too belongs to capitalism. But we recalled that the Narodniks see the village commune as an impregnable bulwark against capitalism in our country, where the bulk of the people's labor still goes to cultivate the land. Then we turned to the commune and tried to study its position today. This study brought us to the conclusion that the commune is being crushed under the burden of taxes and disintegrating under the influence of money economy and of the inequality which has arisen in it, and that in many places in Russia, far from having its former calling of preserving and defending the interests of all its members without exception, it is being transformed into a commune of kulaks, the destruction of which would bring nothing but profit to the village poor whom it has enslaved. Not satisfied with these results, we tried to determine what would be the significance of the reforms upon which our friends of the people rely so much. We came to the conviction that these reforms would only intensify the disintegration which has set in the village commune, and that the latter could not in any case be the bulwark against those conditions of production which have already inflicted upon it so many incurable wounds. It now remains for us to say a few words on small peasant agriculture, and then we shall be in a position to draw our final conclusion about capitalism. It would be a great mistake to think that what is called the abolition of large-scale agriculture will save us from capitalism. First of all, this abolition can only prove to be a temporary and transient phenomenon, and secondly, even small-scale agriculture strives to adopt a bourgeois character. That very American competition that our big landowners fear will leave its mark on the peasant too. Transforming our corn growing into production of a corn commodity, it will subordinate all the tillers of the soil to the implacable laws of commodity production. The result of those implacable laws will be that at a certain stage in its development, commodity production will lead to the exploitation of the producer, will give birth to the capitalist employer and the proletarian worker. Thus, the question of small-scale or large-scale agriculture in Russia only boils down to the question of victory for the big or for the small bourgeoisie. The traditional foundations of peasant economy, far from being consolidated by the abolition of large-scale agriculture, will suffer much more owing to the complete transposition into the peasantry of all the contradictions of commodity production. And all the sooner will the peasant estate divide into two hostile camps, the exploiting minority and the toiling majority. Conclusion. If, after all we have said, we ask ourselves once more, will Russia go through the school of capitalism? We shall answer without any hesitation, why should she not finish the school she has already entered? All the newest, and therefore most influential, trends of social life, all the more remarkable facts in the fields of production and exchange have one meaning which can be neither doubted nor disputed: not only are they clearing the road for capitalism, they themselves are necessary and highly important moments in its development. Capitalism is favored by the whole dynamics of our social life, all the forces that develop with the movement of the social machine and in their turn determine the direction and speed of that movement. Against capitalism are only the more or less doubtful interest of a certain portion of the peasantry, and also that force of inertia which occasionally is felt so painfully by educated people in every backward, agrarian country. But the peasants are not strong enough to defend their real interests. On the other hand, they are often not interested enough to defend with energy the old principles of communal life. The mainstream of Russian capitalism is as yet not great. There are still not many places in Russia where the relations of the hirer of labor to the laborer correspond entirely to the generally current idea of the relations between labor and capital in capitalist society, but towards this stream are converging from all directions such a number of rivers, big and small, of rivulets and streamlets, that the total volume of water flowing towards it is enormous, and there can be no doubt that the stream will grow quickly and vigorously. For it cannot be stopped, and still less can it be dried up. All that remains possible is to regulate its flow if we do not want it to bring us nothing but harm, and if we are not abandoning hope of submitting at least partly the elemental force of nature to the rational activity of man. But what must we Russian socialists do in this case, we who are accustomed to thinking that our country has some charter of exceptionalism granted to it by history for services which nobody, however, is aware of? It is not difficult to answer that question. All laws of social development which are not understood work with the irresistible force and blind harshness of laws of nature. But to discover this or that law of nature or of social development means, firstly, to be able to avoid clashing with it and, consequently, expending one's efforts in vain, and, secondly, to be able to regulate its application in such a manner as to draw profit from it. This general idea applies entirely to the particular case we are interested in. We must utilize the social and economic upheaval which is proceeding in Russia for the benefit of the revolution and the working population. The highly important circumstance that the socialist movement in our country began when capitalism was only in the embryo must not be lost on us. This peculiarity of Russian social development was not invented by the Slavophiles or the pro-Slavophile revolutionaries. It is an indisputable fact which we are all aware of and which will be of great benefit to the cause of our working class on the condition that the Russian socialists do not waste their energy building castles in the air after the style of the Principality and Veche epoch. Chapter 4. Capitalism and our tasks. Character of the impending revolution. What was said at the end of the last chapter needs to be explained. The least ambiguous views are erroneously interpreted when the purpose of the interpretation is to defend somebody's program. We must dot our i's, because if our opponents do not see the dots they may by misunderstanding take the i's for some other letter. It is always better to draw the conclusions from one's premises oneself than to rely on the goodwill of others. Besides, Russian programmatic questions have been adapted so exclusively to our exceptionalism that it cannot be considered as a waste of time to examine them from the standpoint from which exceptionalism appears as nothing else but Slavophilism, either devoted without flattery or rebellious and going over to the revolutionary camp. Whether that standpoint is correct or not, whether they who adhere to it argue rightly or wrongly, there can be no doubt, at any rate, that it would be unjust to reproach them with repeating theories with which everybody has long been acquainted and many have been bored. What, then, must a certain section of the socialists do once they are convinced of the historical inevitability of Russian capitalism? What real profit for the cause of the Russian working class can be drawn from the circumstance that the beginning of the socialist movement in our country almost coincided with the fall of the economic system of the good old times? Those are questions which we are bound to answer. We shall not forget that obligation. But for the time being it is not our turn to speak, but, as you will remember, Mr. Tikhomirov's, and he must make use of it in accordance with all laws, both divine and human. We have acquainted ourselves fairly briefly and with great profit with the general principles of his philosophical, historical and socio-political theory. In order to enlighten those who do not understand and to beat dissenters, Mr. Tikhomarov paraded before us old woman history with her unbelievable roads, Western Europe with its capitalism, and finally Mother Russia with her Chinese immobility and her land commune. He made both the past and the present clear for us. But can we content ourselves with that? Will we refuse to look into the future? What does that future hold out for Russia? It seemed to us that first and foremost it held out the triumph of the bourgeoisie and the beginning of the political and economic emancipation of the working class. This outcome seemed to us to be the most probable in view of many, many facts. We investigated the present condition of our national economy and came to the conclusion that no reforms whatsoever would save its ancient foundations. But in so reasoning we were forgetting that at times the history of humanity proceeds by the most unbelievable roads. Mr. Tikhomarov firmly recalls that basic proposition in his philosophical historical theory, and, therefore, in his excursions into the realm of the future, he is not embarrassed by the incredibility of the picture he draws. Let us follow him and see whether Narodnaya Volya's revolution will not be more effective than Narodnik reforms. The first thing that awaits us on our road is very pleasant news. A revolution is impending in Russia. We are going towards a catastrophe. That is very pleasant, although, to tell the truth, One experiences a feeling of fear when Mr. Tikhomarov begins to explain the meaning of this already menacing picture in the high-flown style of old Derzhavin. The government's attempts to retard the revolutionary movement in the country are only hastening the dawn of the terrible and solemn moment when Russia will enter at high speed into the period of revolutionary destruction like a rushing river, etc. Mr. Tikhomarov writes splendidly. But you cannot feed a nightingale with fables, even if they are written by Grandfather Krylov. There is no arguing, the period of revolutionary destruction would be a happy period in the history of our country, but we should like to know all the same what the revolution can bring Russia, what awaits us beyond that mysterious line where the waves of the historic stream seethe and foam. The foundation of the socialist organization, Mr. Tikhomarov answers, contrary to the opinion of some who presume that it is the reign of capitalism that awaits us. How can one fathom the whims of fortune? Yes, history is really an incredible old woman. It was she who led the West through the incredible experience of her roads, and yet she has still not freed it from capitalist production. As for us, she has left us in peace, without urging us on for whole centuries, and now she wants to move us straight up to the highest class in her school. What virtues is that a reward for? Perhaps for having sat quiet all that time and not having importuned her with those indiscreet questions at which the free-tongued West is such a master? However, we are beginning to fall into impermissible freedom of tongue ourselves. Our scepticism is completely out of place if we consider that history loves occasionally to follow improbable roads just as Khostakov sometimes loved to read something amusing. Credo, quia absurdum. Acknowledging as entirely probable the most improbable caprices of the whimsical old woman, we nevertheless permit ourselves a question: what has history at its disposal to fulfill the promise made by Mr. Tikhomarov in its name? Through which countries does the road leading us to the foundation of socialist organization lie? How will our author answer that question? What will Vestnik, whose editor he is, say? We ask our readers not to forget that the program of Vestnik Narodnoy Voly embraces elements which are to a certain extent not identical with one another. Each of these elements defends its own existence, each aspires to live and develop, not always without damage to its antagonist. Hence the contradictions and the impossibility of forming a clear idea of this journal's program. One thing is obvious: Mr. Tikhomarov does not consider himself bound either by what his co-editor says, or even by what he says himself in cases when the solo gives place to a duet and the Honorable P.L. Lavrov joins his voice to Mr. Tikhomarov's. For instance, according to what Mr. Lavrov says, the Narodnaya Volya Party directs all its energies, our italics, against the chief enemy who hinders any at all rational approach to the fulfillment of the task formulated by one of the members of our group as follows: to help our working class to develop into a conscious social force, to make up to some extent for the gaps in its historical experience and to fight with it for the emancipation of the entire working population of Russia. If the reality corresponds to what the honorable author of historical letters says, the actual task of the Narodnaya Volya Party boils down to clearing the way for Russian social democracy of the future. At the same time, that party's role seems to be entirely negative. It prepares no elements for the organization of the Russian Workers' Party, but directs all its energies against the chief enemy who hinders not only the solution but even an approach to the solution of such a question. Which enemy does Mr. Lavrov mean? Everybody will agree that the only such enemy at present can be absolutism, which fetters all the vital forces in Russia, all. The more should Narodovoltsy admit this, as they have repeatedly expressed in the press the thought that in our country it is not the political structure that is based on a definite kind of economic relations, but on the contrary the latter are indebted to absolutism for their existence. But if that is the case, then the Narodnaya Volya Party is fighting for no more and no less than the political emancipation of its country, and the foundation of the socialist organization of Russia is naturally put off until such times as the Russian working class forms at last into a conscious social force. In other words, the Narodnaya Volya Party is first of all, and mainly, if not solely, a constitutional party because it now directs all its energies towards the destruction of absolutism. Does it not seem so? Or perhaps the Narodnaya Volya party is not noted for any partiality for a constitution. But then how are we to understand activity which boils down to the struggle against absolutism for the possible implementation of the social democratic tasks in the future? Some Narodnaya Volya writers are not indeed noted for a great partiality for the word constitution. They assert that their party strives for government by the people. But the difference between government by the people and a democratic constitution is just as great as that between galoshes and rubber shoes. It is